We're
Hello.
live, and happy birthday, honey. All right, it took me forever to get the biofacsimilacra to cooperate. I'll explain that later as the show progresses. I am
Okay.
on a new microphone. How am I sounding?
You sound wonderful. Do I sound okay? You sound great.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Well, believe me, it was not easy putting this together. It's a very complicated piece of machinery, as far as I'm concerned, and I have no idea how to control volume. I have no idea about anything other than turning it on and off and plugging it in. Seems to have no buttons on it. It might be some kind of digital affair, but it's very intimidating. It looks good, and it's got parts. I have no idea what to do with parts that came with it. So there's
You'll
it's
have to either send me or Sammy some pictures of it or the book, and we'll walk you
right,
through it.
right, right. I'll well, I mean, without inconveniencing. Not that I wouldn't want to do that with either one of you, but probably I'll drag my 3D graphics modeler over here anyway. I owe him some money, so I'll start paying him back bit by bit. And one of the ways I'll do
Okay.
that is leak him, how do I say it? Bleed some of his expertise off while repaying him
Leave
for.
someone kind of different. You probably shouldn't use that term.
You're what? Yeah, sure,
I
honey.
said you personally saying I'm going to bleed someone. You probably should.
Yes, 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 and he of all people might be a bit more sensitive to that than others.
Yeah.
Yes.
You bleeding someone dry has a little bit different meaning than it might to than if
Yeah.
I said I would bleed someone dry.
Yes, that's right, honey. So, I don't know if you. Well, the biofacsimilacra I'm referring to are uh, the lifelike forms that you will see. You could call them mannequins if you wish, but there's a bitter, bigger story behind them. So they're in the thumbnail that's embedded in live stream. So I hope that you find that satisfactory as a representation of you and I.
Yeah,
And
I haven't seen the live stream one yet because you must have just sent that out.
the live stream is the live stream is what
Oh, you're
happens.
talking about the one from this morning. Yes, I love that one. Yeah, I loved
No,
it.
no, 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 no. That's an illustration. That's an illustration. I'm talking about what's the thumbnail image in live stream right now.
I know, but I answered the call and I never got the links. So where did
Oh.
you send the?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yes. So I'll have to put that up. So let me do that, and then I'll start bringing other people onto the call. So
Yeah, because there wasn't a link in that one for this morning, and then I'm trying to go to live right
yeah,
now
yeah,
on
I
my.
haven't been able to publish a promotional banner just yet. It'll probably be redundant with what we're doing now, but might put one up as a kind of how would I call it, a delayed one later. We'll see. I might get it up in the opening hour. Of course, I'll be tending to a lot of things in the opening hour, which is why I'll be bringing as many people as possible on to for
Oh,
you
I
to
did
go through.
find it. Okay, yeah, I just searched you and found it. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, that's
okay.
those are mannequins.
No, honey, those are what are called biofacsimilacra, and I'll give you the spelling for that later. And actually, these are essentially produced in Japan. They are life size, and they are not sex dolls. These are what I spoke of as kind of like the practice dummies, quote unquote, for interrogators at the Presidio military base. You may have heard me speak about this in the past.
Yeah, a
Uh,
little.
yeah, a little. What do you remember about it?
Not much because you've thrown so much at me in the last 6 months that that the dolls I don't remember much about. No.
Okay, yeah, and that's an interesting thing. But Peter Moon said that L. Ron Hubbard would call them doll bodies. Is what L. Ron Hubbard would call them. Yes.
So they're called what is I hate to sound stupid on it, but
Oh, it's not
what
stupid.
is
Don't worry. It's very few people have ever heard the term, and they have problems looking it up and everything else. Like I said, I'll spell it out later. But the term is bio, as in biology, and then facsimile, like a fax machine. Facsimile, biofacsimilacra, or
are they using them in the military for?
like I said, these were just the logic was they came in all shapes and sizes, but the one thing they all had in common, no matter what their ages, some of them represented children, some of them represented somewhat older people. There were never any that were particularly conveying age at a great degree. But the one thing they all had in common was to try and they were produced to convey a sense of charisma, meaning that they were produced to be sympathetic, and therefore something that someone might want as a companion in an emotional sense. This isn't like in the sense of a sex doll, because sex dolls are obviously produced very differently, or at least differently enough where they emphasize different aspects of physiology. And in terms of these, however, they were meant to simply be sympathetic companions for people who were living alone. And this was like something for elderly people in Japan, was one product line idea. And but the Japanese have been producing things like this for many hundreds of years.
Yes, we
They,
have
yeah,
Japanese and how they do that. I know we were discussed that because it's gotten to the point now where so many don't even want to socialize outside with
yes.
regular people.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's right. So then what happened was the military would buy them, the logic being that if you can teach an interrogator to basically work on torture techniques with a physical test dummy that is attractive, semi responsive in the sense that these are very complex mechanisms and they actually have like a response to external stimuli to a degree, that then they would be able to pretty much have no qualms about torturing anyone. That was the horror behind that situation. I can go. I think you get the general idea,
Yeah,
but
I got it.
yeah, but I can go deeper into it later, just so people understand there is a rudimentary kind of circulatory system, so that they do bleed, and and of course, there's only so far they can be used before they're disposed with, because that unlike a human, they don't heal, but at the same time, repairs can be done to extend their usefulness in this regard. Anyhow, I simply retrieved literally hundreds of them, thanks to the fact that I had worked with people who had worked with human smuggling all my life, the Tong that I was involved with in terms of bringing immigrants into the United States. So it's not like we didn't have the resources to actually do that, and we did it at the time that the Presidio was falling apart, and so at that
So
time,
you, how
yeah,
many of you have these now?
yes, they're not all in my home, but a number of them are. So it actually takes a while to actually get them to kind of cooperate and pose. So that's why it took just right down to the wire to get that image up. I'll explain that later. It's one of those things that a lot of people. As a matter of fact, I think I may have sent you that footage of, say, for instance, one of these that was being worked on in Taiwan. If I didn't send you that link, I'll send it to you later. Do you remember anything about that? I'm sure I did.
No.
Does that ring any memory bells or no?
No, if it hadn't, I mean, I do not remember. I mean, I remember us discussing, the Japanese, what was going on, but no, I don't have any pictures or anything like that I remember, unless somehow I skipped over it.
Okay, yeah. So,
Uh,
so, so no worries. What I'm gonna do right now, because we're not in any press for time exactly. I mean, in a sense we are, but not really. So I will just scroll up a little bit, see if I can recover that from one person who I think I had sent it to, and then if I can find that, then I'll just send you the link right now. The one thing I hate about this is that when somebody uploads these things onto YouTube, they put horrible music. They always put some kind of dorky music over it. It's a very short scene anyway. But why people insist on putting dorky music on all these things is it just boggles my mind. Give me a second here. I'll see if I can find it on Peter Moon's timeline, because I know I sent that to him because it was important to the work we're doing. And aside from all of that, honey, how's your birthday going so far?
it's been great. I feel really good, and just, it's been a good day. I mean, I haven't done much. I went to a movie, my first movie in God forever. My son took me to a movie, and so we saw, Puss in Boots, to be honest, which is like a cartoon movie, if anyone doesn't know. But we had a couple of choices, and we picked that because of time. Avatar was going to be way too long, and I'm not a big I was, to be honest, I wasn't really big into the first Avatar. So
Okay. Now you might hear
So
some
we,
noise. So hold on. Let's see if we get some noise here. This is going to be okay. So oh good. It doesn't play unless you like make it play. So let's do this, and I will put this into the chat room as well as
email for
let's
where
see.
you are in the one you posted this morning, or I guess no, it won't work. It won't matter for
I'm sorry,
your.
honey. What do you?
I didn't know if I could help you to put your link out on Facebook, or do most people just find you by searching it?
Oh, well, let's just hope everybody's finding me by reflex today. Jesus Christ. It's just like I didn't have time to, like I said, in a sense, your birthday card was our promotional banner for
I know,
tonight. But
and that's what I thought there would be a link there, and when I went back and looked, I didn't see it.
no,
So
yeah, I didn't really. I thought it would be like disrespectful to the concept of the card
yeah,
itself to
yeah.
to just start loading up schedules on it, and it makes it seem dated in that sense. You want it to have a sense of timelessness, so I'll probably put that up in this opening hour along with everything else I'm going to try to do. As soon as I so what I'm going to do is put this
Made
into
my morning getting that. That made my like I opened up and got that first, and I was just ecstatic. Thank you. I was.
bless you, bless you. Thank you. I'm glad that you appreciate it. So here's the link, and there you are. So if you take a look at that, ignore that horrible cheesy music, but you can play it, and that is actually a Japanese biofax simulacra that was sent to Taiwan, and they were working on it. And you will notice that it responds to stimuli, and actually will say that it hurts. As a matter of fact, it's probably best to listen to it without the sound. And
Yeah, so I was trying to find a way to mute it so I could play it now, because if not, it'll.
yes, and in the meantime, I'll try and bring other people onto our call. So let me do that. And I want to thank everybody in live stream. David Fitzsimon says, "Happy birthday, Brooke." Hey, DDD. Entertainment Hub says, "Louder, too low, DDD. Louder." Okay. All right. So let me see if I can do that. Does this help? Let me know if this helps. B says, "Thank you." Entertainment Hub says, "Low fidelity, dude. No probs." Douglas, your voice is low, says Douglas Marks. Okay, so and then Entertainment Hub says, "Have to prick my ears to hear." Saws laugh out loud. Is this better? Okay, I'm hoping this is better. I've got it riding on my fucking crotch, so it's I do hope that everybody can hear me now. I need immediate response on that. And good now, says Entertainment Hub. Okay, so now we know what to do. And we know that this microphone isn't all as sensitive as the other. So that's already probably could be if I knew what to do with it. I have no idea what to do with it. So it's a mystery machine. All right, so we've got a birthday button here for Brooke. I don't know if she sees this. So Brooke, I'm pushing the
No.
birthday button right now, but balloons come up. And yes, so let's see
Oh,
now. Uh,
oh, is that on the Skype? Yeah.
yes, that's on the Skype, so I'll do it again. Here we are. There we are.
Oh
Push.
yes, I saw them. Oh, thank you. Oh,
That's that.
I didn't even know there was a birthday balloon on there. I mean, a birthday button on there.
Yes, there is. I had no idea either. It just came up, so it must be. I've never seen this before, so
It must have recognized my birthday. Maybe I have it in Skype or something.
so here you go. Oh, I'm sharing screen. Can you see this? Can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, see that birthday cake?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It must have recognized my. I must have my
See,
correct birthday.
see
on
what it
Skype
says?
as
It
well.
says it's Brooke's birthday today. See that? It says that.
Yeah,
Says it
I
right there.
put my correct birthday on Skype as well. A lot of times I'll just put January 1st because I don't want everything to have my birthday. But
Yeah, birthday is. I know my 3D graphics modeler warned me that that's a big security issue, that people will steal everything based on people's birthdays. So, be careful. But then it's too late now. Everybody knows your birthday now. Oh my God. So.
well, that's what I finally figured. I was like, you know what? If somebody really wants to steal my identity, let them have it because they can have the bills and
Yes, yes, and everything else. So I'm sorry to everyone for the first quarter of an hour being that painful. And we'll see who else we can bring on to bounce off of Brooke. And I'll be attending to any number of attempted functions during that time. I probably won't get a so-called promo banner up until later, but what I'll do is I'll put the link up. I'll put the link up now. So let me see who else I might be able to bring on here. And okay, fuck. What did I just do? Oh, that was a waste of time. Okay, so tried to get everybody on there, and I wound up somehow knocking everybody off, and that is so frustrating. Okay, so Sammy will be certainly a given. Amy hopefully will be able to join us. I'll try a few other people, and just the usual suspects, and see if anybody responds. Now, let me see now. Who's one? Mark H. Yeah, there's a person I normally try to remember to call, and yet for some reason he never shows up as he used to. Instead, I get all these other dorks who I want nothing to do with that come up on this sort of thing. So I'll have to like drag him up by just entering his name. In the meantime, let me see if that works.
Maybe
Mark
these
H.
other works. Like you've got great people on here, most of them. Steppy and
Yes.
Wes.
Yeah. There we are. Now I press the add button, and we'll see which one of them
Mark
respond.
is working so much more now. That may be why. Remember, he changed his schedule.
But
I
he
think.
was able to come on the show for a little bit in the later in the hours or something like that. So that was interesting. As a matter of fact, look, he's changed his icon. He looks different now. I kind of liked his other icon better myself, but
Sports betting too. Although I wish I had done some sports betting. I wish I'd been on with him right before that national championship. Which God, I'd love to talk to Sammy about that. 'Cause Sammy and I, if we had had a bet, let's just put it this way: I won times 54 or 75, whatever the fuck it was.
wow. Oh wow. Yeah, and
The national football championship that was.
mhm. That's amazing. Thank you. And that's great. And
I
so
know you could care less, so that's why I'm not going to go too further about it.
I can't believe nobody showed up. Oh my God. Come on, people.
Probably because we didn't put the stupid link out.
Yes, well, I better put the link out. Yes, and get that out. Thank you. And so let me stop sharing, confirm stop sharing. Get to doing that, and it's amazing. You'd think that most people would just remember it all by now, and
Well, the thing is, you have to, if the link's not there, you have to just like do what I did and have to actually go in and search Douglas Dietrich, or you can click live. Sometimes it'll show in the live feed, but mine wasn't even showing in the live feed right then.
uh,
So to search your name in my YouTube channel.
okay. So, all right, people might hear some noise here, and
Get to
so
doing that.
there we are. Mute that, and
Or they may have heard my noise. I was making a little noise.
and everyone, yeah, hit the upvotes. Remember that as soon as we get on air, what happens is we get automatically pummeled by downvotes by the enemy, and they do everything they can.
Oh, Sammy's here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, honey.
Sammy is here.
Oh, Sammy's here. Oh, excellent. So Sammy, do join us in conversation. Let us know. Hopefully, you have the rest of the opening hour with us.
Hey,
Is it?
what's going on?
Yes. Oh,
Hey, Doug, what's going on? Yeah, I have the next opening hour.
okay.
I can
Excellent.
hang out. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's going on is I'm trying out your new microphone, and it takes a lot of getting used to. It is obviously a great piece of work. It has a lot of parts I have not even assembled yet, so we can
Right,
legitimately
right,
say it's only half assembled.
right.
It's on its stand, which is now riding basically practically on my crotch, and this because apparently people were saying how low my voice was, so it doesn't seem
Right.
to have the sensitivity that the other one had. By the way, I was forced to finally do this. This is why I started a few minutes late as well. Of course, everything hits at once, but the old microphone was in such bad shape that the computer simply was not recognizing it anymore as an instrument.
Right.
So,
Well,
yeah, go on.
well, Doug, there's other components that we'll talk in private about.
Okay.
Obviously, this is a new investment, and like I told you,
Yeah.
that all can be adjusted. So, anyways, yeah,
Wonderful.
it's a learning curve, obviously.
And so I just want people to know I had to actually find the box because it'd been so long since Sammy had sent it to me. I had to locate the box to my chagrin, and then everything was done at, as you can imagine, as always, the very last minute. And so when it comes to what it is, it's it will now be our standard mechanism. So,
Well,
yeah.
if you mind me asking, Doug, I know this is probably not the right question right now, but do you prefer earbuds or over the head earphones?
Oh, earbuds. Oh
Oh,
God,
okay.
yeah. Over the head gets heavy. So just for so people know, over the head is heavy as hell, and it's just not preferable. So I am putting up the
Right.
link right now, and the link will serve hopefully to just get people here. This is of course, and let me know, dear Elena. See if you can find that on my timeline. If you can find the link, then make certain to heart it, and that way it's acknowledged, of course, that you're the first to christen it, so to speak, since the Biofax Simulacra represent ourselves. And
You just call, do you realize you just call me dear Lana?
oh God, did Jesus shit.
Yeah,
Brooke,
yeah,
Brooke.
everything that you did just got shot.
Ah,
Shit.
yeah, Brooke. Hi,
Dear
sorry.
Lana.
If it, Brooke,
Dear Lana.
Brooke,
I was like,
Brooke,
is Lana
Brooke,
on? Is
Brooke,
somebody that's supposed to work?
Brooke, if it makes you feel any better, I have to bite my cheeks bloody and just chew on my tongue to keep from calling out your name when I'm with my escorts at the estate. I hope that makes up for it.
We'll go with that.
Yes.
We'll go with that.
Oh my God. So, okay, my life is so stressful.
I just thought it was funny. I was like, is he talking to Lana? Is she through someone else?
So, that being said, before I embarrass
Yeah,
myself
yeah.
any further, now, one of the problems I have with the new microphone is I don't know how to mute. So all I can do is really mute the Skype. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I'll be shuffling around a little bit. I don't think people are going to be hearing much from me, unlike last time where I was fixing all of the blankets and pillows and everything. All of that was done beforehand. So that is tended to. But
Look at you being an adult. Oh my gosh, you're growing up on my birthday.
That's so, yes. But I didn't tend to pretty much anything else. So, for instance, getting a promotional banner up, for instance. So this is one of those things where, as a matter of fact, one of the things I should do is at least tag this to everybody that I possibly, and that will at least serve in place of the promotional banner. So let me see if the post allows me to edit, and then if it allows me to tag, and then I'll start with that. So I'll be with you for a few minutes while I deal with this. And so by all means, just I hope that by all means tell people how the weather is in Los Angeles because it's fucking miserable. Let us hear about it and how you get
It's pretty cloudy. It's pretty cloudy. It's been raining most of the weekend. In fact, all the weekend. And sorry, I had to pick up Scorpio baby. Let me go ahead, Brooke, first. Let me attend to Scorpio baby.
That's
Wonderful.
fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if I don't know how the weather's been out there, obviously, because it's gorgeous here, and you guys are getting all the rain and that you normally never get. So you need it usually, but apparently not this much. So
what did you say this movie was about? The movie that you saw today? You said kind of like a cartoon movie, Puss in Boots? It was Puss in Boots?
Puss in Boots. Yes, Puss in Boots.
Oh my God. The classic story.
Yeah. The classic Puss in Boots, yeah, but he was in Shrek, and so they made an actual movie about...
Oh, so it's a spin-off. It's a spin-off of the Shrek.
It's a spin-off of Shrek.
The Shrek Puss in Boots, yes.
Yes. And what was hilarious, my son and I both left, and we both, felt, completely... it was a happy movie, but I was feeling sad during the majority of it. I was about to tear up several times. It's just fucking... again, a cartoon, okay? But, it was, they have this dog in it, which I thought was called Burrito. Apparently it's Burrito. My son said, "Are you an idiot?" when I whispered, I'm in love with Burrito, because the whole thing about it was he was just this poor little horrible looking chihuahua looking thing that had apparently tried, his whole life had been horrible and had been drowned, but he was just positive he didn't know, because he was I used to play tag with all my brothers and sisters. They were like, "Well, what's your story?" They all hated him, and he was like, "Well, used to play hide and seek with all my brothers and sisters, and I always won. They would try to, or where whatever they would do, they would like put him somewhere, and I would always get them, and they were it. He said, but I guess I'm still it on the last one, because the last time they really tried me, and they put me in a sock. They put a rock in it, and they dropped me to the bottom of the river. He's like, fuck, they didn't know I chewed right through that sock. He's like, I chewed right through that sock. And he was like, so I guess I'm still it, because I never could find them again. And he said, good. And they were like, that's the whole, and like these two cats are horribly mean. You got to remember Puss in Boots, and then there's this female, like they're not nice, but they are by the end. But they're just very selfish, and they're like, they're like, that is the saddest, funniest story I've ever heard. Like, because he's going, well, I got a free sweater out of it, because eventually I grew into the sock. And so he had chewed himself out. He was still in it. That's why he was in this horrible sweater. But they were like, what's your name? He's like, well, I've been called get out of here, piece of shit puppy, like.
They use
like
that term? They use that
Yeah.
term? Piece of shit?
They didn't use piece of shit, but they did use, they would beep it out. They would beep out shit, but they did use, because my son was surprised they used hell in one of them, and they can use hell, I guess, for whatever reason, because hell can be technically
I guess
else, right?
yeah, because hell is a place, right?
Yeah. Well, I couldn't figure out how my son says, is that because it's a place, or but I said I think it could be that, but it could also be because hell, like you have a hell storm, like you could say there's a hell storm, so it's technically two different words. I don't know how they can get away, but I know movies get away with hell more than any other word. Even PG, so it was PG, but yeah. So anyway, the poor little thing is just so sad and pitiful, and like I'm just wanting to cry half the movie for this poor little thing. I can't describe it. But my son, who is 17, like he literally tells me when we're leaving, he's like, "That was a good movie. I'm so good." He was like, and he's like, "But I felt so for the dog." He's like, "I was kind of weird. Like I almost feel sad leaving." And I was telling him on the way home, I'm like, it's so weird. I have this total weird feeling of like because it was a happy ending. It was a very happy ending. But it was almost like you had this little pit in the bottom of your stomach too from half the movie, just because all I could say is you might not like him because he's almost like the not retarded, but very happy Forrest Gump, but in a puppy body that's drawn out. Like he's just like, he tries to make positive out of everything. He doesn't see the negative in all of it, which is really what saves the whole thing. But he just was so like, everybody hated him. And he was like, if you want to rub my belly one day, I'm going to be a therapy dog. I'm going to be a therapy dog. And he looked like shit. I mean, his teeth were all messed up, but he was cute, so cute. It was just, I would tell anybody to watch it. It would like if they ever knew who Puss in Boots was, the show. I mean,
I'm sure everybody does. I mean, these things are like memes at this point. Everybody knows all of the characters in these bizarre exercises of what they do with Disney. I mean, it's Disney is the marketing mecca, right? So.
Right.
It gets into everybody's mind. Go on.
And they kind of left it hanging because at the very end, I will tell everybody, they left it hanging at the very end. Shrek has not been made since 2010.
Yeah. And
they left it hanging at the very end when they finally take off, which is a great thing. They stole a boat. And anyway, they're heading off, and Puss in Boots, that's his name. He says, where are we going? We're going to find new adventures, he goes, and we're going to see some old friends. And then you see this island in the far distance, and it says far, far away.
Yes.
Which is far, far away is where Shrek and the princess Fiona lived. So I'm wondering if they're going to make another, like if they're going to spin off a new Shrek in the next year, a couple of years with that, which would make them tons of money, I'm sure. And people with kids, it's really great for, but anybody that's into that kind of stuff too.
Mm-hmm. No,
I grew up, Shrek was something that I watched with my kids when they were young. So, it was kind of cool to go back to that. That's what I said. God, Noah, we haven't been to a movie forever. I think our last ones were just like superhero movies, 5 years ago. So I said, and now we're finally at a movie, and we're watching a Shrek spinoff, a cartoon, but it was great. It was wonderful. So, what's his idea?
But you said are these like they're more realistic, right? I mean, they're more like, it's not so much cartoon, it's CGI, you mean?
Yeah, it's CGI. Yeah, when I say cartoon, I never know the exact definition. I forget that. Yes, it's not the old cartoons like we grew up with. Yes, it's CGI. It's very, I wouldn't sit through an old Smurfs or something in the theater.
That's I'm sure you would if it were engaging enough. I mean, it's
Well, actually, they did some CGI with Smurfs. I take that back. They did do CGI with Smurfs as well. They did that. It was great. As a matter of fact, they put what's that guy in it? The comedian, the gay guy. He's married now. He was in the blonde-headed one. He was the one that was the doctor when he was a kid. You know, Dr. Hauser, MD. Doug. Do you remember that guy, Dr. Hauser, MD, or whatever? Doctor.
What
Doug,
was the I'm sorry, what was the series again or the movie?
the movie was
Doogie
Smurfs.
Hazard? Was it Doogie Hazard?
Doogie Howser,
Oh,
yeah.
Doogie. Right.
The guy that played Doogie
Yeah,
Howser.
Oh, Doogie Howser. Right. The young doctor. What about him? Yeah, he's
Well, the actor, he was in this. They did a Smurfs actual CG, which was actually great.
he
I
was
don't know
one
when
of the
that was.
Smurfs.
No. So that was how great they did this movie, that they had real people in it with the Smurfs. So they actually were able to film live, like you would think the Smurfs were there in the room with the real person. And so, yeah, it was, I don't know how they did that. I mean, I guess it's CGI, however they do it, but yeah, it wasn't just complete graphics. It had real people acting with the Smurfs.
Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris, I believe.
Neil Patrick
That's the
Harris.
actor's name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so there we are. I mean, that's fascinating. Thank you. So
No, probably not fascinating, but it was a good movie. I grew up with Smurfs too. My very first lunchbox was a Smurfs lunchbox.
you're kidding me. Oh my God, I feel so fucking old. That is I'm yeah, thank you. That's all I needed.
Why? Smurfs didn't exist when you were there. I had a Smurfs little lunchbox, a little metal one though. Still,
I remember they came out pretty early though. They came out pretty early. I mean, it was still when I was in school. So Smurfs have been around forever. They're like they're weird like that. It's not often something has that much staying power. So right now I'm still tagging. I should be done soon, and then what'll happen is I'll let these two wonderful individuals hold the stage until I return, which will be obviously at the top of the hour to bring Peter Moon on. I'll have him interact with Brooke for a few minutes because, of course, it's the birthday.
Oh, I told him happy birthday, but yeah, I'll tell him happy birthday again. So, but yeah, my birthday twin.
Yes, that's right, your birthday twins, and in the meantime, so you can go back to bitching about the weather and what it's like to get to work and back alive.
You talking to me, right?
Of course.
No, I'm not. There's nothing to bitch about. I think this rain, as terrible as we think it is actually helpful. But at the same time, too, it is damaging to, we're just not used to it. Yesterday, I was near downtown. We went on a date with my girl, and I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, Spring Street or one of those streets. I forget which where I was at. Was completely flooded, and it's just our infrastructure is going to crap. But I mean, whose is it, right?
Yes.
But besides that, I do really like the fact that there's rain. I think it's always a blessing here in Southern California. We live in a desert, and it's mind-boggling how we haven't came up with desalination, at least efficiently, of all the money we spend on. But that's how the world works. I don't think that's probably going to be available until we actually need it, and by that time probably an asteroid is probably going to hit the earth. So what are you going to do, right? But no, other than that, when you talk about Disney and films, or really anything with kids, I'm gonna tell you one thing. Harry Potter's probably not going to be something I would let my child watch. Obviously, what you exposed, Doug, but even then before. But even like some of the Disney movies, I don't like none of the Hispanic based movies. One of the reasons why, because Disney's very good at stealing people's culture and in other words, they just want to tell they want to steal the narrative. In other words, well, we could talk about culture, but it has to be licensed by Disney, and we want to make money off of it. And it's to me, it's insulting, almost like they did Kimba, right? Kimba,
Yes.
the tiger, or what? It's just,
You mean
it's disgusting.
Simba?
No, Kimba.
What Sammy is referring to is The Lion King is a complete ripoff of a Japanese cartoon about Kimba the White Lion.
Okay, got
Yeah,
you.
but that they
Right,
even took the name and simply changed the letter from Kimba to Simba. But,
right, kind of like Manifest Destiny, right?
yes.
Yeah, but it's it's just it's part of I think like anything, it's just context and how you explain to your children. But like some of my favorite stories are from my favorite Disney movies. Is like Toy Story, obviously, is one of my favorites. But to a certain degree, and I don't really got a choice. I'm going to be taking my kid to these places. As a parent, you want to give your kid at least a little bit of something that you didn't have, but at the same time too, as a parent, you have to regulate as far as the influences of your child, at least for the most part. So this is just part of graduating to being an adult, quote unquote. But
He's still only got one child, so that's why he's saying this. Watch me.
so if I have a second one, then my social life is going to be completely gone because I love my children. So
No, I was just kidding you because I remember having Lola and I was so like, of course they were 3.5 years apart, but 4.5 years apart. But I was just like, was so careful about what she watched. And at the time, SpongeBob was a big cartoon. Right. And I just thought, oh my God, that's horrible. Like he makes these raw jokes, and I'm not letting a kid ever watch that. And, she was getting to like 4.5, 5, and I'm like, no way, And then I had Noah, and he was little. He watched like Blue's Clues and stuff when he was little. And Lola had all these videos. I paid for all the baby Einsteins and just all these great stuff. And then, when Noah got to be about like 2 or 3, I was like, he's going on Blue's Clues 3, maybe 4, maybe it's 4 or 5. I don't know. A little older. Yeah, because by the time I redid his room from baby room to his child room at like 6 to redo that room, he ended up with a whole SpongeBob room because we were watching SpongeBob so much. And so I had completely done a 180 on it. And it was just kind of, it's kind of like when you're a parent. When I had my first one and they had a pacifier, and the first one, like if she dropped her pasty, like we were like, it had to be sanitized. We have cups of sanitized pacifiers that have been cleaned. By the time you have the second one, like you can be at a restaurant, it drops on the ground, you just pick it up, and if you, with one or two things, if you had a beer, you stuck it in there to figure alcohol, and then you put it in their mouth. And then if not, you just stuck it in your own mouth, try to wash germs off, and then stuck it in theirs. Like, so the second child just ends up with some, I don't know, just like, it's just a little bit different, I guess. You're just a little more laid back, is what I would say.
Right. Well,
or a lot more laid back.
Well, I can see how your point. But I just think like certain things like just make me uncomfortable. Harry Potter's being one of them. I was never really into that. But at the same time too, a lot of kids, what you don't want them to do, for some reason they're drawn to it. So, you tell them not to, play with the bleach gallon, and all of a sudden they're shaking it up and rolling it around. It's just, they're attracted sometimes to what not to do. Like even me when I was a kid. So, and it's just, I guess it's just part of, dealing with children, and it's okay. It's just one of the things that make me a little, it just makes me a little
you make the rules for things that are, definitely you don't agree with, right. I think that's the right thing to do. For me, like I had some rules, like neither of my children ate meat until they were old enough to know what meat was, and I've explained that before. And the reasoning was because it was, to me, just like, anything else. If I personally had an, ethical thing with it. So I was fine with them eating it, but it was harder for me to give it up, knowing the taste of a chili cheeseburger, just like giving up a cigarette, right? Like not going to stick a vape in their mouth. So yes, meat's a little different. So I'm not getting in that debate with someone on, well, we were made to eat meat. I was just saying, like, obviously with the way things are now with, factory farming was really what I was against. So again, I was just like, oh, they can
Right.
make that decision, and they each did once they were old enough. I would say, Lola chose never to, but she was offered it about 10 or 11, and Noah
Right.
too, and Noah decided to, I think around 12 or 13.
Right.
Or so, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Anyways, give me 1 second. Scorpio baby's calling me, and
Oh man, I
come
was
back.
just gonna make fun of you on football. I guess he disappeared on me completely. So I'm here alone on my birthday. I need a glass of wine, drinking. So that's not a good thing. I don't know why we are discussing cartoons. I apologize to everyone for that. That's just what I ended up going to see. So, but it was good. And watched the national championship if anybody's into football. So me and I had kind of kidded about that because that's what I was going to bring up. That obviously anyone that saw it that was playing LA. What was it, like Georgia won by like 60 something points, and I believe the spread was 13 points that they gave TCU.
Okay, I'm back.
I was kind of talking to myself. It was kind of boring, but I was trying to get off cartoons. So I was kidding
Right.
about the spread on the TCU game, and I was going to kid you about how.
Yeah, that's I don't know, that I found it just very unusual, Brooke. Like we were talking, that it was such a blowout. Especially like, if the way I viewed it is college football should have kind of, it was obviously is not, it's something like that maybe you can foresee, I don't know, but a better matchup. But it's just the way the blowout was. I didn't think it would be that much, but you're right. You obviously proved me wrong, but still, I think that's just a terrible look for.
Yeah, Sammy did Sammy was like, he called me, and I was actually on my way home. I didn't have the game on yet, and it was just starting. He's like, "Are you watching it?" And I said, because he knew, I was into the Clemson game, so we discussed the bowl game, obviously. And so he said, they're giving TCU 13 points. He's like, that's way too much. And I was like, I don't know. But I really, I'm not enough into TCU. I knew about Georgia to call him wrong on it. And then I get home and I see Georgia had scored, and then TCU done a run back. I'm like, that's just what TCU needed. They may, they've got Snelson thriving on. But I'm then looking at the game, and I watched 2 or 3 plays. And I just went and take the trash out, and I text Sammy. There was no other score yet. And I texted him a message. I said, I will give you I think it's 15 or 16 points right now. And I think it was still tied at that point. And right as I sent them, because just seeing Georgia, the way they were playing, just seeing them run, I was like, I'll give you 16 points right now on it. And he said, and he didn't get it. And because right at that time, then they scored again, like right after I'd sent it. But I didn't think it'd be that big a blowout either. So I called my father right after, Sammy didn't reply to that message to take the 16. And then he wasn't going to after the second score. So it was like 14-7. And I called my father, who's a big into football and knows it. And I said, hey, my mom answers, hey, tell Dad I'll give him 16 points right now. And if he don't take TCU. And he said, he's like, you couldn't give me 38 points to take TCU. I'll give you 38 points if you want to take TCU. That's what he said. And I was like, okay, whatever. He's just being stupid. Like, there's no way 38 points, And obviously I'm not betting my father going to win money anyway, but it was just kind of a joke. I just thought he was crazy. And then sure enough, fuck, he was right. Like, it was way over 38 points. I could have taken, if I had taken that bet, I would have lost. He was right. Like, he wouldn't take 38 points for it. He said, I'll give you 38 points for you could take TCU. And what TCU lost by, I think it was, they got that one touchdown, and then it was like 65-7. And they even Georgia pulled their quarterback out fourth quarter. And they still got 65-7. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the score. So.
Hey, no, that was a crazy game. I have a question for Doug. Is he still here?
No. Well, he's muted.
Oh.
So I'm sure
He's muted. Oh, okay. Anyways, that would be, well, yeah, that was a blowout. But Anyways, Brooke, how's your New Year going so far? How are you liking the New Year? Anything interesting happen as far
Uh,
as your area?
Nothing real interesting in the area. I mean, luckily y'all got the rain, most of it, so we've
Oh,
had some
okay.
good weather. But I'm not saying luckily for you guys. Like, obviously, I don't wish that on y'all. Although y'all need rain
Right.
usually. It's bad that you're getting so much. But no, I am feeling positive today. You know, Mars came out of retrograde, I believe,
Right.
2 days ago. So just a little bit more forward movement.
Right.
And I'm ruled by Mars, you know, and actually you and I both emotionally in our moon. So some forward movement, and then Mercury will be coming out, I believe, in a couple days. And then we'll
Right.
have a brand new moon on the 21st in Aquarius, which is great for everyone. But I was going to tell you as
Right.
well. That's really great for you. So, yeah, it's like just some forward motion. I feel like,
Right.
the positive energy and forward motion, and not feeling as stuck. So I think just the energy in the air has started to feel a little lighter just the last probably two to
Right.
3 days. I don't know about everybody else, but just like maybe like the last 2 days have started to lighten up a little and just not feel so stuck. And I believe that has a lot to do with Mars going forward.
Well, that's actually that's very interesting. Thank you for for tapping into your astrology. I think that's always helpful to the audience. One of the things that happened interesting yesterday is when I was attending this. I would say this is maybe a reception after the funeral. Um, I was a little uncomfortable, even though I worked in the industry. When you actually are part of a funeral or you're attending one, or it's not work, and you have to interact with the people that have lost a loved one. Um, I sometimes found it hard to. I noticed some of the family members were joking and laughing and discussing family, sometimes family politics or just stuff in general that I sometimes had to remind myself I'm at a funeral. And not that I didn't say anything, but I kind of told myself just keep things to a bare minimum. I had to tell Maria that just keep stuff at a bare minimum in a sense of talking points. You're at a funeral and you need to be respectful of whatever conversations you want to bring up. And then, not that I don't encourage people to laugh at a funeral, but um, at least in my point of view, I just found it sometimes it can be insensitive how
Well, it's
people
funny you
mourn.
say that.
You know?
Yeah, people deal with grief differently, obviously.
Right,
But I would say, and I hate to bring astrology back into this, but I just, was talking with someone, another
right,
person that does astrology with about this, and had listened to the person that taught me in England that basically a lot of this is in when Mars goes forward, which is what it just did. Mercury's still retrograde a little. So what happens is there tends to be during that little brief time period where people haven't spoken up or spoken out. So like emotions can boil over, or think people can just say things because Mercury is the way we speak and we think through it. So then things get jumbled backwards, meaning we piss people off. And then obviously it's to do with communication and just in general. So communication comes out incorrect. So with Mars moving forward, it puts people feeling like they can come out more, like maybe be a lot more
right,
them, like just be more out there, right?
right,
But then communication wise, it still can come off completely wrong or offend people. And so
right,
I think you just probably really picked up on. I mean, even like you said, you're going to deal with grief differently either way, but you really picked up on that
right.
energy the last 2 or 3 days because that's the energy still right now.
Well, it's interesting because when I went there, this was a very nice home. This was in a nice area, um, and the person grieving and was uh, was somebody who's family. I'm connected to them through my through my girl, and unfortunately, there's only a couple of events that happen that actually gets people united, especially in family. At least it's how I have have seen it in my my little time here on Earth, is really funerals or weddings, and most of
And
the time to me is
births sometimes as well.
oh, okay. No, that's actually a good point. But yeah, funerals with me have been a big one for some reason. Uh, and there was a lot of family that my girl saw that normally don't interact, and unfortunately, there's people try to catch up if they want to talk to each other, but at the same time, it's depending on who the person is. Old issues can fester up, or subjects. And what I had to remind my girl was just really just understand why we're here. We're here to support, and we're here for more support. And there's a time and place to talk about certain subjects regarding the widow. There was a widow in this case, and when anything in this country involving a funeral, it's the cost. To have an actual basic funeral is thousands of dollars. It's not something cheap. So
we're done with them in my family. Completely
right.
done.
Well, unfortunately, that's not always the case. Well,
I know I won't say completely done. If it's a younger person, obviously, but my parents have requested to not have a big funeral. I've requested that. I just think, right. Welcome to some cards, but I don't want all that.
Unfortunately, the Hispanic culture is a little different. It's funerals are like weddings. In fact, I remember a friend telling me that his mother requested to be cremated, and her family had a big problem with it. So it kind of forced him to actually still have a viewing, because the family, her aunts and uncles were. It was almost he was trying to do it for them as well. So I say that to say this. I had to remind my girl that just we're here to support any family issues or any family discussions really shouldn't be mentioned. And the widow, someone brought up the subject of her, how is she going to find a job, or how is she going to sustain herself now that her husband is gone? And I thought that was a very inappropriate inappropriate subject, because that should never be mentioned, especially at a time of a grieving, and especially a funeral. And I had to remind my girl about that. Not that she mentioned it, but the conversation was around her, and I had to kind of explain to her that if you engage in this type of conversations, especially in that time, you're indirectly involving me, because I'm your partner. I'm with you, and it's a bad reflection on each of us. We think we both represent each other, and we don't want to do it. It's just not that type of. It's not the time and place. And any support you just give. You don't even ask. You don't suggest. You just give your support, whether it's in the form of moral support, your presence. But don't let your presence be a nuisance, in a sense of bringing subjects like that. But I told her, if that was the case, if that was my concern, then I would address it privately and probably let time pass by,
right.
Or
wow,
because you're actually concerned. It's not gossip. I mean, it sounded more like gossip, and it'd be like whether you were like, I can't believe she wore that to the funeral, and or like you said, a wedding, and people sitting around, oh, look at the bride, can you believe she picked that dress? Like at that point, what good, or is that just positive, or is that gossip? Or I can't believe she's marrying him, he doesn't have much money. Like, you're at the wedding, shut the fuck up and support the wedding. So again, back to that, is it being supportive to talk about that then? Because if you're going to be supportive, then you're going to be like, I'm going to think that I'm going to offer her money later, or see if I can help her later, or talk to her privately later. But that's what's so great about you, Sammy, and that's, you think through things like that, and you don't get drug into the gossip and the the negativity, and I admire that in you.
Wonderful.
Well, you know that's the thing is the widow actually brought it up. You know, people vent when they're in these situations. They worry and sometimes they think out loud. And in this case, the widow was saying, well, you know, I'm gonna have to look for a job. One thing I was telling her is, you know, you hear people, but when it comes to these type of, if she brings that up, you're supposed to provide comfort. If she's really serious about looking for a job, you mention it, you know, some other time. I think the problem is you add more stress to the situation. I think it's sometimes you have to save people from their own selves. I mean, a life-changing event like your loved one passing away, grieving is one thing, but adding more stress to a situation,
It's different.
it just it
like
piles
that.
on.
Yeah, they're
Yes.
venting. It's the time they need to hear somebody say it's going to be okay. If they, if they believe in God, God's got a plan. That's not something you need to worry about right now. Everything's going to be fine. They just want reassurance. They're venting, not. Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
So you've both been so wonderful. For some reason, I tried to click a heart on the link that our dear lady shared, Brooke Gibson shared on the birthday e-card, but you deleted the link? Because
I deleted it right as I shared it. You said I'm going to post one, so I said, well, there's no point in me posting this, so I deleted it.
Oh, well, oh, right. Yeah, got it. No. Makes perfect sense. So, honey, so I'm going to bring Peter Moon on now. I'd like both of you to say happy birthday to him. So let's bring him onto the call, and then both of you can retreat into the gentle night for a bit while Pete the Moon Man and I take over. Let's make this happen, and if I can remember how to do it. Let me see. Here we are, I think. And there we go. This takes like several steps that it shouldn't have to take, but just the way the Skype is structured. And honestly, just want to thank everybody in the chat too. When Pete comes on, we'll take a look at everybody in the chat room, what they're saying, and
I'm sure they were so interested in having to deal with it, cartoon conversation.
Well, that's delightful for a person's birthday. Peter Moon, welcome aboard, sir. Happy birthday. And because you're both birthday twins, I just wanted to give Brooke her opportunity to say happy birthday to you as well before she retreats into the gentle night, my good sir.
Well, yes, and happy birthday to you, Brooke. I did send you a message on Facebook, which I think you got.
Yes, I did, and I think I sent you one as well, Peter. So, but yes, I told him I'd sent you one as well. But I just did want to say happy birthday, and I hope it's going beautifully.
Yes, well, we can talk privately and go over our solar returns for this year.
Wonderful. Yes. Okay.
Wonderful. Well, I hope it's been great. I hope you've been able to celebrate well. I will let you guys have your gentleman evening, and I hope it goes well.
Yes, honey.
Okay, thanks, Brooke.
Here for now.
Thanks, Peter. Bye-bye.
Love you, honey. Thank you so
Bye,
much.
Doug.
Bye for now. And so, Peter, tell us about everything that is going on. I'm not quite sure what the weather is on Long Island, but hopefully it's better than the deluge we're suffering here on the Pacific Coast.
Well, about the Pacific Coast, on the TV, they have said that, incredible, especially in L.A., which, when I would walk to school every day, they had these huge cement, the LA River. You see this in the movie Grease when they're having the race car scene at the end, and they're in this big ravine, and that's the LA River, and the LA River, it never has any water in it. So you're walking to school, you walk by the LA River, it's all over the LA County, and what is this? It's the LA River. How come there's no water in it, Mom? It might be a little drip. But it was, kind of a danger, but it was like for all the water to drain off.
Yes.
And there is a tendency to flood. Yeah. And when I remember coming home from school one day, and the water was all the way up onto the sidewalk and even up into the grass in some areas. It was quite an adventure. Wow. And as a kid, you're kind of hoping that it'll go all the way up to the house just because, you don't have the responsibility. It's kind of like an adventure. And I remember, this is such a funny story from my youth. that my best friend Greg and I, there were these, when the water finally receded, there were worms all over the place, like on the gutter. The gutter was filled with earthworms.
Wow. Holy shit.
So, we're just kids and probably about in the third grade. Or he's in the fourth grade, I'm in the third grade or whatever. And we start taking all these worms and we start putting them in this big white basin, like a wash basin that my mother had to wash clothes in. I don't know. Maybe she just stored them. But we used this metal basin and we were storing all these worms. And why were we storing the worms? I don't know. And then we kind of took them into the backyard, my backyard, and we started putting more worms in there. Finally, they got so heavy. We said, what am I going to do with these worms? This is disgusting. It finally disgusted us. And I think we asked my mom, or she came out and she said, well, you better take them back out to the gutter. But they was huge. I mean, if you could imagine, I'm not talking about a bucket. Yeah. I'm talking about at least 3 buckets. It's like, and so, me and him are carrying the wash basin out there full of worms. We get about halfway through out to my driveway and it's too heavy and we drop it and the worms go all over the driveway.
Of course. Oh God.
And we just run in the house.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he ran in his house and I ran at my house and I think my mom went and I don't know what she did. She got rid of all those worms. But that was a flood, and the flooding in that neighborhood of Lakewood, California, is still something. It's a flood area. His wife told me to this day, and so water is, flooding does happen in LA. They say when it rains, it pours.
Yes. Yes.
Very different than the rain cycles in Florida or New York. So. Saying that they're not able to retain this water. They don't have any mechanism for preserving the water. They'll be lucky to preserve, 10% of it, probably more like 5% of the water.
Yeah. And
it's a complete waste of, to save it for, the drought. The drought has been, pacified for now, but it's just like they're not equipped to do anything about the water.
That's right. And as a matter of fact, I just want people to know that, Oh, go on, by all means.
No. You go ahead.
Oh, I just want people to know that I have a new microphone. I have no idea how to mute this thing. I do apologize if anyone
hears me. You sound fine.
Okay, thank you. No, what I mean to say is I don't know how to work with it. This is a new microphone that was kindly sent to me by Sammy Romero. It is a very complicated piece of machinery. It has... I have no idea how to turn the volume up or down or on or off or anything. All I was able to do was barely assemble it. There are parts that are not even assembled on this thing. So I've got it half assembled and plugged in simply because the other one was so old, the computer simply rejected it as a thing. It simply rejected, did not recognize it as a mechanism. So I do apologize if anyone hears me. I'm going to be as silently as possible, just chewing on a banana because I've had no time to supplement myself or do what I usually do before these shows. So I usually take my vitamins, so to speak, before I do these shows simply so I can last throughout the night. But I might do that later. And in the meantime, what I'll be doing is just letting Peter kind of talk, and I just wanted people to know that I'm paying attention to you in the chat. You're all doing wonderful. Thank you so much, all of you, for participating. Brooke says, we'll remember that. My man's good tattoo, if ever I get one. There were, oh yes, Crowman was saying, oh, miss that happy birthday, Peter Moon, on the eve of Moon Day 2. Kudos. And, we had Mr. Crowman earlier talking about Chinatown with Jack Nicholson comes to his mind when he thinks of Los Angeles. And Entertainment Hub is saying happy birthday to Peter Moon. Great day to your day of birth. Happy and merry blessings today. And so Michael Connell says, "Got your book, Douglas. Black parachutes. Good grief." So he is referring to the Roswell deception, and that, of course, is Peter Moon making that my book accessible, and he deserves equal praise. And I want to thank everybody who's joining us. Kirk's, CRXSH, and Douglas Marks, bless you, as well as David Fitzsimons, and everyone else, to T. Tank Barry. God bless you, good sir. He wishes a happy birthday to Peter Moon as well. And he, of course, has been profoundly helpful. So to all of you, of course, just want you to know that, of course, if anyone's able to dump some money into my PayPal account before 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, or that would be helpful, because then I can run to the corner store before it closes to grab some Coke, because I'm totally out from the last time that I purchased it. Ran out of cans. I guess it's a forced detox, and sometimes I need that. Can't have too much sugar and caffeine in your body all the time. Probably push myself over the pre-diabetic line or something like that. So all that being said, Peter's absolutely right. The LA River finally looks like a river, and there's no way that we're getting out of this drought that easily. Unfortunately, the drought's going to take a lot more. It'll take some kind of infrastructure that can help us with water conservation to ultimately pull us out of what will be a perpetual drought. But but it definitely helps. Every bit helps, and so take it from there, Peter, wherever you want to.
Well, yes, and those who'd like to contribute to my birthday, please send it to Douglas. That'll be a birthday gift to me. Say, okay, I sent so much to Douglas, and I would appreciate that. Well, to answer your question, the weather here is cold. It's gotten a little cold, but not too cold. I mean, it's going to warm up. It's been a very mild winter, and we haven't had a snow yet. I mean, there was a little snow on the ground this morning, but very little, and it melted right away. Little snow in the air, but it really hasn't snowed yet. So there on years when it does not snow here, sometimes it'll go through all the way January, February, no snow. It'll generally hit in March and hit very hard. So the snow never misses, but it's still worth it if you can, have 2 months of no snow. And we don't have droughts here. I remember about 20 years ago, there was a big scare. Oh, we're running out of water. And it was just BS. Interesting too. When I was up in Woodstock one time with Paula, and we took a walk, we were told to take a walk, and we look at this huge levee in reservoir. It's huge up near Woodstock. This was the New York City water supply, all the way up in Woodstock. It's like, wow. They've got it all figured out. Just like, the water from LA comes from Colorado River. Uh-huh. And that's a whole story in itself.
Yes.
The water rights, LA, Mulholland, character named Mulholland, which Mulholland Drive is named after, was a big person who really put LA together in a lot of ways. And he was had a lot of foresight, and he purchased the water rights to the Colorado River. And no matter how many times Colorado said, we want our water back, it's our water, they can't get it because it's legally purchased.
That's incredible.
And, yeah, and so I remember my mother telling us we got our water from the Colorado River, which is, Arizona. The Colorado River comes down and is the border between Arizona and California. That's the border. And of course, it flows through the Grand Canyon. It flows out into the Sea of Cortez, which is in between Baja California and Mexico, the main body of Mexico. And I have heard in recent years, when you get down to the end of it, it's just, there's no water there. It's all been sucked out by Los Angeles because the water is not as, flowing as it used to be.
That's right.
Because
tragic.
Well, yeah. And I am of the opinion, no matter what you're told, that there is a manipulation and a lack of willingness to dig down and tap into the water below the ground. I'm not talking about the inner earth water, which Douglas has talked about. That's a whole nother piece of technology. But I think, you know, and the reason I say this, is I was once, because I studied, you know, Africa, Algeria in particular, and I was reading about this oil company that was out there mining oil in the desert, probably the Algerian desert, I'm sure it was. And they just said, well, you know, they were having, you know, they said, the hell with it. They just dug a well and created a whole city with the water out in the middle of the desert because they have oil well rigs.
That's right.
Incredible. You know, and it wasn't that hard. And I also, you know, remember going on a job with my father to Palm Springs into the desert. And you know, I couldn't go on jobs with him, but I could go on with him with one because he wasn't really working. He was consulting. And these guys wanted to build or had to do a water well. So, you know, we went and saw this guy in Palm Springs, and then I think that was the first time I ever really saw air conditioning, because you didn't really need it in LA. Mm-hmm. And hot day, okay, we had a fan, but you'd walk into, or we went out to the desert where they were going to dig the hole or whatever. I don't know what the hell we were doing out there. I mean specifically. But yeah. So it was like, yeah. Well, I think water can be accessed much more easily than we're told. Because who the hell knows?
It makes sense.
People give bullshit answers. Yes. It's just a willingness, and it's a manipulation.
Yes.
And it's a lot easier if you have water from the clouds. Hell of a lot easier. Because, you know, how did Israel come to be?
That's right.
They dug water wells because it ain't coming from the Dead Sea.
That's right.
So,
by the way, when I'm speaking, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. You're perfect.
Good.
Better than usual.
Thank you so much. Yes, I appreciate that. However, what you hear is higher quality simply because of the position of the mic than what the audience hears. So I'll put it back closer for where the audience can hear, where it rides up basically on my lap in a matter of a short amount of time. I just want to make sure that we get into the groove of the opening hour. Sammy Romero has been kind enough to put $250 into my card, so before 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I'm going to rush up to the corner store, but we got a while yet before I do that. Anybody else wants to put the money in, it all helps, because believe me, these Coke cans, they're 16 ounces and they're $4 each. So in order for me to, you know, drain their supply, which is I go in there, I grab all 10 cans that are in their refrigerator, because almost nobody buys the 16-ounce cans except me. You know, that's close to $40 right there, 40, 45 bucks. So maybe more like 30 some odd dollars. So, but I certainly have enough to last me for a while because of Sammy Romero. God bless you, sir. Thank you so very much. And with that, go on, Peter. Let's talk a bit about anything you want.
Well, yeah, I want to tell you that you're going to be getting an email from my Bulgarian publisher. He wrote to me.
Wonderful.
He wrote to me some time ago. I didn't answer him properly, which surprised him because I always answer him right away. Right. But he wants to do a 6-part interview with you, and he wants to, you know, pay you for the 6 parts. You know, he doesn't. I mean, you know, he could donate, but he doesn't want to do it by donation. He wants to pay you. So when you hear from him, I told him you'd answer him, so you can answer him, and he probably wants to be on to do the first one. I don't know, which I will do for him. He, you know, he was just getting out of high school when I met him. I met him at Atlanticron. He came to my first Atlanticron. He met me there, and he met David Anderson, and David even, got on the train to Bulgaria to go visit them. But he had to come back. He had to go back, so he didn't get to finish his trip with them. But Milko is his name, and he got out of high school, or he got I think a scholarship. Go to school, and he realized if he went to school, he was just going to be, programmed as a writer, because he had a skill as a writer. Yeah. And then he, thought about what he wanted to do, and he talked to his parents, and they loaned him the money to purchase the Bulgarian translation rights for the Montauk Project, and he started his publishing company with the Montauk Project, just like Sorin Hormuz did in Romania. Wow. And he got a real happening website in Bulgaria. Mm-hmm. And he knows a lot about esoterica in Bulgaria. He can tell you how so many things started from Bulgaria. He taught me, Lao Tse was from Bulgaria. Yeah. And when one of his Bulgarian friends was in China, they knew he was from Bulgaria. They taught him that they knew Lao Tse was from Bulgaria. And the ancient Tengri shamanism, which has migrated into Siberian. The Siberian shamans emanate from Bulgaria originally. So, and of course, Bulgaria is right on the straits of the Bosporus and the Dardanelles. That was like main trade routes. Mm-hmm. And that was like a control that goes into the Black Sea. So they were a centerpiece of civilization. And as is the case with Romania, there has been an entire conspiracy to hide the ancient history of Bulgaria as well as Romania. And if you go back very ancient, they were both part of the Thracian and Proto-Thracian culture. There's caves, you can go all the way underground from Bulgaria to Romania. And I really enjoyed my time with him. So
fabulous.
Yeah, so he will approach you, and then what he did with the Montauk Project, and with Montauk Revisited, which he bought the rights for, he did a whole he came here twice. He got to meet Preston and Duncan, and my friend George Dixon, who we called Mr. X in the book. He got to meet all these people, and we. And he wrote about it. He wrote about it in his book. He added, so he did, and he incorporated probably a lot of my later stuff to give a full complete Montauk in the Bulgarian version. So I really like him, and he's been a very good friend. Escorted me through Bulgaria for 10 days. I stayed with him in his mother's home. I got to meet his father. I took them all out. One of my favorite experiences, my last day there, last evening there, I took him and his mom and his father out, and we ate in this penthouse restaurant, like on the top of this building. It was a very nice place. Wow. And the total bill came to like $33 in our money.
That's incredible.
$33.
Wow. I mean, this is why people move to Romania, really. And
this is Bulgaria.
Oh,
this
Bulgaria. Is I forgot that your experience is extended. That's right.
Which is less expensive than Romania.
Yes, that's right.
And there's a lot of English people who settled there. Because it's inexpensive, and I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Is he listening?
Could be.
Okay. So how do I pronounce his name correctly?
The one who I don't know if she's still translating for him anymore. I don't think so. But she listens.
Okay. How do I
talk a lot about her.
Right.
What were you going to say?
How do I pronounce his name correctly? It's more like Milko?
Well, maybe he doesn't want us to talk about his name. He
Okay.
likes the secret, but whatever.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. Well,
I will.
certainly.
I will write it to you,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
it's just like it sounds.
All right, and so I do
Right.
want him to know that I respect his privacy, and I apologize profoundly for getting the location wrong when Peter Moon was relating his experience about the hotel. I forget that his travels extend into Bulgaria as well, but definitely Bulgaria is yes, a very pivotal place in history, and certainly one of those great borderlands between multiple civilizations, and they have their own civilization, of course, and so naturally these Balkan cultures are remarkable and have so much to offer, and I am just so glad that I'll be happy to establish communications with this individual. I am curious if he knows all of the details about me, that whether or not Peter shared some of the more
He's
personal.
listened to you a lot, Douglas. He's
Wow,
listened to you a lot.
great, great. And I'll also speak with Peter privately about other things Peter may have shared with him. So I'll be at any rate, though. This is wonderful news. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, yeah, and he's also published Radu's books in Bulgarian. Uh, not all of them. I don't know where he's at because I don't read Bulgarian, and it's a much harder language to learn than Romanian, and but it is the root language. It's a root language, just like Romanian is a root language. He would tell you it's the root of the Indo-European languages. He can understand Russian, just like they can understand Russians, and all the Slavic languages. Whereas it leans more towards the Slavic languages, Romania leans more towards the Latin languages. But I've met very few, the people that speak both languages, Romanian and Bulgarian, and I know there's a root there. There's a big linkage between those two languages, but I haven't met people, and the ones I have met, they kind of run away and don't talk to me.
God, why?
It's who knows? It's just like it's an obscure. I'd like to link those two languages. Albanian also has a lot of root language in it as well. Albania is the sort of mother civilization of the Balkan Peninsula. Illyria, it was ancient Illyria, and and again that history of Albania is just kind of obscured. It's now mostly a Muslim country. One of Paula's friends, who I had dinner with, her and a bunch of her old colleagues the other night, she's going to Albania, and I'm very curious to, she travels about, she works remotely. I'm very curious to get her report on Bulgaria when she comes back. She goes to these countries by herself. She's Russian.
Uh-huh.
She came here from Russia, and she's now a citizen. And but she travels to these countries and checks them out. I'm very, very interested to hear her report. But she says it's almost all Muslim now, Albania.
Yeah, yeah. It's they with their attitude towards Islam, though, it's very different. They have more of a nationalism, so it's not say, for instance, the kind of let's just put it this way. I don't get the impression most Albanians are bowing towards Mecca 3 times a day.
Well, let's just say there's a lot of people, Muslims who migrated there, I think, is the situation. If I'm not mistaken, I really, you just don't hear much about Albania. And, but Alexander the Great, who had a sort of his father was a god, Amun, as in Amun Ra, Amun, by his own assertion or tradition.
Yes.
And his mother was Macedonian, but her royalty was claimed from Albania. It's Alexander the Great.
Yeah.
for whatever it's worth. Little pockets of geography and history that remain obscure, we know so little about. But in any case, I think, so I wanted to tell you about that. And
yes, very exciting.
I don't know if he'd want to be on and talk. I don't know what would serve him to talk to an American audience, because his audience is basically Bulgarian.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, whatever, but I'll probably be in touch with him. He'll probably go to Romania with me this year. He met me in Romania on the trip where I met Paula.
Yes.
Him and my translator came on that trip, and they hung out with us.
Wonderful.
Now, so it would be, I think, the third. No, I met him another time.
Mm-hmm.
Be my fourth time in Romania with him.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that far.
Yes.
So what I want to talk about tonight,
Yes.
or begin to talk about tonight, is pick up where our conversation left off. And you sent me a very long essay that you composed, which clarifies a lot of matters.
Thank you.
But, I mean, maybe help me articulate these things a little more.
Absolutely.
It's way too detailed
Mm-hmm.
to put all that stuff in the book,
Of course.
but it's way too detailed because, and this is for the audience,
Yeah.
I will tell you what we're talking about. We're talking about the literary legacy of H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes.
Now, just to contextualize, H.P. Lovecraft's writings focused so much on what he learned from his father. But it wasn't like his father was, saying, "Hey, kid, this is the history of the United States. There was a Revolutionary War. There was a, War of 1812, a Civil War, blah, 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 blah." Well, not like that. His father was dying of syphilis, complications from syphilis, and was screaming out these barbarous names.
Yes.
Horrible, horrible stuff. And literally freaking out himself. And H.P. Lovecraft, who was a aficionado of horror, writing horror, this is who he was. It's like, you got some kid whose father was a Major League Baseball player and the grandfather was a Major League Baseball player. He's predisposed, if he's got any talent, to become one himself.
Yes.
Well, H.P. Lovecraft's father wasn't into baseball. He was into Freemasonry.
Yes.
And he was an inheritor of genetics that led back to a character called the Mad Arab.
Yes.
And the Mad Arab was, I guess what you'd say, a conveyor of this great, formidable monster force, which is referred to as Cthulhu, often portrayed as an octopoid. But it's really not something you can really truly portray. Nevertheless, it is identified in Islam as the devourer, the abandoner, the forsaker. When you have that comment in the New Testament of Christ on the cross saying, "Oh, Father, why hast thou forsaken me?" Well, if you figure the Father is all encompassing, this part of the Father, this part of creation, was Cthulhu. It was not the good guy, Father. It was, the ass end of the universe. Confronting Christ.
Yes.
Confronting Christ and saying, "Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it?" This is the truth. Yeah, I'm not trying to be funny. Although it's fine to laugh because laughter releases tension.
That's right.
This is like, and the forsaker is that which causes all this misery. And H.P. Lovecraft is being subjected to this at the age of 3 or 4, hearing his father screech out his names. As he begins to read at a very early age, he begins to read this book, the Necronomicon, the Book of Dead Names, and sees that these are the names his father was screeching out, and these represent the Cthulhu. And he begins to write about these things, and it's part of his legacy. He is the horror. This is why, if you think of horror, I don't think there's any name which evokes horror in terms of the genre of literature of horror as H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes.
Now, I could be wrong. Stephen King writes horror, but it's more like, it's modern day stuff.
Yes. It's
The Shining and that stuff. And I know that he, or I don't really know because I never read his books, but I've read that he borrows from H.P. Lovecraft.
That's correct. They all do. They all do. And
it's because, he's the master of horror. It's just like borrowing from Mozart in music.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he was horror central.
Yes. And he's also basically manifesting the archetypal cycle of violence. It's as if someone is an alcoholic, abusive, wife-beating father, and the son grows up to reflect that. This is the horror that H.P. Lovecraft reflected. The horror of his father's basically not caring for himself in terms of taking enough precautions when he was out and having sex in the world, and coming home with syphilis, and basically disintegrating to the point in front of his son where he's no longer able to care for himself. This is a horror which is a form of abuse. It's a form of abuse. And that showed, of course, not only was he unfaithful to H.P. Lovecraft's mother, which, of course, became quite evident, something that could never be hidden from the child because obviously the disease didn't come from the mother, or she'd be in that degenerated condition as well. What happened was that H.P. Lovecraft had to come to terms with the fact that his father was having sex with other women, and to terms with in a day when this sort of thing was never spoken about very much out loud. He did indeed have this environment and a puritanical background, combined with the Freemasonry and combined with the ultimate ancestry of his Arabic forebearers. He still had this background where it was heavily, most immediately impacted by the puritanical New England prudishness. So everybody's maintaining a facade. And so that facade was shattered for him at a very personal level. It must have been scandalous at a social level. And so he grows up very isolated and is conveying horror. So the difference is that his horror is something new in the sense that what he's conveying is cosmic. And therefore, when he's conveying this cosmic level of horror, then you're not talking about a simple Gothic background where somebody is talking about graveyards and haunted houses, though he can touch upon that. Most of what he's speaking about is infinite in its repercussions. This is the very creation of your universe is involved with what Lovecraft speaks of. Now, Peter's going to take it from here, and he'll talk about this man's abusers. But one of the two things stand in mind just to qualify or help contextualize whatever Peter will say about the abusers of H.P. Lovecraft's legacy. The first thing that comes to mind is the horror of the fact that the man most responsible, the Edomite, the Herodian cultist, most responsible for his exploitation and death, was this son of a bitch who had never met him in life. The man who got total control just by sheer bluster and bluff and the kind of sense of impunity that comes from being a member of the cult of the Kings of Edom and working for the military-industrial complex, August Derleth, you're talking about a son of a bitch who never met Lovecraft, never met him once, and he knew him only through correspondence, and yet grabs total control over this man's property. Disgusting. And then beyond that, always claimed that Arkham House never turned a profit. This was one of the ways that Michael Aquino had me basically holding Arkham House by the balls when I was dealing with his successor, or the manager who took over when his co-founder basically turned on him and the family, as these people are wont to do on each other. But when I was dealing with the manager of their property, their estate, not their attorney, but the man who was managing it for so many years, one of the reasons that Michael Aquino had so much on them was because there was so much they were hiding from the IRS. These people were always claiming that they never turned a profit, that the entire thing was just out of respect for H.P. Lovecraft, what they were doing, that they were just holding up the estate so that they could do this in the memory of a friend because they're that good. They're such nice people. And that it was all floated on Derleth's own money, and all of it was a lie. They were making hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions.
I find that hard to believe, that much money.
It's hard to believe. I understand. Look, I understand. But the reason why was because everybody was going to them, such as Call of Cthulhu, the gaming company, and these people were producing ultimately video games.
Oh, okay, so they were, well, that was, but video games, he died in 71.
Yeah, he died in 71, but talk about the family, the estate after that. But when he died in 71, even before then, Call of Cthulhu was a role-playing game that was like Dungeons and Dragons, coming out around that time that he died, and it was around that time that these different people were beginning to really take that and roll with it. Now, granted, by the time he died, you could say he couldn't have been making hundreds of millions. He was definitely making.
Well, they were all hoodwinked into going to him for permission for whatever they wanted to use, and he was soaking it up.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't really have the permission.
That's right. You know? Yeah. He was making hundreds of thousands by the time he died. His family was later on making it really big. That's what Aquino had on their asses, was that later on they were making hundreds of millions, because believe me, at that point, when they started with the video games and the movies, then Cthulhu exploded and everybody was making stuffed animals and shit. You know, that was during that time. Now those people don't have shit. Because, or rather, whatever they've got, but they're not making anything anymore because nobody's going to them anymore. But it took too long for it to get to that point. It should have been to that point from the beginning, or rather, the person who should have been profiting should have been Barlow. But anyhow, I'll let Peter take it from here.
Well, yes. So, and it's very interesting what the information that I'm going to share with you now, and well, it's going to be part of the book. It's kind of a very important footnote, because this is a rabbit hole I'm not going to go down. I would, if it came to me, I go down it, but we're going for an even bigger rabbit hole. And maybe it'll, and I would encourage people listening who would like to dig up stuff on this. Okay, so Douglas was talking in his last last transmission, about negotiating with August Derleth, the, faux proprietor of H.P. Lovecraft's legacy. And he said he was negotiating with August Derleth. Now, when I looked up August Derleth, and I said, this guy died in 1971, so if Douglas was negotiating with him, he would have to be, 5 years old when he's at recess in kindergarten. So Douglas then clarified. Then we had a conversation. This is a very painful area for Douglas. So when he said he was negotiating with August Derleth, he meant the egregore, the aggregate of people who had followed in his legacy, which was basically a guy named Jim Turner for the most part.
Thank you.
But what was so interesting is, and he went into bloody detail, not only about the negotiation, but about the whole legal circumstances. And he's written a whole essay to clarify it. It's a little complicated, the whole series of statements. Now, I've took what Douglas had told me before. I did independent study of articles on it as well. And this guy, August Derleth, had Derleth, had basically pulled the wool over everybody's eyes with a lot of audaciousness to convince everybody that he was like the sole proprietor to everything that was H.P. Lovecraft. And he would use, what's the word? Diversion and distraction. And his lawyer would write very cleverly crafted things to the point where Sonia Green, H.P. Lovecraft's ex-wife, wanted to write something. And she, I guess, and Derleth made a claim to her in a letter. You can read the letter online saying, well, you got to do this and you got to do that. And she thought that, didn't question, she questioned his authenticity at all. This makes no sense. But she says, I don't have any money right now. And I just don't want to fight this. I'm not going to get engaged in it. So he was able to bluster her. She had money. She could have fought it, would have fought it. But H.P. Lovecraft, and it either comes out in later court cases. I'm not going to go into the details, but even by
but this is
Arkham
one
houses.
thing I can add. This is one thing I can add is that when it came to Sonia Green and these other people, they were also facing death threats and intimidation.
Well, that's something that I didn't see in the article. That would make it all the more.
This is what Aquino told me. The reason Aquino knew them so well was, of course, they were of his cult. These were fellow cultists, but he said they're greedy, and these people, like so many people, they get their own little empire and they think they've got it made. And definitely the one thing that was in common with all these people was what Peter Moon and I get. Imagine that ramped up by a few orders of magnitude where you're getting knocks at your door late at night. This is what they were engaging in. And this is certainly what Aquino articulated to myself, because, a good example was when the Aunt Gamwell died, and it's supposed to go over after that point to
Aunt Gamwell was the inheritor of H.P. Lovecraft's certain literary rights.
That's correct. Whereas the estate went to Barlow. Apparently
the literary stuff went to Barlow.
Yeah, the rights went to his aunt, and Aunt Gamwell she wasn't stupid, but at the same time she's an older lady, and she even made certain, look, this is going to go to Moorish and Lewis, and so Moorish and Lewis, and the very name Moorish, like Moorish, like Moors, like that's again the Arabic background there. Moorish, Morrish. This was H.P. Lovecraft's first cousin. So Moorish and Lewis then were just literally, my understanding from what Aquino said was they were beaten half to death. And that's when they signed over everything to August Derleth. And that's what they called the Moorish-Lewis gift. They said, this is the Moorish-Lewis gift. They gave this to us. And nobody questioned them. And what made it so offensive was that later on he took that gift and he presented it to Weird Tales and said, now you've got to sign over. See what they gave me? This is because I have total control. Everybody wants me to have this. And then Weird Tales just signed it all over to him. And they were threatened as well with legally, plus their lives, their families were threatened. And this doesn't work any other way. Nobody just goes around saying, oh, yeah, oh, here, have it all. But this guy repeatedly, consistently, wherever he went, everyone gave him total control, to the point where later on, when he was in court and nobody ever questioned it, they said, like, where's Moorish and Lewis? What was their logic? Why would they do this? Nobody ever questioned it, and he never even brought their names up. So as I emphasized in the essay, they were totally taken out of the picture in such a way that nobody ever even bothered to follow up with them. Like, so he would just say, Morris and Lewis gave us this, and nobody ever said why. Nobody ever questioned the reason, and therefore that's why. So the one thing Aquino kept telling me was, understand, the bottom line is terrorism works. Nothing is accomplished quicker, more expediently, and more effectively and more permanently than through terrorism. Terrorism is the methodology of the winner, of the victor, of what runs America. It's not money, it's terror.
It's a it's a very good point. And what I also want to stress is that, as it was sort of acknowledged in even the documents he would write to a certain extent, and completely later acknowledged in later days by Arkham House's attorney, was that the copyrights on Lovecraft stuff were all, you know, except for maybe one or two things, was all in the public domain. Now, we don't need to go into the details of this, but even when all these threats were being made, they were in the public domain. So, but they had enough legal shenanigans, precedent, and cases going on that they hoodwinked everybody. And if, as Douglas is saying, if they weren't hoodwinked by the papers, they were forcibly threatened. But what I want to also point out here is that Aquino was pulling rank on them, but he was not pulling rank on them in the ordinary way you would pull rank, by just ordering them. He knew their game, he knew their scheme, and he wanted the most important aspect of H.P. Lovecraft's legacy, which was his correspondence, particularly as it concerned the Teklet Blue, the Helazon, and the Jewish apocalypse that I've discussed extensively.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is the most important thing. Now, independent of that, or perhaps codependent with it, or juxtaposed with it, because I can't say, there is a huge industry / movement. We put, like, if we use the term military industrial complex, we could call media Cthulhu.
Yeah, media
industrial complex, media complex, media Cthulhu industrial complex.
Thank you.
And even to the point where you see in the Pirates of the Caribbean, Davy Jones is portrayed as this octopoid, character with octopus, tentacles coming down off of his chin, and that is complete Cthulhu.
Yes.
And do they need rights to do that? No, they don't need rights to do that. That's just an octopus. They don't hold the rights to an octopus. But nevertheless, the theme is being imprinted. And so, but then there's also people who've trademarked names of H.P. Lovecraft with T-shirts and stuff. And there is a certain amount of industry that trades off of this stuff. Some of it, which Douglas has mentioned already, the video games and stuff. But this industry is huge. And I said, if you found who actually holds the actual trademarks, and this is where I'm, encouraging somebody who's interested in this subject or likes to do digging, is like, who owns the trademarks on anything associated with Cthulhu or Lovecraft? And I'm not talking about, this is attorney who has the T-shirt thing or registered it. And I don't know how broad and expansive it is and what it covers, but it's kind of like an invisible corporation.
That's right.
That controls things. Now, of course, there are so many corporations that have nefarious reputations that fund, like Blackwater and stuff like that. There are so many nefarious corporations or corporations with nefarious reputations. But this one is one thread that, your favorite conspiracy authors have not come up with,
Thank you.
because it's undercutting all of it.
Thank you.
Now, yeah, it's undercutting all of it. Now, as I say, that's not the rabbit hole I'm going down. I did do a little searching just on the Google search, and came up with this T-shirt company or stuff that it's doing. And that kind of leads to a dead end, because, okay, it's a lawyer that does this. Right. And how big is this thing really? I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
There's all kinds of little cottage industries. It's in fact, it's mind-boggling how many little cottage industries are out there. The best that I can tell people is that Peter Moon is absolutely right. To clarify what I said earlier, or to further contextualize it, at the time of August Derleth, he was far more concerned, not so much with even making money, and he was probably, even to a degree, telling the truth, that to a degree he was initially floating Arkham House with his own money, and basically this was something that he was doing to quote unquote maintain a presence, a kind of threatening presence in the industry, so that he could just be in the open and say, I got this is all mine and you can't have it. But his main objective on behalf of the cults of the Kings of Edom was suppression. So when it came to the original August Derleth, he fancied himself this incredible writer. He thought he was the heir apparent to Henry Thoreau. And just so people understand just how much he despised Lovecraft, he's the man who actually coined the term Cthulhu mythos. That was not a Lovecraft term. Nowhere in Lovecraft's correspondence does Lovecraft himself say, I call this the Cthulhu mythos. Understand that Lovecraft, and this is an important point for our book, is that Lovecraft is emphatically trying to expose an undercurrent to the population, and he's trying to get a message out. He's not denying the reality of this message. In fact, that's all later on. People keep projecting onto him this atheistic materialism, when in reality he's a sympathetic Muslim. Is the best term for it that I find that really kind of catches the nuance. But as a sympathetic Muslim, he's writing an exposition in various storytelling forms, very inspired by the Arabian Nights thematic, or the tactic, where you're trying to hide the fact that in the Arabian Nights, the woman is trying to placate a madman who cuts a woman's head off every night after sleeping with her. And to keep her head from being cut off, she tells a new story every night. With H.P. Lovecraft, he's coming from that same angle. He's telling these stories because he's trying to get under the radar of the cults of the Kings of Edom while exposing them. So suddenly when he dies, the cult of the Kings of Edom, through August Derleth, comes, grabs everything from his gay lover and his elderly aunt, beats up his first cousin along with the other family member, Lewis, and then basically grabs everything, monopolizes it, and suppresses it. So at that point in history, up till maybe the 60s, 70s, now bear in mind, just so people understand this, in Europe, the concept of copyright to an American, from the American perspective, is like non-existent. You know, they just don't honor your concept of copyright. Peter can go a bit more into this. He would know more when it comes to the Balkan nations, but they have like a real short length of when things go public domain, sort of. And so in Europe, of course, every nation is different, but basically everybody started publishing Lovecraft shit in Europe around the 60s, the 70s. Now, at that point, August Derleth began reaching out across the Atlantic and getting some cut. And that's when you started seeing Lovecraft in European comics and various other things. So he was getting some kind of cut because they would translate those into English and publish them in the US. So at that point, he started making, believe me, it was around, according to Michael Aquino, something like hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, maybe just after he started to die, it really rolled in like that. But certainly he had to be getting something like along the terms of tens of thousands before he died. And then after he died, that's when, his co-founder came back for about a few years, then just said, actually, I want control over all of this. And then instigated a lawsuit, left, and therefore was no longer part of the company. But then Mr. And his name, I always block out his name, Jim Thompson. He was the guy who was managing, and he was just another sour old man who I was dealing with forever. He was cooperating.
Turner. His name was Turner.
Turner, thank you, Turner. I block his name out, and I keep thinking of, because, Aquino used to tell me, you're dealing with August Derleth. It's the same thing. He would just say it like that. It's the same thing, and I just kept thinking August Derleth. But anyhow, so this clown, ultimately the point that I'm making is that this individual was willing to play ball with Aquino and siphon stuff out that truly mattered, the real priceless stuff, the stuff you can't sell. And this was never anything that was supposed to be allowed out, and ultimately he got fired for it. Now, by that time, he had earned enough money where he went out and started his own company, Golden Griffin Company or some shit like that, and even wound up winning some, sci-fi awards. They have all these masturbatory awards they give each other. But, when it came to the daughter, she was making bank because at that point, when they got into the video games, when they got into the role-playing games getting under, which started literally around the early 70s. So, we know for a fact that August Derleth was getting some bank out of the role-playing games, which is like Dungeons and Dragons. This was like they were doing it. It was called Call of Cthulhu. It's been around forever. And Call of Cthulhu was a role-playing game like Dungeons and Dragons, except you're doing Cthulhu shit. And so when it comes to all that, Derleth was making some bank just before he died, and then his daughter started getting the rest of it. But she really wasn't managing it well. The guy, Jim Turner, was basically siphoning off a bunch of stuff that she didn't even know was valuable, and maybe would never have considered valuable. But it was what Aquino wanted. And then she fired him over that, and he started his own company because he'd gotten so much bribery money from Aquino at that point that he could afford to do that. And so they were claiming it was creative differences. Now, all of this might be a bit confusing. Peter will give more details that he feels are relevant. But, it's just one of these things where I have to vent because, honestly, it was something I've been trying to suppress for so long. For those of you who just don't get it, I grew up near a science fiction store that was kind of like very unique. And it was a guy who would get all kinds of collectibles from the British in particular, transatlantic collectibles that were otherwise very hard to get. And that was where I began to pick up on Arkham House. And a lot of these editions that are now, they saying, are worth money. I know I have them somewhere in the basements of my gang brother Beaver's basement. Because, I bought them when they first came out. And I was thinking of Arkham House like this, kind of like Santa's toy shop, just a place where, they're keeping up the legacy of Lovecraft. You buy into what you're told. When I began to work with Aquino and I found out the entire evil nature of the operation, the fact that August Derleth was misprinting all of Lovecraft's stories. For those of you who don't know, the Arkham House books are considered collectible simply because they had such a monopoly over H.P. Lovecraft, and these are considered collector's editions because, these were the only books out on Lovecraft at the time. They're all full of errors. August Derleth intentionally went through all those stories and butchered them. And then he wrote a bunch of short stories himself claiming they were written by Lovecraft. Or he called them posthumous collaborations, in which he said, this is based on a Lovecraft manuscript fragment. This is based on, and it turned out he was just writing all this shit himself that he would publish in the same book. So he was making money off Lovecraft's name, no doubt about it. But the horror is Lovecraft was it. He was the giant of the industry. Everybody thought his stories were monumentally pivotal in that they changed the very conceptualization of horror. And therefore, he was the money name. And then this guy gets a total control of the money name, suppresses the stories, butchers them, then writes his own stories under the other author's name, saying it's a posthumous collaboration. I mean, this is just, you see the Edomite nature of this. They're warping the message. They were warping the message. And this is where so many people are going to great lengths trying to find what they can of the original Lovecraft manuscripts and trying to republish them the way Lovecraft originally published them. The closest they can do really is to buy the old Weird Tales, and then they try to get the original Weird Tales stories republished. So this is what people are trying to do, because you can't get the real stories out of Derelith or the estate. They've effectively shut down. So hopefully that adds some extra context. Take it from there, Peter, please. Thank you. I'm so sorry about that.
Well, yes, and I think we've kind of covered where I wanted to go with this, but now that we've gotten to where I wanted to go, which basically that there is not just a esoteric or occult force that has been thwarting this universe, it also has corporate identities. Now, this is not, it's not no big revelation that there are corporate identities that are, controlling and ruining the world. But this is one more. And I think the idea here is that, it's not new that corporations run the world and they do it in a very negative way. This one is just a recognition of that fact. And what else is it? As you become aware, it tends to neutralize it, or can neutralize it, or hopefully will neutralize it. Now, as they say, Aquino was pulling rank, knew their game because he wanted it for himself. And once he had it, he could keep that information under his control. But I guess the silver lining in this is that this is the Douglas Dietrich, what do you call that, Trojan horse?
Yes.
That he was a Trojan horse to Aquino. And if it wasn't for Douglas learning all this stuff from Aquino, we wouldn't be able to fully appreciate it. And this is part of the legacy we're conveying. There's a friend of mine who called me today. She's been my friend for 30 years with the Montauk stuff. She was a friend of Preston's and Duncan's and Al Bielek. She had sort of an inordinate interest in this stuff, and she became all involved with us to some extent. And I had not heard from her in years. And she called me, I think for Christmas, and I sent her your book, The Roswell Deception.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. She'd once contributed heavily to me, to all of us, when she sold her house. And it's the least I could do to repay her, Yes. And she called me today and said she got the book. She didn't read it yet. She read the intro and the epilogue by me. She read what I wrote. Right. And I said, I didn't read what the other author wrote. I said, well, I said, I wrote all of what he wrote. It's very important. She says, yeah. Well, she says, this is what I got. She says, 97, it was just a message came to her. 97% of the information in there is just balls on accurate. That was not her term, but yeah, just completely accurate. And it's very important. 3% of it is, disinformational or whatever. I said, well, that's a very good ratio.
Comparatively speaking, yes, yeah. That's golden.
Any work is subject to errors, but or inaccuracies, but if that has 3% disinformation in it, and I'm not saying it does. What about the 97% that is dead on accurate? That's what's important.
Yes.
So that is really over-ringing endorsement.
Yes, it is.
Of your book.
It is.
Yeah, we can't expect perfection. We don't demand perfection, but in any case, so that was a very, very interesting, call from the past.
Yes.
But this whole chapter on the legacy of H.P. Lovecraft is important because this represents the adversary.
Yes.
The adversary of mankind, the adversary of what I refer to as the messianic frequency, and it's jamming the messianic frequency. And that's where we're going with this book, with this revelation, which also leads us to Douglas's personal experiences with the nanoplasma, and eventually leading to the Artilect, which is a conscious influence on world politics to this day.
Yes.
It's influencing world politics. World politics has been a very messy business. There are some indications it's sorting itself out in some respects. There are some indications it's getting worse. All the planets will be going direct this year. And Mars went direct a few days ago. Mercury will go direct. All the planets will be going direct. And that's kind of rare. But that means a lot of stuff's going to come into the movement. Mm-hmm. And people are going to have to, like the stuff with Russia and the Ukraine.
Yes.
That'll come to a culmination. And usually when these things come to a culmination, something else rears its head. And of course, the events in Ukraine have been, they've just become ho-hum commonplace. It's just this ongoing war. Even we heard a lot of complaining of the Russian people. That kind of gets old as far as news is concerned. And it's just kind of like, okay, the Russians don't like the war, but they keep fighting. Somehow, Putin still has a grip, and he can still keep. You hear that the Russian generals are getting tired of war. Now, then you hear they're starting to make a little bit of headway here and there. Just, these stories don't, despite all the illogic and discomfort, the war goes on. It really sucks.
Yes.
And particularly for the people who are suffering from it. Paying more for oil is a small suffering compared to what these people are going through.
Yes.
It's nominal in comparison. Even if it's denting your bank account severely. It's, these people I'm sure they'd much be rather going into debt than they would suffering what they're suffering from.
Yes.
Because debt's only and I'm not trying to make people feel, minimized by the fact that they're not going through this. But it's like, I'm just saying, it's like some people are really suffering horribly. So this legacy of H.P. Lovecraft it's very important. It's just been used to terrorize the world and to keep that terror in place. It even gets into esoteric aspects like the Heart Project,
Yes.
which is, binding demons. It's exactly what L. Ron Hubbard would have referred to as a electronic trap.
Yes.
He knew all this stuff.
Yes. He even knew about the biofacsimilacra, calling them doll bodies.
That's right. He knew it in a different context. He knew it, because he's talking in the 1950s, and he's tapping into other civilizations, other universes, other time tracks, and he's just streaming this out of his quote unquote mad mind. He had an imagination that was infinite, and he could just shoot it out, put it on a typewriter, and sell it.
Yes.
Harlan Ellison said that L. Ron Hubbard had he'd buy this like paper that was like butcher paper. In other words, it would be just a roll.
Okay.
And he'd just write nonstop on that roll. So he didn't have to put in pages.
Wow.
He just write. Blah, 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 blah. That's channel.
Yeah, that's automatic writing. Yes.
Yeah, it is. And he would say, and I'm not saying he's wrong, but he would say that would be it. He'd just write it, blah, 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 blah. There would be no revision, no editing, just blah, 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 off the top of his head. And that would be his story, and he'd write it. And he was prolific in that regards. He never bragged about making a lot of money as a writer. He said he got a penny a word. If you have 100 words, that's $1. 100 words, that's like 10 lines, 10 words. That's $1. About $1, in my estimation. Maybe it comes close to $3 a page if you're writing a whole page, single spaced. Maybe a little less, double spaced, I don't know. But he would also say that he would, if he wanted to finance something, he'd write. And then there's this comment attributed to him that if, you wanted to be rich, you'd start a religion. Now, writing was his way to make a profit. And he wrote to the pulps. He eventually wrote his Dianetics information into the pulps. That was, and then that was used to promote his book Dianetics. And that made him real money. He made more money off of Dianetics than he did off of writing science fiction or fantasy. He was more of a fantasy writer than a science fiction writer. And then this was somebody, it's like somebody who makes money in athletics. Maybe he can lift stuff, do this, do that, and then he finds out if he can play, baseball or football or basketball, he can make a whole lot of money because those things are highly rewarded, compared to lifting weights or something. Of course, you have to be very good at it. But he found out that he could make money by writing about the mind, and that he could also build on that a counseling business. But if we go back to his fiction, he just stream of consciousness, bop, 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 tapped into his stream of consciousness. His book on Dianetics was written very much like that. Book one, the first book is a lot more careful. And then when he gets into book two, it just becomes more of a stream of consciousness, because he said he had to fill a big book for the publisher's requirements. They wanted a big, thick book, which it really wasn't necessary. But he did it to appease the publisher. But he carried his stream of consciousness into Scientology as he developed the organization. And he really began to stream his policies. And it was like he was operating from an exterior reference point. And I will take a case in point. I learned so much about him, not only from my experiences in working for him, but with people who were not only colleagues, but friends of mine, who gave me firsthand stories and anecdotes. And there was this one woman who I was doing a counseling procedure on her. That's how we met. And we began to talk after the thing. And when she knew where I worked or had worked, and she told me that she was Hubbard's steward, all of a sudden we had so much in common. We had so much in common because we had sort of an inside perspective on L. Ron Hubbard that many, if not most, of our fellow colleagues did not have.
Right.
And there were people who worked with him or were subjected to his orders. It was different than working in his personal employ, which was considered an honor.
Right.
However, most of the staff didn't recognize that.
Right.
They didn't even understand it.
It's almost impossible for me to imagine that they didn't get that. By the way, I'm going to
work for him because they didn't have any experience or opportunity, so they didn't know any difference.
Right. By the way, I'm just going to, because I have to, I want to thank KP. KP sent $30 as well, so I can get all the Coke that I can that they have available. I'll get that 10 they usually have in the refrigerator. I do have to run and get that before they close, but I just put a link into Peter Moon. I don't want him to lose this train of thought, and I want him to get back to this train of thought, but I do want him to see this link because El Sprague de Camp in this link, he says that at a gathering in New York City, L. Ron Hubbard met Howard Phillips Lovecraft on the latter's last visit in January of 1936, and afterwards Lovecraft said, "That is a remarkable young man." So that's in the the second section after the divider line. And if you take a look at during the next 5 years, Hubbard tried several occupations, served a hitch in the Marines, seems to have visited the Far East during his Marine service or earlier, and organized a vacation cruise to the Caribbean islands. That's when you see the sentence about, at a gathering in New York, he met H.P. Lovecraft, probably on the latter's last visit. They must have corresponded after that. I know that that is some of what Aquino was seeking, was the so-called L. Ron Hubbard Lovecraft correspondence as well. I think he got it. If I remember, there was so much I was dealing with. I think we got that through the James bastard, Jim Turner. Wanted to make certain you saw this, and whatever your response you have to that, please share it. And what I'm going to do is I'll be back in about as soon as possible. This should only take about 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
Go get, just remember, Coca-Cola. Yes. It's the real thing. It's in the back of your mind.
It's in the back of my mind.
It's
It's
the
actually
back of your mind. It's the real thing.
yeah.
Focus.
So I'll be right back.
I,
And
I think that jingle
yes,
was written by Neil Diamond. I think.
it wouldn't surprise me. It's yes, it's they get the professionals and
Well, that was before. Maybe that was before Neil Diamond was
thing.
a big thing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he wrote some of the Monkees songs,
It's incredible.
around a long time, like Carole King. You know, they were, and I don't mean this disparagingly, hack songwriters. You know,
Yeah.
they were. I don't mean hack is just they churned them out,
Yeah.
and then later they would become singers and become big stars themselves. I think Barry Manilow wrote a McDonald's commercial.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Barry McDonalow.
Well, you got to make a living.
McManilow. Barry McManilow.
Yes.
Well, yeah, and but whatever. Go
I'll be right back.
get your
Thank you.
Coke, and I will continue with the L. Ron Hubbard thread, and I'll try to come back to L. Sprague de Camp. So go ahead. You've left us. So anyway, Douglas will go to get his Coke, and I was going to continue to talk about this friend of mine that talked about when she was working as a personal steward to L. Ron Hubbard. What does a steward mean? It means that she would bring him his meals. Or bring him or attend to him, whatever he needed of a personal need. Probably included making his bed or whatever. But I really never talked to her about that. What I talked to her about was the personal banter and conversations she would have with him, which were always interesting and give you and would give me insight. But more than insight, it was sort of confirmation of what I would have known or expected of him. So one day she says that he had this drawer in his desk. And I think he had it open and she saw a bunch of papers in there. She says, "What is that?" He goes, "Oh, these are policies or bulletins or whatever that I've written. And I'm writing them. And then I get interrupted. And when I get interrupted, I'm stopped." In other words, when he writes, he's like in a trance and he's writing. And somebody comes up and says, "Oh, we need this." And okay. And then he goes back to it and he can't finish it. So he puts it in that drawer because he says, I lost it. It might come back to me, so I keep it in the drawer. But only rarely do these things become useful to me. Now, he keeps them in storage, but usually once he's interrupted, they're gone. So it just becomes a half of a order, doctrine, or whatever. But this is a man who did not, he wrote stories. But as he continued to write, the process became more magical. The whole idea of thelemic magic, thelema being referring to the will, as stated by Crowley, Aleister Crowley, you're exercising your will. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And Jack Parsons described L. Ron Hubbard as one of the most thelemic men he'd ever met. According to Douglas, L. Ron Hubbard was a literal agent of Aleister Crowley. And he got this from a keynote, that Hubbard was working for Crowley through British intelligence, and that Hubbard's spot in Jack Parsons' life, he was sent in by Robert Heinlein of Naval Intelligence. Well, if that's the case, Douglas is telling us that on a higher level, it was Crowley. that was orchestrating this. And Heinlein was either a complicit or ignorant partner in this. He was living with Robert Heinlein at the time in the Hollywood Hills near Lookout Mountain. And on the trip I took Paula to LA, we went there with my daughter and her boyfriend, and I think we went by the house. It was kind of vague, you know, because the numbers might have changed, but I think the woman who lived there saw us, and I think Paula took a picture, and we kind of ran out of there. We kind of spooked them. Just house up in the hills near Lookout Mountain. And of course, Lookout Mountain is where it was only revealed in about 1991 what it was. That's where Hollywood and the military operated together. So all of your stars were affiliated with the military in the onset of World War II. And Hubbard and Heinlein were working, or were living both up there. It was Heinlein's house, and Hubbard was staying there. He used it as an address for a short period of time, but that was around the time he worked with or began to hang out. He moved from there, I suppose, to probably quite directly to the parsonage in Pasadena, Jack Parsons' house, before he took off and with Sarah to Florida and Georgia, where he wrote Dianetics. But the whole idea of Hubbard was somebody who would write his will into a piece of paper for manifestation. And of course, initially that was writing a story that would make him money. Then he was beginning to integrate what he learned about the mind and began to write that. And that, now he was writing to people, but he was always writing to people, but he was not writing stories to entertain them. He was now writing to their minds. He was writing to their minds to influence their minds and say, you've got stuff in your mind that is causing you grief, pain, suffering, etc. I have a therapy that can fix your problems. This is certainly not the same, but it is somewhat akin to the Christian minister who will televangelist on TV, who will say to the air, to his viewing public, I have a message here. There's somebody out there in the listening audience that's got a pain in their lower back. And I'm going to say a prayer for you. I want you to send in $5, and I'm going to say this prayer for you. Send the $5, and we're going to heal your back pain. Now, being that large majority of adults in the world have back pain, you know, you get a very handsome sum of money from all these different people who would identify with it. This is a trickeration, to use a made-up word, made up by boxing promoter Don King. Trickeration, great word. But so L. Ron Hubbard was feeding people's minds with, okay, you've got psychosomatic illnesses, you've got this. Most of your illnesses are psychosomatic. He's feeding your mind. He's making it suggestible that you've got stuff in your mind and that it can be cleared up if looked at and thoroughly inspected. He's writing this stuff. He's making people suggestible. And there is such a response to it because people are suggested by it. And then he creates a whole industry of counseling and therapy and teaching people how to counsel people on this. Collecting money, teaching people how to audit, how to counsel others, how to relieve pain. And then this evolves further into him writing instructions on how to do this. You know, so his whole mind is like changing and learning how to steer a course of behavior and influence people. Now, suggestibility, people could say it's manipulative, it's hypnotic. Well, it could be, but that's not necessarily the case. It's in my case, you know, I did experience these things, and there's all sorts of varying degrees. What's important here is that he's using his will and his intention to write, and he's writing his way into not only increased economics, but he's writing his way into clearing people's minds. Is there fallout? Oh, there's always fallout. And he's using it to not only empower himself, but to create a movement and empower that movement. And that is the act of he's streaming consciousness. And there's calculation involved, and there's a heavy stream of consciousness. Now, this evolves and evolves into more organization. There's also a part of him that is fighting off threats. And it's not necessarily the most careful and dotting all your I's and crossing your T's way of writing. There would be time for that, but mostly it was just push, 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 push. And he even said in one of his writings that whenever he had a hard time, the best way was just to become like a fireball of energy and just create, like write. So his solution was to become very energetic and write his way out of a problem. And this evolved to the point where he had his own intelligence agency, the Guardian's Office, was all designed to protect him from the enemy that was eating away at him. And this involved real people. So he became very influential through his writing. And that's mainly how he influenced people, was through writing, even to the point of giving orders. All by way of the pen. This is a very powerful writer. You do not see your politicians, by and large, getting into their positions through writing. They do it differently. So this is a very interesting view of who he was and what he was. If we parlay that against H.P. Lovecraft, Lovecraft was writing. He was writing about Cthulhu, and he had much correspondence about the subjects we've talked about in the past, about the Jewish apocalypse. But in the end, H.P. Lovecraft was not able to write the book he wanted to write with Harry Houdini, or the book he wanted to write with Charles Lindbergh. So therefore, his magic did not find its way to the public. His influence, his intention was undermined, and it was not delivered. As Douglas has been stating, it was perverted, warped, and then mostly hidden. So here you have the jamming of the writing. Now, Douglas referred to this science fiction author, L. Sprague de Camp, and it's an article, you can look it up. It says, printed in the Literary Swordsman and Sorcerer series in Fantastic, August 1975. It's titled Elron, E-L-R-O-N, Elron of the City of Brass by L. Sprague de Camp. And it talks about the City of Brass becoming the springboard for one of a series of fantasy novels in Unknown, which is stories by L. Ron Hubbard, who he describes as a writer, entertainer, warrior, adventurer, and cultist. In the 4.5 years of Unknown's existence, L. Ron Hubbard furnished 8 fantasy novels for this magazine, one as Rene Lafayette, the rest under his own name. Of these 8, 3 surely can be classified as heroic fantasy, while the 4th is on the borderline. A 5th appeared later in another magazine. Such a contribution ranks Hubbard among the literary swordsmen and sorcerers. So this was, I guess, a series in Fantastic talking about literary swordsmen and sorcerers. He's identifying these people. In this case, however, the cult leader overshadows the fantasy writer. The swordplay and sorcery experienced by his heroes are no more fantastic than Hubbard's own career. Now, I have read some of his science fiction or fantasy stuff, and the novels I read that were particularly, they're really kind of like novellas, that were particularly exciting. The most exciting one was one called Typewriter in the Sky. Pretty short. But it was like a man who was writing a story. And then I think he falls unconscious, and then he begins to live out his story. And then the story comes to an end. He's dreaming, but he begins to dream his story, live his story. But because he didn't finish the story, it just kind of comes to an end where he gets to the end. I don't recall, but he gets to the end of a piece of blue sky and a typewriter, and then, okay, well, story's over because he didn't finish it. But I really enjoyed that story. And Slaves of Sleep is another one that I enjoyed. Those two, I also read Final Blackout. That's a story about an apocalyptic story, which is very gripping. He received a lot of critical acclaim for that. And particularly in Slaves of Sleep, you see personality characteristics of L. Ron Hubbard. What he was like, how he fancied himself. Knowing him to the degree I did, I could see why he's writing this, and he's kind of, you could see him expressing himself as he identified. He was describing himself in these situations. And sometimes I could even see characters in the story which reminded me of people that he and I were associated with on the ship, which I thought was extremely funny. I said, "Wow, that person, this character reminds me of so and so." It just kind of like boom, boom. Now, and of course, Slaves of Sleep is about the jinn. and a character who has magical, fantastic abilities. So you see, he identified with magical characters. And then there was Final Blackout, which is about a character who's in charge of a group of men in apocalyptic World War, after World War III. And this guy is completely being undermined by headquarters. And headquarters doesn't get it. And I saw so much pragmatic understanding of what goes on in war or any field of operations. And of course, I saw this as it applied to my work in the Sea Org. And it was, this guy understood so much of what takes place on a battlefield. And of course, that book, had it been read and understood and appreciated, would have prevented so much of the nonsense that has occurred with regards to his legacy. Because headquarters never understands anything. They're operating. You have to understand the man in the field. And of course, in my job, or one of my jobs as either a person in the field or an operations officer you have to listen to the man in the field and understand his needs and respect and regard them. And at the same time, feed him what he needs so that he can do his job, which is make sure he has, the tools and resources so that he can carry out his job. And if you take care of those, and then your job's also to keep him on track, but you have to listen to what he says and respect the environment he's in and respect him. And things work out very good that way. And he'll be very impressed with you because he'll think that you're so smart. God, you know this, you know that. But most people are oblivious to this type of situation. They don't understand necessarily that the person in the field needs money to eat.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's just one very simple example.
Yes.
And in the case of headquarters, they can easily have their head up their ass because they're working with paper.
Right.
And people are just paper. They're not real people. So this is how, thousands of people can be left astray without food, without supplies. This is kind of what happened in Afghanistan when they just left all that equipment there.
Yes.
It was relegated to a piece of paper on somebody's desk. And they treated it as a piece of paper, not as a real situation. And this is inevitably what happens.
Thank you. Yes.
Now, I was talking about L. Sprague de Camp and his story, L. Ron Hubbard in the City of Brass.
Okay.
And so here's him talking about when I first knew L. Ron Hubbard, around 1940, his background was picturesque, but not mysterious. He was born in 1911 in Nebraska, the son of a commander in the U.S. Navy. As a child, he lived in Montana on a ranch owned by his grandfather and went to high school in Helena. Later, the family brought him to Washington, D.C., where he attended a YMCA preparatory school and for a brief period ending in 1932, George Washington University. During the next 5 years, Hubbard tried several occupations. He served a hitch in the Marines. He seems to have visited the Far East either during his Marine service or earlier when his father served a tour of duty in those parts. Hubbard played the banjo and sang on the radio in California. I believe that was in Alaska.
Okay.
He had some flying experience. He organized a vacation cruise to the Caribbean islands. At a gathering in New York, he met H.P. Lovecraft, probably on the latter's last visit in January 1936. Afterwards, Lovecraft said, "That is a remarkable young man." Now, Hubbard would have been about 25 at that time, actually 24.
Okay.
Hubbard, just about to turn 25. Hubbard wrote, he goes on to talk more about Hubbard. Now, it's Hubbard was a writer and Lovecraft were a writer, and writers tended to hang out with each other.
That's right.
And in those days, many of them hung around Greenwich Village, which was inexpensive, and you could afford to live there. Even in later years, which would probably been more like the 40s, Harlan Ellison would talk about how you could, go to this place and get a whole dinner with spaghetti, and he describes it like for $1 or something. Maybe it was even cheaper than $1.
Wow.
But you could, survive. And so it's not at all improbable that they did meet. And of course, Hubbard had a lot of impact. He had a lot of energy, a lot of flair, flamboyance, and he could, monopolize a room. Not just light it up, but monopolize it and take it over. Such was his personality.
Right.
Bigger than life. Of course, that would extend to very amplified circumstances when, he began to have his own religion. And I often have, wondered about the relative wisdom of him doing that from his perspective. Like, was it really good for him that he did these things? It's not really my call. It's who he was. And I have benefited greatly from him doing what he did. Does that mean everything he did was good or right? No. It just means that I was able to take advantage of what I learned from him. And I'm very thankful that he was in my life. And there was a very high cost, but it was worth it.
I think
in
that's
some
what
ways
we could probably say about what he did as well, that there was a high cost for him, but he probably would have felt it was worth it.
Tremendously high cost for him. That was explained to me very early on, that what he did was a great sacrifice to himself. But L. Sprague de Camp, I'm going to mention something about him. If you look, you will find a photograph of him at the Philadelphia Naval Yard with Robert Heinlein and Isaac Asimov, fellow science fiction writers.
Right.
He was at the Philadelphia Naval Yard during the time of the Philadelphia experiment and or the preparations for it. He made some very scathing, irresponsible remarks about the Philadelphia experiment.
Oh, which one did?
L. Sprague de Camp.
Oh.
Which leads one to think that he was either a part of it,
right,
or he was programmed to forget it, because it was just so irresponsible. I'll see if I can find it.
Right. While you're looking that up, I was wondering also, you noticed how during World War II they drafted the that Donald Wandre, who then served in Patton's Third Army and became a raging alcoholic resultantly, but they didn't draft August Derleth, and Isaac Asimov and August Derleth kind of stand out in that these are two assholes who stayed out of military service when everybody else, including Heinlein and L. Ron Hubbard and just about everybody was serving. L. Sprague was probably too old himself, but yes, by all means, take it from there.
There's a picture. There's a picture. I just sent it to you.
Oh my God!
Just,
yeah,
Asimov on the right, Sprague de Camp in the middle, and I think that's
somebody.
I think that's Heinlein.
Okay.
That
makes sense.
I think that's Heinlein.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Heinlein. It is Heinlein for sure.
Yeah, there's very few photographs of Heinlein, so yeah.
Well, there are some. Now, I'm going to see if I can find that. Now, Heinlein found other ways to contribute to the war effort, where he found himself working alongside fellow authors Isaac Asimov and Sprague de Camp. Actually, he brought these people in.
Right.
Heinlein brought them down.
I was about to say, that makes much more sense.
Yeah. Lieutenant Commander Albert Scholes, Scholes, in charge of the Aeronautical Materials Laboratory at the Naval Aircraft Factory in Philadelphia, asked Heinlein to write an article about the work in Philadelphia for Astounding and if he'd like to join him at the factory. Heinlein accepted and was shortly off to the East Coast, renting out his house to Henry and Catherine Kuttner. Yeah, because he had an injury and he couldn't go in the Navy, so he could work in the Navy as a civilian and work on science projects. One of his first orders of business was to recommend to Skoll the fellow author L. Sprague de Camp be hired. De Camp possessed a background in engineering, which they thought would fit well with the experimental work they'd be conducting in Philadelphia. In the meantime, Heinlein continued to write for Astounding. He got a lot of support as a writer during this period. De Camp was willing to work with Heinlein, was delayed, applied for a commission in the Naval Reserve. He contracted a case of pertussis, Pertussis, I don't know what that is.
I haven't heard that word in years. My dad used that word. I can't remember. Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
I'll have to look it up. It's not like my dad ever had it, but it's like they got a vaccine for it. I can see that immediately. Whooping cough. There we are. My dad's I can't remember. Maybe it was his mother who had it, or maybe
a highly contagious respiratory disease.
He used to kill people.
Yeah, well, this means he didn't do his qigong.
Yeah.
Not that he had any, but so anyway, it said that his. Let me go back up here. Okay, he had whooping cough, which left him very ill and under the required weight to join the Navy. He headed to Florida to recover, and by May he was well enough to start. However, he found that in order to be commissioned, he would need to undertake training at Dartmouth. With 2 months to go before courses began in New Hampshire, he likewise began to work as a civilian engineer. In July, he attended the Naval Training School at Dartmouth, and following his completion of the program, he commissioned as a full lieutenant. Heinlein's next recommendation was a fellow science fiction author, Isaac Asimov. Asimov had become a regular staple in the pages of Astounding and held a master's degree in chemistry. Asimov first met Heinlein at Campbell's offices, where he visited to drop off his latest manuscripts, a story called Nightfall, which was destined to be one of Asimov's best-known works. De Camp wrote to Asimov offering him a position with the factory at the end of March 42, and he accepted. Asimov had recently been set up on a blind date with Gertrude Blugerman and was reluctant to move too far from Manhattan, but he rationalized that his labors might serve as directly useful for that war effort, and I knew I could do more as a reasonably capable chemist than as a panicky infantryman. and perhaps the government would think so too. His salary at the factory also helped to convince him, and in May, along with Heinlein and DeCamp, he arrived in Philadelphia, where he began his work. Hubbard would later visit them, stay with them, hang out with them. He was brought into that fold as a think tank, part of a think tank, and those stories have been written up. The Naval Experimental Station was an awe-inspiring bustle of activity. The ground floor was a huge open shop with gantry cranes rumbling overhead, conducting engine tests, very loud, and structural stress tests. DeCamp described the factory in his autobiography as an airplane factory that had evolved over time to encompass experimental research for the Navy. Now, we know what they're experimenting on in the Navy during that time. Heinlein was supposedly making spacesuits, or not, they weren't called spacesuits, but they were pressure suits.
Yes.
That would be, in fact, spacesuits.
Yes.
Or like spacesuits. I think it had to do with radar, but I'm not sure. I think that might be elsewhere. It's been a long time since I've read that. Heinlein was assigned to supervise a pressure chamber that helped with the development of the spacesuit and also helped with the recruitment process for additional engineers. As he searched, he became furious for the lack of female engineers, going so far as to chew out the president of the University of Delaware over their policies. His time in Philadelphia was trying, and many noted that his health and nerves had begun to deteriorate over the time spent there. Likewise, DeCamp oversaw an engineering section which performed tests on parts, materials, and accessories for naval aircraft, and when called upon to do original design and development work. He also worked in the cold room, which allowed the engineers to perform low temperature tests on the equipment, a welcome reprieve from the summer heat. So Asimov misses the work, misses his family. But I had read where, DeCamp was very dismissive of the whole idea of the Philadelphia experiment and rather kind of nasty about the whole concept.
He must have been covering up.
I don't know. He could have just been stupid. It's, obviously, it's hard to, it's hard to say, but that's just, and some of the things he said were rather disingenuous.
Yeah.
So in other words,
well, he was definitely controversial. If I remember correctly, he's the one that I understand was quite racist and said that the greatest tragedy for blacks was basically the ending of slavery because they no longer had adult supervision, essentially, is what he was saying, basically. And that's why they rioted. It's kind of like this kind of like old patronizing response you'd get in the late 60s, early 70s from a man his age who really misses the old days. That's kind of always the impression I had of him anyway, so I'm not really surprised. Yet at the same time, he was pushing all kinds of weird experimental science in his magazines that no one else would touch. Stuff like free energy, he was like saying, spontaneous generation of free energy. Basically what he was looking for was something similar to what David Lewis Anderson ultimately produced. He claimed to have run across some machines that essentially were somewhat bordering on that in the days that he was editor. And he had encountered some machines, and of course, most famously, he had introduced Dianetics into science fiction. You correct me if I'm wrong on that, but he was one of the people.
Are you talking about DeCamp or Hubbard?
Well, DeCamp in the sense that he would publish about it. He would talk about Dianetics in his magazine and invite people to.
I don't know about that, so.
That's how I remember it.
It could well be true. I just don't know about that.
Yeah.
Because I have no. I just don't know about it. It's indeed quite.
Well, it makes sense because you're talking about somebody who actually knew Hubbard, So, it makes sense that he would do that. Matter of fact, that's how I remember it specifically. I know that there was a bunch of the old magazines, again, in the Presidio. Let me see if I can look that up and find shall we say, validation for what I remember. So let's put this up.
Well, as they say, this science fiction camp split into two different camps.
That's right.
And not the D camp, the ones
I like that. Yes.
Yeah. The ones that were pro Hubbard and Dynex, and the ones that were anti.
Okay, so here
Hubbard
we are.
Dynex.
I found it. It was not L. Sprague de Camp. It was John W. Campbell. First publication.
Oh yeah, John W. Campbell was the editor who put them all together. He was the main cog. He was definitely the main cog.
Yeah, it was astounding science. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, John Campbell, and I had a friend, Perry Chapladane, who did, Godevall Campbell. He knew John Campbell because he knew Hubbard back in the 50s. And Perry, had this arthritis trust, and he was a big fan of mine. I mean, he was in his 70s, and we used to talk now and then. And he told me about Hubbard in the old days, just a regular guy. He always respected Hubbard. And, he talked about him as a human. He said when the first clear came about, some guy I think he was in Ohio, he told me the guy's name. He was Catholic, and he was clear. And all of a sudden, everybody went up to see this guy, and Hubbard was very, I guess, hurt. Everybody went away from Hubbard, and they all went to this guy. He claimed to be clear. And but the guy was just, he didn't really have anything to offer except that he was clear. Okay. Right. He was still a Catholic.
Interesting.
And it kind of like what it did. Now, the guy might have had some great revelation, but it kind of like took the steam off of Hubbard, took the wind out of his sails.
Okay.
And he said Hubbard was very kind of like left out in the cold. Now, so Hubbard, figured that he had invented something very worthwhile. And this guy was stealing his thunder. Validly or invalidly. Right. And it was not something, Hubbard was going to, I guess what you'd say, tolerate. Right. Now, I don't know what came of it, but Hubbard became, I guess, much more proprietary at that point, and probably expected/demanded more respect for himself. Mm-hmm. And that grew over the years. Right. Because he'd say consistently, there's all these people that have been so successful as a result of his work with Dianetics, and they go off and have a successful life, but they never come back and, thank him or see what else is there. And this is what he said. And sir, I've heard stories of people like that. Many of my friends have walked away from the movement and had successful lives because it's like how much can you take, how much can you learn, et cetera, and so forth. So, it's like there were many experiences which shaped his life and his attitudes and whatnot. And as I'd say about the Catholic clear, he's somebody you've never heard of. He's somebody whose impact on the world was minimal, as far as we know.
Right. Yeah.
So you see, this is the one thing. And Hubbard say, well, people say, well, he stole all his work. What about all the people he stole from, assuming he did steal it, borrowed, co-opted? What did they do? Should we all go give them credit?
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like he was a live wire. He made things happen.
Yes. Yeah. Somebody has to take something and put it together to make it happen. And in the end, everything is derivative of something else. It has to be. But what I'm discovering now, just by a scan here, is what I'm finding out is that basically in Astounding Science, where of course I guess the full name was Astounding Science Fiction. So that was October of 1950 was when L. Ron Hubbard produced another follow-up to, he had several issues. It was the May issue that he had actually introduced Dianetics there. And then he had,
book was published in May 1950. Dianetics, The Modern Science of Mental Health was published in May 1950.
Yeah.
So that was, and it was introduced with an article as well, because John Campbell was a big supporter of L. Ron Hubbard.
Thank you. And then what happened?
He was a big supporter is because when he did Dianetics, it cleared up his long-term sinusitis. It made it go away.
Incredible. I mean, I could relate to that in terms of
sinus. Now that was incredible. Now I think it might have come back after a couple of years or something.
Well, thank God I found the drugs to help it. It
was, yeah, but just to say, so it's like, why did it come back? The procedures, did they take him back and run out the rest of the engram? Did they finish running the engram? There's all sorts of reasons why it might not, why it did come back. Those could have been technical reasons in Dianetics. It could have been some other factor. But nevertheless, what was wonderful and was so fantastic that now it wasn't so fantastic.
Right.
But nevertheless, if you could get rid of your sinusitis, it could lift right there in front of your face for 2 years or whatever it was. That's fantastic. All right. Wasn't perfect. And I really think a lot of his problems might have had to do with the authoritarian policies that Hubbard employed. He became much more authoritarian, and he wasn't looking for collaborators. Mm-hmm. And this is the same thing. And look, this is the same thing you'll see, and I saw it with my Qigong teacher. People will start learning, and this guy is on a pedestal as a teacher. He's on a pedestal because he knows stuff you don't know. I'm talking about Qigong here. And if you can see that and respect that, you can learn from him. If you want to go up and act like he's your bowling buddy and say, hey, look at this martial arts over here. You're going to get your ass kicked out of class because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And you're reducing him to your level of, hey, buddy. And
that's offensive.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's like you're not perceiving or respecting that this person has a body of experience that you can learn from. If you don't see that he has that, then you shouldn't be studying with him, because you might as well study, with the hack down the street who's reading his stuff from a book.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And so this is the case with Hubbard. Hubbard had a lot of experience and very specialized experience. And when people, and of course, to the science fiction crowd, and John W. Campbell, he was a buddy. He was a colleague. They were colleagues and buddies. And this is who he started his group with. But when your colleague and buddy becomes no longer a colleague and buddy, it doesn't work. So, the science fiction authors didn't really last over the long haul because he was always, a a colleague of theirs. Therefore, they could never take him seriously because he was just a science fiction writer.
To them.
And they love to say that he's just a science fiction writer, which is false because he primarily wasn't a science fiction writer. He was a fantasy writer. And number two, he was much more than that. He had an expertise in psychology and the occult, which they don't mention.
That's right. They always forget that. So it is important to remember that L. Ron Hubbard was historically still the most published author on Earth. He's basically the most published writer that in history. So my impression was that actually he covered the entire spectrum, adventure and fantasy and science fiction. He seemed to
write science fiction and adventure, but in the end, he was basically a fantasy writer, fiction. He wrote westerns. And I remember one thing that impressed me when I was on the Apollo on his ship, and his staff captain she would brief the crew every Friday, and I would always attend. I got a lot of information. Not everybody attended. The attendance was very sparse for a ship of over 300 people. There were, probably, I'm thinking like it'd be, it's like 50 people at the most in there, I think.
Jesus.
And I get a lot of information, which historically has served me. But she made a comment that L. Ron Hubbard is the only author in the world to have two publishing houses dedicated to nothing but his work.
Right. Those
were Publications Organization in Copenhagen and one in Los Angeles. I was very impressed by that. I said, "Wow, he's got his own publishing house."
Well, you accomplished that ultimately.
Yeah. By that time, I'd have my own. Of course, I have other authors, but I kind of have my imprint on everything.
So the pattern that I'm seeing is that the person who started attacking the Dianetics articles in Astounding Science was L. Sprague de Camp. So if L. Sprague de Camp is presenting himself as "quote unquote" the voice of reason and attacking the Dianetics, attacking the Philadelphia experiment seems to be part and parcel of basically taking this "quote unquote" skeptic attitude, the so-called rationalist attitude, where he's basically helping to suppress information.
It's an Edomite attitude.
Thank you. Yes.
And it's like, okay, it's like, okay. I think, so science fiction was drawn into two camps, but I mean, the science fiction colleagues just couldn't last. And I'm sort of giving some insight into how things develop. And then he's going off on his own merry way, which he was quite happy to do because he was going someplace and they were not. They were standing still, scratching their heads saying, "Well, I don't know about this Dianetics. Doesn't work." Right. No, don't know what I said. And he's going, and he's creating, new movement, finding people that are interested, finding people that do have success with it. And he always said, "You keep the back door wide open, Okay. You never have to worry about people leaving because there's always more people who will come in and listen." Now, that's sort of the operation, and just go out and, you're not going to, it's not going to work for everybody.
That's right.
So he was creating a dynamic movement.
Right.
And as I say, there was many people who benefited from it. And there were others who did not. And there are a lot of people who spend a part-time or the equivalent of a part-time or full-time job obsessing over the the demise of the subject, at least in their eyes.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, wow, they want to uncover every negative thing. We had Lisa Marie Presley pass away this last week, which is big news in Scientology, because Elvis's daughter was a Scientologist for a long time.
I didn't know that. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, his ex-wife Priscilla was a heavy-duty Scientologist.
Was she really? I had no idea.
Oh God, yeah. In fact, there was a famous story of him coming into, I think, a Scientology office in Sunset Boulevard and buying a bunch of books, and then I also heard he was kind of cussing them out, or kind of, you're my wife, you know, because she got interested in it. And of course, Elvis was on so many drugs that, you know, it's like he could have used Scientology to get off of the drugs.
Oh my
or to
God!
help
Yes.
But yeah. So Priscilla was, you know, she was down in Clearwater all the time. She was a loyal, what do you call it? Zealous Scientologist.
Oh my God.
And then, of course, Lisa Marie grew up under her mother's umbrella, and of course was fed Scientology. My ex-wife's ex-boyfriend used to audit her. But as I say, Lisa Marie was, to me, just a celebrity kid who had a lot of problems. And of course, her death of a heart attack seems to be mostly genetic. It's, I think Elvis died of a heart attack at a young age, and so did his father, apparently.
Oh wow, I didn't know.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody was kind of, or it sounds like, you know, it was kind of genetically inspired. I don't know what the final autopsy said, but it was cardiac arrest.
Oh my God.
And so yeah, and of course that's why Priscilla was the curator or trustee for Graceland, which was to go over to Lisa Marie
Right.
at age 25, and she learned what she did in the Scientology. She took that Graceland from nothing into a, you know, big operation.
Right.
That was with her Scientology know-how from whatever she learned. She was very calculating and did a very good job for that. I think Lisa Marie sold it and pissed away the money, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh God, that's so. Yeah.
But that's typical. That's typical because you grow up with wealth.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
Understand or respect it or regard it. This is common. This is why Warren Buffett is not leaving anything to his kids.
Holy shit, they must love him.
You know what? I don't know, but he said they're all successful and they're all, you know, in other words, go build your own life. It's much better for the person, actually.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. It makes sense. By the way, now what's so bizarre about L. Sprague de Camp is that he does confirm that when the United States entered the Second World War, Hubbard was commissioned in the Naval Reserve and assigned to sea duty. And what he says in this essay, the link of which I provided for you, was that he says first on an anti-submarine craft and later on a cargo ship, the USS Algol, which by the way is the Ghoul star. That's in Algol is the Arabic word for Al Ghul, the Ghoul. It's named after the Ghoul star, which is a star in the sky. Which the Chinese call the charnel house in their own astronomy. Anyhow, when Lieutenant Hubbard appeared in Philadelphia, this is where, you know, he alludes to the Philadelphia experiment. When Lieutenant Hubbard appeared in Philadelphia in the winter of 1944, the Heinleins, the Asimovs, and the DeCamps made a night of it with him. I cannot blame him for showing slight vexation at my having half a stripe on him, since he had at least been at sea, while I had been navigating a desk. We were all fascinated when Hubbard turned the lights low, struck up Heinlein's guitar and in a splendid voice sang 15 men on a dead man's chest. So apparently he actually could sing. Now, what I don't understand is, here you have an eyewitness report of a guy who meets him in full uniform, is talking with him, and then later on they claim he didn't serve. This is the kind of shit I have to deal with, so I can relate to Hubbard on this.
There's no question that Hubbard served. Nobody questions that he served. They question that he didn't serve in what he said he did.
Okay.
They don't question that he served.
Okay.
They question that he was in naval intelligence. I mean, just to give you an example of the trolling of L. Ron Hubbard, and he is trolled. But for example, and I read this in a magazine. It was a Scientology magazine that was sent to me, or I got my hands on, probably in the 1980s, maybe the early 90s. This is before the internet. And all of the naysayers, see, Hubbard said he got his schooling in the mind, his initial schooling in the mind, from Commander Snake Thompson, who was in naval intelligence in World War I. And, he met him, I think, aboard one of the ships when he was going to the Orient. And people said, this guy doesn't exist. Hubbard made him up. Hubbard's just bullshitting everybody. And they would get vehement about it. They got so, these are the naysayers. They got so vehement about it that the Scientology magazine said, we have heard all these comments and stuff about that the Snake Thompson exists. Well, we did a research and we found into these old phone directories in Seattle. And we found the address and we found out somebody who actually knew Snake Thompson. So we verified that he exists. Now, the response was lamer than the attacks. This is a stupid response. It didn't prove anything. It's all hearsay, saying we looked up some old phone directories and found a Snake Thompson, checked out the neighbors, and yes, this man did exist. They could have made up the story. There was nothing about it that was convincing to me, although I didn't disbelieve in Snake Thompson. When the internet came about and everybody could find stuff, Snake Thompson was a very real character. He was a psychiatrist in the Navy. He founded the San Diego Zoo.
Jesus.
So it was now undeniable that Snake Thompson existed. My point is the vehemence with which people would attack Hubbard on this one point versus the vehement stupidity of the church saying, we looked up some old phone directories. Which I thought the whole story was fake. It could have been real, but it wasn't convincing. It's like, and now we find out he does exist. So, like, okay, I don't target the Snake Thompson. I target the vehemence. What is all of this angst about Hubbard saying this and saying that? And it turns out the guy does exist. But the vehemence of the naysayers tells you more than anything. And really, in the end, it's, what is all this about? Snake Thompson sounds like an interesting character, but he didn't even come close to doing what Hubbard did. Hubbard created this movement that caused people to look at stuff, including myself, and, resolve issues and do things. Okay, that's good. There was a lot of things that came with it. Very existential adventure. And including somewhere along the line, there's all these people who've been triggered emotionally, perhaps been hurt, perhaps been damaged. Who's to say? But it's like, as I said, if you take Hitler, Stalin, Charles Manson, names that ring in, infamy in people's minds. Aleister Crowley. Hubbard is by far a bigger trigger. Hitler's a pretty big trigger. But see, kind of people have already categorized in their mind who Hitler is. To most people, Hitler is this, most evil man who ever lived in most people's minds. Most people's minds. That's how they trigger him.
In the West, we can qualify that by just saying in the West.
I don't know. I think you give the Easterners too much credit. Because you don't see them every day. But I mean, there are people who.
I know what you mean. Believe me, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so much of the people that read standard news, whether it be in Indochina or whatever, they kind of listen to the American media in a way, or the British.
There is an infection. Yeah, there is a mental infection from media of the West in other parts of the world. Yes, yeah, no denying that. Yes, go on.
Yeah, the people that are too rural don't know that much anyway. They're not concerned with, if they're very rural, they're not concerned with, academia and stuff. But in any case, L. Ron Hubbard is a huge trigger. And the reason he's a trigger is because people haven't figured him out. If they figured him out, he wouldn't be such a trigger. They just say, okay, well, yeah. Stalin was a bad guy. We know who he was. Stalin doesn't puzzle people. He should puzzle them much more than he does. And to tell you the truth, Hitler doesn't puzzle people. There is a certain fascination with him. And the continued fascination with Hitler and other members of the Third Reich is because he hasn't been fully explained. And that's, part of what our work, does, part of it.
Thank you.
So, yeah, but they don't have Hubbard figured out. And even after they expose his upper levels, his science fiction craziness in their minds, it still doesn't explain it. Why are people so addicted to it or whatever? Why can't they, and the reason for that, the very simple reason is Scientology explains so much that the rest of that you're not going to find explanations of outside of that. And I would still say that to this day. The problem is, there's something missing. The explanations, there's something missing. And I don't know if I can say anything more.
Right.
I mean, I don't choose to. I think having a relationship with a Scientologist, for me, to have a relationship with a Scientologist or former Scientologist would be very, I don't know what the words risky is, right? Because they're holding on to something.
Mm-hmm.
They're holding on to something, and you're relating to them by that standard. And it just, it's like, it just doesn't, it's not what, there's something wrong. There's something that doesn't quite work. Like my ex-wife, she totally violated every Scientology principle when, or the divorce would never have happened. It never would have happened. It would have been impossible. Because if you honor and respect, then you're going to be able to work things out. if you don't honor and respect, it's impossible to work things out. So, you know, she's now reverted to Scientology, which is, you know, she's trying to figure out what she missed. And I don't know. It's just like, okay, people think what they think. So, it's like I didn't use Scientology and it screwed up my marriage. Now I'm going to use Scientology. But her current husband is not a Scientologist, wants nothing to do with it. Oh, wow. And
so
I don't know.
What was that guy in the New Yorker magazine who was attacking L. Ron Hubbard about naval service? What was he claiming? I
don't think it was New Yorker. I don't know what it was. It was Lawrence Wright, I think you're talking about.
That's correct. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
I mean, you know, he was like a Pulitzer Prize winning author who softballed Satanism. He did a whole article on Satanism and he softballed it.
That figures.
Really softballed it. And, you know, and, you know, the most people hail him are, you know, people who don't like Scientology or hate it. And I mean, to me, he didn't, you know, he's basically interviewing a lot of people who were abused and there's no question they were abused. I mean, it's inarguable, but you know, he's working in a limited reference frame, which is okay because that's who and what he is. I mean, I have no need to read his book. I've seen enough of it, enough of him, but it's like, you know, people just have their own vantage points. You know, I lived and breathed and worked with Hubbard. You know, it's kind of like, wow, it's like that was an experience. And even the Scientologists had no idea what that was like. Right. So and even many of the Sea Org members had no idea what that was like. So how can I expect somebody who's out there in the public? You know, you can only relate to what you can relate to. Mm-hmm. Now, with reference to that, my clairvoyant friend that I work with every month she said, this year would come some revelation on the book I wrote with the one, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. She says, they're going to find out, you know, what's behind the suppression on that book. You know, I don't really think about it. You know, as I said, I wrote that book. It's available on print on demand. It sells very sparingly. But as I said, I sold enough copies of the book through my promotion to help pay for the printing of Radu's last book. You know, I wrote it. I'm done with it. It's fine. It's did its purpose. Would I like it to sell more? Sure. Why not? But it's not something I even think about. In fact, sometimes it's maybe better left alone because it's not a story that people want to hear. Some people really enjoy it because it puts perspective. But people, it's more comfortable to dismiss Hubbard as a complete crank, a complete con man. And then he's categorized and fits into their worldview, and they've got that figured out. And they don't have to look at the things they haven't figured out. Yes. You know, it's just, and then what are all these things we explore? You know, where does this go? I'm exploring all the things I write about, and then it transfers down to a younger generation. I'm corresponding now with somebody who's much younger, and he's reading this stuff, and you know, he's wow, look at this, look at that. It's a younger generation. It's a new experience. So You know, the younger generation reads what is left behind.
Mm-hmm.
In my case, what was left behind to me, in my were the works of Ray Bradbury, Arthur C. Clarke, Robert Heinlein, to name a few. Mm-hmm. They were my favorites, and they were my big names. And Arthur Clarke wrote about science and extrapolations on science. His was some of the best pure science fiction because he had a very scientific background, and he wrote of scenarios where Earthlight was one of his books where they had, colonies on the moon, and you looked up, instead of getting moonlight, you got Earthlight. And he wrote about the domes on the moon, and it was all very exciting and fun. You think, oh God, I'd like to live there. Well, if you really think about it, no, you really wouldn't like to live there. And you're fantasizing as a kid, and oh man, that'd be neat to be in this environment. It'd be neat to be there. Because it's new, it's exciting, it's modern. That was the viewpoint. But it was, and he had imagination. Where he was weak and criticized for was his characterizations. They said his characters were not very real. I didn't have an issue with his characters till I read that he had an issue with characters. Because I didn't really care about the characters when I read his books.
Yeah, no.
They were just characters.
Yeah, in science fiction, the idea is the hero as opposed to people. But go on, yes.
Well, yeah, he wasn't making heroes. I mean, he had protagonists. I really enjoyed his novel 2001: A Space Odyssey. I read that before I saw the movie. I really enjoyed that novel. I think it was probably the best. I saw a YouTube on Steven Spielberg, which said that he got his way into Hollywood by, I think, a short video where he made allusion to Arthur C. Clarke's novel, City in the Stars.
Interesting.
Now, City in the Stars, according to this YouTube, was, showing a guy who didn't fit in society, and it was supposed to be they were saying it was a wink, wink, nudge, nudge to Spielberg, to the Hollywood crew, to say, look, I'm gay just like you. I don't fit into society.
Oh, that makes sense. Yes.
Spielberg, you're right on. We'll take you. Now, this is what the YouTube was saying. Now, I read City in the Stars. I didn't have a,
get that. You didn't get that out of it.
I didn't get that at all. It was just a story about some obscure civilization and some guy discovering it. And that, it was just kind of an adventure. I didn't get all this disconnection from society. And I suppose maybe I did feel disconnected from society, but, I wasn't, didn't think it was enough to inspire.
Well, I think,
just look at gays are not the only ones that don't fit in with society.
Yeah, thank you. I was about to say that alienation is a common theme in science fiction in particular, because it's mostly lonely geeks, incels, involuntary celibates reading it, but they're mostly, or used to be, overwhelmingly straight. But of course, it being Hollywood, let's just put it this way, Steven Spielberg would be delivering that message, and it doesn't matter what the original message was, he would twist it to that anyway.
Well, this was a young Spielberg who did this short, according to this, to ingratiate himself into Hollywood.
Well, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. So he would represent it. He would represent it in that light for that very reason, to ingratiate himself into Hollywood. That's So,
but and then there was Heinlein, who was, as he say, he was a windbag.
To say the least. Yes, he wanted to become the oldest dirty old man that ever lived. Yes, that was his big
his work, which really caught my attention, was Stranger in a Strange Land, and that was sort of they said that's been attributed to creating a surge in the hippie. It was very popular with the hippies.
Yeah.
Because
Don't forget, it's kind of like, what was it? It was kind of like the owner's manual for the Manson movement, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't think that's fair, because I don't think that's fair at all.
Well, I mean, in the sense,
the Manson.
They were trying to emulate the love part, but then they got manipulated.
That was all about manipulation, and I wouldn't say that that hippies, which I think probably the truest idealists of the hippie movement, if we call it that, was the rainbow people, who lived in nature, and they lived in nature, and they were they were nature hippies, and they were really emulating nature. See, hippie was very much a city thing in San Francisco.
Right.
And San Francisco was not nature.
No.
It was sort of nature imposing itself on a poverty area, which was Haight-Ashbury. It was a very poor area.
Yeah.
It was a slum.
Yeah.
And of course it was affordable.
Yeah.
And so that, and it was more of a just youth movement rebellion. But the real idealistic hippie is going to be out in nature, hugging trees and stuff like that, and communal living. So the Stranger in a Strange Land has this writer, Jubal Harshaw, who's like, kind of like got this environment where everybody's kind of naked, all the girls, and he's got all these girlfriends, and he's very Aleister Crowley laden, but not with so much the magic and the evil. It's more like a very liberal, tolerant attitude about sex. And then, the Martian, Michael Valentine Smith, comes in, and he's just very, I guess, what you call non-aggressive, very adept, and it's just an environment of love. And that's what Heinlein's promoting in that. And of course it was attractive to people, an environment of love. Unfortunately, environments of love in a context like that, or even in a hippie commune, you've got certain people who are controlling the environment. And that's where it can really go off. If there's somebody leading a community who's just, trying to make things work, versus somebody who's trying to take advantage of the women or whatever. Because one of my friends, went off to San Francisco in the 60s and said, yeah, well, she was part of a commune, and basically you had to have sex with a head guy to kind of, that's kind of what it was. It was his harem.
Yeah.
It wasn't called that, but that was the subtle, wink, wink, nudge, nudge of the whole thing. So yeah, sex is a big factor, and it's not necessarily free love. It's the dynamics can be messed up, and how many? Well, I don't need to go off on the hippie movement. It was, I think, what appealed to people about it more than anything was that there was a non-uptight attitude about sex, which people were so indoctrinated with at that time. People were so uptight about it. The good news is that people weren't uptight about it. The bad news is that sexual human dynamics create their own problems, whether you're in a Christian environment, a Muslim environment, or a hippie or pagan environment. Mm-hmm. Human beings are human beings, and they're still going to have their jealousies, so on and so forth. And it's more of a human environment with a different costume. And Ray Bradbury was the most poetic of them all. And he was kind of my favorite because he could embrace all of these things through a poetic view. And, you know, science fiction was, but what I was saying originally, you know, these are the things that were left to me. This was, you know, when I went to the library, my first Chinese friend, Steve Liu, and he had told me, and he was one of my classmates, he was telling me about Ray Bradbury's book. I had to wait weeks to get it from the school library.
Jesus, why?
Because
so
he checked it out. He was finishing it. I waited for it. I got it. You know, then I read it. That started my science fiction reading. I loved the book. And I began to read other science fiction. And at that time, I was estranged from, I didn't have any friends. I had classmates, but they weren't, you know, Steve would walk, sometimes we'd walk home. You know, we walked on the same street. He used to cut the lawn for Craig Morton, Dallas Cowboy quarterback,
Whoa.
Who lived down the street. And I don't know where the hell Steve lived. I never went to his house. I remember just walking home. You know, he took the trips to San Francisco with me, you know, with our class. He was a nice guy, but I remember he introduced that to me. But I did not hang out. I didn't have anybody to hang out with my first, you know, 6 months in school until I was invited in geometry class to play baseball, you know, after school with my friends who became my friends. And then I had a group of, I began to cultivate friends. And it really wasn't a lot of friends, but it was, you know, it was a dynamic activity. And then we would, you know, we'd read different books and stuff like that. And then it got more into, you know, philosophy and politics and that sort of thing. But my main interest was science fiction. But, you know, I did a lot of reading, which is something that I'd never done before. And my Qigong teacher says, it's very good that you go through a period like that in your life, where, you know, your sort of whole world kind of like falls apart and you have to, you know, kind of figure out, you know, it was an exploration, existential exploration. Looking back, it was probably a very difficult period, but I started using, you know, my mind and stuff instead of, you know.
Well, thank God. Otherwise, you would have just become another cookie cutter person, churned out, you know, getting some business degree or something. What a tragedy that would.
Well, that was, but I mean, see, before that, it was all, you know, football, baseball, basketball, you know, shooting pool, whatever. That was kind of what my world was in terms of the friends I hung out with. You know, there were, of course, discussions and stuff, but it was all sports oriented. And, you know, I supposedly theoretically had a good mind, but you could have fooled me. You could have fooled me because it wasn't something that, you know, I could even identify with till I started reading, and then it got interesting. So, but as I say, we're left a legacy of those who come before us, and so you know, the legacy I'm leaving behind in my books is a very different legacy than was handed to me.
Yeah,
and it's a lot of areas in the occult from what I've written about. I've you know, taken science fiction, which was my favorite subject, and taken it one step further. I wanted to be a science fiction author, but I'm not really a science fiction author. That's why my company says, you know, where science fiction meets reality. It takes one step into it's taking science fiction into Next Realm, David Anderson, right out of a science fiction novel, except that he's real. The only unreal part of him is that we don't have access to his, his science fiction world. It's restricted. Yes, I
that's
suppose.
for the better for now until mankind evolves a bit more socially, or.
Well, yeah, it's like, what madness. We just had a Republican congressman elected in our district here in the town of Oyster Bay, which is, this guy is like, he lied.
Jesus.
He lied. He's been exposed lying. The Democrat who ran against him was assailing him. I said, God, I know that guy. I don't know him well. We did some work for him back in the 80s. He was active in the Democratic Party. I remember the guy. He was, and I guess he was the opponent who lost, and he's assailing this Republican. And the Republicans are saying, well, we're not going to condemn him because, of course, he's another vote in the House. But they should condemn him. And they did say, if we find out he has financial, misappropriation, we will condemn him. So, but I mean, this guy lied his ass off to get elected, and it worked.
Jesus.
And, it's probably very easy to run on a Republican ticket because of all the, negative things that have happened with the Democrats. But apparently, and the guy he replaced, I think, was a Democrat. But, he lied his way into office. I mean, stupid stuff. And it's just like, how does he get away with it? And then his fellow Republicans are backing him up because he's a warm body who'll vote for them.
Yes.
That makes sense. I'm not saying it's right. It has nothing to do with his reputation. This is just like with Clinton. We're not going to impeach Clinton. We're not going to, because Clinton's our guy. Same with Donald Trump. The Republicans wouldn't get rid of Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with the merits of the case. It has to do with, power. So we've pretty much filled up another night.
We did.
I hope the audience has been entertained.
They have, and a lot of them dropped in, and believe me, you were so good to gift us on your birthday with more of your experiences. And it's always good to cover these grounds. So I'm glad we were able to go through some of these.
The thing about the birthday is, I asked my daughter today when I spoke to her on the phone. I said, I said, do you know how old I am today? She goes, 70. I go, yeah. She goes, that's weird.
It is.
70 years old is like 70 years old.
Yeah.
50 is nothing compared to 60. 60 is nothing compared to 70.
Yes.
The 60s can be a struggling time physiologically. 60s is, because Lisa Marie Presley, she conked out around, she's just about turned 55.
It's incredible. I mean, I was noticing how young people die, like when I was describing to you all of those Edomites who hijacked Lovecraft, like, whether it's August Derleth or his daughter or...
I think he lived to 71. Who?
Derleth?
Derleth, yeah.
No,
he died at 71. He died in
1971. He was only like 56 or some shit. Yeah, and his daughter didn't live that old either. So, yeah, and
the daughter passed away. April passed away?
Oh,
You sure?
yeah, she passed away the same year my mother did, 2011.
Oh, okay, right. Now I remember.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 70's like old.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no question about it. Charlemagne lived to like 72 or something. Augustus Caesar, 72 or 74. They were old men. I mean, people didn't live a long time in those days.
Yeah.
You know, they lived, I think Charlemagne fell off a horse.
I think so. Something like that.
But he was about 7 feet tall.
Yeah. Wow. Fuck. Fall like that would kill someone that tall.
Yeah, but yeah, so we're living in a new era. This guy, Freddie, came to play. He was at my birthday dinner, and it's before the game. He says, "Do you have any hand warmers?" I go, "Yeah, I got him some hand warmers." I think he said, "You know, how was your birthday?" I said, "Well," I said, "actually, today's my birthday." He said, "Oh, happy birthday." And I said, "I'm 70 today. How old are you?" He goes, 20. I said, "I got 50 years on you." I said, I hope you got 50 years of football in front of you. And yeah. And, you know, he plays a pretty good game today. And then there's this incident where there's this guy makes a catch and he's right there. And it kind of, it's like a little mini collision. It doesn't look like anything. And then he falls down. He hits the ground. He just stays there. It's like, what the hell's he doing? Is he pretending? I look over there and he's just sitting there. And then he finally gets up. And I say to him, I say, "You got to come out of the game." I take him over the side. "You got to come out of the game." I mean, he looks like he's going to go and play. Maybe he should have stayed in. I don't know. He comes out of the game. Then he kind of goes off to his car, which is far away. After about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I go over to his car and I say, "How are you?" He goes, "I don't know." I said, "I think I had a concussion." He hits the ground. He didn't get hurt with the collision. So I had one of the guys is a paramedic or trained as a paramedic. I had him come over and look at the guy. He tests him out and he says, "You're fine. Your shoulder's fine." He says, "I think you just have a stinger," which is like a muscle injury. And then he says, I hit the ground. He says, "I might have been out for a while." He wanted to use my cell phone. Then his cell phone came on. It was okay. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, this guy checked him out. He's okay." So the paramedic guy says, "Go, I want you to go to this urgent care tomorrow and get checked out." He gave him the address. So we're over there playing. Then all of a sudden the ambulance comes.
Jesus.
It's a pokey ambulance and it could take a long time to get there. We once called this ambulance. The guy had a heart attack on the field and it took him 45 minutes to get there.
Holy shit.
And it was only down the block.
That's so funny. It reminds me of a Presidio story I'll relate someday. Go on.
Well, the thing is, it was a county ambulance. If you called the regular, I don't know. It was a county ambulance. Anyway, with the heart attack, this was like, 20 years ago. Guy recovered. But they came. They gave him some baby aspirins, took him to the hospital. We all went and visited him afterwards. And, he was out there playing again in 2 weeks. He's doing fine now.
Okay.
The heart attack, it was a minor heart attack. This guy, I don't know what happened to this guy. He apparently it was a very weird injury because the contact was not enough to hurt him. But then apparently he fell and hit the ground and he was disoriented as hell. And I'm thinking like 50 years. I said, I'm hoping he'll play another 50 years. He's only 20. And it's like, I don't.
It just goes to show.
I told Paula, and she's very. Oh, I wish you tell me these stories. It scares me. I said, you know what?
You can tell her you're in a different category. Go on.
Well, anything can happen, and you do get injured. Like I was having a hamstring. I stepped out because of a hamstring last week. It wasn't a full pull, but I was fine today. I'm doing my board and stuff, and I'm stretching. I'm fine. I was totally fine today. And the thing is, I don't feel ever that I'm in danger out there. And I just don't feel that way. The other thing is these bang bang heavy duty plays, I'm never in, because they're like these plays when you throw the ball 30, 40, 50 yards down the field, and it's usually like somebody who's really fast, and against somebody who's really fast, they jump up and collide. I'm usually not in those plays because of my, I guess what you call my speed and agility level at this part of my life. Right. And even when I was in that speed and agility category, I had a philosophy. I said, you don't do those plays, but every once in a while. And you do them in certain situations. You just steadily move up the field. And I was very precise. I knew how to move a team up the field. But these guys, do these like star-spangled banner plays, and that's where people get hurt. When you're jumping up, and they usually don't work. So it's like my probability factor is much lower than people who indulge in those plays. But this play he made was incidental contact. And I got clocked a couple of times early last year, clocked real hard, and it didn't faze me. It didn't faze me at all because of the Qigong.
Yes.
So I try to be careful and respect myself. I hope this kid is all right. I'm sure we'll hear soon from him. He found us on the internet, and he's become one of the crew. So I hope he. But I'm saying, wow. I'm 70 years old and he's 20. He's getting hurt.
Yes. Well, there you go. As I said, it just goes to show. Honestly, with your Qigong training, I never perceive you as being in any danger. I think Paula should understand that, but then, of course, she'd be remiss if she didn't worry.
Well, yeah. But as I say, these things, somebody gets hurt every week. It just, it's a pulled muscle. It's not like this. They don't, first time and second time, and all that time I'm playing, an ambulance has ever showed up. And what I'm saying is, my teacher used to say, yeah, but human body can, I don't know if he said 120 or 150. DNA wise, can live to 120, 150. Not a problem. The problem is that people deteriorate. They deteriorate. And the reason they deteriorate is because they don't breathe and they don't exercise properly. A lot of the exercise that's done is not necessarily in the best interest, but it's better than no exercise. So, and I look at a lot of the Tai Chi stuff I see on the internet, and it's all well and fine, but so much of it is based upon fighting or form. Never, ever do I hear them talk about breathing.
Of course not.
And this is the whole key thing. Teach breath, breath, breath. And that's the whole key. It doesn't become about fighting or outmaneuvering. The real opponent you want to outmaneuver, is life. You want to maneuver life. So it's like, wow. If you can live to 110, 120, and that to me would be better and more advantageous. And you never had to fight that whole time. Would be more advantageous of than say Muhammad Ali, who had an incredible life, but the last several decades were, full of Parkinson's syndrome.
Yes, awful.
From taking so many poundings.
Yes.
And he had no regrets, and I don't think poorly of him for that, but it's like what he was a great champion, but what is the cost? I want to ask you a question before I go.
Of course.
I had heard on the news that Dana White, who is the president, owner, founder of the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship, which is far more popular than boxing now.
Mm-hmm.
And that, he's just made a mint doing this. There was an incident in public, I think it was at an awards show,
Mm-hmm.
where I haven't seen it, the video of it, but his wife slapped him publicly. She slapped him, and he slapped her back.
Ooh!
Now, see, you go ooh on the back, on him slapping her.
Right.
You didn't ooh on her slapping him. In actual fact, because he's a UFC person, for all we know, and I'm not saying she is, she could have been a martial artist with a deadly fist. You ooh on him. Now, I don't know the context, except that she hit him first. That's acknowledged. But the fact that he hit her back, it could have been a reaction, could have been a response. If somebody hits you, it's natural to hit back. It's not a question of whether it's right. It's a reaction. Now, he got up and says, what is my punishment supposed to be? He says, what is my punishment? She says, I know I did the wrong thing. What am I supposed to do about it? He says, if you're going to suspend me for 30 days or 60 days, it's going to hurt my employees more than it's going to hurt me, because they depend on me. He was making a point. And of course,
so he's basically holding them up as hostages. That's what he's doing. He's using them as human shields. But go on.
Well, there's no question. He says there's no question. He says he did the wrong thing. He doesn't question that. He says, I can't change that. He says he did the wrong thing. He said, what's my punishment supposed to be? And he was asking it rhetorically and existentially. And of course, it seems to have died down. Maybe it died down because of the weekend. And I heard people talking about it. I heard some woman talking about it. She was more upset about his I guess, his lack of accountability. I mean, what's he supposed to do? Run laps? I don't know. And it's like, no, he shouldn't have done it. But what is, I want to ask you, because you probably hadn't heard of the situation, and you certainly oohed on
yes,
the hit back. On the hit back, what is your take based upon what I told you?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's no repercussions, simply because that's where our society is at. But when it comes to
cancel culture, he could be canceled, but the UFC is too important to cancel. From I don't care if they cancel it, but I'm saying, it's a big money sport.
It's first off, here's why I ooh. I've been in a horrible position where something horrible happened, and this is basically what I tried to do to explain to people about being very careful with combat jokes and being very careful with their sense of humor, because it's one of these things that when you're dealing with someone like myself who's been in combat, and it's been fairly regular, and the kind of violent situations I've been in all my life, then you have people who respond reflexively, and the problem is, this is like, you get the horror stories. You get the horror stories like some older days, in the older days when they had no counseling. And by the way, the counseling is very controversial, and I'm not even sure when it comes to VA counseling, and this is what I'm speaking of, VA counseling in particular. I'm not even sure that shit's even useful, because it turns these guys into a bunch of drug-addled drama queens. But maybe it's better to just have them as a bunch of crying drug-addled drama queens than to have them go out and just do all the damage they otherwise would do. Nevertheless, this is why maybe alternatives out there have some validity in terms of some other alternatives to what they're providing, which is basically to dope these guys up. Now, granted, with the majority of these veterans, they deserve to be doped up. Now, in my case, it was, of course, extreme. This was basically a situation where I was in a war zone, and somehow, I don't understand how someone could think like this, but it's amazing what people do. They come out of fairly privileged environments. Granted, Yugoslavia was one of these war zones that was not a regular war zone before it disintegrated into a war zone. So on retrospect, I can understand how somebody like this could exist in that environment. But a woman pulled a toy gun on me, and I killed her. And the husband, of course, then tried to kill me, and I killed him too. All I can say is I hope they buried them both together. I quickly extricated myself from that situation. But you see, that's a environment and a different situation entirely. This is like something where, okay, you're dealing with people who are trained in combat. They're in a combat zone. You don't play combat jokes. When it comes to someone like this idiot, if he were truly in my frame of mind, from my kind of background, he would have killed her. You respond to violence with lethal violence. It's not a question of graduated escalation of force most times. He wouldn't have been able to have controlled himself. He would have reflexively killed her. This is one of those things that happens around people like this. You have horror stories like a World War II veteran before they even had any concept of counseling. Although they were trying to pioneer it even after World War I, still nobody was really applying it after World War II, not en masse. And there was a World War II veteran whose young daughter came up behind him and just did some Halloween kind of spook thing like, boo! And he turned around, he gouged her eyes out. These are things that are done reflexively. With this son of a bitch, he's just slapping her.
Look, I just sent you the video. I sent you the video.
Sure.
The thing is,
it means it's calculated to me. So what that means to me is that it's calculated. In other words, it's abusive in the sense, and I'm looking at the where the link, it takes me to the New York Post.
It was on New Year's Eve, and they're probably both drunk.
Yeah.
And particularly her, it looks like they're dancing, and it looks like he's kissing her, and and then she kind of has some issue about it. Yeah. And then she puts her hands in her face like she's crying. Yeah. He goes over and tries to talk to her. It doesn't look like he's trying to antagonize her. And then she whacks him hard. Mm-hmm. And then he kind of it's a very light slap.
Okay. It's still calculated. It's one of those things that it's just something that if he can calculate that, he doesn't need to do it.
He's just batting her away. It's like if somebody's, antagonizing you, you kind of, it seemed more defensive than offensive. And then it appears, then he's like kind of poking his hand at her like he's staving off violence. Like maybe she does attack him periodically. She looks like she might
be that type. Yeah, there's a certain.
It looks like she might. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just saying.
There's a certain type of lady who throws things. For instance, there's a certain type of lady who throws things. It's what you do in that environment is, of course, you have to enter counseling or you separate. It's one of these things where you either are going to learn to deal with it or you don't. It's either counseling or separation. But the problem is, it doesn't matter. The person is so much more powerful than she is. He's you made the joke, and I'll take it as a joke that now she might be some martial artist all her own, and therefore
she's not. She's obviously not.
Yeah.
But I now that I've seen her, she's obviously not.
Right.
I would say, my guess from looking at this is this woman.
It's just what this man is capable of delivering in terms of his power. With this guy,
she has an alcohol problem.
Yeah. Well,
And I think, and it doesn't, and he doesn't know how to deal with it.
yeah.
And he needs, and there needs to be, what is it called?
Yeah, just basically
We call it an
interventionist.
There's a word for it.
Yeah, intervention.
Intervention. Yeah, there needs to be an intervention, and this is what really needs to happen here, and he needs to learn about. And I don't know. I'm just saying, if she has an alcoholic problem, there needs to be an intervention, and he becomes a co-alcoholic and needs to learn how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because he does not look like an alcoholic. I don't know. Maybe he is.
Well, I think it'd be very difficult for an alcoholic to maintain a physical regimen that's necessary to participate in a sport like that.
Well, first off, he's not a fighter. He's the manager.
Okay, there we are.
But alcoholics can do amazing things.
Yeah.
I mean, people can they can be geniuses. Yeah. And they can do amazing things. So the fact that somebody runs a competent business, don't let that fool you. Certainly, they're quite capable of screwing it up. It's like, boy, he's had a lot of different jobs. He wanted to become a professional boxer himself, but was put off the idea after seeing a punch-drunk boxer and worrying that he would someday suffer the same neurodegeneration.
Thank you.
So he worked as a boxer-size coach.
Yes.
And it says he stated that he left Boston to return to Las Vegas after being threatened by mobster Whitey Bulger and his associate Kevin Weeks. He basically said, "You owe us money." It was like $2,500. Which was like $25,000 to me back then, and said, "You owe us money." It was actually a guy named Kevin Weeks. He's Whitey's right-hand man. He's very prominent in the movie, but yeah, I said I owed him some money and I didn't pay him. This went on for a while. One day I was at my place and I got a call and they said, "You owe us the money tomorrow by 1 o'clock. He says, I literally hung up the phone, picked up the phone, and called Delta and bought a ticket to Las Vegas. So he got the hell out of Whitey Bulger's. Whitey Bulger, for those of you who don't know, is a very famous Boston mobster. There's documentaries that have been done on him. Wow. So whatever. Yeah. He made a mint.
I'm glad you put it in context. Yes, and I think you've provided whatever solution there can be to this situation. Yes,
yeah. And as I say, I really don't know. It says, God, they were in the 8th grade. They met in the 8th grade and they were married.
Jesus, if they met in the 8th grade, there shouldn't be problems like this. If you met in the 8th grade and you've known each other for that long, you people ought to be like, this shouldn't be happening. This level of miscommunication where you're resorting to physical force is just, or they're just so intimate, because if they were that intimate that, you would think that he would, take a slap or two every once in a while. It's just
yeah. I mean, there's so many things we don't know, but it says here there was a sex tape lawsuit. White was accused in a sex tape scandal when an exotic dancer allegedly taped a sexual encounter with White in Brazil around the year 2014 without his consent. The stripper also alleged White had been seeing her for months during his marriage. The stripper's live-in boyfriend then tried to extort money from White, which resulted in a criminal case against her boyfriend. In Nevada, April 3rd, 2020, a civil against White was filed, claiming he offered the boyfriend money to persuade him to plead guilty, which White denied. According to the complaint, White paid $10,000 to the stripper to dance and have sex with him. The lawsuit was dismissed on October 7th. So that was just a bunch of noise, probably some truth behind it. But the lesson there is, if you have a lot of money, don't have sex with people who are like that.
Yeah, or at least there's better ways to do this. There's better ways
to
do
this. Well, yeah. But now it says here, this is the altercation. What it says, this is on Wikipedia. A 2023 New Year's Eve party at a nightclub in Cabo San Lucas, Dana White and his wife Anna were filmed arguing and then getting into a physical altercation with each other, with Anna slapping Dana and Dana slapping her back. Both have admitted to this and apologized for their action, blaming it on the high amount of alcohol they had consumed.
Of course.
The UFC did not respond or address White's action after the incident. The California Legislative Women's Caucus sent a letter to Ari Emanuel, CEO of Endeavor, the company that owns the UFC, to fire White. The letter was signed by California State Nancy Skinner and California State Representative Celia Aguilar Curry. Now, like legislators are supposed to make law. They're not supposed to execute law. And when you make a law, it's not, what do they call it? Ex post facto. Mm-hmm. It doesn't, you don't make a law for something that will happen. The question becomes, did he break the law? And ultimately, no, because his wife would have to press charges. Now, police watching that could press charges, but then he could argue self-defense. He could argue it in a court of law because she hit him first. So what this gets down to, this is what you call moral canceling. It's moral. It's judgmental. Should he have done it? No. Did he break a law? If he broke a law, charges should be pressed, either by the wife or by the authorities.
Well, if she's not willing to press any charges, then they're both apologizing for their behavior. It sounds like
he could press charges, and then it.
Well, I mean, of course he could, but then he's going to look really stupid.
I'm talking about the law. I'm not talking about perception.
Yeah,
I'm talking about perception. So the fact that they, it's really the alcohol is the problem. That's the problem. And I'd say this legislatures should target the alcohol, not, target the violence is not good, but the alcohol is the precursor to all of this. And I suspect that, just by looking at her, I suspect that she has an alcoholic problem, and that he has enough going in his life that he doesn't need to depend on the alcohol. He's more into, doing his business. Right. But that's just my opinion. It's not a completely informed opinion. So, but as I say, legislatures, what does a legislature writing a letter saying you cancel this person? People tell me not to work with Preston Nichols. They tell me not to work with Douglas Dietrich. That's my decision.
There you go.
It's not, I get enough shit for it. What I do is not considered by many people to be morally good, because I'm violating the status quo. And we do have a status quo where you shouldn't hit women. And I'm not saying you should. That is an acceptable status quo. But I would, alcohol is a bitch. It creates so many problems. It creates so many damn problems.
Yes.
And so anyway, with that, I thank you for your response.
Yeah.
We'll see if this story develops.
Right. Oh, I doubt it will. I think this is as far as it goes, really.
The fact that they both apologized and admitted it was drinking, kind of like,
that's the end of it. Really.
Yeah, and besides, it happened in Mexico.
Yes. There's all kinds of factors here.
But in actual fact, the fact that it happened in Mexico, I don't even know if it's prosecutable in the United States. That's a good question.
Yeah, excellent point.
Yeah, God, maybe send the Mexican cartels after them.
Well, that being said, you have a blessed evening. We love you dearly. Show that
Okay.
to Paula. Thank you for sharing your birthday with us.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. Speak soon. And that, of course, is Peter Moon. Now, we should still be streaming. I'm going to check around. Let's take a look at what's out there. And, of course, we're going to try our lovely Lady Brooke, who I have to apologize to if she comes on at all. We'll find out soon enough. And I'll certainly bring some others on here. And, okay, now, I don't know what to do. This might be a little Brooke on at all. We're going to try her one more time. If she doesn't respond, I'd hardly blame her, but it's hoping to have her for a little bit on her birthday night. And going to, and if not, I'll bring some of the gentlemen on. She will, as soon as we get them on a call, what I can do is try and connect with her. Now, the Skype says it's connecting. Let's see if that works. If she doesn't come on with us tonight, then what I can do is go into a long monologue. It says she's not online, even though it says she's active. So let's try getting some of the other people online, see who we can bring on. Establish somebody. Let's try this. Call decline from Brooke. So our man George Knight, I noticed, didn't come on the call earlier. Let's try some of these other people so I can get a little transition break here. We'll start with, well, let's see if we can get Sammy on. Try someone else. Obviously, there's so much to talk about that talking's not really a problem, but certainly transitioning is. Try to refresh myself before moving on into the speech, the monologue. So let's see if we can bring somebody on. Anybody here? All right. God. Can't think of anybody immediately. Okay, I take it you felt pity at last.
No, I tried to answer I've called back twice. That's my second call back. And I tried to answer once and it didn't do anything.
Oh my God, you're kidding me. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So, anyhow, we have Joe Tai wants to merge into the call. I can always bring him on if you allow that, but I'm not quite sure. Is that something you want, or shall we?
I love Joe. I love everybody.
Okay.
No, I really do. I pressed
the merge button.
Yeah,
He's on with us now.
Yeah.
And then I'll try and add some other people. I'm so glad you were able to join us, honey. I mean, Brooke, when I say that, I do hope you realize that, Joe. And I want to apologize to her on bended knee. So, Joe, you get to be here personally or virtually. Well, I apologize to her on bended knee for saying another lady's name. And I just want her to know what happened was I entered in that space of her being kind of like the first person I'm thinking of in a potentially intimate sense, the way that I once thought of the other lady, and that's why that name slipped out. This is like something that basically Brooke is like the first person since that person that I'm thinking of in
It's
emotional
okay. You know
terms.
what? You did that sweet thing today, and then you even took time to do those dolls to look like me,
Thank
kind
you.
of. I
Thank
guess
you.
is
Yes,
this like
yes.
that was very sweet.
You and
So
I,
you're
yes, the
yeah.
representative.
So that was very sweet.
So I just want you to know, honey, and I'll do something again in
I
the
mean,
near
I
future.
will say that there's never been a man ever make the mistake of calling me another lady's name ever. So you would be the first. But everything happens, you know. You get a first for everything, and I'm old enough at this point to have a first time for that.
Oh, yes. Well, it means that I care because I'm beginning to, have those conflating moments simply because you're the first person that I'm even thinking of that emotional a bond with in a long time. That noise is not me. That's Joe. See
That
what
is
happens?
not me either.
It's Joe. It's Joe. Joe, what are you doing?
You know.
Yeah, I
So
can
it's not your birthday, okay? You're not supposed to be doing
Oh
that.
yeah, okay, all right. It was your birthday. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
So
Happy
you're
birthday. Happy birthday. It's like after 12 though.
and okay, and so could you tell us, just curious, I know I shouldn't even ask this because you're going to say something that'll probably blow my mind. What were you doing? The noises were rolling Dixie cups or ping pong balls, or you were just kind of put the ping pong balls in the Dixie cups?
No. No. My headphones just rubbing on the pillow.
The headphones rubbing on the pillow. Okay, that's and this is because you're rubbing your face deep into the pillow while you
He's
are.
in his birthday suit because it's my birthday, and he's rubbing himself like he always does, up and down with his
Yeah,
arm.
I'm
Makes his
thinking
head go up.
about Brooks' right breast last time.
Yes, the one that was hurting. That's why it was hurting. You were doing some
Oh
voodoo
my God!
trick.
You probably have like do you have a voodoo doll with me, Joe?
Yes, yes.
No, I don't do voodoo.
He wishes he did though, and you would be the first he would practice on. He'd be pinning
Oh.
you, except it wouldn't be pins. It'd be.
Oh, I found the Satanist business card.
Really? Whose is this? Who are we speaking of?
Remember I told you the Satanist gave me like a business card?
Okay.
I found it. Yeah,
Okay.
I found it today.
Was this the guy that was behind that lived in the tent? The millionaire?
No, that's a guy that got ran over by two drunk women, one white, one black. So you better not pollute because karma comes in, gets
Yeah.
your ass.
Oh my God! You're saying the guy who lived in the tent got run over by two women, one white and one black? Were they in separate cars, coming in separate directions?
Yeah, you
Separate
left that out of the
times,
story
yeah.
last time.
Yeah.
He polluted on the land that he's homeless on.
Yes, but what? So were they in the same vehicle that ran over him?
No, it's different times. I mean, he got ran over twice.
Okay, twice by two different women in two different vehicles at two different times.
That's why he's so fucked up in the brain. Even though he's a millionaire, he's fucked up in the brain.
First of all, that is bad luck right there because that's
Yeah,
worse
so
luck
don't pollute.
than
I mean,
to get But I was thinking of that country song. Anybody that knows it's called Two Black Cadillacs. And the song to that is the woman calls one day, his wife answers the phone, the girl calls it and says, finds out basically he's been having an affair. Obvious song, but it goes into finds out he's been having an affair. They both find out neither one of them knew about each other. So right then and there, they decided they didn't do what normal women do, which is fight. And the next thing you know is this man got killed by two black Cadillacs. The next time they saw each other, they were at the funeral. They only met each other once. And they both threw a black rose into his grave.
how about that?
That's delightful. Maybe if you're lucky enough, Joe, someday that
Yeah.
will happen to you.
I just pictured it because I thought it wasn't awesome if you actually pictured that. Like these two women,
Yeah.
like he had been cheating on them for like both for 20 years, like
Yeah.
15. It was a story, but anyway. Yeah. And they just decided they both rented two black Cadillacs, name of the song. and it's got a great tune, but it literally, he gets killed by 2 black Cadillacs. And they said they took 2 women threw a rose in the grave and threw a rose in the casket and took a secret to the grave.
Yes.
They never met each other even that day they planned it. They killed him.
That.
Oh my God.
Well, this guy's all screwed up because he got ran over, but otherwise the only way he's functioning is because they put some chip in his goddamn head.
Is what he tells you. Well, he tells you he's a millionaire too, so it's not necessary that everything he.
No, he doesn't have to tell me. The neighbor that owns a liquor store he goes to.
Maybe that's one of the women that hit him.
And the sister is like one of these, like you. He had disability, so but he needs somebody, a guarantor or something like that.
Right. Well, understand, I don't have a guarantor or some representative payee. It was what was used in my term.
Oh yeah, the payee. Yeah.
So I don't have
the
that.
sister screwing him over.
Sammy's
with the payee.
Here. Yes. And Sammy, so I mean, I do want to get to Sammy, but for some reason, my morbid curiosity, and I know I shouldn't be pursuing this at all because I know it's just going to get deeper and deeper. But
it is entertaining though. Yes, I agree.
There is an element of entertainment to it. So Joe, just because now again, just to put my position in the open here. So the judge said I had to have a representative payee for a year. There's a whole story behind that. And then I, after a year, I took it upon myself to take the responsibility for myself. So the fact that this man still has a representative payee and it seems to be permanent, it does indeed show that he seems to be completely incompetent. But in terms of what,
he is incompetent. He got ran over twice.
So when he tells you that he's a multimillionaire and he has a chip in his head, what I don't understand is why you believe this, why you accept that. You relay these things as if they're factual, whereas...
because I met the guy who drove for him as a chauffeur.
Okay.
He's married to the Bonacci family in Saratoga.
This reminds me of Married with Children, the episode in which Al Bundy meets his former neighbor.
This guy actually he's 6 feet something. He's a National Guard. His parents are Austrian, like your father, Hitler.
Yes.
But he has some connections, I didn't even know Cuomo had a son, He's telling me where he lives. Because he's he's a distant cousin.
Okay.
But
okay. Well, I think we've kind of taken that.
Well, he's on YouTube as Sean Cole,
the homeless guy.
No, he's a guitarist. He plays for Evergreen. I checked out his thing.
Who are we talking about now?
This homeless fucker. Yeah.
He's a guitarist, and he has a YouTube video, a YouTube channel. Oh my God!
YouTube video.
Okay, all right.
Sean Cole. Sean Cole.
Thank you. I don't want to go.
And I met the sister.
Uh-huh.
He's really fucked up, but
the sister.
Yeah, that bitch was a piece of work.
I mean, no. Now you get kind of like why?
Yeah, it's more complicated. It gets more complicated because the sister. Called the cops on me. Man, white girls like to call cops on me all the time.
That's. Oh my God. Okay. It's
but I was helping him out. I gave him a bed and a canopy for his tent. But this bitch says
you were stealing.
No.
What did she say?
My shit.
What was
she thought saying? I stole her brother's phone, but it's my phone.
Okay.
She has my name on it.
Okay.
So she grabbed it out of my fucking hands, but it's crazy shit. I don't even know.
Maybe if you just didn't. Why do you affiliate with such people? You don't need.
No, I stopped affiliating with them. Okay. That was the last time. I just wanted to check up on see if he's okay, and because it's fucking cold recently, but. I'm done with that. I'm not even up there no more.
Okay, there we are.
But he has a lot of very interesting stories. I mean,
I'm sure
he
you know,
He worked for. He
A
worked
lot
for
of homeless
Trump.
people have interesting stories, to be honest with you.
yes.
Like that's a lot
Yeah.
of times how they end up homeless, either because they did a lot of horrible, like not horrible things, but like
The
things in
guy
their
has
life.
3 pensions, man.
Yeah.
He's a
What I'm
millionaire.
saying.
He has 3 pensions.
Well,
Yes.
it's like if somebody is if he can't take care of himself when he has those resources, I would just
He
want
has
to-
MS too. He has MS.
I don't care if he can't take care of himself or have someone else take care of him so that he's in a better situation than he is when he has that many resources. I don't feel sorry for him. I feel almost like just killing him just because he's that fucking stupid or that fucking incompetent. I mean, this.
He's drunk. Yeah,
Well, then he brings it all on himself. It's like, okay, this is like someone who doesn't deserve any sympathy, but he may have interesting stories, but obviously it didn't do yourself any good to be affiliating with this person, and it just
No, I was
I
trying.
just
I was trying
frustrated
to
myself. I just frustrated myself by even prying. I shouldn't have pried.
You
But-
knew you were going to.
yeah, but you know what?
Trying to get.
wait-
I was trying to do a business.
wait,
I was.
a business?
Yeah.
Sammy's laughing at you.
Yeah, what kind of business? What business
No,
did
he's
you
laughing
expect?
at you.
Well, he. I was trying to learn how to do contracts for the state.
You wanted
He
to
had
learn
state-
how to do
Yeah,
From the,
I
contracts
was asking him-
from the
middle guy?
from the mental guy.
Yeah, because he had janitorial contracts with the state.
Okay. See, this
Sammy
is what.
said, "Stop it! You're killing Sammy. Like he's gonna have a heart
I
attack."
just I hyperventilate when I talk with Joe because of this. It's like, first off, look, Joe, it's like this is like where it gets me. I'm like it's like, okay, I feel about Joe it kind of, but not really, the way that Brooke felt about the dog in the film that was still it. The dog in the film was just, Joe is like this. He's coming at us and he's wearing the sock that's grown into his sweater. That it's
Yeah,
like,
but I was like crying the whole time, like wanting to like save the dog. I even told Noah like, I'm lucky there's not like a rescue shelter.
Well, you wanna-
well, I
you
don't understand.
say-
Joe is like one of your dogs. He's like a rescue case. Why don't you bring him into the home? He's just like
because my dogs don't like literally. You know what? Because my dogs probably, luckily enough, even have males. They're fixed. Number one, I had them neutered. But secondly, so if Joe wants to be neutered, he would need to be. And secondly, they can't take their hand to their penis. They can't take their mouth, but they just do it to clean it.
Yeah.
So like, Joe, and they don't talk and tell me dirty jokes. They're like, I come in and they bark, and I tell them to shut up, and that's it.
That's it. But maybe Joe's kind of like that. He barks, you tell him to shut up. He's like, he obviously needs someone to take him in, but it's like the difference is there's that lack of charisma that the dog who grew into his sock had. But you know what you need, Joe?
Well, it was all positive. So Joe is all positive. So that's true. He just, if I could shrink Joe down, or even to like the Chihuahua size,
Right.
the little fur on their face, like that's all I need, just the cuteness. But like once you grow into that male body, Joe was that cute when he was a little baby boy.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But I just I can look at an animal as being innocent and cute. I can't look at a grown man. I don't care how
You know
innocent
what
they
ruins
are.
it, Joe? It's your bigotry. Get rid of your bigotry, and someone
What
may
bigotry?
someone may yet
bigotry?
take you
I
in.
don't have
Bigotry is when
bigotry.
bigotry is when you say that you're speaking about this story about the man's sister, and then you slide into that bitch. And then I understand you had a
What
negative
bitch?
experience. I understand
Well,
you
wait
had
a minute. Well, I'm taking up for Joe now. In his defense, you slide in that fat bitch all the fucking time. Ugly, oh my god, face, fat bitch. So that's not bigotry. I mean, like it is kind of. So it's just hateful speech. Maybe none of us should do it.
Yes, and I do want
But
people
he
to understand.
does slide in like that Jewish bitch.
Yes. So do understand that any hatred of women in general, some kind of misogyny, that's a form of bigotry. Now, I'm not saying Joe has that, but Joe has. We know he's bigoted. We know he's bigoted. He just has less grace about expressing it than I do. But the difference is, of course,
I think Joe is kind of like the little puppy. I think he's just trying to be positive and express all he knows to think, and I don't think he's necessarily.
trying to help
But you
him
know
run
what our
it,
problem
man.
is? We don't have Disney to bleep him out. Disney's
There
not
you
here
go.
to bleep him
Yes, 'cause
out.
they do beep. Yes, when the guy goes crazy, they totally beep him out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what we need.
By the way, our man, Sammy brings up Lori and Ann Fenton was a crazy fat bitch. Brooke, for real, laugh out loud. Now, understand, you may have noticed, I have never used those terms when I described her because I feel her own actions are damning enough.
Are we talking about the woman that we talked about last week that
Yes.
jacked off in the emergency room as the guy was literally dying?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure we both called her a fat ass bitch last week.
Yes. No. I hear you. But I do want to emphasize, I don't feel the need to introduce her in that sense. I will say that, this chick's half 1,000 pounds, or, I do call her a bitch.
You were like, look at the pictures. She had to have, like, that's her sitting on, like, 4 things leveled up. She's slapping her pounds.
I mean, I'll own that. And I'll own, plenty of what I say. It's just that I do have a capability.
You don't have to defend what you're saying, because I'm pretty sure anyone that would also go with, I took advice on how to get a job from a man who cannot get his own money, has been hit by a car twice, has a plate in his head, and lives outside in a tent on his own land. You might not should be looking for job advice.
On what he claims is his own land.
Again, yes. Yeah, there's no, like...
Well,
it's kind of like it's kind of like no need to call Lori, like you said, no need to call her like a nasty fat bitch. Like, just show a picture, say what she did, and let people figure it out.
Yes,
like
I'm helping her brother out, and she's stealing money from her brother.
I'm pretty sure if you met her though, and she was behind the station. Did you try to fuck her?
No, I didn't try to fuck her. No,
because I have this image that Joe Ty humps chicks when he sees them, that he just runs up to them and humps them. This is the image that I have, and that this is why they do things like call the police on him. And so when he says white chicks keep calling the police on me, okay, so we understand the context of what was going on there. Basically,
of course, Sammy say something and he leave, because this is killing me.
No, Sammy. So
she ripped the phone out. I said, call the cops because I need my phone back, Yes. I'm helping her brother out, and she's stealing money from her brother.
Yeah, Sammy, yes.
And I know the same wealthy homeless guy that Joe Ty, okay? So watch your mouth, okay? This guy wears a top hat, okay? And he has a single bifocal, and 9 ghosts visit him every Christmas, okay?
Yeah.
Is that the same guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, is that the guy? I think I have a picture of him.
Scrooge. I'm talking about Ebenezer Scrooge. Stop it. Man.
No, go.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the guy on top of that game I used to play with my kids.
He has a video on a song.
Look, if there's a homeless wealthy guy, he has to wear a top hat. In my opinion, that's mandatory. That's the only way I know he's wealthy.
Yeah. Okay? Thank you.
He has to wear a top hat, and he has to have a cane. Okay,
yes.
Some type of cane.
He has a cane.
Yes.
But the top hat, you need to tell him to put on that top hat, or else we don't recognize him that he's wealthy. Okay.
Now I know that I'm going.
Or
to
you need to quit spending your fucking time trying to get a job from him. Figure out if he's actually
3 goddamn pensions. One from the National Guard, one from GE.
Okay, then shut up and figure out. Shut up, and figure out how to either get him to somehow legally, whatever the law is, we can get the law passed where he's signing his money over to me or you won.
Yes.
But like this whole conversation,
I got a better solution.
Why don't you go up to?
So wait, Sammy's got a solution here. Sammy, what's the solution?
Brooke wants the money, so Brooke go up there, but I think he's still married to the second wife.
Oh my God!
Right.
So Sammy, what's the solution here?
I say Joe Ty sweets talk this homeless wealthy guy to giving Brooke $100 million so she can open up her veterinary compound that she wants.
Exactly.
And then maybe Brooke will blow him finally.
Yes. Yeah. The homeless guy or Joe Ty?
I'll give you the address where you can find him.
Yes. But Joe,
you won't need a blow up Brooke doll anymore to make noises in their phone. You can have an actual Brooke. Just get the $100 million.
That's right.
Well, he has more than that, but he's too dysfunctional.
I mean, you really believe all this shit. Yeah, I mean, Joe really believes all this shit. Joe,
it's not. I believe it. I'm talking to people that's not.
Joe, if he were that rich, he should not be receiving pensions like you're talking from. That's serious fraud. Which he may be capable of, and he may be doing.
Maybe he is rich.
He owes a lot of
really
taxes.
Rich people are committing fraud.
He owes a lot of taxes. That's why he's on the fucking street. That's why he's only able to get the unemployment
I can solve all this.
disability, not for the other shit.
I don't believe a word of that. I mean,
I can solve this factually, Joe. Douglas, we're going to stop it right here.
Yeah.
Joe, as I've told you before on other things factually, I would try to bet you. You don't want to take that bet. So here's this. If he is rich, and why don't you, it doesn't matter if he's rich or not. What's his name? If you don't want to say it on air.
Sean Cole. I already told you.
Sean
Cole. You can
that's
find
his
him
name,
on
Sean
YouTube.
Cole. Apparently he's
Sean with
related
a W or A-U?
Yeah, Sean with a W. S-H-A-W-N.
And in what city does he reside?
Cole. C-O-L-E.
What city does he reside?
Right now he's residing in Schenectady.
What company or business did he own?
A U.S. Building Materials.
Okay, that's easy. Sean Cole, U.S. Building Materials, Schenectady, New York. I'm assuming you were saying.
Yes, let's find out. But at any rate, I know I'm going to regret this. Joe, why do other white women call the police on you?
Because remember the first one that tried to frame me? I told you about that one, right?
I don't remember.
The one in the campground.
What happened?
You don't remember that?
I really don't. And I'm probably the better off for it, but I know I'm going to regret it. What happened?
Oh, she called, she came over to my campsite and, we did the nasty for, Then I bring her home, then she goes crazy. She was homeless too.
Hey, but by the way, when Joe Ty says a nasty, they actually read the Bible. So yes, that's what. Yes.
Yes. Oh my God.
Anyway, so to stop Joe Ty from incriminating himself, let's change the subject, please.
Yes, we should. He basically took advantage of a mentally disturbed homeless woman.
Anyone.
Well, I'm trying to make this entertaining, okay?
Describe it as doing the nasty. I don't even know. You just say who says doing the nasty? I don't even think a 7th grader in the 80s that was the last time I heard that.
Thank you. That's like something. Just the fact that you say that, Joe, is very odd to me. Just to say that. That's the way of presenting.
But if he's doing it to make it entertaining, let's give him credit. Let's also let Sammy change the subject.
Yes, thank you, Joe. I mean, we got to give you credit.
Well,
you're entertaining.
Yeah.
Go on, Sammy.
We're trying to make it entertaining. Don't take it too seriously.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love watching you make Douglas's voice go higher than even George can. And that is saying something.
I think the worst is when Joe is serious and he relates these horrible experiences like, I worked one day with the construction workers on the roof and then I spilled all the adhesive all over my whole body. And they told me, if it had been the kind we used in the old days, you would have been dead. And as it was just the only thing holding him on the roof was the adhesive. His head was hanging off. He was there by his feet, hanging from the roof like some hideous Christmas ornament. Kind of like the jokes they make with the Santa falling out of the chimney.
That's what we talked about before. This is like a tar and feathering.
Yeah.
Tar and feathering. In the old days, they had to use hot tar.
Yeah, but instead people are subjected to the sight of this kind of like Buddha figure hanging upside down from the roof.
How long were you stuck there, Joe, that people had to see you? I can imagine driving by a house for 2 days.
I told him they should have put a sign upon him saying, "I will emerge from this cocoon as a glorious butterfly." That is what should have been pinned to him. But he just, you don't know whether to laugh or cry. This is the horrible thing about a Joe Ty story, about his life. It's just, I am left just like with Ian West. Both of you have this in common. You just make me just wish I were somehow dead so that I didn't live in the same world as people like you.
I do that. You cannot, though. I get mad at Ian so much too, Billy. Just that story I will never forget. Joe Ty laying on a roof stuck. I'm sure it was less longer than I'm picturing, but I'm just picturing riding by somebody's roof in my neighborhood and just seeing a guy kind of sprawled out stuck there. And 2 hours later, and then the next day, people are trying to thaw it.
It was on top of an elementary school.
No less! No less, even better!
More people will see you.
Yes, of course. And worst of it was his pants came off. His pants came off because of the fucking adhesive. It pulled his pants off, covering the rest of his bike because he was sliding. Because he was sliding down the roof. The only positive thing we can say.
Come on, you got it all wrong. It's a flat roof, so it's not as dangerous as you think it is.
Here's the thing, though, Joe, how you realize that you made everybody listening, everybody in the world, like their entire, or not in America. Our taxes have all gone up now because of you. Do you understand why? Because every one of those children in that school and anybody that rode by is legally now entitled to mental compensation for the rest of their life.
Yes.
And we as taxpayers are going to have to pay for it.
This is the fortunate part of the story. Thankfully, his penis is so small, they couldn't identify the gender. So while he's
I don't know that
side,
even mattered. That made it worse. Then they're like then I'm sure now that's probably why the Christians are all these people are, oh God, they were trying to stick one of those people up there that's a non-binary.
Yes, that's right, in front of our kids, no less.
Yes.
Yes.
No, it was the glue that shrunk it.
Yes. He has the excuse. I'll give him that. And the weather. It was cold.
Or maybe it was stuck behind you, like in the movie Silence of the Lambs. It kind of stuck behind into your ass.
This was January of last year. When was this? January of last year?
No, it was
I think we should have let Sammy change the subject, honestly.
Wait a second. He's giving us the time. When was this?
July.
It was July.
Remember we had Sammy had a firecracker thrown in him. My fucking truck transmission went. During that month.
Okay, so it was the month of July,
and that's when
You're putting all this on Joe Tyre. Maybe he's being targeted by the same people that target you. You know, so maybe all that was maybe it wasn't Joe's fault, and maybe he was literally. Maybe you're lucky you haven't been pinned to a roof with tar yet.
Yes, but Joe. So and you worked there one day. You lost your job in one day, right? Did you not go on workers'
No, I got the job. I continued on. I worked as a roofer for a couple months after that.
I don't remember.
They still want me back. They still want me back for this March.
You're kidding. You're not going, are you?
Yeah.
But I told you not to go. You went on workers' comp for several days.
Don't go as a roofer.
A couple weeks, yeah.
First of all, being wanted back as a roofer is not that's like saying I want to be back as the person at the dunk booth, it's a fair. I want to be that person again. Nobody they want a roofer back. It's not, they need them. That's the worst job in the world. And I give roofers credit, but it's hard in the South. Come down South and do it. Up north you're doing it, and usually maybe it's cold, but it's normally a summer job, spring and summer.
It's only a summer job.
And then here it's
October to February.
Yeah, well, imagine being in South Carolina or Florida doing roofs. And it's literally it's 105 degrees outside.
Yeah, a lot of these guys go down there in the South to work. The unions up here go down to the South to work in the wintertime.
Oh my God.
Well, no, we don't even do them in the winter, but we'll do them probably a little later than y'all. But we don't do any roofs in the winter. Right. We do them starting maybe about March, through maybe October.
Okay, so wait a second here again.
That's the same time as up here.
Yes, still, I don't know why. Maybe it's I'm going through some neighborhood, and for some god awful reason, just beyond my control, I feel the compulsion to open a trash can lid and look at what's inside. But you obviously you had sex with a homeless woman who then called the police. You said she went into a meltdown.
She called the police on her ex that was camping over there afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. So, but what does that have to do with you? She used your phone?
No, she said she needed help, and I was going to help her out.
You fucked her. She needed help, and you fucked her.
No, I fucked her before she brought the boyfriend to the campground the second day.
He just saw a homeless lady and he fucked her. Basically,
no, I didn't. I didn't saw the homeless lady. The lady at the campground. Right. I didn't know she was homeless.
But this is a form of rape, Joe. This is a form of you're taking advantage of some woman who needed a place to sleep.
I did not take advantage of her. She had a hotel, but she needed a place. She wanted me to help her contact his mother and all. And yeah, sure, I did.
And somehow you wound up fucking her.
No, I fucked her even before I knew about this.
Before you knew her? Yeah.
Yeah. How does this happen?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, That's why I'm saying I was
I
targeted.
don't think weird is the word
That-
for it. It's like,
that's-
look,
that's
I
the
consider
time.
myself pretty fucking seductive, but I don't like just before I know the situation of a woman wind up fucking her and then find out about her. It's kind of like putting the cart before the horse.
A lot of them have anti-anxiety pills they take. Even my ex has it. You know, they're all fucked up.
I can see why they take anti-anxiety pills. I want to take anti-anxiety pills when I talk to you. I feel like I've been fucked when I talk to you. I feel like you violated me.
Thank you very much, Douglas. I guess my dick is not that small. It reaches all the way to California.
What? What was the other situation where the other white woman called the police on you? You said, white women have a habit of calling the police on me. It's becoming more obvious why.
Oh, because I was helping his brother out, the homeless guy.
Okay,
She's a payee. You know?
We're going in circles. We're going in circles.
Okay,
yes,
we know.
Okay,
Douglas
yeah.
is a masochist. Are we determining that now for sure? You called it talking about me when you deal with me and I'm a bitch.
Hey, excuse me. Remind me not to rob a bank with Joe Ty, because he won't shut up when they ask him a question.
Thank you.
Yes, Joe. Please don't incriminate yourself. Please, Joe. Okay.
Yes.
I know Doug can't help it. He wants to keep digging, and
it's like picking at a scab. It's like picking at a scab.
Yes, don't, Doug.
And it's just,
please don't.
It just don't do it.
You're gonna kill the vibe. You're gonna kill the vibe, and then we're gonna have to deal with the Peacock Angel. And he might reach out and smack the shit out of Joe Ty. So
Thank you.
We don't want
Thank
that.
you. Thank you. You're right. It's just I have to stop. I have to stop.
Yes, I don't want you turning Super
Let's not
Saiyan.
forget how
Please.
this whole conversation started. I shouldn't bring this up, but this didn't start with any of that. This started with Joe Ty just going, yeah, don't forget I found that Satanist card.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. That alleviates me. And again, what was the Satanist card about? You
That's
said
what I'm saying. We never got that answer.
Please don't trigger.
The Satanic Temple of Albany.
The Satanic Temple of Albany. So they were trying to recruit you. I could almost see why.
You applied for the janitor position. Please.
He's a
Please
human
stop.
secret weapon. They would just put
They
him
saw him on top of the roof, and they thought he was like the next satanic antichrist, like he's laid out with no penis.
Yes.
They like the chow mein. They like the chow mein he cooked.
Remember Penny Lane, the Satanist that did the Hail Satan movie? She was up there.
Okay.
And they like your dumplings, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the reason.
But Penny Lane, you bring her up like that means something to us. Like, did you meet her?
Was she back there with the
was
millionaire?
up here trying to promote the movie.
Okay.
In Albany here.
She gave you the card for the club?
No, it's some other guy that went to the restaurant.
Some other guy went to the restaurant you were working at, just gave that to you because he said, this guy is our material. We can use him to terrorize the neighborhood, to terrorize the community, and just cut him loose amongst the white women so that they all call the police.
I'm pretty sure they've already recruited him and he's doing it right now to you.
Thank you. You're right. You're right. I'm touche.
You're succeeding, Joe. You're terrorizing for some reason.
No, I don't get it. Douglas could have been the top guy as a Satanist, but he refused to do it. He would have had secular power there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we gotta seriously change subject for a minute. Like Sammy's gotta have something to say.
Well, he wants secular power. He's better off, taking over Aquino stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. And it's almost even appreciated. It's
pretty sure it's Aquino, but not Aquino. But that's cool.
Yes.
He's a peacock angel. He should go to Iran and try Iraq over there, where the peacock angel is a god over there. Have them.
Yes.
Have a temple there to,
it was tempting to stay there. By the way, just so people understand the tragedy of the Yazidi people, the Yazidi is that they are so persecuted within their own environs that the largest Yazidi temple in the world is in Armenia. So
I think there's a lot in France too. Because I was talking to one of these Yazidi guys that was at the restaurant. He said,
what there may be are refugees. Like they probably are among the Kurds. So that makes sense. That does make sense. They're for what it's worth, just to validate what Jotai is saying. Many Kurdish people escaped to France, and so what happens is there's probably some Yazidi among them. That makes perfect sense.
Look at you petting the puppy. I'm so proud of you.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. Yeah. Like I said, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day, as my daddy used to say.
Let's take over the satanic temples, man. Come on.
Yes.
You got the power, Douglas.
Yeah, then he'll say something like that. Yes, and we're just left. This is his version of swimming off to far, far away, of sailing off at the end of the movie. That's his version. Is the satanic temple is in the distance. Douglas and I are going to the satanic temple now. Yes.
Well, see, here's the difference. The puppy would never say that knowing that it was bad. But the difference is if someone else told them, instead it said far, far away, they just said, we're going to the satanic temple. The puppy would go, oh, that sounds like fun.
Yes.
Because they don't know the difference.
You know,
I feel like Joe knows the difference.
Yes. So, so that being said,
Masons drink goat's blood, you know.
God.
Oh, God. Yes. Okay. We'll leave it at that. And Sammy, do come on. And so Sammy, tell us a bit about how things went today on Brooke's birthday. How was it for you?
It was fine for me.
He called the first flight back home. We weren't going to tell you, but you know.
Right. And actually, the guy that paid for the flight was that wealthy homeless man. So thanks, Joe. But no, it's fine. It's raining though. I feel like if I was in Seattle,
people are crazy. I mean, look at Hugh.
Yeah, it is raining. It is raining, by the way.
Yeah, it's but
I love it. I'm talking to 3 weathermen. That's great. We either talk about.
I was overhearing Peter Moon talk about the LA River. It was interesting. I'm not surprised if they don't know what the hell to do with the rainwater. So that doesn't really surprise me. But other than that, I mean, it was great. Being a dad and. I actually had to attend a funeral. I was telling Brooke. And I had to kind of.
You said some woman was dressed in lingerie or something, or inappropriately. What was happening?
No, it was people. How can I say it? If some people don't have the whereabouts to know where the hell they're at and realize when you're at a fucking funeral, you shouldn't make shit about yourself.
Yeah.
It's like my mother used to call it. People that are called rude, crude, and socially inadequate.
I missed out on last week's talk on being buried and all this stuff.
So, Joe, don't interrupt, please. You already creeped out everybody.
Composting. Why do I want to hear this? You want to compost, Joe, when you die?
Stop it.
No, Doug, please.
It's much better because when they embalm people, it's poisoning the water system.
Yeah, Joe, let me talk, please. Please.
Actually, come on, man. That brings us back to Sammy. Sammy takes it from here because the truth of the matter is that when you have certain cemeteries that are, say, for instance, near a water source, then this can be poisoning, and this is what happened to the Bronte sisters. It was all the Bronte sisters, the most famous of who was Emily Bronte, actually got poisoned by cadaver water from the grave. They were all drinking grave water because the well was toxified by bleed off from the cemetery in area. But take it from there. Our man Sammy can take it from there because he can talk about the poison of various, embalming fluids. But basically, this woman go on.
Yeah.
Wherever you take it.
Let me just finish talking about what I was talking about. People are not very aware of where they're at.
Yeah.
And
conscious. They're not conscious.
They're not conscious. No. I've obviously worked in the funeral business, and working and actually being in a funeral are 2 different things.
Yes.
So I was in support of my woman, and we were at a funeral, and people are going to grieve how they grieve. The widow happened to be Maria's cousin. And, people say things out of grieving, they worry, like one of the subject was, well, I need to get a job. This was the widow. She was a housemaker, a homemaker.
Yes.
She babysitted her grandchildren, but the subject of I need to get a job now because obviously my husband is gone, and people decided to give people not knowing this is to me. I take it as a rhetorical question because it's a funeral. It's a funeral viewing. You don't necessarily have to answer her questions. You can just kind of brush them off and change the subject. You don't. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily that you don't take her seriously, but if you want to offer solutions to someone, then you do it in private. You don't try to say you don't add on to the stress already. You kind of you want to find solutions to people that are grieving, or at least practical, not in a sense stress them out. And people were suggesting, I guess, certain careers, and then people were disagreeing with that career they just suggested. So it was a lot of banter, and it got overwhelming. And what I had to tell Maria is, you need to be very careful in what you say, because not only do you represent yourself, but you represent our couple and our family. And it's just not appropriate to put that much or to compound the stress on someone that's grieving, who really is just worrying and they're just thinking out loud. And I had to kind of. It got a little weird. I felt my stress level a little bit rising because this woman's grieving, and some people don't know that they're grieving, and that's one of the things that I had to kind of get myself out of there. I even went outside to take a fresh breath of air. But as far as the funeral business or the mortuary business, as far as embalming fluids, the one thing that I've always seen is they're always kept and locked and key, as well as the human remains. They're kept locked and key. They're very secured. And one of the reasons why obviously Doug's talked about it is perverts.
Yes.
And people that defecate or desecrate these human beings. They
That's
may
what
be
the
gone.
Satanists do in Ohio.
Yes,
Right,
no doubt.
right. Well,
They own a morgue there.
Okay.
Well, interesting enough, and it's just interestingly enough, when I was in the business, a lot of the embalmers were women.
Yes.
And the one thing that they always noticed is I always kept my eyes on the deceased's face.
Yes.
Even when they were nude.
Yes.
And they noticed that because, and I either covered their private areas, and that's just part of me humanizing them, because they can get. There's times where people I've seen literally slap them, kick them. In fact, I've seen county morgues pile them up, stacking them,
Jesus.
like furniture. I've seen the county morgue where there's packages where you think it's little packages of deli meat, but they're all stillborn and newborn children. And I was shocked when I saw they're like cupboards. Pretty much like cupboards. I could have seen I would say about 30 fetuses to cupboards. And there was I would say about 25 cupboards, and they were all stacked and obviously refrigerated. But this is just me estimating how many fetuses I saw, and they were small packages. And, it gives you a sense of how fragile life is. But at the same time, you really have to humanize these people, because they're still coherent. They still hear you.
Yes.
Absolutely.
As Doug talked about, where they're just not in the material plane. But definitely the embalming fluids were kept lock and key, and obviously for a reason. There was.
Well, I think it's just non-needed chemicals. I mean, it's bad
It was
for our
dangerous.
children in the future.
Here's another. Well, interesting enough, there are people that are embalmers that are addicts.
Yes.
They go to those links to get the training, get the licensing, and they're functioning addicts. And there's been times where, with the mortuary I used to work at, they've had to fire and also threaten, jail, because they were using the embalming fluids for recreational
Oh
drugs.
my God, that
Oh,
explains
that's
so
why.
much. I knew this girl that literally, when I worked at Starbucks so many years ago, and she was becoming an embalmer, and I would look at her, and I was like, she's like the highest, like, fucked up person I know. Like, why is she doing, like, why is she, but she was into, like, she'd always wear her hair dark, like Morticia, you know, like the dark, and
Of
just,
course.
you know, look very vampire-y. But, like, I thought that, I was like, she's just so fucked. Like, I remember one night, she literally, we're at Starbucks. I am young, and she literally was, I guess, craving drugs so much. She's like, I wonder what this will do. She took Splenda and laid it out and sniffed it up her nose.
Oh my
Now,
God.
obviously, she wasn't a good drug addict. She would have known that wasn't going to do shit, because even I looked at her like, why the fuck are you doing that? But I did wonder, like, what?
She should have just used regular sugar.
I mean, she'd have been better off,
sugar-
yeah. But obviously, I wonder now if that was not part of her reason for going into it. Now that you say that,
I mean,
I
don't
didn't
get it.
know that is why people would ever go into that profession. But
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
you can have the best high having sex and best high drinking sugar water than anything else. I mean, I don't get why they need other shit.
Well, by the way, just so people
Right.
understand this, another factor, of course, that is the reason why it's so much better to have female people working in the mortuary industry is because they're less likely to be necrophiliacs.
yeah, that's.
Oh, they caught one girl that had sex with a corpse and she got pregnant. You didn't hear about that?
Okay. We will move on from that and
Well-
go on,
Yeah,
Sammy.
can I mention something? Can I mention
Please.
something?
Take it from
One
there.
of the things that I did appreciate from all the embalmers, and you, my sister, is how much care they did to the women.
Yes.
They only use at least the ones that I've worked with. They only use the best products on them. They wash their hair, they bathe them, they do their pedicure, they manicure them, they do their eyebrows, they do their makeup, and it's only a specific type of makeup that they use. They don't use regular cosmetics. They use industry
Well, you
standard.
have to use it. You have to.
Right.
Use it. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
And
yeah, I have nothing wrong.
yeah, can I
with
finish?
Yeah,
Can I
Joe,
finish?
Joe, yeah, let Sammy finish, Joe.
One of the reasons why, because this industry, it's very profitable, but very much this is the type of industry where you can be very successful without no advertisement,
Yes.
with no advertisement at all, because the
Especially
work
with
is
COVID.
Yes. Yeah. Be quiet, Joe. Be quiet, Joe, or I'll hang up.
especially
Yes, go on.
especially with people viewing this. This is I don't like to say art form, but it's almost like you're giving them their last hurrah as far as the material plane.
Oh, it's an art.
You want
Go on.
Yes, you want to present them in their best attire, and yes, it's one thing I do appreciate when I've seen people that actually love it. They love it for a reason, because you're showing their family members that you care. And one thing I do have to say about my sister is she doesn't pay no advertisement. She doesn't pay internet. She doesn't have a website. This is all word of mouth. And in the Hispanic community, this is very important. Funerals, I've been where I've delivered the wrong body to a funeral service, and I could have been killed.
Yeah.
Because people are not only intoxicated, but they're emotional. They're highly emotional.
Yes.
And where I actually delivered this body was in TJ in Tijuana, so they were armed as well. I don't know who these people were, but when the owner of the funeral home found out, he personally came and delivered the body with a check, literally with the envelope. I don't know how much money he gave them, but this is part of pretty much apologizing. But in the Hispanic community, we take it very seriously. It's almost like a wedding. And that being said, this is one of the things about this weekend where we had to go to one that I had to kind of excuse myself too, because working in the industry, I've seen it where people really do take it seriously. And what I find disrespectful is when people aren't aware of that. They're unaware of that, because it's just I've been there. I lost both of my parents at a young age, and the last thing you want is people laughing when you're not laughing.
That's right.
And it's just part of something that I do take seriously. And But at the same time, I've seen it done the worst, and I've seen it done the best, where people really do care, and you see the difference. You definitely see the difference. But that's really it.
Bless you. No, I mean, it's you don't even need to say something like that. It's almost as if you're very formal about it when you describe this, and I understand where that comes from, the gravity of the issue. But you can feel a bit more comfortable in relating it. And I think that certainly I always appreciate you're talking about this subject, because it's the subject in which not enough people appreciate so many elements of it. I understand that when it comes to just the sensitivity of the topic, people tend to shut down because it's something they don't want to deal with unless they absolutely have to. But it definitely, I think, is your personal experience with it is profound. I think it's important, a very important perspective to have. I do want people to know that when I was bringing up the female people who work in the mortuary business, it's there's kind of like a kind of sordid reputation with men in the mortuary industry. That's because there's kind of like an infamy in some of these areas where some of the men are basically known to be necrophiliacs. And I know this for a fact because this was brought up several times. I'll tell people the truth. When I was younger, and I was just trying to look for jobs before I wound up involved with the library.
God, this is a great birthday conversation, necrophilia. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. I'll take it in a different direction. Thank you, honey. I'm so sorry. I forget myself. I was going to relay some stupid stories, and you're right. Oh, my God. Honestly, I just need to.
Well, I'll be honest. It just reminds me of the guy that I'm sure y'all heard about a while back that he killed. It was a few years ago. He killed his daughter-in-law who came over for lunch. She had like a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. She came over to print some papers while the wife was at work. And he killed her just for necrophilia because he had been into that, and then took pictures. That's how he bested him. And this was a man that literally, had retired and had a great career, and they lived in a nice home. And this girl, this woman was a daycare teacher with a 2 and a 3-year-old. So when I hear necrophilia, I just immediately go there, like it's just a horror, like that he was that sick and becomes so obsessed with her, and then obsessed with having not just sex, but he wasn't going to rape her. He needed to kill her first so he could have sex with her dead body.
Yes. No,
and take pictures. So it's just a very morbid topic. I don't know.
Thank you. You're right. And so please.
Well,
go on.
It is. And the only thing I want to say is I've seen the best, though. I've seen when people really do love what they do, and I've seen people cry tears of joy because when the embalming is done correct, when you can tell when someone knows what they're doing, because when you look at the loved one of that person, they don't look like they're a corpse. They actually do look alive. They have. It's an art form, really, because I know this because even when my sister does ship outs to other countries, the embalmer that she has is so good that they really don't secrete. They might here and there, but you can tell. It's definitely an art form. It's one of those things where I can say that I've seen people really take that industry serious, where it's amazing. It really is.
Thank you. Yeah, and now taking it to a different level of conversation. Yeah, I'm sorry. What was that?
No, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Move on.
So Brooke, honey, it's like it's just so exciting to be here with you on your birthday, and I do want you to know that
Happy birthday, Brooke.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You know what time it is? It is. I was gonna say it's not my birthday anymore because technically it's not. But in 1 minute, 1:27 a.m. I was born exactly at 1:27 a.m. on January 15th. So now we have exactly passed it.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, like at this exact moment, but yeah, but on January 15th. Yeah.
Yes. Well, definitely, honey.
Well, that's good. You're not alone. You're sharing it. You're sharing it.
And now let's talk about birth, please.
Yes. So tell us a bit about both your children, and so when you were giving birth to them, it was just what was
Throw me out a fucking window. I wanted the first one. I wanted to die.
yeah
Like literally asked
yeah
to die. Like literally remember. Well, I was in labor first of all because she's like late like me, and she wasn't coming. She was 10 days fucking late. And then I was like, "Can you please get this baby out?" And like, please. There was a doctor, that was going to be there the next day that I liked, and he's like, "I'll induce you." Went there at 5:30 a.m. Put Pitocin in you. Pitocin, anybody knows, makes your labor a lot worse. Gave it to me all fucking day. I didn't dilate at all. But then they decided to give me some kind of drug. I can't remember what it is. Something that goes up your nostril. But anyway, it's a drug they can give you legally. The only other time I had it was when I had tried this narcotic before. That's why I knew it was a spray you can get up your nostril. Forgot what it's called. It's not Demerol. Anyway,
and the worst part is that they made you stop contraction, right?
No, it turns me into that just drug turned me into the Exorcist, because then like if I would lay there while I was contracting and my mom was in the room and she'd be like, shh. And like my aunt, like I just remember my aunt, the only reason I think I even know it was my aunt's because I just remember hearing a whisper and I just literally was like, shut the fuck up, because I was just trying to sleep. And like they were just whispering like, he's sleeping, because my aunt was coming by. Is the baby like what's going on?
And you shouted, "Shut the fuck!"
Oh my god, I was cussing. It was a lot more shut the fuck up. I mean, I was just. Mom said, "I've never seen you like that, levitate." And it was. She said, "You almost levitate off the bed the entire time that you were on that." And but that whole day was pointless because I didn't dilate at all. So they brought me off the Pitocin. But I was in labor all night, and I didn't know the labor was supposed to stop. I didn't know the pain was supposed to stop. So, because they took the contraction monitor off, and my ex-husband just at the time just went to sleep over there, and I'm trying to waddle to the bathroom and back. So they come back in at like 5 a.m. to hook me back up with the Pitocin, and she's like, "Oh, have you been having these contractions? How long have you been having those? Did you just start that?" When she hooked me, and I was like, I don't know if you mean the pain that I'm having right now. If that's a contraction, I've been having them all night because it just felt like horrible cramping, right? And I was like, all fucking night. And then she was like, "Oh," and then right about that time, she's like, "I don't know if you need this." And then I said, "Oh," she was going to get the other nurse. I said, "I think my water just broke." Which water, when it breaks, I'll just let you know, the reason a woman will say, "I think my water just broke," is because unless you're standing up and water just fucking hits the floor, all I knew is I was sitting in a bed and I didn't piss. Yes. And it suddenly was fucking wet.
Right.
And I was like, I'm pretty sure that a bed's wet. I know I didn't urinate myself. So I was like, I think my water just broke. And then she says, "Oh," and they have a little test they do. Like they just put a little like swab on it and it shows if it's fluid for that. Yeah. And she's like, "Oh, it did." And then within literally, I'd say while she was doing that, within 2 minutes of that happening, I went from horrible pain like all night, just like the worst, I don't know, for a man, the worst diarrhea cramps you could ever have. Like I went from that to, my ex-husband was awake and standing there to he still had scars down his arm, me clawing the fuck out of him. And all I could see was a window. And I will never forget this in my life. People think I'm exaggerating at all. There was a window in the left corner of the room, and I am laying in the bed. And they kept saying, "Stop screaming, stop screaming." You're like, because I was screaming so loud. They were like, "It's going to upset the patients. We're getting the anesthesiologist up here to try to give you an epidural. He's on his way. He's going to be here as fast as he can." I'm just screaming. I can't stop screaming because I can't breathe, because I don't give a shit what you're saying. All I'm looking at is that window and thinking, can I walk there? Can I walk there and get through the window and throw myself the fuck out of it? Like, it was just, I wanted to die, like, just the pain to fucking end. Like, and I literally wasn't, like, suicidal, like, I want to kill the baby or myself. It was just, like, that was the only way I saw out of that pain. And the reason it was so bad, they got the epidural guy up there probably as fast as they ever could. It still took 20 minutes. And when he got up there, he even ended up giving me what is called a wet tap because it was so hard for me to sit still, even though I was over the bed. And he was trying to do it, which later on, that means I leaked spinal fluid. But they didn't know that for 2 or 3 days. In the meantime, that epidural did work, and it stopped the pain. And then they found out very fast that they were then having to rush a doctor there because I had gone from a 1. The girl had just checked me, like, after the water, but she was like, "You're like at a 1.5." They checked me, like, freaking after that. They're like, "Oh shit, she's fucking at an 8." Like, so when my daughter decided to come, she was like, I'm not coming. I'm not coming. I'm late. I'm never coming out of here. And then she was like, well, fuck y'all. Y'all fucking want me? I'm fucking coming right fucking now. And it was just like the doctor literally was running in the room, putting on gloves. And she was like, push. And I knew how to push. And I pushed one fucking time. And then the doctor said, stop. And it would be like, I think I've said this story before, be like you, Douglas, taking your biggest shit ever. And right in the middle of you about to get it out. Like you just like imagine like you're about to get that fucking relief. And somebody's like, stop. So I like clench all fucking, what? I'm thinking, I don't know, a doctor's telling me to stop. So I stop. And then she's like, I want you to look in the mirror so you can watch your baby be born. This is all on videotape. My mom's recording. I don't want to record down there, but she's recording in my head, and you can hear me say, literally, she says, so you can watch your baby be born. And I go, what? You like? I don't even know there was a what. It was like in my head. I went, what? And I went, I don't want to see it. Just get it the fuck out.
Thank you. Thank you.
And she literally, that doctor just went. I mean, she'd say a word. She's like, okay, push. And there was like one tiny push, and he heard her cry.
Oh my god!
They're trying to make you an actor, huh?
Oh, that's funny, Joe. Thank you. That at least is funny. And of course, so
you want to hear about birth? I changed the story. Yeah. I don't know that a woman loves to tell her birth story, so I didn't mind relaying that.
What about the other birth story? There's two.
The other one was, Noah his birth story isn't as great. The only story. So his story was, I go in for his like 8-month checkup. Like I'm 8 months pregnant at this point. 8 months. I have a month to go, right? And I go in for my 8 months thing, and I told her, I'm like, I meet with the doctor, and she comes in, and I tell her, I'm like, hey, I feel like he is kicking me down here. Because at 8 months, like by then they're in their position, so they're head down. I said, but I just keep getting like these little tickles like down here. It feels like, I've had a baby before now, so I kind of knew. It's like, it feels pitter-patter, like what you would think feet down here instead of kicking in the rib cage, which is what Lola did. And so she said, so she does the vaginal exam, and then she says, she looks, and that shows you they can't see shit as long as the baby's closed, because they can't see anything. She does that. And then she pushes on where I said, I feel like this is his head under my rib cage, because that's where I was getting this huge round pressure under my rib cage. And she pushed into it. I'll never forget the right side of my rib cage. She said, no, that's just his squishy little butt. She pushed the fuck into it. And I was like, okay, made me feel better. She was 100% sure, felt very confident in it, and not a concern in the world. And she was leaving the room, and thank God, and this is, where God steps in a lot of times, your beliefs or whatever. And I said, hey, you mentioned, because back then you only got one, you get to see you see the baby when you get to see the sex or whatever. And insurance covers that. But at this doctor's office, it was, they would allow, if they had time, they said when you got later on, they would do a second ultrasound, just for free, and you could see your baby later. And I said, hey, by the way, I haven't had a second ultrasound. Do you think, do they have time? She's like, I'll check with the ultrasound tech and see. And so a few minutes later, she stuck her head back in. She said, yeah, she's going to come get you in a minute. And you can look, that way you can look at the baby one more time. So I was like, all right, great. So I wait, ultrasound tech comes, gets me, I lay down, ultrasound tech gets the little thing on your belly like they do, and then swirls it, and the little screen's there. She swirls it. You really can't tell what the fuck you're looking at until they point it the fuck out. But it didn't take long. She swirled it. She had the little monitor on. She flipped that monitor off as fast as she fucking swirled it. And she said, I'll be right back. And the next thing I know, she fucking comes back with the doctor. And then she says, she doesn't say a word. She swirls it, cuts it back on, swirls it again on my belly. And then the doctor's looking at the screen. I'm looking at the screen. She's looking at the screen. I don't know what the fuck I'm seeing. And the doctor goes, well, you were right. That wasn't his squishy little butt. That is his head. He is breached. Which meant a C-section, which is what I ended up having to have for him 2 weeks later. But they would not have known had I not had that C-section. I mean, had I not had that, then they would have waited for me to go into labor with him, and it would have been an emergency C-section because they wouldn't have known he was breached.
Jesus.
So,
wow. Oh my God. So there we have it. And
So I had both. Yeah, they took all the organs out of me. I didn't know. Thank God I had never seen what they actually do at a C-section until after they take all your organs out. I kept telling them there's a sheet above your head from your head down, and there's the anesthesiologist who's really, your life is in your anesthesiologist's hands. And so your anesthesiologist is at the top, and the surgeon, the doctor, the same doctor that fucking told me he wasn't breech is down there cutting me open and pulling every organ out so she can get to the baby. I didn't know that, thank God. But I kept saying, I'm having a heart attack. I'm having a heart attack. I'm serious telling you. And Nancy just told me, like, they're both looking at the screen. They're like, your heart's fine. We're looking at your heart. We're looking at it on the monitor. Your heart's fine. And I'm like, no. They told me finally. And then after I saw how a C-section goes, why they were like, you're having what they call transfer pain. And so when they were pulling all the organs out that they pull out, like your stomach or bladder or whatever the fuck they all pull out to get to the baby, that it was even though I couldn't feel from the waist down, all that pain was transferring to my chest. And so I felt like an elephant was on my chest. So I kept saying, like, no, you don't, I'm not faking it. Like, there's something heavy on my chest. And that was about the only, highlight of that thing. And then he cried, and that was it.
Oh my God, this is just terrifying. I had no idea they had to do that. I'm left just speechless yet again.
I think that's why Brooke doesn't have a third child, right, Brooke?
Well, people have had more than one C-section.
No. I would have a third child. The problem is I only had a second child because I already knew I was not going to stay with my ex-husband when my daughter was 2.5, and that's when I decided to have another child. She was about 2.5, 3, and that's when I decided to try and get pregnant because I didn't want to have an only child. I was an only child, and I also didn't want to be one of those people. I mean, oh God, I'm Southern, raised Southern Baptist. I didn't want to be one of those women with like multiple baby daddies. You know what I'm saying?
So who named Noah? I mean, who named Noah?
She named him after the black guy on the Night Show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Trevor Noah.
Okay.
Noah's Ark. Trevor.
So, honey, why were you inspired to name your son after the great biblical animal lover? Because you love animals.
Well, so there you go. So it was bifold again. I loved animals, and I thought of that name, and I liked it. The only other time I had heard that name, there wasn't a Trevor Noah then. I had heard it. If you remember the show ER, if anyone remembers that, there was an actor on there. I believe his name was Noah Wiley. It was his actual name. That was the only time I'd heard it, and I thought, I kind of like that because I like animals. But I hadn't decided on a name, and we didn't know if it was going to be a boy or a girl. And my daughter happened to be studying in school. She was at a Christian school. She was in kindergarten, 4-year-old kindergarten. And she was 3 at the time. She was 4-year-old kindergarten. And she came in the car one day, and I was like, so what do you think we should name the baby? And she's like, I think if it's a boy, I never mentioned the name, we should name it Noah. And wow. I it was just meant to be, just like her name was meant to be. But it was just, I had thought that. I loved animals, obviously, and, it was just meant to be, to the point that we had already had her 4-year-old kindergarten teacher who was an older lady who was grumpy. She was a grumpy Christian lady. And when I say that, like, she had a lot of great teachers. This was a great teacher too, but she scared me a little. And that was the one I was pregnant through the pregnancy with. And, and she wasn't overly friendly. Like, she was just she'd just been there a long time. And she told me one day, she grabbed me like in the car when I was picking her up. She said, hey, we were talking about the Noah's Ark story. And Lola was always very an old soul and just very mature for age. And she said she knew the story, and she said she was telling me the story. She said, and I was planning on telling the class the story tomorrow. She said, but I would like it, if I wanted your permission, if it's okay with you, I would actually, instead of me telling it, I would like Lola to get up in front of the class. And which at the time we called her Ellie, but get in front of the class and call and tell the story. And I said, are you serious? And she's like, yeah. So I said, sure. I was like, but I'll, if I can be there, I can't remember. I think I came in and kind of recorded from the back, and Lola just got up and told the class the entire, and like, she would talk like a little, from the time she was 1.5 or 2, like we would go places from the time or even before 1, people would say, she talks like an adult. Like, she was like a little adult from the time she was born. She would speak like that. And she was sweet, not like grumpy adult, just very sweet, but like would speak she spoke better than I do right now, let's be honest. So, you know, she got up in front of the class and told the story. And I can't remember if that was, again, when her brother was born, but I can't remember if that was before or after she had come home with the name. But obviously it was around that time.
Incredible.
So who named Lola?
He
Do
comes
what?
up. He comes out of left field. It's like maybe demons whisper into his ear or something. It's but,
No, I'm listening to Douglas Dietrich.
yeah, there we are. Same thing, some people would argue. So
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Peacock Angel.
yes, there we are. So that being said, honey, when it comes to your children, it's like, what was it like with the older sister and the younger brother? Was this ever an issue? Also, they didn't really have a father figure, so to speak.
They had a father for a while. I mean, he was actually okay he was good.
Kind of.
I mean, he wasn't great, and he was never great, let's be honest. There was always two separations before the divorce. But there were times where he was good with them. Like he could play. He was better at playing. I think most men are like playing. Like I would do the play pretend, but you know, you can wrestle with them and stuff like that. And so there were times, but so I won't say they didn't have a father at all. But, you know, I will not take that away from him. The good parts of what he did. I don't think you should do that from anyone. So even for the horrible he's done, but
even for a piece of shit like him, yes, go on.
Yeah, right. So yeah, and I mean his, you know, she, like my daughter's basically written him off completely, but she had him the longest, and she was his best friend, you know, even up until like for a while, you know. It that's why I say he's a piece of shit, period. But but yeah, they had a great relationship. It was great because by the time he was born, you know, 9 months later, like she was around 3.5 when I got pregnant. So she was right before she turned 4.5. She was 4 when he was born. And so it's about a 4-year difference. And so by the time he was about 4 and able to play, she's about 8. And by the time he's like 3, really, she's 7. So we had kids in the neighborhood, and the kids, you know, have been coming over and playing really from the time she was 3, you know, 3 or 4, I would have them over to play, you know, and we'd watch them, you know, right here. So by the time she's 7 or 8, you know, we're going back and forth neighbors' houses, and we have a little, I lived in the perfect little neighborhood. We have a little tiny park, you know, right, the cul-de-sac. So they would go down there and play. So the thing is by the time Noah's 4, he's wanting to run and play with them. And so it was great. Like I literally had a free babysitter all the time because I'd be like, all right, like she was very mature. I'd be like, you take your brother. He's wanting to go. He's 4. I was like, y'all watch him. And I wouldn't even, you know, I'd even tell her friends, like the other ones, like, y'all watch Noah. So Noah was literally like, everybody in the neighborhood now will come up and see Noah. Now that he's grown, he's taller than Lola. Like they still will pull up and be like, oh my God. Because he was like everybody's little brother. Yeah. Forever. Like he was just so cute. Yeah. But it also hurt him for like, he was so cute. He was like, to the point that I took him to the picture people at the mall one day just to get his birthday pictures made at like 3. I think it was 3 or 4. And when I just got him made, and then the girl goes, hey, or the guy goes, can we use one of his pictures and use them for our contest? We're having like a contest for like our store. And I was like, yeah, can we put it on the window for the store? And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. So they put it, and then I never thought about it again. Then I got a call, and he had won the store. Then he ended up winning the state. He went all the way to regional for the picture people. Like, I still have that little picture, you know, and he didn't win regional, but still just for a picture that we didn't plan on. I was just doing for his birthday. That's how cute he was. So everybody loved him, and he got away with murder is what I want to say, because he knocked so his sister, like literally, we would let him win at Candyland because we didn't want to hear his bullshit. Like, and God forbid, like literally, like it would be horrible. We knew if we didn't let him win, it would just be a terror. So we kind of let him win at that age, you know? And so like, I remember he was like 3, and like, me and Lola and Noah were all playing. It was right before Jamie had come in, and I was about to go cook dinner, and I was trying not to fucking win. And somehow we shoot some ladders for Candyland. It was like one of us, I don't know if it was her or me, we just like accidentally won. Like we knew we were not trying to win. It was like an accidental roll, like just somehow we fucking kept like it won. That motherfucker started screaming and crying, and we have a video of him. literally getting on my leg and wrapping himself around it like a fucking dog, and like sat on my foot. And I would stand. I was like, I'm not going to do this, because even though I would let him win, I let him win because that was easier for me. But I also was not going to give in to his crying and screaming and be like, that's okay. I told him, you lost. You are not going to act this way. And I'm not giving you any attention for it. No, once you lost. So at that point, I knew he was going to start learning that. So he just wrapped around my leg, and I proceeded to go cook dinner and walk around the kitchen. And there's a video of me walking with this kid sitting on my leg, holding on for dear life, wrapped around my knee, like holding on behind my knee. So I like, one leg is obviously like a broken leg because I can't bend it. But he was light enough that I could lift it. And I'm just walking around the kitchen, and he's screaming bloody murder for like a good 10 or 15 minutes. And then another time he knocked his sister's tooth out upstairs, with a plastic hammer. He was 3. They were in there playing. She was in there playing with him, playing with little toys. He had a little Hungry Hippo set that of something you could hit with a whack-a-mole with a yellow little plastic fucking hammer. And he didn't like something she had done. She probably accidentally won a game again. Who the fuck knows? I was downstairs. Next thing I know, I hear screaming. She comes running out, blood every fucking where. And she had just gotten her permanent teeth in. He had knocked half of the fucker out. She still has, to this day, a partial on the front of her tooth because of a 3-year-old.
Oh my God.
So that would be my 2 stories with sibling stuff.
But that's still really young stuff. I mean, as they grew up, did they get along?
Oh yeah, they're like they get along great. Oh my God, yeah. That was what I was determined for them to do, and so that's why I made them play together. And Lola was close, and did not want them to be. I didn't have a sibling, and my ex-husband was not close with his sister. He had a older sister as well, and they basically hated each other pretty much the time they were born. So I was determined they were not going to be that way, and I don't really know how I reinforced it. It was just more of a love thing for each other, and that they, were all each other had, and they just grew up. Once he got out of his, God, he can still be a full brat, but now he's not. He's hilariously funny. But at that point, once he got out of his spoiled brat phase, but she knew he was even a baby then. And there was some jealousy, I'm sure, from her. And we've talked about that. She said, oh my God, when you ran upstairs, you saw me bleeding. You were like, oh my God, he knocked your teeth out. And then you look in the room and you saw him in there, and he was going like, because he knew he was in trouble. She said, and then you go, oh my God, baby. And you run and pick him up. And I was like, but she also knew he was so cute. And, and we all get back at that. They both look just alike. And she was at that point 7. And she even said, we look at his pictures now and we're still like, oh my God, can we go back to that? Yeah. So yeah, it was, they're so close now. And she literally, he went to go spend the night somewhere last night, and I told him, go tell your sister you couldn't goodbye. And he's like, I'm just gonna be back in the morning for your birthday. And I was like, well, she doesn't feel good, tell her bye. So he went in there, and then she's told me, I didn't hear this, but she was telling him don't go. And why are you going? She's like, I didn't understand why he was saying bye. And she was like, I was scared for him to leave. And she was like, I didn't understand. And I was like, she said he never says bye like that just to spend the night. And I was like, I told him to tell you bye because you were sick. She's like, well, I was up for 3 hours worried, why is he saying bye and leaving on Mom's birthday before the night? I didn't know if he was going to do something bad. She was like, I was all worried about him.
Shouldn't she know him well enough where that kind of concern would not arise? That's kind of odd to me. I get it in a sense, but
no, we honestly, we found literally she had a huge bottle of vodka apparently in her room. Well, no, what I'm saying is I had been cleaning his room out right before he left to go on that trip, which was when we went on a trip, to see a football game in Florida. Not too long before that, I was cleaning his room out, and I had found once or twice a can of not beer, but that iced tea with the alcohol in it. Okay. And I had found that, and I knew who had it, and went through the whole thing with his friends. And he's 17, and I'm like, I don't mind trying alcohol, but you don't do it without me knowing, or don't do it where people are going to be driving. Okay. So been through that with a friend, parent, where we talked about it, where their lake house is. And if, we agreed on to the same thing, but he's just not, he's not he doesn't seem to, I've never seen him drunk, but I do know once or twice that he's drank. And Then I found a huge. I mean, I used to drink vodka. I am telling you, I've never seen a bottle of vodka this. I didn't really sold bottles of vodka this fucking big. In my fucking life, I've never seen one. This was like the Russian tower of whatever. Whatever.
It's a Russian water tower.
Shape.
That's a Russian water tower. Go on.
It was in the shape of one. That's what I'm saying. It was in the shape of some kind of big building, but it was huge. And it was, and I pick it up, and the thing's got literally, I'm like, oh my fucking God. And it's got like basically the very bottom of it was in there. And I'm like, I don't know, like 2 fucking liters of vodka or something.
Holy shit.
And I'm like, what the fuck? And I literally, when I found that tea before, I remember it asked Lola, like it was a short story. She happened to be at home. He was at school. And I walked in her room. She wasn't working that day. And I said, hey, and I just assumed it wasn't. She said, I said, tell me this is yours. And she looked at it and she said, what? And she goes, actually, it is mine. And I said, what? And she goes, yes, it's mine. She said, so-and-so gave it to me. And so she's got like a couple bottles of wine in her room. They're unopened. She doesn't drink. She's not a drinker. And when she does drink, y'all heard her. Like she came in with like 2 glasses of wine that night and she was half drunk or whatever. So she can't drink. So she said somebody had given that to her when they had come back from somewhere. It was a gift. She said, that's been in my closet forever. I was like, well, how much did you fucking drink out of it? How much was gone? She said, none. It's never been opened. And I said, well, do you see what's in it now? So, yeah. So, obviously, went through that with him with that. And, he swore, he admitted taking it and then,
So
tries
how
to do
how are you going to deal with this?
I mean, I already dealt with it.
Is that enough? I won't press the issue. I mean, you and I can talk about this privately, but I take it you sat him down for that long talk and you feel confident.
I deal with him the exact opposite that my parents dealt with me.
Okay.
Because and that's what I've done with both my children. Even though they're different, I realize I've raised them a little different, but personality wise, but yeah, to be honest and open, and to not believe what he says. I don't believe. I sat there and I said, don't. You sitting here trying to tell me somebody else drank this or that. I said, stop your bullshit. I don't care. You fucking took a bottle of alcohol that wasn't fucking yours. You fucking stole it, first of all.
Yeah.
This is secondly, I said, I don't know who the fucking they're drinking, because then he's going, well, people drink it. I said, well, Noah, I said, you're saying it was taken like 2 months ago. I said, the amount of alcohol that's gone, you've had no one spend the night in this house. He said, oh, yes, so-and-so did. I said, okay, you've had one person spend the night. I said, y'all drink it all that night? He said, no. I said, all right, then how many people left my fucking house? You're saying it wasn't you drinking it all. Then you're also still incriminating yourself, because that means you let people leave my house drinking and fucking driving, which is my number one rule. I don't let you drink here, period. But I've always said, if you want to drink, you better tell me, and you better make sure you can drink. I don't care. I'm not going to buy you alcohol and contribute. If you want to fucking drink, don't fucking leave my fucking house. And also, if you're going to be out anywhere else, my number one thing is, Noah, you come home safe. Because you don't just have your life in your hands. It's like it's my life in your hands. It's your sister's life in your hands. It's your grandparents' life in your hands. Everybody that loves you in your hands. I said, so what you do, you go out and get in a drunk driving wreck with somebody else driving, or you or whatever. I said, that is not just about one mistake. It can cost everybody everything.
Yeah.
And so
at least you gotta be grateful he didn't pee in those bottles and make you drink it.
Oh, fuck you, Joe. Like, I've already been there and done that one.
No, that's funny. That's funny. It actually is applicable for those of you who don't get it.
But I know, yeah. Joe remembers that, obviously, so yeah.
That's what he masturbates over, honey. That's I'm not surprised.
Me drinking urine out of a bottle. Wow.
Yes, of course. I'm almost tempted here to say something as a joke. I know I did. I'm kidding.
Let's get to the facts. I mean, embalming started with Abraham Lincoln. So
I don't even know where that. Like, how?
It's just the shit he comes up with. It's like you
That's-
wish.
Well, no,
that's
I'm
a
just like,
fact.
how did we
That's
go
a
from
fact.
like, I'm fine with going back to embalming, but how did we go from the birthing to, like, my story was taking way
Because
too
I
long.
didn't-
And then he goes
my-
back. Yeah, then he goes back to the. Yeah, there's a glitch. There's a glitch going on here. It's
I didn't get to finish my thing with Sam because he was talking how good these morgue people are, but they're poisoning our water system.
A little hint, Joe. So just a little hint here. Understand that when Sam gets into talking about that subject, understand that that's a subject of sensitivity to him.
Mhm.
It's because he's working in a profession that here, I'll describe it to you in a certain sense. People who work in the mortuary industry are confronted at parties with endless jokes. People will always come, "Hey, is business dead?" And he just shit like that. And the one thing that they would like to scream out at everybody is, "I don't want to joke about this." It's that they take their business seriously, and these are the ones who aren't perverts and necrophiliacs, and I limit myself there with Sammy because we know he's not that. And this is why when he says, the women are sensitive to the fact that I'm staring only in the female cadaver's eyes and I'm not looking at their bodies. And it's because, I feel like shouting to him, which I never would while he's on with us. Of course they are impressed with you. The majority of the guys they see are perverts who are fondling the bodies. And they're just so glad that you're not like that. And but anyhow, when it comes to that, so he when you interrupt that, he feels it's very rude. So just understand it would be like somebody who's talking about working in a hospital or working in a church. So you wouldn't want to interrupt that. It's just a little social education there.
Well, and he's explained to me too, as far as their culture. I grew up. Obviously, my grandparents, going to their funerals.
Got a Cuban husband, ex-husband.
Yeah,
kind of. It's like, let's just put it this way: that guy was Chino. He was Cino, Cuban in name only. Go on, honey, take it from there.
Exactly. Thank you. So exactly. So, but as far as we grew up in, and so what I'm trying to say is, things were a little different. Like sometimes we would do the makeup in the South. They'll ask you if you want. I remember my aunt did my grandmother's makeup, but that was something that they asked if people would prefer to do their makeup. But my point to that is, like, my parents have already decided, like, they don't want a big funeral. We didn't do a big funeral. When my last grandmother passed away, because she just passed away a few years ago, she lived a very long life on that side of the family. They all do. As a matter of fact, my great grandmother, her mother, on my dad's side, passed away on my birthday. That's a birthday story for you.
Jesus, yes, share that with us.
I was literally, I've rarely told this story. I was turning 10 years old. It was my birthday morning. Obviously, I was born at 1:27 a.m., but I remember waking up at school that morning. It was a school day. And even though I was born on a Sunday, actually, this is like a recycle for me because I was born on a Sunday, which this January 15th was a Sunday, obviously. But I was waking up for school. But I never woke up for school is what I'm saying. And school wasn't until 8. So my mom would come in every morning and have to shake me at like 7:30. One morning I actually gave my mom a black eye accidentally. I didn't mean. Yeah, that's a separate morning, but like I was really hard to wake up. And I remember one morning waking up around the same age, maybe 11, maybe 9. I don't know if it was right before or after. But it didn't even do with that, but it was still in the same bed because I do remember it's still that same day bed. And I woke up and I'm like, nobody woke me up for school. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm just sleeping in. I know it was a school day. So I get up and I go in the living room and I walk in there. My mom's sitting on the couch. My mom's a powder. My mom is a great person. There's not a better person than her in the world. But if she hurts her feelings, or obviously if her daughter gives her a black eye, she's gonna cry. Like, there's not like, I'm going to cut like me. I'm just going to cuss you. I'll be like, you just fucking hit me. Get your ass out of this fucking bed now and slam me on the ground. Like, no. She apparently just walked out of the room crying and sat on the couch till I came in there, their head down. And I'm like, what's wrong? Like, why didn't I go to school? And she's like, what? And I'm like, she's like, you hit me. And I'm like, what? And she's like, you hit me. And I'm like, I don't remember hitting you. I still to this day, I don't remember fucking hitting her. But apparently, like, I just punched up out of the bed with a fucking swing and gave her a good right hook. And she just decided to give up and go sit down on the couch. Again, how I raise my children a little different. I wouldn't have gone and sat on the couch. I would have pulled her on the bed. But I also told my kids very early that, you know what, I'm not going to wake you up for school and you're going to be on time. I'm late. I'm going to wake you up for school. You're going to be late. You don't like being late? Get your ass up yourself. My kids have always gotten themselves up. Half the time, that's why I tell you, you're like, John, do you need to get your son up? That one morning he didn't get up was like, that was surprising. Like, they get themselves up, get ready. They have done that for years because they got very tired after kindergarten, first grade, going in every day, 10 minutes late, and the mom's going, I'm going, it's okay. It's okay. You're late. It's fine. I'll give you a note. It's okay. And they're like, but I hate going in late. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. I'm like, well, then set your own fucking alarm. I'm not a morning person, okay? I'm trying to get to work. I've got dogs to get out of the fucking house. You want me to fucking do it? Get up earlier. Show me you're ready. So they did. So, I've taught them the things that I wasn't given is what I'm saying. It's just to take care of yourself a little bit more and have a little more responsibility. I wasn't given that. And so I was basically, spoiled and then lay in the bed and punch somebody and they're going to cry. And that was also they were great parents. They were wonderful parents. Wonderful. But, that was it. And then my great grandmother, so she died on my birthday. I was 10 and, was going to wake up for school, but obviously at 5 a.m. I had a music box. You know those music boxes? Have you ever seen them that open? I know you guys aren't girls, but they open and the little.
I get it. Yeah. My mother loved music boxes, so I get it.
The little ballerina dancer dances when you open it.
Yes.
And it plays the music.
Yes.
So it was right at it was still dark. It was like 5 a.m. I never, again, as you can tell with the punching, I don't wake up at that time, especially now. I don't sleep well, but I didn't wake up, and I woke up at 5 a.m. and I woke up to hearing that music box fucking playing across the fucking room.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah.
So this is your grandmother kind of speaking to you?
My great grandmother. And so Jessie, so she was 90 something, and I would go visit her at the nurse home. We had put her in a nurse home at that point. She wasn't senile, but she was just at the point where she needed to be taken care of at 90 something. We had a great old big house, and so we had put her there, and so I would go with my grandmother every weekend and go see her usually, and she had apparently, so anyway, 5 a.m. I get that. I didn't think, I'm a kid. I just get up like, oh, the music box is doing. So I go over there and freak out, just close it, and I don't know why it started going off, and so go back to sleep, and then my mom comes in to wake me up and says happy birthday, and she says, and my dad kind of peeks around. I knew my dad would be really going to work and had already either come in or they'd be getting me out of bed. I was like, she's like, well, where you don't have to go to school today, and they had already told me I did, and she was like, we have something to tell you. And they had gotten the call at like 7:30 that morning that she had passed away, and that she had passed away right around the exact same time that I had. They had no idea about the music box. I mean, I told them later, I told them, probably the same day or later. I was like, I woke up and my music box was going off around 5, and that's when they found out what time she had died, and that was around the time they had found her. Passed away. But so I know that she visited me before she left. It gives me chills talking about it right now. I haven't talked about that in a long time. Put that away.
It's beautiful. That's beautiful. It's nothing to be chilled about.
But that was on my birthday. So it was beautiful that she did that she took time to visit me and wake me up. I mean, she may have been leaving me with a sign. Hey, Brooke, get the fuck up earlier, okay? You're lazy.
That's cute. Now, it sounded like a different voice there for a moment. And at any rate,
mine?
No. I thought maybe somebody else had joined the conversation that I had called. Honey, just out of curiosity, oftentimes with women that I become emotionally involved with at some point or another, they usually get the feeling my own mother drops in and kind of says hi to them, sort of, or they get a feeling that she's around looking over their shoulder or something like that. I take it you haven't had nothing like that yet?
I told you that one time I already did a long time ago when we first had met.
That's right. I vaguely remember that. That's why I asked the question. I wanted to make certain I wasn't imagining that.
No, I remember I was sitting here and I had no idea, and I said something. It was on air. I knew, and I remember getting a feeling from my right, and I was still, because I know where I'm sitting, the same place, and I remember getting a feeling from my right side. And then but I wouldn't have noticed the feeling that much until you had said that later when you said that. And then I realized just like, other things about it. I was like, well, that kind of came in because whatever I said something like about someone. It was something. And you're like, that's what my mom would say. My mom would say that about this person or about that.
Yes.
And then I realized, like, I had felt that energy presence because I remember just looking to my right, like, oh shit, is somebody fucking here? I didn't see anybody. Just an energy that I felt. And I didn't say anything on air with that. But yeah.
That's right.
I don't. Again, that was just something that when we first met. So that's the only time that's on air, I'm sure.
That's
so I mean, I know it is.
Yes. Oh my God. And I'm just so impressed. And it does mean that we have something going on, and it really does. And so in terms of if we were to try and, I'm sorry, honey, were you going to say something else?
No, I didn't say anything. I actually was just vaping. I think you heard me take the vape. Trying to quit. Yeah.
Yes, the vaping. And okay, I mean, it's your birthday. Do what you wish. Just don't make yourself sick. And so other than that, was there any kind of, say, for instance, I know when I was young, one of the toys, I mean, really young, one of the toys that I was in love with was a playset I had always wanted of Noah's Ark. All the little animals, the Noah figure, the ship, a big ship. Yeah, it was. Yeah, did you ever get that as a kid or get something like that for you?
I did not get one of those. No, but I knew what you're talking about because I remember going to, I think, church and they had one, something like that. And I loved it because it had the animals, because I love animals. And, it had the boat and all that. And I thought it was so cool. It was big,
Yes.
But yeah, I didn't have one. Did you have one?
No, I always wanted one. I never got one. Of course not. We were too poor. A playset like that is expensive. Playsets are in generally expensive. And
well, be grateful you didn't have it because a lot of those old toys have a lot of lead.
It's
functional right now.
Thank you, Joe. Joe's the kind of person you want at a party if you're trying to sabotage it with just various little bits of trivia that are kind of, off the wall and just kind of vibe killers.
And the boats also had embalming fluid in them, so
yes.
We probably didn't want to, yes.
Yes, that's right.
Exactly.
But by the way, I actually did not get what Sammy was saying because I was just somewhat distracted. Was he basically saying that a lot of people become involved with the morticians industry because they're basically addicted to the embalming fluid?
That's where I got in my little conversation, and I just couldn't, I was surprised because I thought that girl was a drug addict anyway.
I think Douglas is gonna try it.
But yeah, that's what he said. I guess. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what he meant because he said some people are addicts and they get into it because they're addicts, but he didn't say sexual addicts. So he said I'm assuming they get high on the embalming fluid.
Right.
Some markers to glue.
Right. No, I get it. So they're getting high off of the embalming fluid. That makes so much fucking sense. And like you said,
I don't know, but I'm fucking Googling it right now since
I don't
high of embalming fluid.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be using it because it's polluting our water systems.
Well, it's that would mean the cadavers are going into the water system.
Embalming fluid reportedly produces a hallucinogenic effect and causes this cigarette to burn more slowly, potentially resulting in a prolonged high.
Cool.
Marijuana. Yeah.
So where you can get that connection now, Douglas.
Yeah. Thank you.
When a marijuana or a tobacco cigarette is dipped in embalming fluid, the resulting high is very similar to that. Oh my God, to that of PCP.
Cool. Holy shit.
It's a little much for me, man.
Yeah, that's well, there you go. It's
I'm surprised they're not digging up the graves to get it.
Yeah. Holy shit.
There's a few drugs I've never tried and that I will never will, which PCP, well, I'll say never will. PCP I will never try without someone making me or knowingly. I guess they could put in some, I don't know, but to me, that's a very dangerous drug.
It is.
Heroin I will never do unless I find out I'm about to fucking die.
Yes, got it.
Cancer, I got 3 months left. I'm like, give it to me. What's gonna fucking happen? I'm gonna. I mean, overdose. I mean, put me on something. So
Well, they say
that would be the
it's
only way I
almost
would
like
do
cocaine.
heroin
I don't know.
because it's
They
so
say it's
addictive.
more like cocaine.
Yeah.
And then I would do that drug that you said you wouldn't do, Douglas. We had talked about because I've tried LSD. I did have a bad trip when I was younger. You know, when I was, I don't know, like
I
18,
don't think you
17.
ever went into detail about that. What exactly are you willing to go into detail about? What exactly happened?
Yeah,
on that?
I will. But what was that drug that I told you I still want to try that you were like, no, ayahuasca. That's the one that everybody's.
Yes. Thank you.
that.
Thank you.
But I
Well,
want to do it
why
at an
don't you
actual
why don't you
place,
go to
like not by
Douglas's-
yourself. Like that's
Because-
where you need to go to. Like you go to an actual shaman
Yes.
where they do the ritual.
Douglas is
Like,
a
that's the only way I would do it.
vampire.
Yes.
He has DMT in his saliva, so all you have to do is let him drain you.
It's incredible how Joe remembers these things. Joe, you have to learn to wait till the other person finishes speaking before you speak, though. It's something that is just a given. It's part of social intercourse. So what both Brooke and I may do is at times when we're feeling generous or very bored, we might give you a little education to help you overcome your social retardation. But in the meantime,
It's okay, Joe. I interrupt you, and I do interrupt. You just do it a little differently, and I get away with it more with probably the female Southern voice. But you know, you do interrupt a little, and the problem with that is if I'm talking, I'm not going to shut up like some people, and I'm not going to hear shit you say, nor is anyone else. So don't interrupt me. Just wait till I'm done. Because I have no idea what you said that he has in his slappa, other than something.
Well, I was trying to get you high on DMT naturally from Douglas.
If you read the vampirology book, what happens is that they in the vampire saliva produces a kind of DMT, and it basically has that effect on the person, and it's one of the reasons why they don't resist when they're being bitten. They're in a euphoric state. So that is something that is, you know, there. But in terms of...
I believe it. It comes through in your voice. I mean, sometimes I'm like, you're like, how do I put up with this bitch? And I'm like, I don't know. You said you're kind of masochistic.
Obviously, you found that out from my listening to Joe. Go on.
Right. And I'm like, and then I'm like, how do I put up with him? Because I'm not a masochist. And then I'm like, oh, I don't know. And then I think I'll be like so mad at you. And then I'll be like, no, it's fine. I'll come on again.
Thank you.
That's not me.
Thank God.
It's got to be it's your little
that
DMT shit. You fucking put it in my ear.
There we are. A little bit of that. Yes, vampires are famous for their suggestibility in terms of, well, opening up everyone else's suggestibility, if these people are open to that.
Yes, and then the people totally spill their guts out, make fools of themselves. And you just sit there and laugh at all of us.
It's really not like that. People who are listening, I just want people to understand that that's really not the case. But here is the experience, just so people know. One of the experiences that I do have that I learned to get over. By the way, Michael Connell is asking what's my Skype, as well as Mike Allen. So just everybody, I'm going to put this into the chat room now. Give me a second and I'll enter my Skype address. But one of the things that I want to explain to our dear Brooke is that when it comes to, by the way, I got distracted by these people asking about my Skype address. What was I talking about again, honey? I was talking about...
Just put the Skype address in and then I'll tell you.
Okay, thank you. She knows I can't do two things at once. This is why I need a chick takeover. I'm always looking for a chick takeover.
Put the address in. We got the address in, and you tell me when it's in.
Yes, honey. Give me a second. And thank you. Let me say Skype ID so people will know what this is. Skype ID, and Douglas Dietrich 1.
There's two Douglas Dietrichs. Make sure the one with the picture, not the D. I've done that mistake. You'll see a picture. I think it's got a red background. That's him. It's not the one with just a D. It's a different person.
Thank you. Yes, just so everyone knows. And so that's in there now. So, honey, yes, what was I speaking?
So we were going back into. I was just saying he had mentioned the DMT, and then I had mentioned that you could literally put that in my ear because, and then we're talking suggestibility is what we were going with then, and you were talking about I was like, yeah, suggestibility, that was something vampires are known for, is what you said.
Yeah.
And then you were saying, well, so that everyone knows that you aren't just taking advantage of people. Because I said, yeah, that's how you get everybody to talk, and just talk about themselves.
Oh, there we are. Thank you. Thank you. Now I remember. Yes. So one of the biggest problems that I discovered I had in life, in a sense, it was up there, is that I basically had not only that, but I had a background in training in terms of police work and interrogation, some of which I learned the time that I was involved with the Kino and the Department of Defense, and just the way that he would have a talent for training people in interrogation as well, and specialize in psychological warfare. And then, of course, aside from all of that, so people understand, interrogation, of course, in the military scale is not always torture. As a matter of fact, to tell you the truth, the reality is that there are men who will literally look at you in the face and laugh at you while you cut their fingers off with various implements, or brand them, or do horrible things to them. And the reality also is paradoxically true, that men tend to die off very quickly. Men really can't withstand torture for that long. They tend to do things like they try to resist, and then they die. But with women tend to last a lot longer. This is horribly morbid subject, so I won't go any further than that.
It's called labor. We have to go through labor.
That's
I just told the story.
Thank you. It's so, women are just, they bear so many burdens. So when it comes to the interrogation, however, really there is so much that can be gotten just by treating people well. And that there's so much that can be taken from people just by asking questions. It's incredible how most people are never asked anything, because really most people go through their lives without anyone having any interest in them whatsoever. So people actually, it's amazing if you start just asking people about their lives, or how
you can make people like you so easily.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. Yes, there's that.
Well, no, I recall this, and it's funny. I let it all go because I had kids and was just not focused on giving a shit if people like me, and still don't give a shit anymore. But if I did care, and now that you're saying that, maybe I should start using this again. And I did use it in sales a little, but I learned this very early on. I was 18 or 19. There was a woman. I learned it very easy with her. The first time it just hit me. I was like, literally was 18, and at her house. And she was very jealous. And the reason I knew she was jealous is because I was a fucking hot 18-year-old. It's like I'm a fucking hot person now. But what I'm saying is I was 18. She was already like in her 30s. And she wasn't as big as your woman, but she was a good 250. She was a good 250.
Half as big, yeah. Half as big as 2 tons of fun. Yes, go on.
Yeah. She was a good double me at minimum. And so she was, and I could tell, like, we would go over there because actually my ex-boyfriend at the time, was just selling them pot. But they, her husband would have people over, and I knew immediately. I didn't even have to sense it. I was like, she's jealous. Like, she's going to be jealous. Like, there was just no way around it. Yeah. So as a female, you just know. So then I immediately started playing into her and just started asking her about herself. And just literally asking her questions and being like, oh, and just exactly what you're saying. Yes. And now I remember doing that. And that lady ended up falling fucking in love with me. Yes. I mean, not like wanting to fuck me, but probably would have if I was there. Like, if I could have.
I believe it. God, I believe that. Go on. Yeah.
She was just so like I even saw her many years later, and we were, after all this, I saw what happened to see her at a gym of all fucking places. She was still the same fucking size. I'd had 2 kids. I was the same size too. I was still fucking my size. She was still her size, but she was still fucking nice as hell, and it was a weird thing that I learned, to learn that at 18 without military training. And to be sitting there, even we would be sitting there getting like drinking. They were smoking pot. I didn't really do that. I didn't like it. But, I was just learning, like, man, like, people are so easy. to manipulate, and I wasn't really trying to I was really just, my goal was not to manipulate her. My goal was to make her not feel uncomfortable around me and hate me, because I didn't judge her for being like, I wasn't they I felt like she was going to hate me for being thinner than her and think I'm out for her husband. Like,
well, that's natural. That's a given. That's a given. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I wanted her to feel comfortable and be nice, and then I just wanted her to be nice to me. And so I was just like asking her questions, and so she just got so thrown by the attention that she was getting. I now realize that's what, I realized it even at that point, but looking back at it again, now thinking of it, that's exactly what you're saying. And that's all I wanted to say. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. And just to clarify for people, it's not really military training that provides that level of nuance. It's more like the police work combined with, I also worked with a private detective. And I think probably the greatest nuance training in terms of questioning came from the private detective, who was in his own way very seductive. The private detective I worked with, I don't believe I've ever discussed with Brooke.
He's hearing this.
You remember hearing this or no?
No, I just said I hope Sammy Romero is hearing this.
Oh, why is that?
Because we had talked not too long ago, and we were talking about like what jobs I was going into and just wanting to get out of sales. And I was actually going on and on about fucking Lindsey Graham and how much I fucking hated him. And he was saying like, you need to go find where he lives. He's like, you know what? And I was like, well, I could fucking do that. And I was saying some shit, on like some, I don't know, whatever. And he was like, you would be a great fucking private detective. And I was like, what's hilarious about that? The fucking guy that I told you I trained in some astrology and still want to train him more, but from the guy from England, an older gentleman, in his 70s, and he did I had him do one reading for me privately, besides training with him. And when he did my private reading with my birth chart, looking at my birth chart, he was like, you would be great. And this was before I'd ever trained with him, so he didn't know anything about me at all. And he said, you would be good at, he said, I could see you doing things like, and he even mentioned tarot, which I do tarot. He was like, but he said, you need to work for yourself, which he said, and sales you kind of do, but he said, you're going to be better working for yourself. You don't like working for other people, which is, again, what I hate. And he said, you would be really good at private detective work, like something like a private detective or something. So he had just thrown that out there then. And that was a few years ago. And then Sammy threw it out again. And then you just said that, like me picking that up even at 18, I was picking up that information. Yes. And I think I would have always been good at it. And I still may go into it. Who the fuck knows?
I think that it's something you should investigate, to use a pun or an entendre.
Right.
What's that?
I said, right. I was trying to roll my R, but that's something you inherit or you don't. Nobody. I can't roll it. So like both my kids can roll their R.
Can they?
And wow. Yeah, well, because they inherited it. And even though my ex-husband couldn't speak Spanish, you could roll the R. And the thing is, people don't realize this. I think I even told Sammy this. He's like, oh, no, you can practice it. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I can't roll my fucking R. And I took a genetics class. It's genetics. It's like genetics or blue eyes or brown eyes. Like that's a gene thing. Yes. There's a gene for rolling your R. There's a gene for it. Yes. So apparently I had no Spanish rolling R's in my fucking heredity. My kids did get enough of it, that they both can roll their R. They took Spanish. I took Spanish for 3 fucking years and tried every fucking day. A Spanish teacher, she was literally fucking, that's the one I had for 2 years in a row. She was just shaking her head every fucking day like, never mind. Just stop, okay? Just stop trying, okay?
That's so cute. That's adorable. Oh my God. And so the when it comes to what I was speaking of with the private detective, just to finish that thought, he was very seductive. He was half Italian, and the other half was Liberian, the nation of Liberia, black African nation that was created by the Americans, dumping as many slaves as they could there until basically Lincoln was shot. For those of you who don't know that story, in summary, basically, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, quote unquote, only in the Confederate States. I think every Southerner knows this fact,
Mhm.
whereas maintaining slavery in the North, not only that, but also legally backing himself up by saying we also reinstitute slavery wherever.
That's why many came back to the South.
Yes, yes. And he also basically made certain that slavery was not ended or indeed reinstituted where the U.S. Army, quote unquote, needed the labor. So it's.
I might need to tell you something else on that later, but finish your story.
Oh, of course, yes. And so put a bookmarker there. And but anyhow, so one of the repercussions of what he was doing was he wanted to deport all of the black Africans. In other words, quote unquote, once they were free, those that were free, he intended to, quote unquote, ship back to Africa en masse. He began this process. And therefore, they started taking literally tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of blacks and shipping them back to Africa. Basically, they landed in a biological dump site, like a kind of like a giant toxic waste dump for biological refuse called Liberia. And this is where they dumped them off. The British had already done this. They called their nation of where they dumped their blacks Sierra Leone, where basically you're free. Now get out of here, and we don't want you, and you can't be free here. And so there's two nations side by side, Sierra Leone and Liberia. One is where the British dumped all their slaves. One is where America dumped all theirs until Lincoln was shot by a Confederate state soldier, no less. So if a Confederate state soldier hadn't blown Lincoln's brains out, there wouldn't be no blacks left in the United States. Quite literally, he would have shipped them all to Africa. That was his intent. But those that did make it there, for what it's worth, they fly the American flag. If you ever take a look at the Liberian flag, it is the United States flag, but it has one single star in the blue field because they insist they are the 51st state of the United States, which the United States refuses to recognize. And they were also, for the longest period of time, the only nation on earth that used the United States dollar as their official currency. Now, plenty of nations all over the world use the United States dollar. There's plenty of places where it's, basically under the table. It's like probably a better currency than their own national currency in a lot of banana republics. But Liberia, it's official. That's their currency. And for that reason, Liberia was the nation that if anyone's old enough and they grew up watching late night television, or you used to get those flyers from the weekends when your local Safeway or some other food market franchise was advertising its deals, you'd often get these deals about stamps or coins, where, by the way, for those of you who don't know, in the United States, it's illegal to imprint a living person's likeness on a stamp or a coin. Or at least it was illegal to do that for the longest period of time. These days, I think even the U.S. Post Office doesn't give a shit. But for the longest period of time, that was a federal crime. But you would always see these late night commercials for coin collections or stamp collections that would have living persons' likenesses on them. Those were printed and manufactured generally in Liberia. Since then, Liberia fell to shit, and now they're manufactured in some Caribbean hellhole someplace, or maybe a much more amenable place like the Bahamas.
Yeah, all those little plates though that I made my grandmother buy because my dad was an only child and then I was an only child, so it was her only grandchild. That's the one that, not my great grandmother, but it was her daughter. So the one that passed away not about 12 years ago. She would buy me when I would be at her house as a child. I would see all those little plates. Again, it was always animals. I would see the puppy plates come on the TV. The plates. And there would be a stupid fucking plate. And I'd be like, oh my God, it's got a puppy on it. It's a puppy. And then there's like 12 of them, so she would fucking order them. And I have fucking collections of plates, cats, and puppies.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, yes. Oh yes. She'd order them all for me because then I'd stupid one. And then she has have plates and plates and plates. I don't even know what the fuck they all are.
That's adorable. And it's also so sad. It reminds you of her, and you don't know what to do with it all. I tell you, it's oh my God, it's just like what do you do with all that?
Well, and here's the problem. I don't even know where those fucking plates are, and I remember them all being ordered. I know they're stacked at my mother's house, along with my parents have a 3 fucking floor house.
Yeah.
And I am telling you right now, I heard a comedian, I think I've already said this, and he said, he didn't have any kids. But he's older than me. He was like, you want me to tell you my mom died, the other year, and I'm an only child. He's like, let me tell you, people save everything for their kids. He's like, you want to do something nice for your children? He was like, the best thing you can do for your children, he was like, is have a fucking bonfire. Because you have to remember, so like not only there was, we had a lot, we had 4 inherit from my grandmother's side. My grandmother got a lot on that side. She had 3 siblings, but she got a lot of the furniture. So we're just talking furniture. So it's antique fucking furniture, okay? And then the great grandmother that passed away, so that's the one that died. We got a lot of her furniture. But then her sister and brother, they had money and they had no kids. And guess who got all their fucking shit? My grandmother first fucking dipped and took that shit. Because, why not? I mean, it's like money and it's fucking furniture. And then my grandmother's got all this fucking furniture. She's got 1 fucking kid. She fucking passes away. My dad's got all this fucking furniture. He's piling it in. I've even piled some at my house. I even got rid of my great grandmother's finally just got rid of a sofa and thing. I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like, it's got to go. Because I said, I've already redone it once. I was like, it's going to cost so much more to redo it again. Like, the furniture is unbelievable. When my parents have shit piled up there, and like from that aunt and uncle that passed away that had no kids, that furniture is so expensive. Just that one bedroom suit is like outrageously old and outrageously expensive. Also, like, it's like, you sell it, you keep it, and there's so much of it. And then on top of it, my grandmother's stuff, and then on top of it, all my parents' stuff that they have bought, and then on top of it, my mom's side and all the shit she fucking decided to keep. And then on top of it, I was an only child, and she decided to keep every little paper that I ever fucking had from fucking school, and every little picture. And she's a fucking hoarder. And every little thing my Mima fucking made, because my Mima did crafts. My Mima did arts and crafts, like she would do ceramics, you know what I'm saying? So I realized my ceramic Christmas tree, ceramic dog, another ceramic Christmas tree. Mima made all that. Can't get rid of that because Mima made it. And all the pictures. And I am like, basement, first floor. I told Lola tonight, my daughter called me up there. I swear to God, before you call me, she called me up there to help. She said, I want you to see what I did with my closet. What do you think? Does it look organized? Some of her clothes. And I said, yeah, it's pretty organized. She was like, and I was telling her something. I was like, well, she said, what should I get rid of, this or that? I was like, you should get rid of this. And then she's like, oh, I shouldn't. I was like, you know what? Don't get rid of it. I said, that's fine. So you asked my opinion. I said, but here's the thing. I said, don't get rid of it. And then all I need is your assurance that when Gigi and Papa pass away or anything happens, we have to go to that house. You're there with me, taking the shit and dealing with it, because I'm the only child and I do not want to do this on my own. Because she was like hoarding shit. She was like, I don't want to get rid of that. That's what she was telling me.
Yeah.
Because I would say, this shirt's ugly. That's what she would tell me. That's why I did it. I'd be like, this shirt, you should. We were just clothes. These were just clothes. She'd be like, do you think I should get rid of any of these? And I was like, yeah, that's ugly as shit. She'd be like, I know, but that reminds me of my first date with Owen. And then that reminds me of my second date with so-and-so. And I'm like, okay,
Jesus,
hoarder.
Why doesn't she just collect scalps?
Well, that's what I just said. Okay, hoarder, you're doing your Gigi thing there. Like, literally, I had my mom over one day, and it was an accident. We were cleaning out a bedroom. I swear to God, I will end the story, but it's hilariously funny. You've got to hear this. We were cleaning out the bedroom because Lola was moving from her old bedroom to her new bedroom. So we were going through some shit. I still keep most of their stuffed animals, but I will go. We were literally throwing away old papers in her room, like stuff under her bed, like math paper, and then like there would be like a McDonald's toy. My mom would come over and she's in the room while we're doing it. She would grab. I remember driving through McDonald's after school and getting it. And I would be like, Mom, no. And I would literally take him, like, stop it. And, like, I would put it in the giveaway pile for Goodwill. Like, I literally then found her, like, tearing up. And then she had, like, fucking 20 fucking things from fucking McDonald's or fucking Arby's bullshit toys that she literally took home.
Right.
That I will, at some point, I told her, I said, you realize I'm just going to have to fucking deal with that later.
Yes.
Anyway,
I get it. I get it though. I understand that level of sentiment. It's like
I get the sentiment, like you put sentiment in it, so it's hard. But she puts it like you have to draw the line on sentiment somewhere.
Right.
Like you can't put it on every toy. Like the memory is what made it, right? It's the memory.
Yes, but the memory is imbued in the physical item. So it's like it is what it is. I understand where you're coming from, and you have, in a very real sense, the healthier perspective. But that's, there you go. And you're right. I mean, you're right. And but I can also see where they're coming from. So just so the
Look, I kept my son took me to the movies today. I will kid you not. When I left, I went to get food for him. I went to get food for the dogs. Actually, when I get dog food, I dropped him off. And I remember looking in my wallet, down in my purse, and I saw the receipt and the ticket stuff for where we just gone to the movies. Yes. And I started to throw it away, and it had the ticket stuff. And this is what I did. I did exactly what you're saying. I was like, oh, this is emotional. I'm going to keep this. Maybe I'll make a scrapbook. You know how many times this bitch has ever made a scrapbook since her kids have been born? 0. Not going to probably happen. Ever. So what I remember, I folded it up, I put it in my wallet, and as I did it, I said, I'm going to put it in here because right now it's emotional, and I am sure in 3 months I'm going to throw it away because it's going to come to me that this is just a piece of paper, and it is not in the memory. And as I'm doing it, because I'm like, all that matters is that you have the memory of what happened with him, and it is that moment, right? But at that moment, I still couldn't throw that piece of paper away, so I needed it then. I wasn't ready to throw it away, but it's a healthy balance of knowing, what you can keep and what you can't, but you can't keep it all. It's stuff. It's the memories. It's the person. It's the what you shared. You can never get that back. And having a thing, yes, having pictures can sometimes help, having 1 or 2 things, having some furniture. But God, I mean, think about it. I keep all my fucking parents' shit, then they keep all their parents' shit, and then like we're only children. I mean, like I'm gonna have like a fucking 12-story fucking house to put everything in.
Yes, that's right, honey. And yeah, well,
all right, now I'll shut up. Now that's my round done. Okay, I'm sorry.
And that's fine. And so just so we go back to the track of the seductive half Italian, half Liberian detective that I was working with for a while as kind of like a junior partner. He ultimately got banned from the Presidio military base for sleeping with so many of the officers' wives. He used to seduce them through tarot card readings. He had a tarot card reading scam.
Are you serious?
Yes, where he would just use that mostly to seduce the officers' wives while they were on duty. And so...
I have to say that's a pretty smooth fucking thing, though, especially back then. There wasn't as much popular tarot. That's a pretty smooth guy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and so you can see where I learned the worst of my behavior in some ways. That's but you'd be amazed at what you can ask people and get out of them. And I would observe how he seduced these ladies by, for the tarot, answer some questions, and you'd be amazed at what he'd find out about everything about them, their family, the officer, etc. Because it comes out with their, he's questioning them while he's doing a tarot card reading, and so just understand it was more from there that I got this habit, and the habit was a bad one. Basically, I habitually began asking people questions when I would meet them. And because of that, people would open up and they would share everything with myself. They would just basically open up and express themselves, share their life story with me, tell me things.
Well, everyone's favorite subject is themselves.
Yes. And then what would happen inevitably was they would go home, basically wonder what the hell they had done, feel incredibly exposed or embarrassed or violated, perhaps to a degree. Even.
Oh, yes. I've woken up many mornings thinking, what the fuck did I do? Did I say last night? Especially when I was drinking, I was like, oh my fucking God, what did I tell him?
Oh my God. Well, and then they would never speak to me again. So this was a common thing that would happen in my life. So I had to get over asking questions. Now, of course, it's much
Oh,
different.
you still fucking ask questions.
Well, it's on my
But the
program.
problem-
It's different. I have to like play the part of the host. So when I play the part of the host, you
You
want to
also
get
play
people
parts of
talking.
the fake person, which y'all, by the way, he wasn't trained in that. So you can only be like, it's just like I can only. Some people will come on here, just like Anna, you know, people will come on here and they're only going to open up to a degree up to where they are comfortable. Sammy, you know, Sammy and I have some similar birth chart thing, but he's very much in the air, kind of like you, as far as mine, but very different as far as Aquarius and Libra. And, you know, again, thinking through things is what he does. And I just am on fire and like, fire. I'm ruled by Mars, even though I have Capricorn heavily in my chart. I'm ruled by Mars with my ascendant. So Mars is just fucking out there. It's the warrior. It's bam, bam, fire, like bam, right? So I don't think it through, and that's what I'm trying to learn more to do. But I'm also learning to love myself the way I am. You know what? And I don't always think it through. And I say, and I'm the person that, you know what, even if I wasn't on the phone with a Libra person that had been trained by this guy that can get shit out of people, I still sometimes open up too much, and I never usually regret it. But with you, sometimes I have, just because I know it's on air and because you are good at asking the questions, and then I go further. And then especially, you know, the few times I was drinking, I went too far probably for me to say, would I have done that had I not been drinking, or said that, or said it in that way. But you know what? You have to be yourself and be open, and that. And so I think it's a catch-22. Some people can get anybody to open up, and you can as well. Just like a tarot reader, I don't even know the tarot reader, actually. I have no idea. It's probably the worst tarot reader in the fucking world. But I had this guy call me from fucking work, and he's telling me about this woman he is in fucking love with at a fucking gym in Florida where he lives. And I am like, okay. At first I tell him, okay, like he's in love with her. And then he tells me, no, I've never spoken to her. And I've been in love with her for 6 months, you know. And then I'm starting to think he's fucking weird, obviously, because he still doesn't know her. But then he's gotten her name from the girl at the front, and he's truly in love with her, he thinks, because he has gotten her name, and now he has looked her up on Instagram. And this guy is older than me, and he has looked her up on Instagram. He's never been married. He's a little bit older. And he says this, and we are not friends anymore. Let me just put it this way, because he was also a huge Trumper, and I would finally get into screaming matches with him and just tell him he was fucking crazy. But I tried to be there for him for a little bit, because I felt like he was lonely. I knew he had told me enough of this story that he had some family issues. He had never really had a mother, I think. And so it's some serious issues as far as that went. But worked out, like bodybuilder guy. So like looked like he could have somebody. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Like, but I knew like he had major issues there. And so he's like telling me to look at this girl online, like, and he had gotten her name. And so I pull her and I'm like, okay, dude, she's got a boyfriend. He's like, well, how do you know? Like that picture was taken like a few months ago. I'm like, okay, well, if you go a little further, that picture was taken, actually, this picture was taken a month ago or 2 months ago. I said, and this picture of them was taken 3 months ago. And this picture, let's continue to go back. I'm going to skip some for y'all. And then that picture was taken of them in high school together. They have been together because she was younger than him. She was like 26, 27, 26. I was like, they've been together at least like 7 or 8 years.
Jeez.
I said, so your point to this is that you think they may have broken up 2 months ago maximum. And that's because you just don't see a picture of them together on her profile because you're not even friends with her and you can't actually see all her pictures. I said, let me tell you this. And I did this in a very slow. I said, think about it. If she even broke up with him 2 months ago, do you really think at this point that she's ready to date again? Because if they've been together 7 years, and he's like, should I approach her? And I'm like, he said, we make eye contact at the gym all the time. And sometimes I'm looking at her, but I catch her looking at me. So I think she's looking at me too. And I'm like, yeah, well, it could just be that you're looking at her. And every time she looks up, you're looking at her.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
So my point to the whole tarot reading thing is I tell him all this. And he's like, agrees that, yeah, she probably on the rebound. That's right. That's right. Then calls me excited one fucking weekend and was like, oh my God. He's like, I went to a tarot reader. Like I went to one time before in Florida. I just happened to be driving by this weekend and I went to one. And he didn't even know I read tarot or anything. So he had nothing to do with me telling me this. He was like, the guy told me, he was like, I see you meeting someone and it's female, and she's got brown hair, and she's north of from where we are. She's northern. She's from up north of where we are. Not saying she's northern. She's from north of where we are. And then I told him, he said, and she's in North Carolina. I mean, like, that's where she was. She's down in Florida now, but remember, she's from North Carolina. But he said to me, remember the pictures that you saw online? Remember they were up in North Carolina? And I said, all right, dude. I said, first of all, let me ask you a question. Does she have brown hair? I said, or does she have blonde hair? And he goes, well, no. In the pictures, yeah, they're blonde, but you can see her roots. She's originally brown. And I saw some old pictures where she was brown-headed in high school. And I'm like, so you're going with she was brown. So you're going, he was right there. So you're looking for her, right? She was brown, but you're saying the roots are brown. Okay. And then I said, just these two things. I just tried to say, I said, he said she's north of where you are. You're in fucking Florida.
Yes.
You are in the now, granted, he wasn't in Miami. He was in Orlando. So bitch could have been from Miami, like might have been south. But, yeah, pretty good chance. I mean, if you've got someone in the U.S., they're from probably Orlando or north. I mean, the majority of the entire United States is above fucking Florida. The guy made 2 fucking guesses, and he was all over it. He's like, so it has to be her. So then probably we would get together in like 6 months or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, kill me.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so sad. Honestly, you just want to cry. It's these
I want to cry because I am not the guy that is selling that bullshit and making like I don't know if I want to cry or like, how did you get somebody to pay for that shit and be like, they're probably north of us. I think they're from the north. They have brown hair. Well, people most likely have brown or blonde, and there's more natural brunettes than there are blondes. So that's a good fucking guess.
Yes.
And even blondes right now, they got roots that are darker. Like, good fucking guess, bitch. And then he just went with it. He didn't tell me all this shit that was probably wrong, because all people do is gravitate to what they think is right.
Yes, of course.
They gravitate to what they want to hear. And I'm like, that's the truth. Please tell me he gave you some initials. Please tell me he gave you a birth date. Something.
Oh, this is just predatory on the part of that particular tarot reader. Yes, I also envy that.
He deserved to prey on the sky. I got in a scream match with him. I would try to be that kind to him, and I wasn't rude like I am being now. I tried to be in a kind way, say the same. I did say the same thing, and truthfully, but this guy, I would try to literally be like how you said to not do that with comparing the Republicans and the Democrats and making them the same. Right. I would try to say to him, because he was so Republican and so pro-Trump, I would say, look, there's problems on both sides, because I was trying to win over someone. I was trying to I knew I couldn't just go head to head or they're never going to see the point. So I would just say, look, there's problems on both sides. But no, by the end of it, when I'm in a scream, you've never heard me scream like that. I don't care how much you've heard me, Maddie. I was screaming at the top. And here's the kicker. Here's the funny thing. That little bitch was screaming back. It was like me and Joe Ty talking over each other, except screaming at the top of our fucking lungs. But I just hung up and blocked the bitch. I was like, it was nice to know you tried to be your friend. I really wish you the best of life, best of luck, but we are not going to get there. You still think that, he still believed the election was stolen. It was just unbelievable shit that I couldn't. I would be like, where are you getting your news from? I was like, you're just getting your news from Fox. And he'd be like, no, or Newsmax. He's like, no, I get mine from independent sources. I'd be like, send me an independent source.
Yes, please.
I said,
thank you. And he'd probably be sending you.
Never did I get sent. No, I sent shit I would send him shit. I'd say, this is from here. Look at it. Yeah. He'd be like, I'm not going to watch that. Even the hearings, that was during the hearings. I would send him a copy of the hearing. They'll say, just watch that. I'm not watching those hearings. Those are just run by the Democrat. That's just a Democratic conspiracy game.
It's just pathetic. And just so you understand the term to use, when people are trying to say that, Republicans and Democrats are just opposite sides of the same coin, this kind of bullshit, that's called equivalency. So it would be like saying moral equivalency. Say, for instance, not that I want to pick on Muslims per se. One of the things I've, tried to assume a stance of is a kind of try to assume a stance against is Islamophobia for the sake of Islamophobia. But we have to be factual about what's going on in the world. When you hear idiots just get out there and say that, there's all this terrorism and shit, and it's like, and they'll say whataboutism. That's another term, but I don't prefer that term. It's a term equivalent to equivalency. It's parallel to equivalency would be the term whataboutism, meaning this is supposed to be a propaganda tactic where, say, for instance, the Russians are infamous for this. What about racism in America? Or what about you guys own slavery? Or you killed all the Indians? I mean, of course, all of that needs to be confronted by Americans, but it has nothing to do with crimes the Russians are committing right now. Just because
or the argument, when you do any argument, when you try to bring something else into it, I think that's even what you're saying. I've always said that with even a personal argument.
Yes.
So if you and I were having a personal argument and it was about the dishes and you didn't like the way I did the dishes and you're like, I've told you 5 times, and then I just go, well, how about the way I told you with the toilet? Well, you know what? I can bring up the toilet, but that's a separate fucking issue. Don't bring up the toilet. You know what? Bring up the toilet to me any fucking time is what you say. But don't bring up the toilet when I'm discussing the dishes. That's a separate issue. Like, you can't. People want to say I can do it's like my grandmother would say, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
so you will never make a right by continuing to argue with someone else's wrongs.
Yes.
Continue, whether you can agree, you usually it should be a mutual thing. Like even in politics, we should be expanding our mind and not always trying to prove ourselves right. But hopefully, if we truly are right morally, but it's just to expand someone else's mind. But yes, when they just want to prove their point and just say I am right and look at what you did wrong, then they're not open-minded. They're not going to hear you at all.
Yes, thank you. So yes, to drive the point home, when it comes to terrorism in the world today, we have to confront the fact that the majority of terrorism that is not white male supremacist terrorism in America, or maybe some equivalents in Europe or Brazil, or various places, the majority of terrorism that goes on in the world otherwise.
Or Australia.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, well, I wish terrorism would be more common in Australia, and only in the hopes that, you would pray that all of its victims would tend to be Australian males.
White men, that women would start fucking being terrorists?
Yes. I would just hope the woman would start becoming terrorists and just start taking out half the male population in Australia. Actually, you know what? This is something I pointed out just along the side here, was that after World War II, there were all kinds of people predicting that Japan was doomed, that it would never re-enter the ranks of the industrially developed world because they had lost 20% of their male population. And of course, this proved to be a boon. This proved to be an incredible advantage to the Japanese to lose 20% of their male population. Honestly, any population, but especially Australia, could stand to lose 3/4 of their male population. You could have just, if women outnumbered men 4-1, the civilization would probably blossom into this orgasm of renaissance, just this incredible renaissance of culture, just because you wouldn't have a bunch of stupid men doing stupid things.
When men are, and we all have melanin. I was talking to mentioned Sammy earlier when he was mentioning when he personally mentioned to me about the
melanin.
No, he's talking about his being at the funeral and stuff, and just talking about he felt accosted by this woman, and I was talking about she sounded narcissistic. I said, but women and men, I said they each have a feminine, it's a yin and yang. People look at it as you're talking about a woman or a man, and yes, you have mostly more men are usually more dominated by their masculine side. They have a feminine side as well, and vice versa. But when we say feminine and masculine, that's technically what I mean by that is when the feminine side dominates, you need the masculine side there. You do. That's action. Men are the masculine side is what takes action. So that is aggression. It is war, but it's also action and other things as well. Whereas the feminine side is emotional. The masculine side, while both are thoughtful, the masculine side is thoughtful through action and thoughtful through how to progress through this. What is the solution? What is the solution? And the female is looking for what is the feminine side is looking for what is the feeling through this. So when you look at that overall perspective, if you have more feminine dominated energy, two things can happen. Like you said, if you have a less masculine population, feminine will rise and it will be a great population. When you have a 50-50 or a more masculine, and that's where I said, that's what I was trying to hold him. I wasn't going to get into, but if you had when you have a patriarchal dominated society, what happens is that's why women turn on women. And you've seen that for so long because women have been taught to turn on women because we are competing against each other for masculine energy and for that masculine energy that they will give us. And it's only, we have to be against each other. Right. And when it's not a feminine energy against another feminine, and you bring those feminine energies together in any sex, yes, you can see complete love rise. You still need that other side, but to see that emotion and love rise and not the dominance of war and action, that's why I think what you're saying is true.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And just to reinforce that, perhaps even more viciously, there was, I don't know if you've ever, maybe I've told you about this before. Remember I told you about the survival test and the parachute? That ring a bell?
Oh, no.
Okay, so just so...
oh, and by the way, George, I just saw George is on here.
Oh, wonderful. So I'll try and make my voice doesn't rise too high because...
Well, it's too late. You know what? George, I'm sorry, but he's already used his highness for Joe Tai tonight.
So George, my dear man, how come you were unable to join us earlier to tell Peter? Because I always fucking forget. I mean, it's hard enough for me to even get in a word in edgewise with dear Peter, and to tell you the truth, I'm going to hang my head in shame. I am going to tell everyone in embarrassment, mea culpa, not to anyone listening or even to George, but basically to my biological father, because George tells me, it's important that people read Mein Kampf. Nobody reads Mein Kampf. And then he says that he told me the reason why. And he said that's why Peter needs to know this, because Peter was talking about he didn't understand some context or motivation for something. So I always forget. He always tells me why people need to read Mein Kampf, and then I'll forget. Why?
What is Mein Kampf?
Mein Kampf is the book my biological father, Adolf Hitler, wrote while he was in prison. And it's the German word for my struggle. And believe it or not,
I'm going to be honest with you. Your non-biological father wrote something better, just with the clock thing. Just the clock thing was better than anything Adolf Hitler's ever said to me.
Love you.
Like, I would rather have anything that, like, if you're going to engrave some on my tombstone, engrave at least, how do you say it? At least a dead clock.
Even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day.
That's what I fucking want on my fucking tombstone. Fuck Hitler shit.
Yes, and the tombstone's gonna be shaped in the shape of SpongeBob SquarePants too. Yeah.
There we go. Rock it out, man.
But by the way, some poor woman who was, I believe, gay, because I think her significant other was a fellow female, and she was in the military and she died in Afghanistan, and she had paid for a SpongeBob SquarePants tombstone, which they initially put in the cemetery, and then the cemetery, after several complaints from everyone visiting the cemetery, said that we don't want to look at that when we're visiting our loved ones. They took it down. Oh
my fucking God. Yeah. How horrible.
Yes.
Like, that'd be like me saying, I don't want to look at all these horribly dead, fake, ugly flowers. You got a Dollar Tree and haven't even replaced in 2 fucking years. And it's sat out here. They should all go. Like, if you can't afford a decent fucking, your Dollar Tree fucking arrangement that you got on the way to the cemetery because you thought about your fucking loved one once in the last 5 years, and then half of it's blown across the cemetery and the guys to pick it up. No, it should all be illegal too then. So SpongeBob is much fucking better looking. At least it's fucking standing in place.
Okay, so George, say hi. And happy birthday! Tell Brooke happy birthday, please.
Thank you, Douglas, and hello, Brooke, and happy birthday to you and Peter Moon.
Yes, that's
Oh,
right.
thank you for remembering.
Yes. So perhaps you could tell us, because I always forget, what was
That
it?
was a joke. You didn't remember. I mean, he just told you to tell you, but you may have remembered anyway.
Yeah, he didn't remember. What was it Hitler said in his book as to why he felt the way he did about Jewish people, I believe, was the issue at hand, yes?
Oh, yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And do you know what I did yesterday? I read 200 pages of the book, actually, yesterday, just to reminisce on what I was actually going to speak about. So,
and that's why he couldn't wake up. That's why he couldn't wake up in time to talk to Peter.
Oh, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to wake up. The difference is I want to wake up. I'm not allowed to wake up and to join the show at that time of the morning because
he's married, honey.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to, unfortunately.
Okay.
You'll learn once you move in here what you're allowed to do too. Okay.
Yes. What was that?
So, yeah, that was.
I said you'll learn once you move in here what you're allowed to do.
Oh, that's cute. I like that. That's adorable. Anyhow, so yes, now I'm going to faint. George, to go. So go on, George. And but George, there are times when you kind of take a vacation from all the ladies, and at times like that
on a Wednesday. Yeah, on a Wednesday, I can actually, because on a Wednesday I sleep around my mother's house because of the house on a Wednesday night at our house is overcrowded with women. So on a Wednesday night I can sometimes come.
But by the way, I forgot that there's a reason for this. There's a cousin or someone who visits, right? Something like that, or what? Who? Someone...
Sarah's mother stays over, so so she.
God, that is so much more boring than saying Sarah has a girlfriend that visits. You could have made it more interesting, George. Come on.
Oh God, that's funny. That's funny. I'm sorry, but go on. I hope Sarah's not listening. But anyhow, so and I do apologize on behalf of Brooke, George. Yes.
I apologize too, but come on, George and Sarah both should think that's more interesting. I mean, I'm sure Sarah loves her mother. I'm just saying, interesting wise, story wise.
So by the way, I can't resist this. Is this a case where you and the mother-in-law really don't get along, or what?
Oh no, it's only because there's no bed for me to sleep in, so I go to my mum's to sleep because there's no bed. So that's the reason. Because
so the
girls have to share
Sarah.
Because the girls have to share a bed, so I can't share a bed with an extra.
Yeah, this would have been a lot more interesting if you had said a girlfriend sharing the bed. Yeah.
No, but I think the situation is understandable and it's interesting enough as it is. But oh my God! So Wednesday nights you can do that, and so I'll bear that in mind. And
do you share a bed with you? Now, this will also make it more interesting. You could do another thing here. Do you share a bed with your mom when you go home?
No. Oh, honey, that's awful. Honey, that's.
I'm just trying to make things more fun. I mean, he talks about haggards. You can't go lower than that.
Yeah, haggis, honey, haggis. I apologize on Brooke's behalf.
I'm
George.
Sorry, George. You know I'm kidding you. Come on. You gave me hell that one morning.
Yeah. Brooke, it's your birthday. You can get away with it.
Yes.
You're allowed to.
Yes.
I will never forget the one morning when you came on. I had been at the hospital, and I think I told Douglas this today. I was like, I give George Holiday, I gave y'all hell for loving each other, but I truly mean love in the
platonic sense.
Yeah.
Is the word for it. Yes.
But y'all, I understand I took it too far a couple of times, but that's the way I meant it. And mean it. And but I said, it was so cool to see George loosen up one time. I said, because we are like night and day in some ways, just the way we speak. And I've heard some other people say that they love to hear us talk because it is night and day. And I'm like, oh yeah, he makes me feel like an idiot just the way he speaks. Like, thank you, Douglas, thank you. It's awesome. And I'm like, oh, so you do, but to hear you came on that morning, and I've been at the hospital actually that night for Noah, and I remember sitting in the driveway. I can still remember this. You came on. It's the only time. Very rarely am I ever speechless. I even said that today. And you came on, and I made the comment because we were still in the Haggards thing. It was one of the first week that you brought it up. And something came up, when you came back on, and I said, oh, well, did you have your Haggards? Because you had just come back on at like 7:30. It was right before the end of the show. And you said, well, Brooke, there is one thing that we both enjoy eating the same thing of,
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was like, did George just fucking go there? Like, I just thought in my head, did George just go there? I couldn't even speak. I didn't say another word.
Yes.
I never spoke to him.
There. You left her speechless. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah.
That's an accomplishment. And so George, so you read again my father's book, quite a bit of it. And so what was it in particular that the context of why he felt the way he did about Jewish people or whatnot? I think that's what we were discussing, right?
Yeah, thank you. Because Peter Moon said on air, going back, what was it, 2 or 3 transmissions ago, he said that he's never read the book, and that's why I wanted to. When I heard his comment, I was like, "Oh, Douglas, could you please just relay back to him from myself that it is worth reading?" And the last transmission, I just pointed out that nobody ever reads the book, and because people basically avoid reading it just because they think of the anti-Semitism that it portrays. And if you actually read it physically yourself, you understand, the whole point of the book is, like you said, he read that whilst he was in prison. And he talks about the first 5 chapters that I read yesterday. He goes on about himself in Vienna. Yeah. He talks about himself in Austria. And he talks about why World War I broke out and how it ended. Right. And he talks about Marxism very depthly. And he talks about Zionism. And this is why I want people to actually, I advise people to actually just read into it, and you don't have to read the entirety of it.
Peter Moon should definitely read into it. If the first 3 chapters he talks about himself.
Yeah. Go on, George. Go on, George.
Oh yeah, thank you. And I've taken several screenshots of because I was reading the PDF file of it. So I've taken how many pages? I've taken about 20 pages screenshots of that's worth citing and worth referencing. So I could go on about it, but also he mentions about the satanic aspect of things. He's warning about Satanism itself, but particularly Marxism, and he talks about the Jewish question. That's how he references it, to the Jewish question, and he alludes many times that he never had an opinion of them to begin with before he started politics, but he was talking quite in depth about the trade union. In Austria and also in Vienna, and I could go on about this. I could actually cite what he was saying without going into too much detail.
So it's very important.
It's so interesting.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to come on Wednesday night perhaps to do this? Talk with Peter about this, because you do it so much better.
Bless. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, it is worth doing. So this, and he goes into load of aspects. He goes on about the Russo-Japanese War. He talks about the Boer War. Yeah. He talks about Napoleon Bonaparte. There's so many great things to reference that he has written in the book, and it's very, very important. And he talks about Zionism itself. Yes. And let me just try. I'm actually just skimming through. Yeah, talk about the trade movement.
Can you send a link to that book? Can you send a link to that book in the chat when you get a chance?
Yeah, it's worth. Yeah, do you want me to just upload them into the chat box? Because it's
I mean that plus if you could send it. You are friends on Facebook, are you not? The 2 of you?
No.
Yeah. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Oh, okay. If you could send it to me in my private message, I will relay it in turn to.
Well, I will be honest. I've never requested anybody on the show's friendship, and they've all requested mine except George. So I just apparently, and I even went on and liked his channel when he told me he had a channel. I went on and liked it for him, but he never requested my friendship. I don't know.
Well, things may change with time. Things may change with time, honey. So that being said, I want you all. How much time do you feel you have with us tonight, dear George?
Oh, I've got several minutes, Douglas. Actually,
I'm
more than happy to talk a bit. Even longer. You know what I mean? It won't be hours; it will be minutes. So, comprised of maybe a quarter of an hour, half an hour, or so. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, Douglas. So I'd better take advantage of that and refresh myself. Right. And the point Absolutely. Is that you're coming here really is a lifesaver, because I did not want to leave Brooke with Joe Ty alone.
Well, I'm pretty sure Joe Ty has been jacking off last few hours, and he's probably asleep now.
got that feeling. And,
I did tune in earlier, Douglas, and I just caught the bit about him on the rooftop.
Yes!
I did catch that bit earlier. I was listening in on that.
Oh my God.
Did you get the part about how the guy that lives in the tent before the rooftop, and that guy is a billionaire, but he's been hit by two women by two different cars.
Yes.
A black woman hit him with a car, a white woman hit him with a car. He has a chip in his head, and he lives in a tent, but he's a millionaire. And Joe's sure, and then Joe was asking him on how to get a job. He was training Joe on how to get a job.
It's
all right.
It's like, this goes to show you where Joe is.
But Douglas kept asking questions on it. Sammy Ramiro was like, "You're killing me." Douglas was like, "How?" Douglas couldn't stop him. You need to rewind and just hear before, because it was hilarious.
Yeah. He has me hyperventilating, as he and Ian West always do. As a matter of fact, I shouldn't do this, but I'm just that kind of person, and I just do the wrong thing all the time. So here we are. I'm just going to share screen, and here we go. If everybody can look at their screens and can see this, here's someone else we know, Black Frank, who is the real Ian fucking West, as he signs himself into chat. And this showed, with 2 Ds, this showed up at 6:30 this morning. So I just woke up, because, he's been busy. And she has, oh my, well, something new has been added. So this is one of those cases where she wakes up or he wakes up, and she says she's willing to do anal and promises to be gentle. This is like not the way I would want to start the morning myself. So maybe that's why he just woke up. He was knocked unconscious. It would.
Or the fact that, he just cut and copied that fucking picture. Also, that's the kind of people he fucking hangs out with. And third of all, it's probably somebody that needed meth if it was someone that was going to do anything to his ass.
That's what I said.
If I fuck you, can you give me some meth, please?
And then when he said yes, then she turned out to be the one truly fucking him, not the other way around. Yeah, quite the bargain. So yeah, when he bragged about being in bed with 5 women, I said, yeah, they must be charging group rates, or he owed them all some drugs that he never delivered, and they decided to gang up at once and take him down. Yes. But as for Joe Ty, when all that...
And by the way, Ian has admitted, if Ian's probably not listening, so I can say this, I won't say it legally, he's admitted, but, hypothetically, he has admitted that everything I said about that old selling drugs thing is pretty much true. Like, he sells China shit, is what he does. Like, tries to sell bullshit from China that he orders for $1 and then sells like 10 of them, and then also sells meth.
Yeah. There you go.
That's how he's
hypothetically.
Hypothetically, that's what he does.
Explains so much.
That's hypothetically why when somebody put a straw to his nose, he hypothetically thought that you
reflexively just inhaled. Yes. And but it explains why, if nothing else, it explains why he's got so much laboratory equipment. That's it, because he's always saying, I'm putting my blood under this, what do they call that shit they only have in labs? The shit that shakes the blood until it, like, gets the, or various other liquids, so that you get the impurities or the heavier elements sink and the lighter elements rise. I forget what they call that shit. The turntable, basically.
He has that just like he has 40. I swear to God, he pulled out 40. He's like going to impress. He thought he was going to impress me. He pulled out. He's like, oh, you have no idea how much research I have. I was like talking about his QAnon shit and Trump. He pulled out fucking like binders of shit. And he's like, and then he'll be like, let me show you this. And I'm like, don't pull it. Just don't. Like, because then he'd be like, want to pull a picture. I'm like, I don't care. Like, there's nothing you could show me to make me believe your shit right here. And then binders of shit. And then it's like, then suddenly like, oh, well, I found this though. You'll think this is cool. And it was like a music thing that he was going to put on your show. Remember the little thing that he's going to do noises with? Okay. But it was from the fucking 90s when he was fucking apparently on a radio station. Yeah. And he's like, oh, but I'm going to get the new upload for it. Oh, shit, I can't. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn it. They're not going to give it to me. Fuck. So it was still stuck with the 90s sounds of just like a clap and a fucking like wink, like whatever those 90s keyboard sounds were.
That's the shit he plays when he's got the girls there. That's what he plays. Oh my fucking
it's
God.
a little button thing, from the 90s, and you just boom, 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 and it's like wink, wink, doink. He's like, and doink, doink, you know? And he's like, no, I can upload it with new shit. And then he's like, literally, like when I would tell you, he would call me and I would say, I can't hear you, but I know what you're saying. Yes. And the reason I know is because of this shit. When he would go, oh shit, oh fuck, it's not fucking working. They're saying, shit, they're saying I can't update it because I didn't pay for the original because I got it on eBay. Fuck.
Yes.
Because I didn't pay, because he never paid for the original.
Oh shit, he joined us. Oh shit, he jumped on the call. But it does remind me before,
there we go.
Before I refresh myself. But I have to let George Knight respond. Look, we only have so much time with George Knight, and it is Brooke's birthday, but I do want George Knight to emphasize some things. I'm going to refresh myself and
George, you can win on my birthday. Fuck it, George. You know what? You can have my birthday too. It's over. It's fine. It's January 6th. January. You know what? I get January 15th. George gets January 16th through January 14th. It's fine.
No, it's not like that, honey. He does get the 22nd. George will be interviewing me on this program on the 22nd.
I know. I'm going to Florida to visit with Ian because I've got some things I'm going to show. That picture.
By the way, T. Tank Berry mentions centrifuge. Centrifuge used to separate solids out of liquids. Thank you, T. Tank Berry. T. Tank Berry is the man. Okay. So
I can tell you when I visit Ian, I will use what that woman showed on there, but it will be a little stronger to separate his solids from his
It'll
liquid.
be spiked. It'll be spiked. As a matter of fact, she's gonna take it and she'll have it operate like a drill bit.
It will separate your solids from your liquid. Is all I'm saying.
Look, everyone, I'm going to basically just try to refresh myself. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I know all of you have this, and yes, so the one thing I did want to say about Joe Tai, when he almost fell off the roof, but the adhesives kept him stuck there, he actually was asking the men not to remove the adhesives because he was getting so high off of them. I mean, this shows a disturbing set of parameters, or what would we call them, an agenda of priorities that is somehow skewed. And
shit, that's why Joe Tai's muted right now. He's not fucking ducking off or asleep. Stanley told him about how if you became an embalmer, you could get high.
Yes.
He's Googling that. He's like, how the fuck do I become an embalmer?
Yes. The problem is they'll mistake him for the body every time. But then he'll get pumped full of embalming fluid. His wish will come true. And he's with us too. Oh, we're blessed.
Well, you want to get high easy?
Then he doesn't follow up.
Hello?
He's so high he can't follow up on it. He's so high.
Hey, the birthday party. I need Douglas to set up. Joe Tai and Ian and George. I want to hear the three of them have a conversation.
Cleaning supplies.
Yeah. So
you can get high on cleaning supplies.
Is this true, Ian? I'll ask the expert. I can't go mute. I don't know how to mute this thing.
Brooke, we can't have a conversation because you won't shut up.
You know what? I learned from the best baby boy, but you know what? Because you're here, out of respect for you, my deep respect, I'm going to shut up.
That's right, Ian.
She's just out of respect.
She's gonna give you a chance, but Ian, all of you have been formally introduced. I'm going to count on now. I've made some big mistakes. Like the other day, I said I'm gonna leave Pete the Moon Man with Amy Como and Brooke Gibson. I know these people have had some issues in the past, Brooke and Peter, with some conversation, but I know also that, they're adults and they've gotten over that. We're over that hump, and I can't imagine anything going wrong with Pete and Amy.
And they didn't. Brooke didn't speak at all.
Yeah,
and it wasn't.
And then I left them alone, and that was a big mistake. Then basically Amy was answering Peter. Peter said, what was it again? Oh, where you live. And it was like Amy apparently was reluctant to give her home address or anything, and then
there wasn't reluctancy. Let me tell the story, and even if Peter's listening, that's what Peter needs to hear. This is how this went. Peter said, hey, well, where do you live? And then she was like, he said, oh, no, she said, I live near the Canada. He's like, you live in upstate New York. And she's like, no, actually, I live in Vermont. And then he was like, oh, you live in, he named this fucking city. And then she was
Burlington.
He said,
Burlington.
Burlington. He said, do you live in Burlington? That was his question. And then she said, actually, no. She said, have you been through Vermont going to Canada? Because I live off in the last exit. And before she could even get to the end of the sentence, he goes, I didn't ask you that. I said, did you live in Burlington?
Right. Oh my God.
And then later on,
he went downhill from there. Yeah. Then it was the tarot and shit. Yeah. And
it was very easy. He said, are you into so you're into astrology, Amy? And she goes, well, and then she said, I just kind of do it. And she was just doing conversational. Like I told him I did before, and he and I got into it. And he told me this is not a conversational show. It is a person talking, pretty much monologuing. You don't do conversations. That's what he told me before. That's how he and I got into it. But regardless, he told her, she was like, I just kind of, like I kind of look into it, blah, blah, blah. And, I have a birth chart. It has this and this in it. Because he assumed she didn't go that long. And he just went, I did not ask your birth chart. I do not need to know any of that. I am just asking, I just ask you, yes. Are you interested in astrology? Is that what you're saying?
Right. And then
and he does it in this horribly deep voice. He doesn't. I don't know if he realizes the way it comes off either.
He's very hostile. It was very hostile. And before we even had Brooke leave the show, because Amy just basically hung up. And then what happened was
Amy did this. I love it. She was getting off, like when we first fucking came on with Douglas, first fucking came on the show, and she comes on. She's in a bad area of her room, apparently.
Bad reception. Bad cell.
And so, bad cell. So then suddenly she moves a little, and we're like, oh, that's great. So then after he goes off on her a couple of fucking times, and I'm just muted, I'm like, to be honest, I'll be honest with you. I knew if I unmuted, I would, number one, probably go off. Yeah. And two, I was kind of enjoying it not being me that he was fucking doing this to, so somebody could see, like, another woman experienced it. Yeah. Like, it's not just me. But, so I just kind of listened and let him do his thing, and we'll see how she responded. And she then just suddenly went to bad area all of a sudden, randomly, even though she had fixed that in the very beginning of the show and knew exactly where to fucking stand. Then he goes, oh, we're getting bad reception. We need people to check in. And that's when I checked in and said, hey, dude, I'm pretty sure it's her. She had bad reception. No, we need live chat to tell us. It could be Douglas's. And then and then I said, no, I think it's her. And then she literally must have moved back over for me to come back in live enough to tell him, no, I think it's my reception, because then you could hear her good. I think I'm just not going to be able to hold on to the call.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's what happened then.
Do you understand? She moved in just to say I'm going to let go. And I'm not saying he was, he
chased her off that night. He chased her off, and then basically I noticed she didn't
doesn't realize how he sounds, and I get that. Just like I don't realize how redneck I sound or how loud I sound, but he doesn't realize, I think, how he sounds, and it all puts people.
And then though I thought he had kind of gotten over that hump with you. When you were trying to segue out, you just said, oh, maybe you can give me your chart sometime or something like that. And he said, I don't share my chart. It was something.
Oh, no, his birth time. That's what I said. Obviously, he's already admitted we have the same birthday.
Right.
So there is one thing if you're born at night or day, and he would know this because he does astrology. So he at least knows this. Yes. If you have a morning chart or an evening chart, I wasn't even wanting. I just said, oh, what was your time of birth? And he said, sure that I'm not sure that. And I was like, oh, I was just meant like, are you night or day? And then he just went, I'm not supposed to, like, again, like, just went to, like, I was asking him for his social security number.
Yeah. And also tonight, I like the way when he came on, he said, you and I can talk later privately, Brooke. Yeah.
I think he thought I was like, I know with the birth chart, I mean, obviously give some, but he's already given his birthday away. So, I mean, yes, time-wise, I get that. Like, some people may not know that time, and it does give away a few things. But, I don't know.
Real Ian West has raised his hand, and I will be grabbing a Coke. Let me go through my lines. And George, do let George participate. I want George to be more aggressive about this and to interject himself.
That's between Ian and George. I'm shutting the fuck up. I'm muting you. I'm going to do a line of Coke too. You guys
And we know Joe is participating simply by doing whatever the fuck he's doing that makes those horrible scraping noises. Like, I have this horrible image of his head rubbing against that pillow. And it's kind of like taking a hanky and rubbing against the other head, and it's kind of the same effect. So, real Ian, what was your question with the hand raise? It obviously was going to be for Brooke, I'm going to presume.
No, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it sounds like Peter Moon doesn't listen to the show. That's all I was gonna say.
Oh.
Yeah, what's the thing with the girl with the dildo?
Oh, that's the love of my life right there. She showed up at 6:30 this morning. Fucking, she's going through a breakup again, as they all do, and fucking, she needed somewhere to, rest her head, so she came over. But I fucking just woke up and I found out she's in the hospital now. So I don't know what's up with that. I might have to go see her.
Okay, why am I not surprised? So a young lady visits.
I'm sorry, I can't undo to that. Some bitch came to see you. She needed to rest her head. She needed to rest her fucking lungs, her fucking nose on something to get high. She agreed.
She overdosed. She overdosed and wound up hospitalized.
She pegged.
We didn't even do anything. No, we didn't do anything.
Ian, got high again, and now she's overdosed.
No,
okay,
no,
if you pegged Ian, you'd fucking want to overdose too.
Yeah, is it true that there are more women than men in Florida?
Very cool. Calm down. No, we didn't even do anything. We just shot the shit and chatted for like 5 hours, and then she dipped, and then I fell asleep, and I just woke up.
She shocked the shit and dipped and
Yeah, we
fell asleep. Yeah, pretty sure that's about
We
it.
haven't seen each other in a minute.
Oh my god. Okay, I've got to go refresh now. I need drugs. George, add some civility to this, some civilization. Let's see if his audio's working. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Douglas.
I'll be back soon. Bless you.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Shit. Fuck. Oh, God. So I fucked myself over, hung up on all of them, and now I can't refresh. So this is the horror of my life. They get me so upset. It's like I leave these people alone, and this is what happens. I have them on, and this is what happens. Right now I'm trying to call all of them, but none of them are answering. So there we are. At any rate, it is one of those things where if they don't want to respond, I'll start monologuing. But I'll give another try, and let me tell him this. See if we get somebody on, we might be able to add others on. But other than that, nobody seems too anxious to want to come back on. and it's amazing what I do at times. This is before I even got to do my goddamn drugs. So there you go. So I assume you hung up and will call back. You are refusing to. You are declining my calls. You are declining my calls. Declining my calls. So call me. So you call me. Call me, please. Okay, there we are. It's just amazing. But Skype is really fucked up as well. So that's a third actor in this, and in the end, you just can't win. It's either that or maybe it was predestined. So we'll see if this works. In the meantime, whoever answers first, whoever is willing, or I go into monologue, and we take it from there. So there goes the goddamn microphone. By the way, they're all bad. None of them are made for what I do. None of them are meant to be on such an unstable platform as somebody's bed. And as for otherwise, okay, let's see if we can get anybody to call here. George is unavailable. Okay, so it's like nobody's responding. This time, there we are. Okay, I tried calling half a dozen times by now. It just keeps saying call declined. You see how fucked up I am? These people get me so upset. I wound up pressing the wrong button and hanging up. This is how upset these people get me. So, honey, can you hear me? Honey? Honey? Okay, she's on mute.
Hello?
Yes. Oh my God, that's so frustrating.
Fuck. That's what I was doing. Even when I was trying to unmute with them, I was unmuted and I had to mute you and mute it.
Oh, it's just awful. It's just awful. Tonight's it's just how.
Anyway, they all hung up because we
Yeah, I hung up. They didn't hang up. I hung up. No,
but then I couldn't accept your call, nor could anyone else. We had several people come on. Anyway, just.
Yeah, I can call them all back. Yeah, and see if they but for God's sakes, don't you hang up right now. You sound awake enough, and there's no point in.
It's fine. It was just because you hung up. There was no way you were calling in on another line. So even when I tried to accept it,
yeah, it just takes a while for it to settle down. It's awful. It takes a while for it to settle down. It really does, and it's one of those things where it's kind of a. It's I fucked us up, it's just I was so upset at Ian and everybody. They just get me.
Just shut up. They all love you. Just call them back.
I'm trying.
We had Hesh come on. Mark Hesh came on. Like he was the other one taking back. So
was he really?
Yeah. Now I've got everybody calling on the other line. So that's what I'm saying. This is just like you. Now I've got somebody calling on the other line, and if I have to decline it, you're gonna have to call
that's why I can't call them. It's all these idiots are calling you.
Okay, no, I decline. No, they just did it. So can you call them now?
Okay, so let me try it now and see if any of these guys come on. We're gonna try it bit by bit, see if we can, basically get this into some kind of semblance of what it was before I fucked up.
Okay, you got George is back. George is back. So
Hello,
very good.
Douglas.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
God.
Oh
Yes,
my
I'm
God.
sorry. These people get me so upset, George. I can't I can't even think straight. So I wound up hitting the
Baby,
wrong
you're
button.
good. You're good. You're
Yeah,
good.
it's just honestly, it's just one of these things where it's been a hard day, getting to this point. So thank you, honey. I mean, you're comforting me. It means the world to me. So we have two wonderful men with us, and as I'll try the real Ian West. If Joe Ty tries to come on, that's great
You're
because
gonna have to ask him, but he can't. We can't add him. Nobody can add but you. I don't think. Because when
he can come on and I can merge the call, but he'll have to wait till I come back. The problem is that he has so many accounts because this guy has lost so many accounts that the problem is I can call some of these other accounts, but I'm certain they're going to be dead accounts. He has some new account that I don't believe I've ever really accepted because I never knew what it was or something. He like, they're all number shit with him. So, and for Ian West, he'll have to do the same thing because he's got some real Ian West account that's just not coming up right now. There we are, real Ian West. So maybe I can bring him on as well, and hopefully he behaves himself. And then Joe Ty, I'm trying the other two numbers of Joe Ty, but we'll see if that either one of them works. I doubt they will. But Mark, do say hello to everyone.
Hello. Hey,
Hi.
Yes, we hear you,
everybody.
Ian, and Mark, and George. So, and Joe, I can't believe it fucking worked. So it's all back. So like I said, I was so upset that I wound up hanging up by accident. So what I'll do now is just go mute, try and go mute. I can't go mute on the microphone, so you'll probably still hear me, but I'm going to go mute on the Skype.
We can't hear you. If you go mute on the Skype, we can't hear you.
Yes. Actually, that's not true. I found out the hard way long time ago. When I went mute on the Skype, everybody could hear me on the mic. I never thought of it until later. It shows you how technically retarded I am. At any rate, thank God we're all back. And George and Mark lead the conversation, and keep it civil. I'm sure Joe and Ian have lots to share as well, especially with Ian's latest misadventure. And with that, Mark, you can tell Brooke a little bit about the gambling you're doing, and she was talking about really wanting to gamble with you the other day. You might catch her up a little bit on your work schedule, and so I'm going to mute. My blessings to you all. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Douglas. How's everyone doing tonight? George, Brooke, Joe?
Yep, good.
Hello,
How
Mark.
about you,
Lovely
Mark?
to speak to you.
Good, thanks. I think Ian's on too, right?
Yeah, Mark and Ian are the only ones that didn't give a shit to call in during my birthday. I think George called in right before it was over.
Oh, I left a message, right?
Hey, buddy. Hey, I'm back.
Joe Ty did leave a message. Joe did some, you know what? So it was just Ian and Mark that didn't care.
Whoa, Brooke, happy birthday. Oh my goodness.
Brooke, not a happy birthday.
Yeah, it's a happy birthday. You know why? Because I didn't have to talk to you the entire 24 fucking hours. So obviously it was a great birthday. Mark, it's going to be a great birthday because you're going to let me know that you put in that $40,000 bet I put in on Georgia, right?
On George?
On Georgia, on the Bulldogs.
Oh, okay.
For the championship, you put that in, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, what was the over-under on that, do you know?
It was they got plus Georgia got -7, so
Okay.
I think
all right.
I'm sorry, 13. It was -13. They were -13 fucking points. So I took Georgia -13. It was whatever it is, Texas, whatever the fuck they are, TCI, what the fuck they are.
Nice.
So George,
you had enough.
Are you going to come over here to the United States when the economy is tanking in England?
I don't know, Joe Ty. I would like to come over and visit. Definitely, we'll come visit the West Coast. Beg your pardon.
Oh yeah, you want to go see Douglas?
Yeah, go see Douglas on the West Coast, and I would like to come see the East Coast as well. But yeah,
it's George. The West Coast is awesome, man. You'll definitely, especially San Fran, where Doug's at. Just an amazing, beautiful, scenic area. It's absolutely gorgeous, bro. You'll love it.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, and I'm very much looking forward to it. It's definitely on my bucket list of places to visit. Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like South Carolina should be on his bucket list as well.
South Carolina, yes. Yeah, no, I'd love to visit.
George,
there's so many places I love to visit.
Yeah, I think you gotta go to Florida for Disney World for the kids.
No, you need to go to Florida for Ian West. Where's the? You need to go to see the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, just whatever. Don't go to Antarctica. That's what you definitely don't want to do. Jesus Christ.
No, that's where the.
I'm sorry. If you have to tell somebody not to go to Antarctica, they should go to Antarctica. Even if whether third right or not, if you have to tell someone not to go.
That's the right underneath in Antarctica.
Unless you have a way to get in there and a friend down there, I would not go.
No, George, the United States is beautiful. You should definitely stop by. You definitely should.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
What part of the UK are you in, George?
Sorry, beg your pardon. Sorry, what was the question?
George, I was just going to say, what part of the UK?
Oh, I live in the south. Yeah.
Excellent.
It's classed as like the southeast. It's classed as the southeast part of the UK. If you ever look at where you got London, I'm more further west, just a little bit further west, but more south central, towards like Portsmouth, Southampton way. Just to give you, the demographic of it. Yeah,
absolutely. So I have heritage from Kent. I'm not sure where that geographically is.
Yeah,
I think that's north. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
It is north.
Oh,
yeah,
north. I was just waiting for him to say that. Oh my God, because it's north, as George has pointed out to me before. Well, Brooke, see the opposite. I'm in the south of England, and the opposite is like how you're a southerner down there. It's the opposite here. The Southerners here are like Northerners there, basically. And, the rednecks live up north is basically what he said. Remember that?
Okay.
Do you remember?
Well, that's closer to Europe. The South is closer to Europe.
No, so. George was kidding me. He didn't say it rednecks, but he implied the rednecks are up there.
The country bumpkins. Country.
That's how he worded it in his very eloquent way. Yes, that's what he said. The country is more like the South. It's up north here.
Well, it's kind of cool to put in perspective because I didn't know before Douglas mentioned about Austria and that being sort of like, the farmers of the Germanics and
the hillbillies
laborers.
The Germans.
The
laborers. Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing too is since Douglas mentioned something I think it was the last show or the show before, he mentioned something about Indonesia being the largest Muslim population.
It is, yes.
And I work with people from Indonesia, and I struck this conversation that just fantastic.
And did you know Indonesia was one time owned by the United States?
See,
the Dutch traded.
I did not know that. No.
The Dutch traded New York City for Indonesia.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
The person I spoke with actually worked in Parliament, and they left Parliament, and they told me some just crazy stories, man. The government there is pretty nuts.
Yeah, they're nuts. They beat up Christians, and they have like once in a while they do genocide to the Chinese in that community over there.
They did mention they're very aggressive.
Every 20 years or something.
Yeah, they mentioned they're very aggressive in terms of religion.
Yeah, but everybody over there speaks English. That's the thing. That's Malaysia and Singapore. So, George? What news do you have of the 1,000-year Reich under the surface? How do you get those info?
How do I ascertain it? How do I?
Yes.
From I got through Douglas's expositions, through his emissions over the years, and all I've done is extended the research even further. But Douglas was acquainted with that information as a Department of Defense research librarian, And the information the problem is a lot of people over the years, with the whole propaganda, the whole doctrination of the extraterrestrial phenomena being presented, or it's basically people are being exposed to this for the last 70 odd years, and there's the reason behind that. It's a military campaign or a military psychological operation to indoctrinate people to believe there was such thing as extraterrestrial life, as opposed to the reality, the contrarian aspect of it, which is the breakaway civilization, which is the legally recognized enemy of the United States, as well as the United Nations, as well as everyone else who was comprised of the United Nations to this day, which is why the United Nations still maintains its organization to this day, is because you're still in illegal and declared state of war with the breakaway civilization. So that's just to clarify, to qualify where how I know of that.
So you're still getting the info from Douglas on this issue of the 1,000-Year Reich.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the information that comes out on a daily basis, like the Pentagon themselves have just released a report. They do it annually from their UAP. They've basically got a task force. They've called it a task force, which conducts investigations into the UAP or UFO phenomena. And so they've just released a statement over the past couple days stating that there have been a further 510 reports of UAP accounts or occurrences using during naval or United States Air Force operations in exercises or military basically combat military exercises, or what they do, or sorry.
But George, so I just want to. So I just wanted to ask a question on this, because obviously I've listened to Douglas and I, and I guess I disagree with you as well on some of it, but then Douglas and I have agreed on some as well, as far as the fact that, when we look at what Hitler was doing at that time and the Third Reich, he was, and you can say it's story driven by the U.S., but I would think that would be the only other way you could go with it. Would be to say that he was already, supposedly working and looking into, he wasn't just looking into, he was all over the map as far as looking into esoterical, whether it was, religious things. He was definitely looking into different dimensional things, not just as far as aliens at all. But anything religious, as far as satanic, he was looking into. He knew that there were powers, like we talk about, outside of what we could see. That was something Hitler knew. He knew that there were powers outside of what we were at that point taking in, and as far as the 3D world. And he did discuss. There are discussions of him with extra dimensional beings, which we would then call some of us aliens. That's just a term that we could use. I do believe a lot of the technology that he may have gotten to be able to go and do what he did came from an extra dimensional, whether you want to call it an angel of God, and dig up in Egypt, or a alien. Those terms can be kind of intertwined, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you, Brooke. I believe we've only touched the surface of this before, and I can go into it from the Germanic engineering aspect of things, how the craft were produced by German engineers and German physicists. I can go into that, but I do appreciate what you're saying. And just to further qualify what you're saying as well, Brooke, is if anyone takes a look at the Bob Lazar or William Lazar testimony, if you listen to the story he has told over the past 3 decades, what he will tell you is when he was at the S4 facility complex, which is stationed around the whole Tonopah Army Installation Airfield Base, they're all interconnected through underground tunnel systems. What people know as Groom Lake or Area 51, which I know it as the Homey Army Airfield Installation Base. Basically, what he will tell you is at S4, there were 9 craft that the United States Army in the 1980s had in their possession and they refer to it as exotic material or exotic technology. Now, what he was informed of, because they basically used them as they were basically exploiting his expertise in his technological sense. So they were trying to exploit his knowledge, or to dig into his brain to try and ascertain what he could understand and what he could understand of the technology. What they were trying to do was reverse engineer it, because they had no expertise to actually inform of how the technology works. So what they were trying to do was back engineer it. And what he will tell you, or what he has said in the past, is that one of those craft that they retrieved out of the 9 that he saw, one of them was an archaeological dig. That means one of the craft was ancient, which I don't believe was Reich's, I know it wasn't a Reich's craft. So what he was informed of is one of the craft itself was possibly related to an old ancient relic population that existed on Earth millions of years before the rise of man. So, or within our own solar system. So one of them was archaeological, meaning it was ancient, talking about thousands of years old, and it was a solid craft. And one of them, he mentioned, has a projectile that was shot right through it, which was obviously retrieved through the undeclared aerospace war of the 1950s, when the United States were in an undeclared state of war, which was legally perpetual from World War II, which to this day we're still in a legal state of war, and we have been since World War II with the 1,000-year Reich in exile. One of those craft was shot down, and it was a projectile that was shot from the bottom up through the craft itself. And Bob Lazar himself, he concluded that they were testing the craft by shooting it. And what he wasn't aware of is that this was a result or collateral to the airspace wars, or what they refer to the Disc War, the Kriegskrieg War between the 1,000-year Reich in exile and the United States government over the United States. And the craft that he is talking about was a result of that undeclared. Well, it was an undeclared state of war, which legally in a perpetual state of war, if that makes any sense. But one of those, I can emphasize, one of them was not a Reich's craft. One of them was possibly a relic population craft that existed millions of years before the rise of man. So that's just to further contextualize that for you, Brooke. And as Douglas has presented before, with what the government's concluded, that the technology cannot be ascertained, because the relic populations that relocate themselves under the ground then become feral. So that means they're not civilized anymore. And so what technology they once had and what they once understood and produced is no longer, it's obsolete or redundant in today's standards. So it cannot be operated. But one of them was retrieved because of because you need to maintain such craft. Unfortunately, craft that cannot be maintained will malfunction and crash. So this is possibly a result of that. So if that makes any sense to you, Brooke, and I hope that...
I think what they're looking at now is, from what I understand, is rediscovering the technology that we lost both thousands and millions of years ago as civilizations rise and fall, the circular rise of them. Just like I think what Joe Ty was referring to with pole shifts, that's what they're talking about with pole shifts. Pole shifts do happen. It's been proven. So, now the science of proving whether it happens, there's some science that can write it up as, there was one book that wrote it up can happen in a day, but I think that's been disproven, and it's a slow, gradual thing. But yes, regardless, those type things happen, or you have asteroid impacts and other things that cause complete shifts of our world, where you have a few survive to go underground. My point is that they've proven that it is pretty much, from what I understand, the lost technology that we lose is what we're getting back, which is knowing that we are energetic beings, and that energy itself, our energy and the what is the word I'm looking for? The God help me, George, you're good with the words. Energy, the light force, not light force, the what we put out as far as our. Do you understand what word I'm saying?
Signature, vibration, frequency.
Vibration. Thank you. My God, that was the word. Fuck. I hate it when I was word. Like our vibrations. Yes, our vibrations. That is actually being now researched, and they're looking in Egypt. There's they've been doing this for a while, and they've just come out with where, he was able to release that they're producing now, starting to produce engines, generators that are produced with vibration only, which is something that, again, I don't know enough about that to know, how much that is. I've seen a few documentaries on it that have just recently come out, because one of the guys, the scientist that was asked not to speak of it for the last 8 years, because, and I thought, well, why are you speaking of it now? Because they'll still take you down. But, to be able to produce these things with vibration, that goes back to everything they were talking about with the gravitational force. If these beings, even if it's 1,000 year right, if they're able to do whatever these UAFs are doing, they can turn around and, go 1,000 miles an hour and then do a 180 turn, do a right degree turn like that. Every one of us, it would break every bone in our body immediately.
Thank you, Brie. You know what? Can I just stop you right there? Because what you have just said is so important. But let me just explain that to you so you understand, because this is what a lot of people say that I have come across when they're trying to explain the UAP phenomenon. They're trying to obfuscate. They're trying to divert you away from it being human technology, or even, they go beyond that. They will tell you it is not within human capability to produce these craft. But let me just explain to you that what his name was, the German engineer Otto Schumann, he produced the Schumann levitator device, which goes into the Wright's craft. Now, it operates the same as the Earth's resonance.
You're talking about, does that have to do with the Schumann resonance, I assume?
Yeah. The electromagnetic field that goes around the Earth itself, this is the same way that the Earth maneuvers in the universe, in the cosmos, within our own solar system. Correct. So it is being pulled by a gravitational force. Now, just to explain to you that the Earth right now is traveling at 18.5 miles per second. And yet, when you stand still, you're not wobbling. You do not feel that force. This is the same way the craft operate. So it doesn't matter that it's traveling at 18.5 miles per second, which is extremely fast.
That's what I was trying to say. You're just saying it correctly. Yes. It's outside the gravitational pull. They've learned how to get it outside the gravitational, where there is no gravitational density inside that craft.
Yeah, exactly. It matches between 5 to 10 cycles per second. The same resonance as the Earth produces. So the Schumann levitational device operates at the same resonance that the Earth produces in order for it to travel without it making you wobble. So it is traveling at such a fast rate, but yet if that's 5 million miles a day the Earth is traveling, that is extremely fast, but yet we do not feel anything. It doesn't make us change at all, because the physics is we're being protected by this magnetic field around us, around the Earth itself. And so this is how the craft operate. They can maneuver at these acute right angles at such fast rates, at such fast speeds, at Mach 20, which is 20 times the speed of sound, without feeling anything. They do not even need seatbelts. they can stand in the craft,
where was that Schumann? Where was that magnet? So I understand that point. That's what I understand. I just, I'm horrible at words, just like names. So my point is, but my question to you is, where is the science? Like, where is that scientist, again, that he proved this technology and was doing it? Like, do we have something on that to prove that we were doing that then? Like, obviously I know human resonance, but like, to know that we can technically put this around a craft and know how to, because that's my question. My question seems to be that they pretend, at least, that they don't know how to put this around a craft.
Well, no, and this goes back to obviously the ADISA program, or what people refer to as Operation Paperclip. And it's just like when the United Nations send in
Project Odysseus. Yes, go on.
Odysseus, thank you, Douglas. Yes, so just like when they send in the Atomic Weapons Agency, these what they refer to, when the United Nations send in the atomic weapons inspectors into a United Nations recognized state, or like they did with Iraq. they were sending the United Nations weapons inspectors to investigate their atomic weapons or their nuclear weapons facilities, and they'll basically say, you're allowed to do this, but you cannot do that. This is the same thing that they were doing with the paperclip or the Odysseus program. They were not all the German physicists and engineers and the dignitaries, basically the interpreters, they were coming over and they were giving the Americans nothing. They were telling them nothing. So with Otto Schumann, he was one of them, and he gave them nothing. But the technology that he produced went into the Reichskraft. If you look at the schematics of the plans that they drew out, the Schumann levitator device is in the Reichskraft themselves, and it acts the same way as the.
But
there's
two huge problems with that theory, and I'm not gonna. But
it's not theory.
No, but here's not, or at least again, I will argue the fact that it may or may not be a theory. I'm not proving it yet, so to me, it's a theory till it's proven to me. What I'm trying to say is this. Let me finish, and then you both can argue with me all day long.
I'll take over after that for a bit. Yes, go on.
What I'm trying to say is this. Two things. There are two different questions here. Number one, from what I'm hearing, it is just Germans that had this technology, the German scientists, which I would question, number one, why we can say the Germans were just so much smarter and better at it. So let's say they were then. Let's just give them some credit here, and let's just say somehow they were better than America and the rest of the world. By now, I would think America would have caught up with that, with the money and the rest of the world to have that same science. And so at this point, where then? So my next question is, where is this going? What is the reasoning behind these? We're trying to pretend they're UFOs, but they're not. But we're in a war with 1,000-year right. But we should also have their same technology, so we probably do. And so, what are we doing here? I mean, why?
Yeah, Brooke.
What is the point?
I already answered the question by presenting to you. It's the same way the Earth maneuvers in the universe. So
I know how it maneuvers.
That is how we know, because the Earth is moving in space at
18.5.
Right. Okay. So I'll take it from here for a few minutes from what little I understand. I just got back, and
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, George, what happened to Ian?
I'm sure he got very bored with that.
So there wasn't anything hostile that happened between anybody, I hope.
No, nothing hostile. George and I were just talking, but
no. I mean, so Ian might have got miffed about something. If he did get miffed about something, it was nothing he shared then.
No, he probably just didn't get a talk because Joe Ty asked a question and Mark was talking, and then George and I got into the last bit of this with the 1,000-year right, just as far as the technology. And I don't know, we and Ian dropped off. I was very
proud of the fact that when I came in to check in once while I was doing all my lines and had to take care of some other stuff, a bit more preparation along the lines of Ian West and whatnot. Not that I have a centrifuge his size, of course, not dealing at the laboratory level of mass production. I still had to get some things, shall we say, alchemically cooked up. And but the one time while I was doing that, and I had to get some bottled water.
We weren't doing crack anymore, man. I told you about. We'll talk about that
later. When I came back, I was actually proud to see that George's signal is, his Skype ID was the one that was dominating the conversation, because I do want him to interject himself more. I do want him to get into the habit of interjecting himself more, as well as yourself, Mark. I want both of you men to assert yourselves more. Now, I would have encouraged that with Ian or with Joe Ty, but the problem is every time they do that, I wind up hyperventilating.
I want to say, Joe, you can't say too much about Joe. Joe started this conversation asking about 1,000-year right.
Of course he did. Of course he did. Why am I not surprised? Joe, why? Just out of curiosity. Was it a mood, Joe? Yeah. Was it just like, what was like, anyhow, so, I'm sorry, what was that, George?
Yeah, I was going to say, and Brooke, because you're asking a question why the Americans can't produce the same technology as the Germans did 70 odd years ago. And I'm not talking about, it actually went back further than that. But the fact that they were asking Bob Lazar to back engineer it shows you they do not understand the technology. They cannot.
Right. Okay.
They can't. Yes.
Right. So let me just provide an example here, and so here is just an illustration.
I'm going to mute myself and go do some lines of coke. I'm gonna need them right now for this shit. Oh my god, fuck
honey,
my life.
that's just awful, honey. Well, I'm not going to talk if I don't believe she's here because, like Peter Moon, I prefer to have an audience responsive to myself when I'm gonna drone profoundly on. So if she doesn't present herself to coo and bat her eyes, there's no point in my going into the subject in any depth. Not that I was going to go that far anyway, really. I was going to keep it as simple as possible. But perhaps she had to go to the bathroom or something. So that being said, we could move the topic along, and then when she returns, she'll just have to suffer the consequence and hear me say it when she's back, if she does come back, which I would hope she would, since she insists on asking questions about the subject. I know Joe may have started it, but it was certainly Brooke who carried on with her, shall we say, skeptical inquiry. And so there we have that. So all that being said, Joe, why? So did you bring that up just to troll, or was it?
No, I'm just engaging George, man. Hey, because he does a limited time, so I'm trying to get him to
That sounds almost
give you some
reasonable.
information.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, that actually sounds almost fair. I can.
Well, when I go into subjects, I'm trying to educate people. Even though when I go
Off.
bringing up the information about Abraham Lincoln and how that started the mortuary business of embalming.
Right, of course. The only issue, or one of many issues, is that when you bring these topics up, Joe, you tend to bring them up in a way that is, how would I say it? It would be like people in a conversation in a sports bar. And then you showed up, got your drink, sat down among them and said, "So what do you think about the MIRV, multi-re-entry vehicular missile delivery system? You know, the one the Department of Defense just contracted." It's just
exactly. This is supposed to be an educational program. That's why I'm trying to engage people.
You could tell people that the bar is supposed to be a place where people, get to the bottom of it all as well. But that doesn't mean that the way you introduce the topics tends to be, it's out of synchronicity with the tempo. Conversation has what's called a tempo. It's like a party has kind of its own tempo. It's like music, and you kind of try to ride with a wave. And the point is that you kind of insert yourself in such a way that you it's not riding the wave. You insert yourself in such a way that you wind up getting swamped by it. It's something that it comes in at just the oddest times. Like when we were talking about what we were talking about, and then suddenly you came up with, yeah, Abraham Lincoln's one of the first people embalmed. Now, by the way, just so people understand this, I'm not necessarily arguing with that. I would find it very hard to believe he was the first person embalmed, but I think there was probably something special about his embalming process. Something almost akin to what they did with Stalin and Lenin, the communists, because the one thing that I do know for a fact is that President Lincoln's body was stolen. And when his body was recovered, the man who was responsible for maintaining his mausoleum was so chagrined, so embarrassed, so ashamed, he moved into that mausoleum and spent the rest of his life living with Lincoln's body. That's disgusting, but that shows you the pathology that people can have about these things. So there is something bizarre about Abraham Lincoln's body. That much I can attest to. Ian West is back. So, Ian, yeah. I hope that you didn't leave because you had felt offended about anything. Just curious. And for those of you who wonder why I'm laughing, it's not because of.
Can you guys hear me?
It's like Brooks said.
Can you hear me?
It's like Brooks said, Ian. We don't need to hear you. We know what you're saying. Oh, fuck, shit! This doesn't work! Oh my god, I can't get this to work! Yes! Right?
I'm so pissed off at Skype.
It's Skype. Yes, it's my fault. I hung up on you all by mistake. Yes, it's because
No. Skype doesn't give you the goddamn options for fucking Bluetooth setup in Android.
Somehow, Sammy has that. Sammy is able to go from his Bluetooth. Not that I ever want him on the fucking Bluetooth. We always have to get off of it. But
Bluetooth is awful, number one, and I just hope everybody can see what I just sent in the chat.
Yes, she said, Ian, you alive? This is what I was laughing about. Need you. Yes, I am asking for Ian. This is like, okay, this is how much she hates technical discussion, Ian. So why did you?
I don't hate technical discussion. You know what I hate? I hate the fact that you can put Ian shit fucking down, even though occasionally he's fucking right. And you know what? We're going to make fun of him, but then y'all shit. Oh my God, Douglas and fucking George said it, and it is 125% fucking factual.
Honey,
nobody can question it. I'm fucking done with it. Darn. It's my birthday week, year, month, what the fuck ever. We're going with it.
But baby, it's not like that.
Okay, so you're right. So somehow,
whoa,
small, tiny country in the world where your father happened to be from, they were able to come up with all this power.
Honey, wait a second.
Let me finish. Then America can't come up with it ever, even still. And they're still flying around. But the 1,000-Year Reich's still flying around in their shit. There's no aliens. There's nothing else.
Wait a second. Honey, how about we save this whole conversation for another day that's not within the range of your birthday?
I've tried this conversation before. It never goes well.
But honey, that's it's different tonight. It's different tonight because you know what? I'm happy to go in the direction, but it's like something that I just don't know if it's something we should cover on your birthday. It's kind of like talking about, the necrophilia. It's like, it's not a pleasant subject necessarily. So it's not something that we necessarily need to go into tonight. But how about another night? And, but one thing that I do want to point out, is the little illustration I put inside, just another one of the illustrations I got from the Department of Defense when I was working there. This is what's called concept art. And it's, basically like the Department of Defense would be dealing with defense contractors who were swearing they could deliver vehicles like this based on concept illustration. And they were very confident that they would have this technology. There were factors as to why they were confident they would have this technology. And so I was going to go into the explanation of basically kind of putting into context what George had said as to why they really never got this technology. So, but that can be held for another night. I just think that I don't want this to get turned into something that's semi-hostile. Now, that being said, I would be curious to hear from Mark what was covered while I was gone that, and this is why I'm sometimes afraid to leave. It's because, one time I was trying to say, hey, Ian, Realtek, why don't you guys have a guitar face-off, play your guitars. And instead, Realtek convinced Ian to play some canned music that got me dinged for copyright infringement, and then, it's just some things happened while I'm gone. Now, luckily, this didn't disintegrate into something outwardly hostile, but, I can understand why Brooke can find some of this annoying. But what did you hear them discuss? What did you get out of it that you could relate in summary, so that I think that would be helpful? Or anything it brings to mind.
In terms of
or anything brings to mind.
When you were refreshing yourself, we were, we started chatting about a few things, but Brooke was asking me questions about some sports betting things and things like that. So we kind of broke into that a little bit, which she probably knows more about. Right now, I'm literally just trying to immerse myself in to try to, generate some kind of income out of it. And to me, it's not extremely easy. You got to know, a lot of different terms, a lot of different terminology, and the way sports betting works. I'm just trying to dip my toes in it. It's funny. I think a lot more females around me know about way more than I do, and I think that's really cool. So I'm literally just trying to get any kind of, if she knows more things about it, then please let me know, because I'm literally studying
What's
about it
the
now.
spread? You gotta know the spread.
There it is. There it is. She knows the terms,
Yeah. You gotta know the spread. Who's plus, who's minus. And I kept telling my son the other night, I was like, hey, they were plus whatever. He's like, what do you mean plus? I'm like, well, they were plus 13. He's like, what do you mean plus? I'm like, it's the spread. It's 13. They were plus 13. If you start the game, they were plus 13. It's the same way as saying negative 13. You're starting the game with a spread, and one team's got a plus, another team's, so you're starting with a 0, plus, or negative. It's very simple.
and the one that's got the plus is the underdog.
Yeah, there you go. But my son was like, "What do you mean plus? We just say they've got this many points." And he did, there's, like you said, he didn't get. I was using terminology. I only got that because my dad was a bettor illegally in South Carolina. Wow. So I only understand that.
Huge. Hey guys.
Yeah.
Hey, since we got Mark here, hey, dude, I got a whole dossier on that Lucian Graves motherfucker. I'm going to read it to you. I'm just trying to dig it out, so give me a minute.
Oh, he's totally holding his fucking breath, Ian. I swear to God.
Did you notice? Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's like me holding my breath for George and Douglas to tell me all about how right they are.
Honey, do you want me to get started on
No,
that?
that's something Brooke normally does. That's something Brooke normally does. She's always right thing.
No, it's why. You know what? I don't mind being wrong. What I don't like is being told that I am wrong without factual proof.
Or shown you're being wrong.
Yeah, show me I'm fucking wrong. Hey, bring your fucking dick here, motherfucker, and let's see who fucking ass is fucking bleeding first.
No, I was talking about the tape. I was talking about the video. I was talking about the video. The video.
Okay, this is something they've discussed.
I don't know what video you're talking about. What video are you talking about, bitch?
He's talking about the leader of the Satanic Temple, correct?
I have no idea.
Well, for you, I was talking about Lucian Graves, but no, for Brooke, I was talking about the white kid torture video.
Oh,
the adrenochrome video.
The video that I begged you first of all to not send me. So when I had you to say, you say you will never get ever seen this, and I said don't dare send it then, and then you do send it, and then all it shows is a little tiny child that runs to my son, yelling and crying because he doesn't want to take his pants off, and all you see is someone telling him to from another side of a camera.
It sounds like you're at work. It sounds like you're at work in the dumpling kitchen.
Me?
No, Joe.
Somebody is. I don't know. Joe. But I'm telling you, he sends that video. Did y'all notice last week that
he said work, Brooke? That that should apply to you. Dumpling kitchen. When work doesn't apply to me, bitch. I don't have to work like you, and I don't have to ride a fucking bike to the store. Okay?
Trike! It's a trike.
I don't have to put my little Barbie in the front of my little fucking trike and go on to the fucking 4 miles to the fucking store. Fucking car.
That shit's electric, Brooke.
Yeah, it's electric. It's the great electric trike.
Sadly, it's not electric. That's
no.
I did have his 1990s, like 1990s noise machine he was going to use.
No. It's not electric. But unfortunately, I did put an engine on it like a few years ago, and it fucking launched me like a catapult, and fucking I broke my leg. I was down for like 3 months.
I would pay right now. Is there a video of that? Yeah. You're gonna send videos? That is a video.
That would be a video.
This bitch will pay you for.
Yes. Joe, can you hear us?
Yes. Joe, can you stop fucking the doll with my name? Okay?
It sounds like you're at work in the dumpling kitchen. Please go mute. Jesus.
Or the millionaire's name on her, whoever it is. Like,
what is that? Joe.
Yeah, I'm gonna put her on mute. I thought I put her on mute. I don't know why.
It might not be Joe. There could be somebody else.
It's Joe.
It could be Ian.
Oh, wait.
Ian's muted.
Okay, maybe that's...
It's somebody else, because I'm not mute. I mean, but my phone's not. I'm gonna mute myself.
Are you driving, George? You're not in your car, are you? No. George?
It could be George or getting a bad reception.
Well, I whatever it is, it stopped. It stopped. So it was okay.
No, Joe, you unmute yourself. You take yourself off mute and you stand up and prove it wasn't you.
No, it was.
Hello, Douglas. I apologise about that.
Oh my God, what was that?
I was unmuted. Yeah, I didn't realise, and I do apologise. Open up my van door.
Yeah,
See, it wasn't Joe Ty, Joe. No, you apologize to Joe right now. Joe gets an apology.
I apologise. He's got to apologise.
Douglas, you do it.
Okay, Joe, I apologize for assuming that it was you making all that noise. Of course, that presumption was based on historical experience, but nevertheless, it is what it is. So,
you really thought he was like sliming around in the dumpling kitchen, didn't you?
Yes, I honestly thought that. I said, holy fuck.
Well, there have been times where we would think that of Joe, because there's been times where he has made those noises.
Yes, he does have a history of this. He does have a history of it. And so, such being said,
also snoring.
Yes. So there we are. Yeah.
But that's usually when you or George are talking. But then I do that too. So I can't talk about Joe.
That's so cute. So honey, you leave me in kind of a bind. I am tempted to kind of, because of some of the comments you made, go.
I know you want to go off on me, but here's the kicker: you're not going to. It's my birthday month. You're not allowed to. You can talk to me in February about it. Get over it. Sorry. You know what? There's 1,000 you're right. There's a Brooke fucking right, and it's fucking January. Get over it.
So I accept that, and what we'll do is just reserve this for another episode. The subject. But understand that I could provide this for you in fairly succinct detail.
But you're going to do it in voice. Here's the thing: you're going to do it in voice, which would be like taking Ian's. Actually, it's not. I'm not going to put you there. No, but I'm just saying, like, that's not fair. What I am saying is, like, it's just like you saying, like, oh, well, that's just somebody saying that. Have you verified it? Where? And I don't mean documentation that you read that I can't read. Where is the verification?
Honey, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yes. And I can handle all that. And by the way, just so you know, I'll be interviewed by Christine Joanna Hart. We changed the date because actually it's just going to work out better for all of us. The weather in San Francisco, just so people understand, has been bad. It's been really bad, to the point where it's affected the internet and all kinds of things.
Yeah, they're doing missions out there still, Doug.
Thank you, Ian. For those of you who don't...
And Ian, you don't need to verify that with any detail at all, because you said it and it's true.
Yes.
It's just like when George and Doug say something. Now, I'm just going to believe it all until I get factual verifications, I believe that that's true.
Yeah, now, Brooke, okay. Here's the difference, is that Ian West is a seeker of truth who's...
Deep researcher.
Oh, Jesus. Ian is a seeker of truth whose mind is a little too open. And as a result, the good news is...
You know what's funny? My meme always said, like, open minds are better than closed minds. So are you saying closed mind is better?
No, I didn't say that. I said his mind is a little too open, honey. So please don't, take what I say and turn it into something else. That's what Ian claims you do. Yes.
Yeah, Doug, you deal with her. Doug.
Yes. So do understand that Ian has the capability, thanks to his open mind, to be a bit more adaptable. So when I will say some things, he will...
I love you, Douglas.
He will acquiesce. He can change. There's hope for Ian. Ian can change from the radicalized right-wing conspiracist he is today to maybe something better someday soon. But you see, with me, it's different. So when you say something like this,
I love you, Douglas.
I understand. And it is your birthday, but it is my venue. And when you say something like we're just
actually, that wasn't even from me, to be honest with you. Ask me, no, but that'll be a different story.
What? You talk so
fast.
What
I just said did not come from me at all. Like, that was not my word. Those weren't my words from me.
Oh, right. We'll talk about that some other time. Yes. But what I mean to say is that
I'm saying, but I will say this, that I believe what you say is completely 100% what you believe, and I believe it's completely 100% factually, I don't think there's an argument there. I think an argument is made in the fact that when you argue with someone else's beliefs and just could take them down, that sometimes is not completely fair. You know, like we have to at some point go, well, do we have the complete factual data to be? It's just like, you know what I love that George said? George said, you know, he believes, you know, what I'm not 100% believing at this point on some of this. But he also said, you know, there was a craft, you know, that was found that was not, that he didn't believe was from this 1,000-year right and was ancient. And so my point is to be open-minded into the fact that none of us know all of it. It doesn't matter. Once we close our minds to the fact that we think we know it all, it doesn't matter who we are. Me, myself, if I close my mind and think you are all wrong, then I am an idiot. But at the same time, like, I might as well be an idiot, is what I'm saying. You know, like, you have, like, there's always something more to learn. You don't know it all, or you wouldn't be here.
Yes, thank you. But neither George nor I are really taking that attitude. So sometimes you push us into that category quite unfairly. The point is, however, that you confront what we say and we try to answer, and then you have to admit you're not exactly receptive. So when
I'm a confrontational person, and I give you that completely, and I appreciate
that
dealing with me.
Yeah, that can be an issue of its own.
But let's also admit that confrontational wise, I may do that, and I admit that, and I'm saying I'm sorry if it's offended anybody, or if
it's not a question of offense. It's not a question of offense.
But I also deserve back.
Yeah, honey. Yeah, but when you say that, that is offensive. Okay, that's offensive because the point is that I do operate from a platform of facts.
And
now,
I wouldn't be here.
What I will say is that
oh my God, everything you said, do you think I would be here?
Yes, got it, and appreciate it. Now, the one thing I will say is there's two factors here before I turn to Ian because he has his hand up. Just remember that with George, there is truly a language issue. Believe it or not, the King's English as opposed to the President's English, meaning British English as opposed to American English, you have no idea. There are nuances and subtleties of expression that make it hard for each to follow the other. So there is a communications gap there. So there's a communications gap that he has with you that I do not have. So what I could do is express what he expresses, except I could express it more clearly to you. And he, on the other hand, will hopefully be in contact with Christine Joanna Hart soon, and will be interviewed by her. And the two of them will pretty much comprehend what each of the other is saying pretty easily. And so Ian, what was the hand up about? What was on?
I was just going through the tunnel news, and Greta Thunberg's mentioned in one article, but I was just going to let you know.
And what does it say?
Well, I haven't read it yet. I'm going through. I just opened up. I just opened up all my tunnel emails. So let me go through them. I'll get back to you.
You want to know why I asked for Ian back? Because I need to like that's what I'm saying. I didn't need.
Well, you need somebody here to look more stupider than you. So.
Like Brooke and Douglas.
Yes, George.
Yeah, and Brooke, my Sarah has told Douglas she can understand Douglas better than she can understand me. So she prefers to listen to Douglas than she does prefer to listen to myself because she can understand Douglas because he's more coherent. Now and she's English like I am,
right.
But that is just to show you, like even Sarah, who is native to my own country, cannot understand what I'm saying because unfortunately I speak in terms like the government terminology that the government uses, and it's very hard, and I can't express anything if it's from a third party. I can only go by my own expressions, so expressions that I've experienced myself. But when I talk, I can only talk on a governmental level, or facts that the government has
I'll add some more context to that. I'll say that
I have to add context first, just because he said this about his wife and you said this about him. I have listened, and especially in the beginning, I would hear George, and I would get more context from George than you sometimes on your dialogue, even though I'm American, because you, even though like when you and I talk just one-on-one, it's fine and it's great. But when you go on a dialogue, sometimes I get lost, like it's so much. George will answer, and he answers usually when he answers my questions, or he goes, George, when you go into a dialogue, like, I understand you better than Douglas sometimes, oddly enough, as your wife understands him. The difference is I think you don't understand me. It may be my southern redneck, I don't know. But when I'm asking a question, sometimes you will assume I don't know this, and I will cut you. You think I'm cutting you off. The reason I cut you off is to say, hey, I already know this about the gravitational pull or whatever. That's not my question. And so I'm trying to get to the basis of my question. And sometimes I think that gets, like, we went back to that, and that's what was happening then. You were going back to explaining the gravitational pull, and that was not my question at all. And so sometimes I think, that gets, Douglas said.
So there's another factor. There's another factor here in both cases. In the case of Sarah is so intimate with George that basically it's a lot like, it's amazing how there's certain things we just don't absorb from people we're intimate with. So when she's intimate with George like that, and he gets into this kind of subject, which he's very passionate about, it's a lot of times it's like there are certain elements of our lovers.
You tune somebody out.
Some
of it out.
Yeah, and you do that with people that you love more than anyone else. We really do this with people that.
I hear about a quarter of what you say, to be honest. That's why you're always asking, "Did you hear my thing?" And I'm like, I don't know.
yes, and I get it. I truly do. And so that makes sense. So you get what I'm saying. So there's this emotional thing going on there that with both Sarah and George and Brooke and myself. So Mark, so that being said, Mark, what's on your mind? You seem to be off the mic, off of mute. So maybe you have something to say.
I'm letting you. No, it's just I'm letting you all do your thing. It's you got a little chemistry going on with all of you, so okay. I don't want.
I just swear to God, everybody would hang up with me and Mark would talk football.
It's exhausting, isn't it, Mark?
What was that?
Mark,
what's that, bud?
Ian?
I said it's exhausting.
He said it's exhausting, isn't it, Mark? Yes, there we are. Yes,
it is. It is, but
if Mark and I were talking football, and then Ian came on occasionally and was like, "Oh, but the only reason they lost, Mark, is because the underground tunnels."
Ma'am, I would go straight to mute if y'all started talking about sports. I'd go straight to mute. Don't even lie.
No, I'm saying, but you'd occasionally come up and be like, "But I do know you said Clemson lost to Miami, and during that time that Pelosi was being flown by the jets to be killed, and there was an airstrike."
Look,
the tunnels.
The Jets on their way to Gitmo with Nancy Pelosi in them totally fucked up the Clemson Miami game. Totally fucked up.
No, it's funny. He's actually being funny.
I know. Can you tell my son that? That's one thing I would totally record to, and you tell my son, and fuck it, that's why we lost.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
honestly,
Pelosi's dead. I'm sorry, Pelosi is dead. I'm gonna have to change my life story. She is dead, and there's fucking truly robots pretending to be her. Or whatever the fuck they are. But it doesn't matter, because Clemson should have won, and they would have won, as Ian West has spouted out. And see, that's how you win people, Ian. You just have to find where their heart is.
That's right. That's right. Now, by the way, for listeners who may not have understood what was happening when I was talking about just how bad the weather is here, then basically
then they don't watch the news, and it's California being fucking, like, even Ellen DeGeneres was on there showing her fucking house and flood behind it.
Yes. And then what happened was that Ian said that's because they're still running missions. In other words, he does feel that this is somehow being...
Oh, I didn't catch that. Sorry.
That the weather's being controlled. That the weather's being manipulated. It's called weather manipulation.
No. He's right. No. I saw Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about the Jewish space lasers again.
Yes.
And I think that's what he means.
Yes. It's the Jewish space lasers are hitting California.
Yes.
Actually, hey, Ian. I remember actually, Doug, you were talking to Ian last time about...
That's a brave fucking thing, Mark. I'm telling you, you're a brave fucking man. When you go, hey, Ian.
She can't even go 20 seconds. Can't even go 20 seconds.
I was going to say that the bases, you were talking about a bases interview. I think you were letting everyone listen to it last time, right?
Yeah. That was the Aquino interview. Yes.
Yeah, dude, that was Miles Johnson, I believe. That was the interview. I think.
That's you know, I'm not arguing with you on that because if it was bases, it should be Miles Johnston, but I think he said it wasn't bases because it was something else. Because
it sounded just like him.
I guess it was a podcast they do called From the Bunker.
From the Bunker. That was it. It was called From the Bunker.
Okay.
That was a podcast called From, because believe me, it didn't sound like the old Miles Johnston to me, because Miles Johnston sounds like an old British man. And he just sounds like that. It's like, oh yeah, you know, it's hard to imitate him. You know, just imagine Sir Laurence Olivier gone sour, and it's kind of like Miles Johnston or something. So George, yeah, by the way, what is it like living in the poorest nation in Western Europe? England is now officially the poorest nation in Western Europe.
Thank you. Douglas, do you know what? I've been saying this. You've been, you know, we talk, and you've been listening to what I've been saying on the show. Yeah. I've been saying that for such a long time, and people don't even pay attention to it. They do not even want to acknowledge that fact. I've been saying how poor this country has been for such a long time, and I've been presenting, like, just me going to the shops, just like the state of the shop shelves. There's nothing on the shelves. Yeah. And I've been doing that for years now, saying this. And yet now people are just starting to recognize, yeah, we are a poor nation. It is so bad here. It is awful. Absolutely
George, what's it like? George, what's it like? I was watching a documentary I got sucked into about I guess there were pawn shops in the UK, and it was called Skint, I believe, Skint. And it was incredible. These like people literally living on the edge. Families and everything, and they're just living in and out of these pawn shops. It was insane. I just don't know if you've experienced anything like that.
It's an absolute, excuse my language, it's a shithole. It's a cesspit. I don't like Andrew Tate one bit, but he's right when he says Britain is a cesspit. It really is. And I'm just looking right now, everything's derelict. Everything's falling apart. I can't overemphasize just how bad it is. I can go, like I was just saying, I'm not very good at expressing anything when it comes down to trying to relay information from other people without knowing their experiences. But I can express this. This is so bad in this country. I'm just looking right now, and we're supposed to be the victors of World War II. This is what I'm presenting. You're lost at war. And it's just like, I can go on and on about it for hours. And it's just like, this is why I can understand Douglas's frustration, and this is where I related to him like straight away, because I can understand exactly what he's saying. I was raised in a family. My father would always tell me his grandparents who adopted him always said that Germany should have won the war because we would have been given better lifestyles. And this is just, I can't express it any further. And people are now just waking up to that. Yes. I could go on about it for hours. I won't do it because it's actually giving me a headache.
Yeah, thank you. No, and the frustration that George is speaking of, it's okay,
honestly... but wait a minute. I'm sorry. This is where we go. Like, you're just saying that Germany should have won the war.
No, I can clarify that. You see, basically that's because his grandfather. It was your grandfather, right? Yeah. His grandfather was saying that because his grandfather didn't know the reality of what happened, and in a very real sense, you can say that Germany did not win the war because we're still at war. That's what you can say. Exactly. This is the point. We're still legally at war with the 1,000-year Reich in exile.
Yes, exactly.
So it's
and then my other point would be that America, like just like people that came to America, like we took over the Native American land. We've gone to a war in Iraq, and well, look what we did in Afghanistan. There's horrible things that go on, atrocities, right? Those atrocities, they were hidden behind the scenes. When you have something like World War II, where we were turning people, as even Douglas, you've said, into diamonds, right?
Yes.
I
Yes.
mean, you know, we have to say, should they have won the war? Like, should America win? Should we have done what we did in Afghanistan? There should be a no. There should be a no with any answer that is like obvious. Like, no, that should not have happened. No, that should not be the good thing to do. And so that's my point, is to say it's okay to say, well, we'd be better if they had won. Well, what were they winning on? You know,
Well,
at the end of the day,
the difference, I understand what you're saying, but in terms of his grandfather, what his grandfather is talking about is the incredible drop in the British quality of life. So
Yes.
when it comes to,
but look at the British quality of life. The British quality of life, and I'm sorry, this isn't about Britain, Douglas. I mean, this isn't about Britain, George, because America, we shouldn't have our quality of life at all, because Americans, most of us came in here as immigrants that are originally, not all of us, but originally many of our ancestors took over this land from Native Americans and killed them, whether smallpox or took it over, with ways that were not good, okay, not what you would consider good or right or clean. And
it
what
was
I
genocide.
would say,
America conquered by a genocide. Go on.
Exactly. And so, thank you for the words. And that's where I say I lack in that expression. Thank you.
No.
And so to say that was better, no. But at the same time, look at what England did just to India. You know, England did to Africa. England, why people were running from England to America, even though
by the way, George Knight
thing.
would be the first person to point out those atrocities, I assure you.
Right.
Oh,
so
yeah,
then
yeah,
to
thank
say
you.
England suffers, you know what? England is suffering, and maybe it's karma, just like America is starting to suffer, and America may suffer its own karma. I mean, we're starting to see the same things, and we may get the same, because, you know, I do believe karma is dealt. And if, you know, not we as, first of all, we are as individuals. So individually, we suffer karma. But then sometimes, unfortunately, if we are in a land, even if we are a good person in it, and our parents or grandparents were, and didn't do these atrocities, at the same time, the karma, if we are still in that land, we may suffer those. I mean, just like a world will eventually suffer its own karma. If 25% of us, let's say, you know, recycle, and let's say just pretend that Greta Thunberg was right, which I'm not saying recycling would save the world, but let's just pretend just recycling would save us, and 25% of us do, and 75% don't. Guess what? Most of those 25% that's recycled are still going to be taken out with the 75. You see what I'm saying? So it's not a question of individuality at that point. It's a question of that is the karma that the land is dealt, as well as energetically. That's where I would go with that.
Thank you. I mean, you know, and that's always appreciated. And I think that karma is it's a tough call when it comes to entire nations and entire peoples. You know, there does seem to be a cycle of violence, and what happens to you know, England, we could say that's karma, and of course America certainly is suffering its own karma. The problem is the distribution of that impact. The distribution of the impact doesn't tend to affect the elites nearly as much. Now, things may change, and ultimately there may be tremendous social dislocations, but what we're suffering right now is mostly impacting the common man, the common family on either side of the Atlantic. All kinds of Americans are suffering, but not, you know, in how do I say this? But the elites effectively are not. The wealthy are not in any way that, you know, in England, it's getting so bad. The wealthy are going to have to start taking notice, of course, because there's only so much the people can stand or withstand before something has to be done, and someone forces the issue. So we'll see what happens. There's certain buffers.
Well, the issue is going to be forced the next 10 years. You just had, and I know you guys don't like this, and I will shut up. Even though Ian thinks I won't, I will. I sent a quote in there. Yeah. And
is that your quote? Did you make that?
Yeah. No, that's not my quote. But what I do believe in it. And if you read that, I believe that's kind of where countries go as far as karma is
Why
dealt.
don't you read it for us? Read it to us. Please.
Hard times create strong men. I would think most people know this. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And weak men create hard times. And, in America, just as an American, I can see that if you look back at our history, just American, you have people come over that, like, I could say my great grandfathers, even though they took over, they did wrong things, right? They did wrong things. So then, but they take over because hard times, they're getting away. They're getting away from escaping persecution, religious persecution, or looking for a better thing. And so hard times create strong men, and they were strong. And these strong men then create good times, which is what people that like Trump and them want to go back to. And they want to go, oh, we had this great thing. Well, it was great for some people, and it was good. Just like what George is saying, or his grandfather said, we would have been better off. Yes, there were good times because strong people did create those good times for those people. But those same people where that good time is, you have good times once you're in good, like we were, like America has been, even whether you were persecuted or not, eventually everybody was kind of on the same page. We had 80s and 90s and trying to get there, really trying hard for a country, and we are an example for I think most countries. Like if we fall, a lot fall. As far as our example is trying to make it, democratically. And even though we haven't done a great job of it, but good times create weak men. And that's what you've seen generations of them become, is weak. And then now you're seeing the weak people that are just falling for every sword and whatever side. And what does that weak men create? Hard times. And that's where we are now. And so then the hard times come again. Hard times will eventually create strong men again, but you have to go through those cycles. And that's what I was saying. It's all cyclical. It's just a cycle.
That's
what I was trying to say.
My friend Eric was saying, Brooke, actually. So just to qualify what you're saying, he was saying the same thing. But I do have to interject and apologise. I do have to make a move on Douglas. Thank you so much for having me on. And please, support Douglas, everyone. And Brooke, I hope you have a great birthday. Enjoy the rest of your day. And it was nice speaking to you, gentlemen.
I will have a great one. I'm waiting on the gift. I know you said it would arrive today or tomorrow, so I'll look for it.
It's in the post. It's in the transatlantic post.
Yes.
Yeah, I know England's having a tough time right now, so I'll give it a couple more days.
So,
take care. Thank you very much. Douglas, I'll join you Wednesday. Thank you.
Yes, we look forward to that while Peter's on with us, okay? During that,
yes.
Time. Okay.
I'll look forward to that.
Yes.
I'd love to. I can't wait to tell him.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you,
we love you dearly. Share that love with
Sarah.
Sarah.
Okay. Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Bye, George.
Yes. And so it's just the four of us now. And Ian, so I am curious. I dare to ask, and I know I may regret this. You put word out about England's downfall 12 years ago on your old radio show. And so you said this is an interview you did on the Mixcloud with your mate from 305 Holloway Road. So what I'm going to do is try and cut and paste this and see if I can send that to our man George Knight. Let me see if I click on this, what's going to happen. This isn't going to download some kind of virus, is it? Is this something?
He has no idea. He has no
it's
fucking
Mixcloud.
idea.
It's not even 20 seconds. Not even 20 seconds. God damn. Look. Fucking no, it's the Mixcloud.
And what are you saying then? If it's only about 20 seconds, what was it that you said?
No, this interview is like this was the interview where I was just like, fuck it, I've done everything I can do in radio. I got to move on from it. And this guy,
so basically, like it was 20 seconds.
Not even 20 fucking seconds. Not even. God damn. You're lucky to get you're lucky to start a third sentence with this bitch. I swear to God. Anyway.
I guess that's what he was referring to. Okay.
So
You've got a whole 20 seconds. I'm sorry. For the world. I'm sorry to the world.
We have to get that. We have to get that mute button for Brooke. We have got to get it. I don't know. I think I'm gonna hire a programmer at Skype. I'll be like, look, can you give these assholes a fucking mute button? Anyway. No, but that interview I did, that was just at the time, I was working at Disney and I was just like, fuck it, dude. I've done everything I can do in fucking in radio. You can't push it any further. And fucking the guy that I interviewed was this guy that I admired, adored, and listened to since I was like 15 years old. And he was on Digital Hardcore Records, which is this record label out of Germany, blah, 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 blah. And I finally got.
That's what you normally sound like. Blah 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 blah. I'm sorry.
I bet you thought of that all on your own, didn't you, Brooke? I bet you thought of that all on your own.
Just like your fucking mute button, which
I mean, it's obviously something you didn't read out of a book because you can't read. So.
You're right. You know what? Like you thought of your mute button on your own, which I'm pretty sure my children have tried to think of since they were.
No, I really thought of the mute button on my own because. We really need it because of you. Happy birthday, though. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
I'm sure my children, my daughter, while she would fucking kill you for your political views, and literally you would be tortured and you'd want to meet her twice as much.
Dude, your kids need to fucking run, get out of there, go to college, do what they got to do, work at McDonald's, something just to get out of there.
Hey, you know what? My children, I have one child that's still in high school, at 17, and
I'm not surprised. Go ahead.
Well, 17 and so in high school is a normal thing. Yeah. I know you don't get ages, but that's normal. The other one, who is 22, has graduated a degree with political science from a private university called Furman, which you can look up, which is
and he still ain't doing shit.
Really? Because they're making more than you a year. She is making more than you a year, I can assure you. Would you like to compare figures?
Honey, she may be making more than him legally, but this is why he was telling his friend.
No. I'm saying legally and illegally, because pretty much everything he does is off the books. He doesn't even.
Does it have 4 tricycles? Does it own 4 tricycles?
4 tricycles, honey?
Does it own 4 tricycles,
honey? You can't beat that.
You're right. She doesn't. She's only got 4 tires on a fucking 2022 Mazda.
All right. So when you get a second, can you get her off the high horse and?
What was that, Mark?
Yeah, dude, that tricycle is badass, bro. I like it.
On my high horse. She's like, you hadn't done as much as me.
But like I said, we would like to see footage of when he put that motor on it and flew. How many feet did you fly?
I died.
I swear to God, I got taxes coming in. I'll give you $1,000 fucking footage of that.
No, you won't.
Swear to God, if you got footage of it, I'll give you $1,000.
That's another lie. That's another lie.
I will write it up with a fucking notary republic. I will give you $1,000. I want to see you blow off, and you got to blow fucking past the fucking fence. Recreate that shit.
I miss you, Brooke. I miss you. I gotta say, I do miss you. I do miss you. I do.
I miss you too, bad.
Oh my God. So, but this is what he said to his mate was this was like 12 years ago, basically, when he was talking to his friend, when he said, "I've done all I could. I've got to move on." This was when he decided to go into meth manufacturing.
Then I went to Disney.
Yes, to underground Disney, where then he saw the lab.
No, ma'am.
People, the clones.
I did the greatest Christmas show ever. The greatest Christmas show ever.
Brothers Bailey Circus.
And that took me half the year to do. You know what it's like working half a year? It's great.
Half a year for the circus.
That's why I love Disney.
Underground. Which one are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Spectacle of Dancing Lights.
Oh God.
Did you know about my old show?
Again, meth, what he just said. The Circle of Dancing Lights was meth. You may have been on some LSD too, but there may have been some LSD involved. Maybe you were smoking something with a little PCP they slipped in there. But the Dancing Lights, yeah.
By the way, what did you see on your bad trip? When you took the acid and you had a bad trip, what did you see?
Oh, that was the bad part. I didn't see shit. That's the problem.
That's because it had strychnine in it.
Well, you know what? Maybe it didn't have strychnine. That was the whole rumor back then. Shut the fuck up. I'll give you that. I looked that up.
Oh, strychnine went right to your spine. That goes right to your spine.
Oh, according to Brooke, Encyclopedia Brooke, it does.
No, well, both fucking things are true. Both things are true. I tripped actually 1, 2, 3 times in my life. And the first 2 were actually, one was the good trip. Second was okay. Second one though really hit my fucking spine, and it did. Like there was aching. Now, was it not strychnine? Maybe you're wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on that, because I did Google what you said. I looked it up, and obviously Google's not. It's kind of like looking up Ian West, ianwest.com, google.com. But regardless, if you're right, I'll give you that. Like, it says strychnine was sometimes in there, and many times it was like supposedly like in there and wasn't. But regardless, I know I had the second trip was okay, but it truly like hit my spine back, like to the point I just remember I was 16, 17, and I was just dying in bed. I didn't even know what strychnine was then. There was nobody tell me. It wasn't like in my mind that, oh, I'm going to get strychnine, I'm going to hurt. Like, that was never a thing. I looked that up later. Why did I? So it wasn't like I thought that. But what he's asking me is what my third trip was, which is why I never trip fucking again. And it's like being the orange juice. The guy that was the orange juice that said he tipped the fuck over.
Right, for our listeners, just so our listeners understand. Guys. I'm sorry, what was that, Mark?
Okay, so we had one of those guys in our nearby town. We had an orange juice kid. I swear, this is like a common theme.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think everybody had. We thought we had orange juice kid too, but then I found out it's just an urban legend that everybody had orange juice kid. I'm now starting to think we didn't have an orange juice kid. I just never saw this kid again.
No. I mean, what I think is, you might think it's an urban legend, but I think it's a common phenomenon. For whatever reason, it seems to be a common. It's where the mind degenerates when it's impacted by a certain kind of chemical.
It must be. But I will say this, Mark. We never saw him again. I just assumed later on, now as I've gotten older, that it wasn't like once I looked it up and I saw that other people had said this, and it seemed to be an urban legend that. Oh, well, that must have just been a story, and I don't know what the fuck happened to the guy.
No, but it's amazing how people can share the same delusion. There are certain delusions that turned out to be quite common because it's simply the way the biochemistry works in the brain. So, Mark, what was your orange juice kid like? Tell us what you know.
So there was a couple orange juice kids that I knew. There was some people that I knew that took extraordinarily large amounts of LSD at one point. And
so you see, honey, Mark personally knew these people. So go on.
Well, I mean, he's starting to sound like Ian. First of all,
oh shit! Fuck.
Extraordinarily.
No, I don't want to do that.
More than one person.
If I start talking about fucking clones, just fucking shoot me, all right? No, I'm just kidding.
Leave the clones up to me. Leave the clone into me.
No, but
I love Ian though. He would joke on himself. I love it.
Yeah. All you guys are awesome. But anyway, no, this kid in particular, there's like two of them, and this one kid, supposedly he was at a baseball practice, and I didn't know this kid personally. This was like an urban legend one, and he put a little bit or a strip, like a 5-strip or something, up in his visor.
Oh my god, a 5? I've never did more than 1 strip ever.
Yes, so the 5 strips seep into his pores during the practice, and evidently, after that, he always walked down this certain street, and you couldn't get too close to him because he'd freak you fuck out, and he would always tell you why, and he'd be like, "I'll spill the fuck over if you touch me. I'm orange juice." Right. So that's what we remember of that guy, and the other guy just was like in this almost permanent partial psychosis. And he just put himself up in his room or somewhere, and he had a pet squirrel that he would feed every now and then for months and years at end. And then he snapped out of it. He snapped out of it, like, I think, years down the line.
Years for time, yeah.
Yeah, years down the line.
Yeah, what Douglas just asked me, and that makes sense, but also what Douglas just said is the urban legend. Probably there is some truth to it. I knew a guy that did a lot of LSD. Obviously, I never knew how many strips. I just knew he did it a lot and did it all the time. And we knew him, and he was, he was a pretty popular guy, but then he was doing it all the time. And I mean, like I said, I experimented, and I did it 3 times and never more than 1 strip, 1 sugar cube and the first time, and 2 strips, 1 strip each time. But my point is someone that would do that. I do know for a fact that he was, because my mother, not only did he live 2 streets over, but my mother was friends with his mother, and he was checked into a mental hospital, but they weren't good friends, anymore. It wasn't like my mom talked to him all the time. She's like, I know Eddie, he was a few years older. They had to check him in somewhere, and then we never heard anything, and the family moved. But then I had heard that whole story about, you know, like, yeah, he ended up dying. And I've never heard of it. And of all the guys in high school and all the people that have randomly come back, even on Facebook, this guy's never come back. So I haven't gone to look him up to see if he died, because obviously when I was, you know, 17, I wasn't thinking about trying to look up obituaries or to see if this was true. And I haven't thought of it since, to be honest. But until right now, maybe I could look it up. But I did hear the story of him. My point to that is my experience was, my first trip was completely kind of what, like, they talk about ayahuasca, or just, but probably less so as far as spiritual, but just, I was just looking at things, and like lights were moving. I could see things. It freaked me the fuck out, a lot of it. You know, I had to stay calm, but luckily I was with other people and could see just light. Like, I just look at a fucking closet and fucking just see things I couldn't normally see. That I would say was a good trip, even though it kind of scared me. The second trip was similar, but like I said, I had the pain all of a sudden come through.
Hey, Brooke, when you said that you could see shit you couldn't see, we called it intense attention to detail. I'm going on mute.
Thank you.
Well, the problem is I can do that actually normally, but I had to learn as I grew up to not tune into detail because of people like you, Ian.
Ma'am, don't bullshit us, please.
So, because otherwise I would have already blown my fucking brains out. So there is a point to not tune in detail, but this was a different kind of detail. It was lights and beautiful, and it wasn't people talking bullshit about tunnels and fucking Nancy Pelosi and shit. So anyway, second one was maybe not strychnine, which I've given you credit for. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was. I don't know. Pain. But did have an okay experience. I was with, you know, friends, and then a friend. You know, you need to be with somebody that's also, you can look at them and be like, do you feel crazy? I feel fucking crazy. Are you hurting? I feel hurting. Like, especially at that age. And then the third one was that bad trip. And the bad trip was went with a friend. It was just going to be me and her, and we each took a hit. Apparently the hits we took, I don't know if mine was doubled, but whatever happened, hers had nothing on it. And we were out, we planned the whole night together, going to be out all night. You know, again, we're like freaking 17, so we're not supposed to be, we're lying about where the fuck we are. We're at each other's house, whatever the fuck we are doing. Right. And I'm like, she wasn't tripping at all. I'm tripping so bad that she's like, she didn't even know at that point that I was tripping so bad, because she wasn't. She's like, I need to get gas, pump the gas, I'm going to go in and pay, which is a normal thing. I know how to pump the fucking gas. I'm a Southern woman. I go to pump the gas. She's in there paying. And I'm like, this gas is not coming out. I could feel, because, you know, you feel pressure when you push the gas into the nozzle, like you've got it in there and you push it, there's a little pressure. It was like me pushing, like if I was like The Rock times 1,000 strength, and me pushing air. I was like, this is air. This isn't even metal pushing against my skin. So I just pull the nozzle out. I'm like, there's no gas coming out of here. And I just take it out of her nozzle, you know, that I'm pumping it into. Apparently there is still pumping. I don't know. I take it out, and I am spraying gas, which I do not realize, into the air. Meaning I am shooting gas.
You're exhausting, Brooke. You're so exhausting.
So again, she comes out screaming. I'm sure this is a slow story and it's bad.
No, I'm fine with it. I'm following it.
My point is, my girlfriend comes out running from pain. Stop! And I'm like, what? And she's like, you're shooting. And then I turn around and actually look and can see the gas coming out of the thing, but I couldn't feel it. So I didn't see it. And the point to that whole night is she stayed with me for, you know, the whole night until she's like, I gotta take you home. Like, it's daylight. I gotta take you home. And
I bet you hear that a lot, don't you?
Yeah. Typically, you know what? I do hear it a lot. Most people say, I'm going to take you home, you know, like, I don't want to be with you, like, you're a horrible fucking person, you know?
In so many words, yeah.
No, like, they're like, you know, like, you're not
happy
worth
birthday.
No, and like $20, bitch, like, you're not worth the $20 you're fucking trying to charge me. Like, it's a horrible life, Ian. Like, I'm glad you finally
honey.
Yeah, I didn't want to admit it on air. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome, baby.
Okay.
You're welcome.
And fuck you anyway. So
Right,
yeah.
we're stepping
Anyway, the
forward.
only bitch. So anyway, but people,
on, honey.
people, I'm sure dropped me off at home. I'm sure to get rid of me. I'm sure that at some point in my life. But most of them were never men. It was always probably women before I ever licked their pussy and came out gay. And then they never dropped me off either. I can assure you.
Well, at least it's because you didn't own a car, so it's good.
I always owned a car. I've never owned a well, I've owned a bike, honestly. I still own a fucking bike. I just don't have to not own a car to own a bike, unlike you. But the whole point of that, Ian, is like you are trying to give me a undercut, and that's great. And I don't have really come back for that. Like, it's fine. You can say that. I can't prove to you how wonderful a person I am, because I would never give you that honor to prove to you how you would never drop me off on your little bicycle.
Well, no, it's 'cause you're not.
You're on the back of your fucking bicycle, bitch.
Hey, Brooke, listen. Don't act like if Ian pulled up, right, on his nitro boosted,
tricycle,
bike, and he pulled that horn, that little, that ringing horn, you wouldn't just jump out on that fucking thing.
Yes, that banana seat that he puts on the horns.
Everyone here is so awesome. Yes. Oh my God, that was hilarious.
Yes.
Thank you, Mark. That was good.
Yes.
So anyway, the point to my end of my story, he just asked, it's very short and you won't believe it, was she dropped me off because obviously we had to go and it was daytime. We really did. And she was a good friend, stayed with me, even though she wasn't tripping. I don't know how. And I was just, because I was dying, like, how are you not tripping? And what am I dying? Because then you're in a mental space. And it's kind of like your worst pot experience of being paranoid times 30. And then I had to go in my house and it wasn't over. And I remember laying on the couch and just trying to be normal, because I could be normal, and thinking like, I'm just going to lay here and looking at the TV, it's like a Saturday or Sunday, and like just looking at it, knowing I didn't understand what was going on. The world was not making sense to me. I am paranoid as fuck. Like again, like if you have an LSD, it'd be like our bad trip. It'd be like marijuana, your worst marijuana paranoid trip times 30. And it was like that. And I literally started thinking, I'm never coming off this. That was what was bad about it. I thought, I'm never coming off this. This is never going to end. It's never ending. Just kind of like you do with pot when you can't control it. And it took me, going to sleep and even waking up for a day or two. And that's why I'm going back to what Mark Hesh said about that it took a while for this person to come off. And people that did 5 or whatever they were doing a lot. Like it took me probably a week or 2 to feel normal. Right. It took me a day or 2 to be like, okay, Brooke, you're off the trip. You're off the fucking trip. Like you're okay. You're thinking normal. You're dressing normal. You can get up. You're seeing things. But so I can imagine like somebody that has done so much that it somehow affects the brain chemistry that they can't get back to their normal state, or at least it would take them a very long time.
Yeah, it really, it's unfortunate because like one of the guys I did know pretty close, and he was a good friend of mine, and really it comes down to this particular drug, which was experimented on, by numerous agencies and people like that. It's really just kind of an experiment with the mind, and I think people are really curious to see how it affects everybody. And in my eyes, it sort of accentuates who you are as a person. And it really alters your perception so much that you almost start believing whatever it is, like psychosis you're going through.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I experienced with this guy.
And when you're not strong enough, like even if that's why I say like ayahuasca or anything now, like if you're to do it at an age, or even if you were to do it younger and you're looking for like I've talked about ayahuasca is similar. If you're familiar with that, they see it similar.
Yes.
But if you're to do it with a spiritual trip and a shaman where you're looking for something spiritual and that's the journey you're on, that's different than being an 17-year-old that just thinks you're going to, like, you smoke a joint or you've done a line of cocaine one time, you're going to do this. Right. And then you have no idea, why can I not get my brain back right? Like, am I in this life now? What's going on?
You can really, as you can really fuck yourself up doing that, especially as a young kid. do some serious damage, which, so
Why do you
obviously
think why do you think I'm on the show? I mean, I've never got
hey, we're all on the same show. I think we're on the same boat here. Yeah. But it can also go in a different direction too. I think, Brooke, is it can become I've had a similar experience too, and I remember, if you're not tripping too hard, you can sort of document it quietly in your head and kind of see what you're going through. And I just remember, really, just like you said, the super hyper focus, but also it's controlling what your own perception is about yourself. And then you manifest it so hard that you emanate it throughout everywhere you are. So if you go into a crowd of people, which in my case was like, a pool hall or something, and you freak out because your perception of yourself is whatever it is. And then if you literally change that within a split second, the whole environment changes, the atmosphere changes.
Yeah, see, that's energy. And that, I don't know if you were older than me or smarter than me. Like, I was 16 and I was 16 and maybe 17 when I did the last one, the bad one, maybe 17. But regardless, if you were just smarter, like, I didn't get that. But now that's why I've said, I've even told Douglas, like, I would like to try ayahuasca, even though it's similar to LSD. I've never done mushrooms, but I would be willing to do that now at this age, because I feel like now I can think through that. And especially if I have, in a ritualistic and have someone there, supporting people, to be able to get through that and see what those doors open up, like what you're saying, because we are energy and we are manifestation, we're learning. And so what you're talking about really is manifestation. And I think LSD is what they were trying to create, to open up those doors of the brain that we closed off. But the problem is if you can't control it and you're a stupid 16 or 17-year-old, like, it's scary as fuck.
Absolutely. And it's an experimental drug, and it's like, it's almost weird, and it's bizarre because, the kids that I knew that were doing it, or the kid I knew was doing it, he had a pretty decent amount of it, and he was convinced that he was being followed by mobile surveillance continuously, to the point where he freaked out and he cut loose of the stuff. So it was almost like very curious. It's like they really wanted to see, like, do people really want to see the effects on this, or what it would actually have on, because they gave it to people like, Whitey Bulger, who's from, my area. And
oh my God, did they give it to Whitey Bulger? Really? I know exactly who that is.
Yep, they did. They gave it to him while he was part of a prison project. Which they were, I think they were trying to intensify people. I think they were trying to do something with them in some kind of way, with their emotions and, their, physiology.
Well, it's so weird that you say that, because when you just said that, you had something hit home for me just now, and maybe a birthday present, because, like, I love when I get a new knowledge fact in my brain and that I know is true. And what you just said is so true, because I remember, like, the first person that ever gave me LSD, and they were like that. They were always like that. And they were very much like worried about police and worried about somebody following them. And there's people there. They were paranoid. It was paranoid about getting in trouble. Obviously, trouble was their thing. Mine, though, now when I look at my experience of it, the first time I was able to relax, I'm with friends, I'm going to relax and enjoy this, even though I'm feeling a little guilt. And now when I look at all three, and I do know this has always been my thing, like, you go to your emotional shadows if you can't, like, that's where you're going. And my shadows are guilt. Like, for some reason, I am like guilt. Like, I am bad. I have guilt for doing this. I'm bad. Like, my parents would be ashamed. I should be ashamed. Like, shame and guilt. And that's where I lived in that. And what I couldn't get out of even those days, it was just shame and guilt. Like, so I was like, let me stare at the TV to pretend I'm not in such shame and guilt. And it wasn't like shame and guilt because I came in the house, because God, I come in drunk or high and didn't give a shit. Right. But it was this depth of just complete, just, something and so even to this day, extremely, like, I know, yeah, knowing what your shadows are, and people that have done shadow work, if you and I'm still working through shadow work, but knowing what your shadows are, why you do what you do, jealousy, I know mine, I know what they are now and identifying them. But guilt, shame, wanting to people please, wanting to, be recognized, be the best. Just like even Ann says, like, she talks too much. Like, I know I do that sometimes. Is it to get attention? No, it's really not to get attention, but it is because there's something deep inside my soul that literally was not recognized. I felt as a child, and I wanted to be recognized.
Everyone deserves.
Can I interject here?
Oh, in a second, Mark, you were going to say everyone deserves.
No, I appreciate that, Douglas. I just think it was important to say, everybody deserves attention. I think it's, first of all, who doesn't like attention? And to villainize, people just because they want attention. I mean, a craving it, and that's a different story. But to want it, you're human. So there's nothing dirty or wrong about that. And I think it's very important. And I think as a child, you need children die. Animals die if they don't receive attention and care as young beings. So to not deny a human being that, or any animal or living thing, it's cruel. It's absolutely cruel. So
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for saying that.
Thank you. Very important. And so, Ian, yes, please, by all means.
To correct the LSD story, the way LSD works is all your life you've had 10 neuroreceptors, your main circuits that are in your brain. Unfortunately, all your life you've only used two.
I'm sorry. Most of us have about
not even two goddamn. Not
so
even two goddamn.
Not
even two.
I'm just saying, we're not talking about EOS and its 10 receptors.
Needs the goddamn fucking attention. See, it's not good to want attention at the expense of walking over people for it. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't walk over Mark Huss. Rarely do I walk over Douglas, but I will walk over you in a heartbeat. What? Maybe it's not attention that I crave.
Yes,
maybe
it is.
I don't like stupidity. Maybe there's my shot.
Well, shut the fuck up. But anyway, okay, so you got 5 neuroreceptors on each side of your brain, a left and a right. Well, all your life you've only been using 2 on each side. That's a total of 4. Well, when you do LSD, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. So all your life you've only been using 2 neuroreceptors on each side of your brain. When you do LSD, it activates the other 3 on both sides. Hence the incredible attention to detail. Hence the feelings. Hence all that other bullshit. And basically, since people, I'm not singling you out, Brooke, but a majority of people are too stupid to realize what's going on. So therefore they get paranoid. Therefore they get whatever. When they don't have the common sense. Oh my God, gee.
I was agreeing. I just said I agree with you, bitch.
Okay. So hence.
Oh, okay.
The mixed feelings and paranoid, but they just don't have the common sense to say, well, I really don't know everything. I really am stupid, and just move on from it. All right, go ahead.
Okay, well, that's not, first of all, that's not how the fuck it works, so that's how stupid you fucking are. Secondly, I just listened to
you say that. I just listened to you.
Because listen to me. Here's how, the reason I know that is because I experienced it, and I live daily. Yeah. First of all, my last relationship, I don't want to go into
Oh, yeah, let's go here. Yeah, please. Let's go this.
No, what I'm saying, fuck you.
I
will say there,
on the side of the road.
I'm not scared to fucking go there.
He had a guitar
and
blonde hair.
Play it, fucking bitch. Play the fucking whatever the fuck you can't play shit, so never mind. But, if you could play a ukulele, go the fuck with it. Anyway, my point is I lived going to a point. Let me tell you something. Before I had kids, before I was 25, I was never wrong. I wish to God I could go back to 20 I was never fucking wrong, bitch. I never thought myself wrong. I was fucking right, and I would love to be that bitch again with that ego. Okay? So you're right on that. Ego fucking thought I was fucking right. Yeah. And then I fucking got to be a bitch that started questioning herself, and then truly question everything and question herself, and then have yet to stop. And so when you tell me I don't have all shit, maybe the fucking shit did open up too much. But I tell you right now, I never stop questioning myself, or I wouldn't be talking to Ian fucking West or bathing in bleach when I'm sick, because I'm like open-minded. I'm like, maybe the person has a point. I don't know. I think this is crazy to blade in bleach and blue tide, but he says it'll work, and I'm sick.
I'm still.
Hey, that's the real Ian West, okay? That's the real Ian West. not the fake one. Not the fake one.
Thank you. And then even fucking, I remembered, you know what was funny? I remember telling Mark Hess this. Mark did not talk to me for a while. When I told Mark that I had opened up to you and I had fucking done what you did, and he literally was like, I remember his face. He was literally on Facebook with me the only time we've ever FaceTimed. And he said, he looked at me like, you've lost your fucking mind. Are you on LSD? And then never spoke to me again for a good 8 weeks. And let's be honest, Mark, I would think I was crazy too. But I was trying to be open-minded, and I was sick, and I was like, I don't know. So for him to sit here and fucking say people don't question themselves, they think they're right, fuck you. That's the wrong. You're wrong on that, bitch.
Well, but besides Mark's extensive medical career and, you know, all of his degrees, I mean, I would go with something like that, you know. No offense, Mark, just fucking with you.
No, honestly, I think you're right about the receptors, because I think the brain does have receptors for ergo, and I think ergo is the chemical that is the base for LSD, I believe.
That is true, yes.
And see how Mark
ergo
explains that actually correctly, and he doesn't say he's pulling worms out of his skin while he's doing it.
That's because he's talking about a different subject, dumbass.
Get it bleached. There's worms in your skin. Oh my god! And I'm like,
I even put LSD in his bathtub, and he told me to go get a bathtub of LSD, and it.
Well, that's what I'm bathing in right now.
Brooke, hold on, Brooke, did you really do that?
Who is playing that? Who the fuck is playing that?
That's Ian West, of course. It's not me. I mean, you know it's not me.
Here, I'll go on mute. I'll go on mute.
Yes.
I'll go on mute.
Your 90s little fucking keyboard. We don't need to do that.
Oh my god. So yes, it's Mark.
But I do believe in the receptors. I do believe things have. Let me just say this. I do believe Ian West and Mark both have a point as far as that goes. The only thing I disagreed with Ian on is when you went to the end and you said that people are shut down from like completely, like they just think they're right. I do believe a lot of people think that they're just right. Like, you know, like somebody on here that has the name of their show. But other than that, like some people are open-minded enough to be wrong occasionally. And I think that, you know, when you're like, it's not about when it opens those receptors to be right or wrong. It's just opening receptors in general to open and expand your mind. And so when you're expanding that, when you do expand that, which LSD can do that for a second, I don't think it does it long term. And I think it's a very chemically man-made thing that didn't do it correctly, but can do it to some extent for, you know, brief periods, or, you know, some people, then it fucks them up and does it long periods, but in a wrong way. But what it was trying to do was what we've looked at with ancient civilizations, which is to open up our brain, our DNA, to completely, you know, and I'm sure Douglas is going to be like, open up our DNA, you're going to ancient alien shit, shut the fuck up. But, you know, to open up our DNA to be, you know, where we have been before in civilizations, because as Douglas, even though he wants to laugh, has also admitted we are circular and we are pattern driven, and our world has been there before. And I believe we've been at higher consciousness, and our consciousness has been shut down. Now, whether that was, I will never say, because I don't know. So I won't say what I don't know.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I will never say what I don't know. I don't know whether that was.
You do it all the time. What are you fucking talking about? I'm watching you. I'm listening to you do this.
And I say you're an idiot, and you just want to believe it because I say you're an idiot that I don't know it. It is in fact. Like,
well, here, Brooke, let me save you some trouble. Do you understand what they mean by opening my third eye now?
I understand what the third eye means and opening it, but I'm scared.
Well, now you do.
What you mean by the third eye? Your third eye is different because that bitch opened it last fucking night, and if she didn't, fucking come on to South Carolina because I'll open that shit for you. You'll fucking call like a baby.
And that was a forward from Dr. Gibson.
Oh
there you go.
So,
there you go. But
so,
normal
honey,
third eyes, yes, normal third eyes would be something that. Here's the thing: you could open.
Brooke, shut up. Just shut up, Brooke.
You couldn't
on.
open. Shut the fuck
Come on.
up. It's my
her
birthday.
birthday. It's her birthday.
You're being
Ian.
so mean to me.
Yes. So
fuck
we
it.
have
You know,
to
I'm not talking
talk.
anymore.
Go
I'm
back to
done.
talk. No, honey, go back to talking about cyclicality. You were talking about cyclicality. Please.
I was just saying that everything is. Thank you for the words. I love it when you give me the words. The cyclicality of everything, and I do believe that the world has been obviously cyclical before, and we've been at higher vibrations. Like Mark gave me the world earlier when I needed the vibration word that I look for, and just to say that we have been in higher states of consciousness before, and that some of those have been shut off. Now, would I say they have been shut off by aliens? Like some people want to say, the aliens came into our DNA. I fucking will not say that. I also won't say that's 100% wrong either, like Douglas would. Probably. What I will say is that I don't know what has shut some of us off, or if it's just the way things cyclically work and we continue to restart. It could be any of it. It doesn't really matter to me. All that really matters is to, like Ian said, open the third eye, and not Ian's third eye, but our third eye. That's all I have to say.
Okay, honey. I mean, well, that's beautiful, and I thank you so much for it. And believe me, no, your wisdom's appreciated, and I do want people to understand, of course, that and you can now also start participating. The two of you other gentlemen, or Joe, if he wishes to. I notice he's on kind of like a heavy pause, so he may have gone to sleep, or he may not have, but what I'm impressed by, dear Brooke, is that you are speaking tonight without the kind of cadence or a kind of a quicker tempo that you can have when there's some Adderall or alcohol involved. So you don't seem to be really.
It's 2023, baby. I am literally trying to become a new person. I am over heartbreak. I am over. Okay. Being the broken person that I was. So yeah, I'm trying to get there. I still have a cadence for getting a little faster.
You don't sound like you're going through any heavy withdrawals. So...
No, not at all. Not at all. And and honestly, physically starting to feel better, even though we still have tests running with stuff like that with my son. But yeah, just starting to try to get help, I spent another $100 on vitamins, the other day, but yeah, just trying to be healthy and feel better. And that's the
vitamins
goal.
Are expensive. Vitamins are incredibly expensive.
Yeah, the correct ones are for sure. So yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why you guys should holler at me, because I do have a pill press and I do have a whole vitamin store.
Yeah. Also, this is the motherfucker. I just want you to understand two things about him. And Ian, you can tell me either one of these are a lie. Number one, you buy a bunch of shit for fucking China that number one doesn't work. Also, shit you fucking sell, like you buy it in a pack of fucking.
That's half true. She's half true on that, but go ahead.
Okay,
She's half true.
Thing is, remember when so the second thing is, remember when I asked you when I was sick, and I asked you before you got me into the bleach fucking bath, it was fucking crazy. You said order these fucking vitamins. This is shit you can get, and it was some natural shit. And you gave the name. And you're like, you're gonna have to order them online. And then you gave me the name, and you're like, no, you need to order them online. You need to order them now. It's going to take a few days to get there. And I Googled the shit. And as I'm sitting in the parking lot of CVS, because that's happened to be where I was, just randomly, because that's right up the street from me, I said, it says they have these at the CVS where I'm at. And
how much were they? And how much were they at the CVS?
You didn't say order these from China and wait 4 weeks because they'll be $3 cheaper.
No.
I was sick. You were like,
moron.
order these now. It'll take a while. And I was like, I'm pretty sure they have them in the store where I'm at.
Yes, they have them in the store.
It was normal. What I'm trying to say is what he was trying to sell me on was like, I thought I'm getting some bullshit. Like, this is going to be great. Like, something, whatever. No, it was from CVS, and they were in there. And they were
they're called, okay, but before you make it, look, they're called Z-Packs. They're prescription strength fucking
it wasn't Z-Pack the antibiotic. It was not Z-Pack the antibiotic. You're lying. You're lying right there. Z-Pack is antibiotic, so it was not a Z-Pack.
Let me go grab the box. Let me grab the box. Hold on. Let me go see. Let me grab the box. I got the box in my closet.
That's what he has
Hold
to
on.
fucking do. He's gonna be like, oh fuck, when he comes back, oh fuck, she's fucking right. Oh,
Well, I've got so many fucking different drugs in here.
okay, I'm just saying, just say, oh fuck,
I like
right.
that. I like that sentence. I have got
Literally, I've got 5 shelves of drugs.
Different drugs
I've got 5
in here.
shelves.
5 shelves of drugs.
I've got 5 shelves of drugs, literally.
He's got 45 worms coming from his body and everything.
Here, I got the thing right here. I got a $2 coupon off. Hold on, here they go. It's called where the Easy C-Pack. I'm sorry, Easy C-Pack.
Easy
C-Pack.
Yes, it was
Easy C-Pack. I
Z.
apologize. I was wrong.
Okay, and I apologize too then because you're right.
I was wrong. It's Easy C-Pack. Easy C-Pack.
I apologize.
Yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong though. I was wrong. I forgot the E. I forgot the E.
And I'm apologizing. I'm apologizing because you're right. Z-Pack was in there. Z-Pack.
Easy C-Pack. Yeah.
Again, anybody Google it. It is near any if it's not near a pharmacy near you, you probably
you can buy a box for $20 at the store, or you can go online and get 3 boxes for $20.
Or when somebody's telling you, "Hey, I'm hurting and I'm like dying here," and they're like, "You know what you should do? You should go online. You should order these because you didn't say save money. There was no. You didn't. My bitch ass went like I'm riding a bike like you to the fucking store. I was in a car. Okay, I just needed fucking medicine, and you were.
I'd go anywhere and die. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're right. I go anywhere and die. I didn't want to die, so I didn't need to wait. I'll go in there and buy 340 of your packs. Give me the fucking what's the answer? You're like, this is the answer. This is the answer. Every one was the answer. Then it was the fucking bathe in the fucking bleach and you have to have blue.
And you're still alive, and you're still bitching.
I'm still alive, and I still wasn't fucking healed either, bitch.
Well, you're not dead.
God.
Well, thank you, Ian. Also, I didn't fucking thank God you didn't fucking come to Greenville because that would be to blow my own brains out.
Yeah, honey, I'm just so. Mark and I are both just stunned that you did that, and it's thank God that.
I think that's what I'm trying to say. Mark and y'all didn't realize how sick I was. I think Ian and I will.
I realized how sick you were.
Ian did, and that's why I'll give him that because I don't know, like even though we make fun of Ian, like for like there weren't things like Ian was the one person that did know. When I've never been sick. I'm 40. I remember 40 years old.
Okay? Yeah, me neither. I'm never sick either.
So and not only never sick, it was never sick and then sick this long and can't figure it the fuck out.
Right,
and like nothing's fucking working. So when you're that desperate,
and the doctors can't figure it out either.
Yeah, it's just there is a point where you get to like, okay, what? Like when first I listened to the guy, fucking the Australian guy was like, buy the NAC, which by the way, the idiot guy that said, I hope to God he's fucking listening because I went on there to. By the way, let's just do a real side note here. Peter Moon said happy birthday to me today. And then I went back to happy birthday to Peter Moon on his page.
That's what he said. That's what he said earlier when I said, he only had you on for a few seconds. And what he said was in his dismissive tone to you was, yes, I sent her a happy birthday
birthday. Yes. And that's what I replied to him. And I sent you a happy birthday message.
That's right. Yes,
I did it right back to
The
him.
tension was already there. Oh my God, go on.
It was, I don't know what the fuck that was. Tension. But I don't know why, but maybe he listens to what I say about him, which it doesn't matter. Like I will tell, like there's parts of him I love. There's parts of him I do not like. Like just like he doesn't like parts of me.
I think he's just generally these days. I think it's just been.
He probably was also jealous that you put a picture of more me in your lap than him. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Well, I can tell you with the episode before tonight's. It was the sake. It really hit him. He doesn't drink much, and he doesn't really do any drugs.
No, and I do have respect for him. So don't let me deny that. Like, I really want him to know, if he does listen, or if he doesn't, people to listen to me. Like, I'm really true with that. Like, there's parts of me that have deep respect and appreciation and thankfulness. Like, I've seen openness in him. But there is a part of him that I will say is very egotistical. That I think, as deep as he's gone with life. Gotten to go deeper than I have, as far as I would just say at his age, he's older and experienced more and travel more and do things. He's done his Qigong, he's done all these things. I would think the ego would be a little less pronounced. And that is where, like I can say my ego, even when, like Mark says, we all like talk about ourselves. We do. That's our favorite thing. And when Ian says it, I have to, and I'm so glad Mark said that. Like, it reminds me I'm not a bad person, accept your shadow. We all like to talk, like, we all like attention in some way. And so it's fine for him to also. But at the same time, there is a part of him that I just think at this age, I would like to see a little less ego. And that's where I would ask him, you know, like, that's my challenge to him. Just like he challenges me, Brooke, you need to talk slower. Sounds more feminine. People will talk to you more. And then also, they'll, by the way, I think you're sexier. Like, I wasn't asking to be sexier, by the way. I didn't even ask to fucking talk slower. Not sure where this came in. You were calling me because you wanted me to be calmer about breathing. But again, nothing to do with that. I'm just saying, like, again, that's fine. I do need to talk slower. Like I said, I know that. But not something that I was looking for that answer, question, or whatever. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
But
Thank you,
regardless, yeah. I mean, that was it.
No. What was it, Mark?
I'm gonna interject there, birthday girl. Pardonnez-moi. I was gonna say, I think, what was the guy that said something about? He mentioned Peter was like masturbating, like verbally or something like that.
What?
That kind of got me. It was.
Oh, it was this troll who was probably one of the cultists. I know he was one of the cultists because he was using some of their bywords, but he did say that he was insulting everybody. He basically said something that Peter was masturbating on air. Basically, is what he said. Yeah.
Oh, like a
I
figure of
didn't
speech.
even
Figure
know
of
about
speech.
Yeah.
Like
I did not
figuratively.
even know about this, but I don't come on air when Peter's on air, so I didn't know it.
No,
Look.
you saw Brooke. You saw Brooke because remember, it's like you said, he was like, you were wondering when I was gonna shut the guy down.
No, I do remember the guy coming on because he was on before. He was on Peter and I spoke for a minute, and I remember seeing a few things, but I don't remember him saying Peter's masturbating on air.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a little too. Yeah, it's a little too. I mean, was there any sound? Could you hear the skin go back and forth?
No. He was just.
Then I wouldn't say it.
I would remember those words, and I mean, I'm just being honest. Like those words, and I could even be drunk as shit, and I obviously wouldn't have been, even if I was still drinking back then. Would not have been drinking that much. I wouldn't have been drinking at all when Peter came on. So there's no way, like, I saw that masturbating on air. Okay, but I do remember the guy that came on that I said that you may have told me later, and I don't remember you saying it, that he said that. And I said, I remember that guy. I do remember. What I remember telling you is yes, that there was a guy that I wondered if you were going to shut him down, because when I got off, as soon as I get off, what I do is I get off and I go click the like button to like it, because I'm not on there yet. So I click like, and I'll hear it for a second or two, and then just usually shut it down unless I think Peter's saying something either interesting, which usually is not the case, and or something that about me.
In Peter's defense, if Netflix would have picked my books up and turned it into a cult phenomenon TV show, I would have a bit of an ego too. But when season 3 came out, I would have realized my shit stank. I'll leave it there.
God.
No, of course. What really in West is saying.
I know he thinks that the stupid show is about fucking. Never mind.
Which show are you referring to, Ian?
Stranger Things. Stranger Things.
Okay, interesting.
But
okay, yes.
I don't think it's directly.
See how
I
even,
don't think
see how
Peter is
even
directly,
the
right? I
person
think it's
closest
just
with him doesn't believe that shit.
Yeah,
It's Peter Moon, but you somehow picked that up as well as Nancy Pelosi's dead, and that's all about Peter Moon's book. Like, I'm pretty sure Peter Moon. I'm sorry, Peter, but you're the type of person that if you thought a show that's been #1 that my kid had a T-shirt of at fucking 12 years old, if you thought that was about your book, you'd have mentioned that at some point on air. Like they didn't get my shit, you know what they did.
Yes. Oh my God. So there we have it. In terms of
oh my God, Peter hates me now. I'm sorry, Peter.
There, you just shat on him.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's not his show. I mean, that's not he. Even if he
nobody says it was his show.
Oh well.
You're saying it was created on his books.
The Stranger Things thing.
Yeah, the details in his books are like used for fucking like the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the what's the word I'm looking for? Like
say,
like the shit, the scenarios and places and props that were in that show were mentioned in his books.
Have you
He's
seen
not. No, he's not. We've heard that around here too about the Montauk project. So
okay,
we have heard that. I don't know if it's directly connected to his book, but that's what.
Well, who's the only guy to write a book?
Well, let's just put it this way. The interesting thing is that
Montauk wasn't his, first of all. Let me just say that.
Well, in the sense that Montauk is simply what it is. Yes, it's obviously its own phenomenon, and he was one of the first to, shall we say, franchise
pioneer. Pioneer.
Well, I would say. I would say he did something beyond that. He franchised it, kind of. He kind of franchised it. He took it and he ran with it, and he made it his. Let's put it that way. He made it his. So when he made it his in his own way, and believe me, he's told me his ex-wife at one point started screaming at him that everything in your life is Montauk. Everything is Montauk. And though I personally feel that he was probably... Yeah.
She didn't say Colin.
What's that, honey?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was the best. That was great, Brooke. Thank you.
What was that? What?
It was like she couldn't breathe, but she was laughing.
Uh-huh.
I got some sick sense of pleasure out of that. I don't know why, but
I'm sorry. That's awful. Yeah, Ian,
I know. I know. Thank you. That was good, right?
Oh my God. Are you okay, honey? I'm sure she's okay.
I'm good. I'm biting my tongue. I'm biting my tongue.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So when his wife was screaming that, I personally would probably agree with him in terms of his response to me, or I don't know, whatever he said to her, but he told me, well, it's not like I'm always talking about Montauk, except when I talk about Montauk. So, I get what he's saying. It's like, well, that's kind of like his job. That's what he took into, that's what he took on, and that's what
the Montauk man.
Yeah, he became.
It's like Ian West telling me about Bleach, or him telling me about.
Oh my God, you get off of that, Jesus.
Actually,
we went through this last week. It's no different than jumping in a fucking pool.
Honey, I mean, Ian, I am with Brooke on this in the sense that it's something that it shocks me. I feel that in a sense she's been violated, but at the same time, it's she was in a desperate situation and she tried.
I didn't go get colon cleansing.
Yes, she hasn't done the colonics, and it's still hasn't done that. And but what I will say, Ian, is that but
I'm waiting on Ian to come with me.
All right, I'll get on my bike. Right.
Yeah, yes, his trike. But
you'll definitely need some colonics by the time you drive to South Carolina on that fucking little bike. I'll tell you that.
Yes, he'll have what do they call it? The piles by then. That's serious hemorrhoids. But
gross. Oh God, you're so bad imaging. Oh, it's like you went to tell me when to toilet. Like I can handle so many things, but I could not be a nurse. Like those bad things right there.
Yes, it's true. Oh my God, I don't know how they stand it, but they'll talk about it while they eat. But I do understand what Ian says when he says it's like jumping into a chlorinated pool. He's absolutely right. I figured it out in this sense that hopefully it doesn't harm you in any way. And
no, it didn't. And then I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna be honest. Like, let's not even let you finish your story. Like I'm good at it. It's my birthday. Hey, I will tell you, he made me smell the best. I will tell you, all of you. I'm gonna tell any of you. I mean, Mark, I swear to God, you ever want to go out with a girl and you're like, hey, I don't know if I'll smell good for 2 fucking days. Like, I'm gonna be sweating. Like, we're gonna go out in the woods. All you do is take some. No, you don't need bleach. The bleach wasn't the only thing. Take the blue Tide. He was
Tide
clear
Pod.
about it.
The blue Tide Pod.
You take a Tide Pod. It just needed to be blue. But for some reason,
weren't kids eating these fucking Tide Pods at one point?
They
too,
were.
As well,
they were. Apparently, they smell.
What is with these Tide Pods, man?
Yeah.
I don't know. But what I will tell you is that you will take a bath in them. And I have a separate bath and shower in my master. So I took a bath in this and then sat there because he's like, oh no, Doug. And I'm like, I don't have shit coming to my skin, dude. He's like, no. But you take it in the blue because it can even come out of your body and you'll see it later. You'll see it floating in the blue. So I left the shower. I got in the fucking shower. This is how desperate I fucking was. This is why Mark thought I was crazy. He probably is now going back off the air because he's like, she's still crazy. But I can at least admit I did it, and okay,
my
whatever.
God.
So I get in the shower at that point because I want to bathe. I want to shower the shit off of me. At least the fucking. I just sat in a bath with like 2 cups of fucking Tide in there, and I don't remember if there was bleach. I think there's maybe just Tide in that. He said. So then I showered off. I smelled good for. I don't think I had to bathe for a fucking week. I swear to God. Like my body, I couldn't get it off. Like I was like, I smell like I just came out of the fucking dryer. I was into my skin. It smells so fucking good. Like I love shower. Like I was like that. And then like 2 or 3 days, it was at least 2 or 3 days, I smelled my Tide ass. It was Tide ass, not a Tide ass, but a Tide ass is what I smelled. And I will just say, like, the smell is great, like, but I don't know what the kids are eating them for. I also think
It's
that's
just a dare,
probably,
some stupid, like, you know.
Well,
with
that's
child.
where we need to stop putting warnings on shit. If you have to put a warning, that's where, like, we need to be like, okay, why is the Earth declining? Why are we overpopulated? Well, maybe the weaker shouldn't survive. Period. And even if that's me, that's fine.
By this
But,
you
like,
mean
we need
weak-minded? Yes, go on.
Yeah. Well, we shouldn't put warnings like you shouldn't eat Tide Pods. Like if you have to put on the side of the Tide Pods, do not eat these. Or you have to put on the side of an iron, like do not iron with your clothes on.
Yeah. Or what about on bleach? Do not bathe with bleach.
So here was the thing. I didn't bathe with bleach. I know what he told me to do, and this is where he's fucked because he just said it's a pool. That's not what he told me to do. He then said, also, what you should do is drink some bleach.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. And again,
Brooke, remember that?
That's a lie. That's a lie. I did not say that. She's lying. She's lying.
Promise on your fucking mother's life. You didn't
She's
say that.
lying. She's a liar.
No, but
okay, how am I lying? Bitch, how the fuck am I lying?
Actually, let's put it this way. I want to say, Ian, that I believe you
Ian,
said
you
that.
know
But,
you fucking said it.
Yeah, I believe you said.
No. I don't need your Libra ass right now. Libra, be quiet. No. He's gonna admit this. He's gonna say he said it. I need him to stay. Like I know you're a great mediator, but he's gonna say he said this. You know, you said it. You said put a couple of drops of bleach in some water. Did you not?
That's not drink bleach. That's put a couple of drops of bleach in water.
Okay, well, y'all go put a couple of drops of bleach in a bottle of water and see if it doesn't taste like straight bleach. Like, I literally 2 drops in a large 16-ounce bottle of water and tell me what it fucking tastes like.
Yes.
Well, we're trying to save your life. We're not trying to give you a good drink, you know? You're mixing the two up. Dumbass.
But as I said, in you know, honestly, this has been recommended by governments, like what happened in the Philippines, where they had polluted wells that the government was not going to clean up the pollution in the wells. Some dead bodies fell down a well. The water was tainted.
To drink bleach?
Yeah, they told the people, put a few drops of bleach in your water when you're drinking it. I mean, this is what they told them. Now, by the way, this is not something, anybody at home, do not do this. This is something like desperate.
You will. I will tell everyone, do it. You'll survive it. I did it. I did it. You will survive. Go ahead and do it.
But don't.
I tell you right now. I'm not telling you necessarily, but maybe you have some bodily problems. But I survived a couple of drops of bleach in water. Also, it fixed nothing. So do it because you're an idiot and you believe Ian West. But don't do it because it's going to fix anything. Just do it because you want to taste what bleach tastes like in water and then think you're getting cured and then still be sick a month later.
Right. And again, also to put this in some other context, like I said, my former sponsor, Ben Estenius, who contracted the flesh-eating virus at one point in his life, had, aside from the pain, the unbearable itching. And the unbearable itching and pain combined, there has to be some kind of name for that combination, but it's just...
It's Ian fucking West, I'm pretty
sure. or simply indescribable. And so this unspeakable agony, he asked the doctor about bleach baths. Bleach bathing, because he had heard someone recommend that online, and the doctor said that's crazy. This just shook his head. Don't ever do that. But he didn't. He wound up. Now
it probably helped him. I'm thinking Ian West was correct in some of his shit. So I'm gonna but it did help him.
Right. Well, I'll say this, that he the way he felt about it was that he did this multiple times, like maybe daily we're talking about a fairly long time, maybe a few months, in which he did this. And he said it, first off, I didn't ask him. I'm going to assume this was not like he just poured buckets and buckets of bleach and then bathed in that. I'm going to assume he put a bunch of bleach inside of the tub water. But when he was bathing in it, he said, of course, that was unbearable. The agony was unbearable. But then he felt much better afterwards, and the itching would be relieved, until the next day he did that. So he did this for a while now. I don't know for how long, but it was, the amazing.
It's killing things. I mean, the end of the day, what you're saying, and that's the only reason I went with Ian stuff is that I go with where is this? The typing I really did not fucking get. But you're talking about killing and death.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that it's just like Trump was an idiot and like, well, can we disinfect the body? We believe we can disinfect the body, but disinfect is in it.
He recommended injecting bleach. He recommended injecting bleach. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's my point to that is the fact that, you can totally inject bleach and you can kill everything inside of you that is literally alive as far as parasites or viruses. You'll also kill all of your red blood cells and your red blood cells, and you will die.
Let me interrupt you guys a second. When Trump said about the bathing in bleach thing or the bleach thing, that was a calm. That was a code. That wasn't.
That was like the white boys code or whatever the fuck. Call order, bitches. I was calling you to order.
I love that. No. So Ian, would you happen to know what the code meant?
I used to. I don't have all the.
His bleach took it out of his fucking head, man.
Go back and watch all of Trump's press conferences during that COVID thing.
Oh my god! Are you really? You're trying. You know what? Everybody just heard it. He's trying to get us all to commit suicide right now. Go watch all of Trump.
Listen to how many times Trump mentioned.
If any of us commit suicide, it's because this fucker right here was just threatening us to. He was like,
listen to the way Trump mentions the underground in all those fucking COVID-19 comms, and it'll start to make sense for you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Ian, do you like the Proud Boys?
Like you're funny, and then you're just idiotic.
So Mark asked a question. Are you a fan of the Proud Boys, Ian?
Well, at the start I was, but then I found out it was an FBI operation.
Oh my god! Like, see, this is what I mean, Mark. This is why I get mad and like want to play. Like, I'm like, he's funny, and then I want to blow my head off. Like, how am I talking to this person?
Well, you got to admit, at least compared to Michael Christopher Andrich in Australia, he's...
Oh, shit! You didn't let me finish my fucking story. That was the whole reason I was saying, what's his name told me happy birthday, and I told him happy birthday. I went back on his page, Peter Moons, and I said happy birthday. I don't even know why I was saying this now. But when I went on there to say happy birthday to Peter Moon, guess who the fuck's first thing that pops up, or the last thing, I guess, right before I did, said happy birthday, Peter Moon. It was Michael Christopher Andrich. Happy birthday. Yes. And I was going to say something, whatever we were talking about, I was going to say something about him, but now I don't even know, because anything, I'm sure it was something idiotic he said.
Yeah. Oh God, did he actually follow that up by saying something besides happy birthday?
No, it was something. No, I was thinking about I was bringing him up because it was something probably Ian said. I don't know.
That sounded similar. Ian said something that sounded similar to something like Michael Christopher Andrich would say. That's what
Well, Ian even tried to say he didn't know what he liked on Michael's page that time when I told him. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. You're like, I didn't like that shit. I don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, yeah, you did. You like the fucking 1 million kids that came out of fucking Australia. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, well, you liked it.
That does sound like something I would like. Okay, that does sound like, okay. Well, I'll give you that.
Because we were on the phone when you said you didn't like it. And then I said, I played it for you. I sent it to you. I didn't play it for you. I sent the link to you. And then you're like, oh my God, this sounds like this other military guy that I know from the U.S. This is Australian.
Yeah.
And then you found your U.S. website. And guess what? Hey, Douglas, guess what? Same fucking voice, same fucking guy.
No, this bitch lying. This bitch lying. No. She a lie. She a lie. She a lie. No, here, I'm by the computer. I'll tell you the exact fucking video. I even relabeled it Australia.
Oh my god. So
Same thing. It doesn't matter. Either way, like you.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt your lie. I apologize.
I don't mind you interrupting my lie. I can assure you, you couldn't even send your bitch last week, even when people were on live saying, "Hey, send the picture." Why don't you send the picture to her at least? Send the picture to Douglas at least.
What are you talking about now? I thought we were talking about Australia.
We were interested in seeing this woman that you had. You were bragging about having sex with this woman recently.
Which one?
Oh,
No,
well, I know
lady.
there's so many of
There's
them.
so many. There's so many.
the last week,
I understand.
No, yeah, I know. This week you got pegged by the drug addict that probably didn't peg you, and you just.
You hear that jealousy in her voice? It's so good. It's so good. You hear that jealousy?
I can assure you, it is only because my peg has a fucking knife on the end, and I swear to God, there's jealousy there. But at the end of the day, what we were talking about last week.
Yes, this was the woman who was a bit older than you. She was an older lady. And so you were bragging about her. So I was curious to. Okay. No. This is what I was showing Brooke on my sex videos. So to prove to her how full of shit she was. And I showed her a picture of one of
the bitch is all I've asked. Why can't you just shut up instead of
because you're jealous.
Well, I mean, yes, she may be jealous, but I think that she's been over that jealousy part. We can stand to look at the photograph. You might send it because she was saying this woman looked a little overweight.
Well, no. She's 49 years old. She's overweight. Yeah, I admit that. But the chick sent me this tit pic one day, and I just saved it, and then I flashed it to Brooke. Yes. Just to going through. I was going through the collection. I was going through the archive.
Yes,
and
you also referred to this as art. You also said this.
Yeah, that's what I call it. Yeah, that's the subtler way of putting it. Just art. But
so is this something you're willing to share with
Well, I don't want to share her fate. I don't want to I don't want to release the picture like that. But I flashed it to Brooke over the live stream, but that was it.
I see.
I mean, if you guys want to, I tell you what, you want me to go to live screen and I'll just go through the art folder?
Sure.
I got some more. I know
I'm sure you don't.
I got to hook up the little hard drive. Hold on. Where's the hard drive?
And then he's going to go
He's going to show us all. Well, anyhow, this will be something we'll never forget. This is going to brand itself into our brains.
Where's my little hard drive at?
Yes. Oh, God. He's reaching between. He's just opened his zipper.
No. I have this little flash drive that I store all my pics on, and I don't fucking see it. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here it is. I got it. I knew I had it out. All right, where's the USB cable? Here, y'all take your time. It's going to take me a minute to get it hooked this up. Hold on.
Yeah, I got it. Please.
Here. And then the glory will begin.
The glory.
So, Mark, if you can go through every time you've ever... Is Mark still here?
Mark.
Yeah, he's here.
Mark is here.
Mark, so if you can still go through every time you ever, from like you were 13, probably 12 or 13, when you ever had your first hard on, and then if you can go through every time you've ever jacked off and then actually had sex, Frank, Ian might be ready by then. So if you just want
to you hear that jealousy? She's like, I'm gonna see him again. Go grab. Somebody go grab Brooke some tissue because I found some of the pictures of this.
You just said. Here's the thing. You just said that which was only 49.
Yeah.
40 fucking 5. Let me tell you something. I like you just made me feel so fucking great. I already.
Well, you're welcome. Myself. Happy birthday.
Like it is a fucking great birthday for that.
Oh God. Okay. So
basically, I have until about 79 guys to look like the bitch she will show you if he shows you that fucking pictures. Well, I'm just letting you know.
And don't forget, who's Britney Spears' cousin.
Niece.
Oh, he tried to show her again to me, and I'm like, no, you've already said that. Okay,
she was so jealous. She was so jealous, Doug. It was great.
Yes. So
she was so jealous.
For those listeners,
to be honest, I was going to be jealous of anybody who be that because here's the thing. You only showed me the bitch that I believe that you probably did fuck that one.
Here we go. Here we go.
The other ones were like
Let me hear it.
away drug addicts, and then you said that one, which would have only been maybe because she was.
It's so flattering. It's so flattering to hear her whine about people she doesn't know. It's so flattering. I love it. It is.
But the question.
You know what's flattering? Dear, you call yourself the mayor. What's the town you're in? That you're the mayor of what?
Johnny's Filling Station.
Yeah, no, you said you were the mayor of the whole town. What was it called?
Well, I mean, technically, just Johnny's Filling Station.
He calls it Johnny's Filling Station.
So you're the mayor of Johnny's Filling
It's the bar I always hang out at.
Okay.
So I'm kind of like the mayor there, because I don't have a car, so that's the only bar I can go to,
No, see, that's a fucking. See, this is where he's a fucking liar, and you just fucking lied. Because, bitch, shut the fuck up. You said I don't go out anymore because I don't have a car because I don't drive and I haven't been out. But when I used to be the mayor, when I used to go out, and the mayor up, you said the fucking time. You didn't say Johnny's Filling Station. I know what Johnny's Filling Station is.
Okay, Orlando, Florida, or downtown Orlando.
But wait a second. Wait a
That's
second.
what he said.
Wait, not that I'm trying to provoke any argument with you at all, Ian. But did you not say you were driving in a car when you went by the Ukrainian baby daycare center?
Yeah. I was in my buddy's truck. We were stopped at a light.
So were you?
And it dawned
you
on
were
me.
in a truck, but you weren't driving.
No. Me and my buddy were leaving the Circle K.
That's the guy that came over that day that said that.
She's lying. She's lying.
Okay.
It's probably one of those guys. And was that not a guy that you were
I have more than one friend, Brooke. I mean, come on. Let's be.
Well, there's the fucking biggest surprise of the night.
This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible.
What's terrible? You found these.
It's her birthday. We're gonna let it slide, but it's just her assumptions. They're just on a roll tonight.
You had no comeback for that, and so you just went, that was terrible.
I have a comeback. I'm dumbfounded at you.
Hey, you get me occasionally too, buddy. You get me occasionally too. It's fine.
I go light on you.
Hey, like, you know how to not go light on somebody. It's called slipping the fuck out.
Brooke.
Yeah.
I finally got the bed wet. I got the bed wet, by the way. I did get the bed wet. Just to rub it in. Just to rub it in.
Or was it alcohol or water you drank too much of the night before?
No, she was an old lover of mine, and she
oh my God.
She recently was in town. So, we got it wet.
Can you quit playing your First of all, that's just a guitar that you don't even have your 90s thing out. Like, it would even be better with your do. Like, now you're just playing a guitar stroke every time, which is a really bad one. It's like a ukulele.
Believe it or not, honey, the one son of a bitch that was just basically kind of like an on-air stalker before hanging out with the other. The only way I would call them would be like they were assets sent to make colored people look bad, and so they were the three colored stooges.
Well, there is a good thing for black people. That should be. I can go on comedians now because I can tell you right now. You think you've had it bad? You don't have Ian West in your fucking race. You want to take him?
Oh God.
We'll take slavery. You take Ian West.
Oh my God. And it's but he actually played a ukulele. This clown named Daniel Arola, he had a fucking ukulele, and this was like his instrument, and it was just awful. So there you go. I remember that. Okay, his sugar mama, who ultimately died and left him homeless, because the family didn't want him. Imagine that. But he.
Oh yeah. By the way, Ian West, don't forget to show your sugar mama. That's your point right now. You're supposed to be finding her.
Oh, do you have a sugar mama?
No,
she's insinuating the another lover of mine is
that she was married for 10 years.
She is not my goddamn sugar mama. See how jealous she gets?
So happy that she. What'd you say on the last air? He can replay it. She would hold my cum in her mouth.
No. That's a lie. That's a lie. She's lying.
Wait a second. I heard you say that the most complimentary thing she said was I lie in bed next to my husband, holding your cum in my mouth or something like that, or
Not
inside
my
me.
pussy as I fall asleep.
Okay, there we are. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, she held it in her pussy, not her mouth.
Okay, we're getting a little.
Yeah, I know. Would you do something about Brooke, please?
But you did say that on record.
I didn't say mouth. I didn't say mouth.
I understand.
Okay, Ian, you might not have said mouth. I'm pretty sure it's what you
vaginal
did say mouth.
cavity. Vaginal cavity.
Thank you, Doug.
Within her vaginal cavity. So
yeah, thank you.
I'm pretty sure if you saw her,
she slept next to her husband.
Like, I'll stop at her mouth. I am not going to that vaginal cavity.
Oh God,
yeah,
Jesus.
That's pretty, that's pretty erotic. Ian.
God.
Very
Oh,
erotic.
I know. You see how they turn mouths to pussy? It's like I'm talking to fucking 5 years old.
Okay, well, I'm getting traumatized again. So I don't know what it is.
That's Brooke.
Whenever Joe Ty or Ian West talk sex, I get traumatized. I feel like I'm being raped.
I just wanted to show the picture of the one girl and he won. Like, I just wanted to prove I'm not a liar here, and he can't do it.
It's no, okay. We don't need to hear the strings, Ian. It's
Okay. Here, I'll put it down. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. That's okay. It's it adds to the stress of it all. But so anyhow, with the thing that we were speaking of earlier, where was I? There was something that I was going on about that would have added some context. Now,
I'll tell you what, it would out of context. If you or Mark Hesh were hitting on me, like, let's pretend like either one of you, like, when you were hitting on me, and you're like, hey, you know what I think will make her happy is I talk to her, make her think I'm sexier. I'll send her a picture of me at like 13, jacking off on like the like worst thing I ever did, like the apple pie thing, like me fucking the apple pie. Like, that's what fucking he did when he was like, hey, look who I fucked with this picture. That's all I want to say. Like, I just couldn't believe he even admitted to it, to a person, to a human being, much less brag, and to another woman. Like,
it's
speechless.
I showed her a goddamn file of like 50 different chicks all naked, and she has to pick out one. You have to pick out one.
That's a fucking lie. You showed fucking 3. 2 of them were in the same fucking picture, and the other one was sitting there with the fucking like the fat one that I asked you to show. That's like it. That's all.
Hey, Brooke, that picture I sent in today, did she look familiar? Shut the fuck up.
No, she didn't. I'm pretty sure she doesn't look.
That was one of the girls I showed you in the original thing off the thing.
Yeah.
That you're like, go back to that one. Go back.
I did.
Go back to that one.
You know what I said?
Go back.
You know what? And go and show the original picture. And I said, zoom in on my face. And you couldn't zoom in on my fucking face because it was
Why did I make you jealous?
Fucking picture. I wanted to see what the fuck was in there. It was 2 fucking girls. And even if it was the same one, what did I tell Douglas tonight when as soon as I saw that? Like, that's a fucking druggy bitch that fucking came over there. And you said
that one doesn't have meth scars on her face like me.
Overdose, having to deal with you, and all she cares about is drugs, which is the only way.
That is not true.
Anyway.
Jesus Christ!
All right. Ian's friend's expert over here. Okay. Look, if you're gonna fucking slander and lie on people, you should at least try to get to know them first. That way you could do more damage. But instead you go,
I offered to marry you, okay? I have money. I have proposed. Will you marry me, Ian?
No, never. No.
Fucking pussy.
I mean, I'll fuck you. I'll hate fuck you, but that's it.
Okay,
you're lucky to get that. You're lucky to get that.
Will you hate fuck me every day for a year the way you said you fuck?
No. I don't have that much hate in my heart,
Exactly.
There is a chemistry here. That being said,
no, there's not a chemistry. He said he would go in the bath. He said before he fucked every day, he went in the bathroom to make
That's another lie. That's another lie. That's another lie.
Adderall and
you
what was it? Adderall, Coke, and Viagra.
Lie.
A line of Coke, Adderall, and a Viagra. And I said, dude, if you will go in the bathroom every day before you fuck me and take a 30 milligram Adderall,
that's true.
Line of Coke, and every time you come and fucking Viagra, I swear to God, you can fuck me as many times as you want, but you have to do that every fucking time. Because I know damn good and well, I've already seen him. He's not in the best shape. He does eat at Johnny's Bar and Grill, And
Wawa's the gas station restaurant. I mean,
yeah,
who needs
and
connoisseur
I'm not
food?
saying he's not fat. Like, I'm not saying he's like horrible out of shape. What I am saying is his heart is not going to last too long on some Adderall and Viagra and a line of Coke multiple times a day. And I just needed a couple $100,000 life insurance policy. And to me, it was worth fucking him a few times.
Yeah, no,
and that's all I've said.
I get it. And you know,
I mean, like,
and,
$500,000, I feel like.
Yeah, and for people who don't understand what drove Brooke to the Tide Pod bathing was the fact that basically Ian West's thesis is that basically it's all parasites, and that we can get rid of these parasites through some fairly extreme measures. I would call them actually ultra extreme measures, so. Of course, thank God she didn't see things coming out of her skin into the blue. The blue is supposed to highlight this.
I left the blue highlighted for 2 fucking days, Ian, and looked in there. There was nothing. It was just pretty blue, and I smelled good.
Yes. It's just, please, people, do not do this at home anyway. But Ian does have a point that people chlorinate pools to dangerous levels.
You should bathe your fat people in the blue stuff first.
Yeah.
Before you
Yeah, but yes, pools are horribly chlorinated. I even had some horrible experiences with pools that were heavily chlorinated. There was, I don't even want to go into it, but there was this pathological motherfucker at Sonoma State University who was supposed to be the landskeeper or something, and he poured so much chlorine into that pool that you would get blisters on your skin. I mean, this is just
like going into a hotel with an indoor pool, right?
No, it was worse. This was like nothing I've ever experienced before or since. This motherfucker just turned the pool into basically an acid pit. He's just scumbag. Crazy people with just crazy agendas. And so, I can see what Ian is saying in that regard that,
But was he doing that purposely, or was he just cheap and didn't want to buy real chlorine?
I think the fucker was just crazy. He was insane and like everything else.
Like Ian's uncle.
Yeah. Yes. By the way, T-Tank Barry says loud and clear, passing through Lake County, heading to Shasta County, time to file taxes. Thank you.
Oh my God, T-Tank, you've already got your tax returns back?
No, it's time for him to file them. He says it's time to file taxes.
But I'm saying he's got his tax. Not returns, but he's got his W-2s. Like, I don't have those.
Oh, okay. Wow. Well, you're lucky. And
I'm not fucking lucky, because if my ex-husband gets them first, I'm owed $6,000 from last year, and if he gets to file first again, I am screwed. Because he's a liar and he claims my son. And legally he can't. He can't claim him, but then I have to fight the IRS, which I've been fighting a year. I'm not fighting them, but they have to actually do a manual return, and then it takes them, even though we don't want to hire.
So you need to call. You need to call the IRS. Call the IRS.
Oh my God, bitch! I'm sorry. I'm not saying calling you a bitch. But
I understand. No worries. I don't mind.
I've called the IRS. Like, I just got the IRS again last week. And like they said, no, it's still like, because it's a manual return. And then after that, it has to go to another department for fraudulent claims. It has still not been over the year, which is over a year, because it's like 6 months for a manual return. And you have to do a manual return, because the reason I had to do a manual return is because as soon as I hit it electric, like you would normally do, said, I'm sorry, this social security number has already been claimed by someone else, my son's. And I was like, what the fuck? So I had to do a manual return. And then the manual return takes 6 months. And then when I even called them and said, it's been 6 months, they're like, well, it's 6 months, but because we're short staffed, like, that is the normal agenda, but like, it's not a guaranteed thing. And my point is, I still don't have over $6,000 from last year that I will at some point get, because there's no way I can't.
But I don't understand why not call the IRS?
I have called them. I just hung up again. I told you last week. Okay. Last week. Okay. And they said, so now
Brooke and the IRS don't keep the same hours. So that's why.
I get it. I'm the same way. Holy shit.
No, I mean, that's funny and that's fine. But I unfortunately had to keep the same hours with them and called them and had to wait forever to get somebody and get to the right department. And then even then, that department is like, we're not the right department, because we really don't have any status update on your claim.
We do not see anything. We have just seen that you have made no return. Now we are seeing it for the last 7 months. It wasn't even seen as accepted that they had it. And then when they finally see it, well, then they have 6 months after that to figure out what department it goes to and get it into the fraudulent department, for the fraudulent department to contact me, to then for me to show, oh yes, I have full custody of my son, and my son doesn't, not only does he not spend half the year there, which we would have to do over 50% of the nights for my ex-husband to claim him, he hasn't spent over 10 nights in 365. So no, I would like my almost $7,000 back. And my point is, if he was to do that again this year, last year, the reason I feel like he got away with it was because I was really busy working and I had a big account and I didn't file until March, like the end of February, first week of March. I'm hoping this year they have to mail out by January 30th that I will get. That's why when T-Tank said that, I'm like hoping, my ex-husband doesn't get it first. And if he files and he puts that social in, like legally, there's nothing for me to stop him. They have to go back. They'll charge him. He'll get charged the taxes. But in the meantime, I've waited almost over, it'll be a year. I would expect the taxes last year.
This is alarming. I feel for you. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Anyhow, to kind of just,
I know Ian's so sad too. I can tell.
Yeah, there we are. That's a totally. Ian must have some taxes since he does seem to work on some of these construction.
He doesn't have fucking taxes.
I've never filed taxes a day in my life. Never have. I just let him keep the money.
Oh God.
I just let him keep the money. I figured, if there is a God, somehow 40 years of paying taxes will come back to me in one lump sum, but I doubt that'll ever happen.
Well, you know where the Garden of Eden is, baby boy.
Well, now the IRS is getting shut down,
By the way,
we'll have. Go ahead.
Yeah, T-Tank Barry says going out of cell range. Be back when I
Mark get. Just call. I'm going to shut up and you shut up and just let Mark talk.
Whoa! I do want to say that T-Tank Barry says happy birthday, B. He's going out of cell range. He'll be back when he gets near the interstate. So,
I love you.
Yeah, so thank you, T-Tank. And I do want you to know he brought up a mycologist who was a scientist studying mushrooms. That's what a mycologist does. And so he was bringing up the Paul Stamets research when we were speaking of mushrooms earlier. So,
my God, I think I saw that guy. He's a big mushroom researcher. He's talked about how great, they are for health-wise, which they've now proven. Yes. Obviously, also for opening the, like we were talking about, opening the receptors of the brain or whatever you want to call it, things like that. But yeah, and he's done so much that if it's the same guy, like the DEA was after him for a while, like trying to get him to sell him things, and he wouldn't. I think he was on that guy Joe Rogan's show. If you hate Joe Rogan, they did have to speak him.
Yeah, there we are. So Mark, take it from there for a few minutes for whatever you were going to talk about. Apparently, you wanted to say something that Brooke was bringing to our attention.
Douglas, I'm actually gonna try to get a couple of hours of sleep, but I had some stuff. I'll talk about it, on the next show. But please. I want to thank. Yes. Yeah, but thank you so much for having me on, and Brooke, again, happy birthday. Have a great day today.
Hey, Mark.
If you care about me, you won't leave with Ian, and you will talk about what you had to talk about now, and I'll just.
Don't listen to her. She's full of shit. Hey, Mark, did you get the Lucian Grave link I sent in the Skype?
I don't think I got it, man. I don't think I got it.
Okay, this is BitChute.com. Is this?
Yeah, I did get it. I'm gonna check it out for sure.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You looked it up, man. I'm gonna check it out for sure.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly, Mark. Take care of yourself. Stay well and be safe.
Well, thank you so much. God bless.
God bless. Thank you. And so, just the three of us now. Four.
So I'm going to go get some sleep as well. I'll talk to you guys.
Oh, thank God.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's my birthday.
No, she's not. She's not going to turn down free attention.
You know what? I will totally turn down free attention. But if it's going to be making fun of you, maybe not.
She's not going to miss it. She's not. That's like. Never mind. I shouldn't say that. Never mind.
But
it's like that fake girl that fucked you up the ass last night. But I would totally fuck you up the ass.
Oh, you nailed it. You got it right there. You nailed it. You nailed it. You nailed it, Brooke. That's sharp wit.
So, honey, when hard times create strong men, and strong men create good times, and good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Where on the spectrum do Joe Ty and Ian West fit?
You know what? Why don't I give you that? Because he will just say, I'm putting him down. Why don't I give you that opportunity? What do you think?
Well, I'm a good time.
They bring us high times. High times.
There you go.
That's what they bring us. Yes. Yeah. I noticed you said hard times and good times. Well, they bring us high times, and I guess that's what can carry us through the hard times sometimes. But anyhow, Brooke, I love you beyond expression. If you truly are taking off for the night and getting some sleep, do me a favor, make certain you take the same attitude that I do. I go into what I call sleep shifts, where it's like a work shift, but I force myself to sleep. So I force myself to go through at least 2 8-hour sleep shifts after I do these shifts.
Can't fucking do. I think that's because you don't have kids or fucking 4 dogs or nothing. Like a 20-year-old dog that literally has to have medicine every 12 hours and has to get up and pee every 2.5. Like, what the fuck? Like, and then he barks at you the entire time when he can't get back on the bed. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh my God. Honey,
my shifts are not yours, baby boy.
Can't you get your kids to help with this dog thing so that you can?
Obviously, you haven't had kids either. There we go.
Oh my God. I would honestly, they need a man like me around to beat them.
Exactly. That's what all kids need that.
Yes. Oh my God. They need to be just told to do some things for you, honestly. I mean, otherwise, I
literally will leave and put the dogs up, and I've literally driven to the gas station, which is literally I'm not on my bike. It's literally 1.3 miles away. 1.3. I'm in a car. It takes me literally 1.5 minutes to get there. I would say max 3 minutes in the store, and that's like with a line 1.5 back. So you're talking about under 10. I'm gone. And my daughter literally is calling, like, at the door, what did you leave? The dogs were barking. I heard the dogs barking. They got me up. Why are the dogs barking? You're upstairs in your bedroom with the door closed. Like, I deal with this 7 minutes. It was 7 fucking minutes.
I would not stand for it. I would force my children to be
well, her reason is they aren't her dogs. And I give her that. But then I could also go if I was a bitch, but this isn't your house and you're 22.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I would force her to help care for these beings that you've brought into your life.
Brooke, it sounds like you're raising some real winners there.
You gotta give him that. I mean, that's
I am giving you that. I totally am giving you that. I was just thinking that the fact that, like, I was wondering if your mother felt the same way about you.
Well, I wouldn't know because I put her on timeout. So,
was that sexually? Is that what you mean? Like,
no, she called the cops on me.
Why would she do that?
Because of my arm and the fucking COVID shit.
Okay.
This is all I mean. I just need to be quiet when he insults me, and then he insults himself again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What did you say about the COVID stuff? She called the cops on you because you did what with COVID?
Yeah, I sent her all the pictures of the blood and shit. She freaked out. And she's like, I forgot what she said. She was like, send me the doctor bills or something. So then when I sent her that, she just fucking...
Oh, the pictures of your arm.
Yes. So then she just extracted the address from the doctor's bills and called the cops and gave them my fucking address, and they showed up.
He said, he's a meth head. Please arrest him. I've been trying my entire life to get him straight. It's not going to work. I'm hoping jail is the only other option at this point. I'm a mother. I love him. And sending your child to jail is a hard thing, but I would think... that was probably a last resort, and you just have to love her through it. She loves you.
I gotta give Brooke this. This does make sense. It does have a certain resonance to it. I have to admit.
I mean, I found a bottle of vodka in my 17-year-old's closet, and I'm not going to send him to jail, and I'm going to talk to him correctly. But I mean, if he's like, 37.
After you drink it, go ahead.
Yeah, but after,
That is funny, honey. That's yes.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. If he hadn't been stupid enough to admit he drank it, my daughter would have believed. If he had been smart enough to go, I don't drink it, I think mom did, my daughter would probably believed him. But since it was hers. But no, unfortunately, he didn't admit to that, and he admitted he drank it. So the point to that is, Ian, is I won't call the cops on my 17-year-old son, but when he's 37 and he's he's riding a bicycle, and he's taking stuff his arm, and it looks like meth, at that point, I may do the tough love thing, I may decide tough love and call the cops, and that's love. It's still love, man. It's still love.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Adderall doesn't shoot 7 holes on your arm in 3 seconds.
Oh my god.
All right.
Adderall doesn't shoot. I can assure you. I've taken Adderall. I take Adderall, and it doesn't shoot. It like nothing.
7 holes in your arm in 3 seconds.
Yeah. And by the way, I you just consider yourself lucky you never saw the photograph of his arm, Brooke. It is horrifying.
Yes, Brooke. Yeah, I agree. I backed Doug up on that. I didn't even want to look at it.
Yes. Oh my god. Well, I love you, Brooke, and get yourself some sleep, as much sleep as you possibly can. And again, treat it like a job. You're on a sleep shift.
Oh, I am on a job. I'm now on the job to just bullshit you and Ian the whole entire time. You've kept me up all night.
In your sleep, though. In your sleep.
No, I'm staying on the call.
See, I told you, Doug. I told you. She's not going to turn down that free attention.
Actually, I'm not, because I'm craving taco casa. What do we call it in there?
The salsa, the sauce.
Yes. What's in there?
Is this something you can order at this hour?
No. But,
and they won't give her the recipe.
Yes, and that's why we know it's. What's it have in it?
Meth or crack or something.
No. Well, I would say that, but no, it's the stuff that you said, the Pizzagate thing.
Oh, adrenochrome. Adrenochrome.
Yeah. Adrenochrome. Yeah, I told him, I was like, I don't believe your adrenochrome stories at all, but then I have this sauce and they will not give the recipe at all. Like, it's a secret thing. And it is addictive. Like, I'll go there and order food just to drink the sauce. Like, I've gone there and literally my daughter they won't even sell a large sauce. They won't sell it. They say it doesn't last. So we won't sell the sauce. They only give these tiny cups that are like the size of literally a fucking like
a
take
thimble.
the fucking cap, like a thimble. It's like a little bigger than a thimble, and they will cap them. And they'll give you like how many do you want, and you get like fucking like whatever. They don't ever limit it, but it's just like you feel bad asking for 47. So I was like, give me like can you have a large one? I'll buy it. And they're like, no. Anyway, but they'll give me a large like little styrofoam container, like you would get a large ranch dressing, like wow, of that. And I'll order like $30 worth of fucking food. My daughter comes home the other day. She's like, I brought you the large sauce and I brought you the little Mexican pizza and the 2 tostadas. And I'm like, okay. And then I tell my son later on that day, I'm like, hey, dude, I'm going to go to Taco Casa and get some food. Do you want anything? And my daughter goes, you already had Taco Casa. I'm like, yeah, but I'm out of sauce. She's like, how are you out of sauce? It's up there. I'll give you a large one. I was like, I hadn't eaten the food yet. I just drank the sauce.
Oh my God. That is scary.
That's some good sauce.
You're making this
It's that
up.
good. Well, so my point to that is that's how addictive it is. And everybody, like I see people there drinking it. So I told Ian was going on about fucking adrenochrome, or he has it before. He wasn't that day, but I said, I just want to let you know that if you're right and they were having children underneath and they're sacrificing them for adrenochrome, because if that's maybe what they're doing with this sauce and that's what they're fucking making it out of, then, I'm all for children, but I'm going to have to go with the fact that there's some going to have to die because we're going to have to keep the sauce.
Oh, that's delightful. That is so fucking funny. Thank you. That's so
you think I don't mean it? Like, I mean, I love kids and all, but there's a lot in the world. There's not a lot of this fucking sauce, man. Like, if I need to have another baby and give it over right before, as long as I don't have to see the baby first, and they can give me like a year's worth of sauce.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. This is funny. Yeah, this is my kind of humor. Again, my humor is very black. And by the way, so
I know anybody that's lost a child, obviously I'm not meaning that like it's not as serious.
They get it. They understand that. By the way, T Tankberry says that when it came to the mushroom man, the mycologist, he said he met his brother North Stamets. He lives in Mill Valley. Oh, of course. Where else would he live? That's where, some rich white guy with nothing else to do with his life would live. And then he can...
I like the a rich, like kind of like a rich but pretending to be poor white guy in San Francisco would live.
Honey, please. You sound like my gang stalkers. They all claim that I'm wealthy. Yeah, Douglas Dietrich, he drives a Maserati and shit. Yeah, he's really wealthy. He owns...
I thought it was a Lamborghini.
It was a Maserati. They claimed it was a Maserati, which is like, you know...
I know, but the last time I was there, you were in the Lamborghini.
Jesus Christ, yeah, I find out something new about myself every day. You know,
Me too.
Wait till tomorrow. Yes.
Yes. It's just kind of like on the Lamborghini. Let me tell you, the Lamborghini is similar to the motorcycle. Or is it the bicycle? Yes, it's a Lamborghini bicycle that you have down there, right?
Yes.
The tricycle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The three-wheeler.
You know, honestly, that's something I'll pay. I will pay $1,000 for that total. If you will just fucking fly the fuck off your tricycle, but then I just get to see like Douglas ride down a street of San Francisco for like 30 seconds on a tricycle.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I don't recommend converting your tricycles into a gas-powered one, because they literally do turn it into a fucking catapult with you sitting on it.
Oh my
and it's
God.
fucking scary as shit.
How far did you fly?
Oh, dude. Oh, God. I flew. I flew over the handlebars probably 4 or 5 feet, but the roads were so wet and there were like dead leaves on the ground. My body slid a good 20 feet.
Oh, it's kind of like those people nowadays, like, you know, they show on YouTube, like, that happened yesterday on the ice that slid down their driveway and all the way like 40 feet to a stop sign, and they're like crying still 40 years later.
Oh, I was making up new cuss words after that.
Hey, what? You must have been skinned. You must have been skinned.
Oh, I did. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My arm was cut up. My thighs were cut up.
Again, $1,000, man. If you're gonna, I want to see you go over a fence. If you can go over a wooden fence and then blood be coming out of you, like a 6 foot, like just fly over the wooden fence. You know, like 6 foot wooden fence. You catapult over it, and then even if you have to walk back around to show the blood coming off, right? $1,000 fucking dollars. I will sign it.
Yeah.
I will sign it in front of a fucking notary public. You fucking get it.
It was brutal.
I get my taxes back, which honestly, you know, I'm due $7,000 from last year. We'll see from this year, but you know, $1,000, yeah. As soon as I get them,
he must have lost a few pints of blood, because if you had road scrape like that, road burn, and it's awful. I mean, there's like
a few pints. A few pints. Well, how many pints do you have to lose to get fucking like blood brain damage, blood to brain barrier damage?
I definitely got brain damage on that accident.
Oh my god, it's so scary. There's something like that. It's so scary. How did you? What happened after that? Did you call the ambulance, or how did you?
Oh, no. Luckily the bike was fucking fine, but after 20 minutes of like being disoriented and using every cuss word you could ever think of, and then I finally came to, and then I
told you every cuss word is fuck, shit, oh my god, how the fuck, damn it, fucking bike.
Oh no, girl, I was hurting. But anyway, I walked into Starbucks, I cleaned myself up, I got my coffee, and then I just pedaled the bike back home.
Oh my god. So this is just it's so upsetting.
Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible.
Now I know why that fat bitch liked you and held you in her, because you know it was.
Oh, she loves me. She loves me. She loves
me. So when you say that, honey, Brooke, when you say now you know why she does that, why do you think she does?
Because he was so brave. I mean, look at that guy. Like, he literally got up from scrapes, kind of like a little, like, you know, like if you're 4 years old and you get a huge knee scrape and you're like, that's like a good, like maybe like, I don't know, 5% of your body. And so he got about 5% of his body scraped, maybe 10. And then he just was scraped a little. And then he was brave enough to walk in a Starbucks. As he tells his story like a true slave soldier. He wiped it off, and then he pedaled home.
That's right. Home. Thank you.
But what I was wondering was, when this accident happened and you're swearing, Was there no traffic? I mean, I believe everything you say.
Hell no, there wasn't traffic because God doesn't love us or he'd be run over and we wouldn't be dealing with this shit right now.
That was good.
Oh my God. But didn't anyone see you and offer help?
No. I was in the neighborhood. I was just in the neighborhood behind the Starbucks on Orange Avenue across the street from Pulse and fucking, yeah,
So you were in Orlando.
Yeah, this happened. Shit,
He's
this
the
is
mayor
what I was.
of Orlando. Did you not hear when he finally admitted that?
Thank you.
But how did anyone not offer to? I believe this story, but what I can't understand is why did no one offer to help, or how did you not get hit by traffic?
Ian West, and there are worms crawling out of his body. His hair is going like a fucking crazy ass, even when he's not fucking high, and he's probably high.
Yes, you were high, weren't
you? Thank you. No, I just woke up that morning. I was gonna go to Starbucks and fucking do my little laptop work.
Have you seen his hair when he hasn't woke? I've never seen his hair when he woke. Honestly, I've only seen his hair like the same. I'm pretty sure, well, maybe just like he always wakes up, but I'm pretty sure there's that hair right there. I would not stop a car. If I'm in Orlando, I'm in Greenville. Greenville doesn't even have a lot of drug addicts or homeless people. If I saw someone bleeding with that fucking crazy hair going every fucking which way, and I'm not saying you have hair that's curly and it's pretty, like, I'm not saying it's bad, and I'm not putting you down for your hair. What I am saying, it's a little wild, man. And if you're walking, you're riding a bike, and you're bleeding, you're in the middle of Orlando, Florida, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't stop the car either.
Maybe they were afraid. Yes. And beyond that, of course, maybe they still had memories of those.
I probably wouldn't stop the car for Douglas bleeding, to be honest, in Orlando. Like, there's very few people. Like, you're going to have to look pretty preppy and, like, not a lot of blood for me to stop the car. But,
oh my God.
Yeah. Between his long black hair and vampire look and then your crazy, whatever we call it.
I don't know. The way I look, it's great because the fucking homeless people don't even ask me for money anymore. It's great. I love it.
Oh my God.
Oh,
it's like a self-defense.
That's a good one, Ian. I like it. I'm going to try that.
Normally when I had my hair cut, all the homeless people are like, man, you got a cigarette, you got a dollar. But then look at me now and they're just, they're scared of me. It's great.
Hey, there's another plus if you fucking come down like the whole like 6 months before you kick the bucket when you're doing your Coke and Adderall in the bathroom and I'm taking a license plate off down. I'm also, every time I go buy cigarettes or anything else, I take you to the store. I don't get hit on for money.
Yes.
It's good. It's nice, peaceful. You do your shit. You get back home and you're safe. You know, it's good.
I know.
But what I can't understand is you woke up that morning and you decided to rocket it to Starbucks. Like,
yes.
Why were you in such a hurry? Why did you?
Okay, again, I don't understand why he loves to do this. I'm sorry, Ian. This is not your fault. This is his fault. He does this to Joe Ty. He does it to everyone. He likes to like re-impress it.
Paint the picture of the story for the audience. Yeah, go ahead. On his radio show. Go ahead.
Yeah. So he, like, you know how you do your lines of Coke when you go to drink your Coke? He was probably doing meth, or Coke, maybe that morning, and he was in a rush. Or maybe he woke up next to a really scary bitch and he was in a pedal to get the fuck out of there. Either way, he had a good reason. I don't know why you're pushing the subject.
Thank you. You're right. I mean, I shake my head at my own naivete. It's I guess it's just a kind of a quirk where, you know, I try to find context and
he tries to keep the audience in mind, unlike Brooke, you know.
But you have to admit that the question does arise. Just the idea of somebody waking up in the morning and thinking, I think I'll rocket it to Starbucks. I mean, if
I woke up next, I do keep the audience in mind. So I just think of me. Okay, let's not say me. You woke up to what was the fat bitch in the, is that Lana?
That's why his arm looks like that. It was Coyote Ugly. He had to chew the arm off.
But I'm asking you, Douglas, if you woke up next to that.
Yes.
You were really drunk.
Yeah,
you
Lori
woke
and
up
Ed Fenton. Lori and Ed Fenton. Yes.
You woke up next to the 350-pound bitch, and your foot somewhere, and all you see now outside is a fucking bike.
Yes.
Where the fuck are you gonna do?
Yes.
I'm gonna get the fuck on it and haul the fucking ass. Okay.
Yes.
That's what he did. The same thing what I would do if I woke up next to Ian. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, haul the fucking ass out of there. Okay.
Oh my
Well,
God.
thank you, Brooke. That means a lot coming from you. I appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank you.
It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Brooke, you really need to potentially. I wouldn't wish this on anyone because I think comedians are the most depressed and suicidal people on earth. But you might consider a career as a comedian, female comedian. You definitely have delivery.
I can totally do it. I here's the thing. I know I can do it. I can only do it with Ian West. And I asked him, say, hey, Ian, we should do a show because I can totally play off you because I didn't say because you're an idiot.
It's your sharp wit. Your sharp wit. Go ahead.
Yeah. But I said, I need you to not piss me off and say your stupid, really deep, idiotic things like the tunnels are really real and go into.
Then I'd have to stop listening to you, and then there goes the show.
Yeah, or Nancy Pelosi's really dead. No, I'm really serious.
She is dead.
All that shit.
Nancy Pelosi's fucking dead.
Because then I get pissed and it's not funny anymore, and then I have to go into a whole tirade. And
let's
then
call Nancy Pelosi and see what she's doing. Let's call her.
Yeah, but Brooke, when you go into those tirades of outrage against him, they're just as funny as as when you're bouncing off of him more sedately.
I love how she just lies about everything. She just lies all the time. It's amazing.
I lie. Have you sent the picture yet, bitch? They asked you last week. You have people that don't even know me or you asking you, say, send the picture. Just send the picture to Douglas. Not even to them. Send the picture to Douglas. Send the picture in the chat.
People
I don't believe it. I don't. Oh, it's just. I'm not gonna fucking. I'm not. That's rude. That's her picture. That's not my picture. That's her. I'm not in it.
Bitch. Who have I ever told you I fucked?
You saw the picture. That's what you're bitching about.
Fuck them or she did.
That's why you're lying. Sorry.
Oh no. Oh my God. So, well, let's understand it this way. Neither one of you are liars. It's simply that Brooke is upset, and I'm a little, how would I say, puzzled that you don't share the picture. I understand that you're saying you're trying to protect.
I said I'd live time it.
So you could screen share. You could screen share with us.
Yeah, screen share it with
right now. Why don't you do that? With screen share it with the two of us because I've already seen
because
it.
Because
I don't have the other hard drive hooked up.
Okay, I want him
to consider issue. Also his microphone issue. Also why
exactly.
He literally ran a radio station. He says and ran a radio station has his little button. Literally can work like you said. It took you 4 weeks. What is it? 6 weeks? Like it's been way since Christmas since you got a microphone and you got it hooked up.
Yeah,
he is literally either incompetent with shit that like anything remotely having to do electronics, computers, anything.
Thank you. I got a new microphone, by the way. It did finally come in. I got a new one.
He's also selling on eBay and on Craigslist all this electronical shit that he orders from China.
Yes, that's true. She's right. That is the first truthful thing Brooke's ever said about me in my life. That is very true.
Oh my God.
Tell me those two things aren't true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, that's true. You're right. I do sell. You're right.
Part of it's the yard sale lady next door. I do know that because you're like, I got to go to the yard sale lady next door.
Yeah, she's so nice. Oh
my God.
She's a winner.
Oh my God.
She's very civil.
Are you fucking her too?
No, I'm not. No,
I was going to ask.
I'm not fucking her. No.
I'm surprised
she's
you
older
say
than that other lady.
That too. I'm like literally like so just trying to be honest about this, Ian, and you know it. Like
you did good. You did good.
So, okay. So, what was I thinking of that earlier before I got so distracted? There were some things that I did want to bring
why
up.
did you get distracted? I don't understand.
Oh, the two of you, of course.
I get distracted too with Brooke all the time. Jesus.
It's true. Yes. Oh my God, you can't.
Listen, I don't understand. I understand that my breasts are that gorgeous, but when they're so good.
All right, calm down. Calm down with that. Calm down. You guys want to see my new couch pillow cushions that I ordered from China?
Of course.
Let me get these.
He ordered them 2.5 years ago, so the color's going to be a little off.
No, they're badass. They're retro as fuck. I'm very proud of them, Brooke. Hush. Here it is. You ready?
Yes.
All right. Here they are.
All
right. Bam. And then we're gonna send it. And then bam. Check them out.
Oh, here we are. Let me take a look.
Let me know what you think of them.
Okay. I'm trying to get the picture larger. They're in plastic.
I'm not.
They're brand new. I got to buy the padding for it next. I got to get the padding.
Yeah, it's you need a woman in your life is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I do. You're right. They come and go, don't they?
I don't understand it. They're under a case.
You understand that's hideous as shit, and in the middle of it, if you zoom in, there's a little green alien.
Yes.
A little green and blue alien.
There, it's a picture of VHS tapes stacked on a shelf. Those are my new.
Yeah, that reminds me. That's what you remember how Douglas. Do you remember how you said that movie that I've never seen like affected him, and he's like, it didn't affect me.
Oh, Sallow. Oh, that work of art.
That pillow right there you ordered is how Sallow affected him. It's all Sallow.
Thank you. I was about to say this is. I'm not saying this to butter up Brooke, Ian. This is revolting. It is. Why would you have a bunch of stacked VHS tapes as the image that you want on your pillows?
Because it provides me that
share this on,
it's like a fake hoarder fix. It's like I still get my hoarder fix, but still, it's not really.
It's not fair for T-Tank Berry not to see this, like, for real. I want some way. We need a new live stream. We need a new podcast or add it
Actually, hey, Brooke, I was thinking about how to do that. Yeah. There is a way we can do it to where I have to create another Skype. I have to create a Skype live channel, and then the Skype live channel will carry the audio and the screen share from Doug's end, but it'll broadcast on my end to everybody.
Okay.
The video
and the audio, both would. So they could watch the show live, or they could just listen to it regularly. Like,
But that would mean Doug would have to be friends with you and trust you, and obviously with your drug problem, that's not gonna happen.
Well, no. I need to set up a second computer to do the
again,
capture.
You're not listening.
Oh my God!
Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea, and we'll talk about it as time goes on. And
I do think, Ian. Actually, I do think that's like, I do think Doug needs to expand. I've told Doug that, like, we've got to do something as far Doug's like, Doug keeps saying, well, when I am, what is it? You don't say president. What is the word for it? When I am.
Now, wait a second, honey. I say that when it involves something really far out.
I know, but like, if you were head of like, what do you call it?
Yeah, I say if I ever attain any secular
secular. So I'm bad with words. Yes. Yeah. So secular power. Yes. Yeah. So secular power. So Doug is still in the spectrum of that he may attain specular power, or I think I just said specular.
You did.
Secular power.
It's cute.
But secular power, he thinks that's a possibility, which it still is a possibility. It truly is. I believe it is.
The world's that fucked up, and it's in that bad flux. Yes.
Just like Ian may attain secular power as well.
No, that's a bit. Now, honey, that's a bit.
Okay, and Brooke may attain secular power, and so may
Well, you yourself said, honey, that thanks to the Republicans, anybody can run. But
that's my point. That's my point. The world's gonna get taken down, and I think you're completely right about that. So it's gonna be.
But can they win?
It's gonna be such a wild fest that fucking Ian West is like, it's just like fucking Donald Trump. Like, you saying I might be over, Ian West was like, hey, I'll give you fucking damn some crack and some fucking speed. And some fucking
those
Viagra.
are some tall shoes to fill, and I don't think I'm the man to fill Donald Trump's shoes. I really don't.
You know what? But they say short hands and small dick, and you got that to fill.
That was a good one, Brooke. That was good. She got me there. That was good.
Like I said, she is brilliant in her own way, but you excite her chemistry. You're the one who stimulates her wit. So, but such being said,
well, this way she doesn't beat herself up all the time. She can beat me up, Good. I hate my life. I hate my kids.
I swear to God, every time
I hate my failed marriage.
If I don't talk to Ian West, like, I'm literally like suicidal. It's like
she goes through withdrawals. Yeah. like when she runs out of meth.
It's not withdrawals. It's just like, I do beat myself up in my life. So to beat someone else up and not myself is great. Yeah. Like, I don't think people realize how well we all beat ourselves up.
We do. It's good. It's
and I think Ian and I have enough good relationship, and Douglas and I do too.
She still wants to fuck me. I swear to God.
He does believe that. He does believe that.
Well, I know. I can hear it.
And here's the thing.
I can hear it.
Here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it, Ian. I've seen you, and I was like, I would
And
never.
you still go for it.
I talked to you, and I was like, talking to you is like a different thing because we do have that chemistry as far as like the jovially off each other.
Like after a couple of bottles of moonshine, a couple of joints, I could do it.
No, and then you showed me not only how you, but then the people that you have fucked. Not only, the nastiest lady, but your best. Your best
see, where you hear this?
The best picture you've ever sent was the one you sent to
50,
Douglas last
out of
night,
the 50
and that bitch had a
fucking
strap-on dick and was a crackhead. Okay.
Hey, I bet no guy's ever told you, hey, I left your pussy juice on my dick as I fucking fell asleep next to my wife. I bet you've never heard that before.
No, you're right, because I don't need to fuck somebody with a fucking wife because first of all,
what's wrong? What's wrong with pleasure? Giving a woman a pleasure that's so close to dying. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like the common courtesy. Let them have that one good time before they go.
This is a new wrinkle in the story here. This woman,
is a wrinkle in the story.
She's dying.
No, I'm just talking about older people in general. What's wrong with that?
Older? Really? She's 49. How old are you, bitch?
38.
I was about to say, well, 49 is not
49's
normally...
dying? Well, guess what, Douglas? You're dead, bitch.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, if bang these old people, that way, they have a good time before they go, you know?
My God. Oh my
you know what I mean?
Here's the thing. That's fucking horrible. First of all, if
why?
you actually gave a shit about old people, you would be like, okay, let me hire Brad Pitt to fuck them, not Ian fucking West.
Like I can afford that. Fuck you.
Well, then fucking let them die with some dignity.
Well, as soon
not cheating on your husband with a piece of shit. He says, I'm the mayor of Orlando and I'm a DUI. Now
She's so jealous. She's so jealous. She's so jealous.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
Oh my God.
That's awesome. Do you have any other opinions, Brooke, about this? Or
I love you. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean,
but you know what I'm saying. If they're old, they're gonna go out. They are. Their teeth are falling out. You might as well take advantage of it.
How is that dignity, Ian? Fucking you. How is that dignity?
Okay, let's...
admittedly, Ian never brought up the term dignity. Admittedly, he never brought up the term dignity, honey. Or good, or light. Is it good? Like, there's nothing. There's nothing about that. Right, Ian, if
you know
her
what
teeth
the
are
best
falling
thing about
out...
Ian would be? If you literally were fucking him, and he was fucking on top of or behind you, and here's the best thing about Ian. I will tell you right fucking now, because I've fucking seen.
Tell me more about me. Go ahead, let me hear this.
I would literally be like, oh my God. At least that motherfucker, he's like a fucking bitch. I can grab that fucking hair and rip it the fuck out. Curly, fucking my fingers will tangle in that shit. And he's going to be like, oh God, I'm about to come. Oh shit, what the fuck are you doing, bitch? Oh God, you're taking me to the ground. Oh God, help, stop it. Yeah, it hurts you. I know, but no, and now it's out. Oh God. And yes, and then I'm like, yeah. You were like Ian, like that's the best thing about you, bitch. It's just like your hair. It's like it's like a curly permed, long-haired black Barbie.
Yeah, and you know what you would compare it to would be Velcro. It has the Velcro grip. That's it. It's
I'm just saying you couldn't get it out. Like I could just rip it and continue to rip it. It's not like that strong. Like I'm a bitch. I have unfortunately as a Southerner. As a matter of fact, my ex-husband has never been in a fight in his life. He could say he never been in a fight in his life. He caught his ex-girlfriend cheating on him of 6 years, and he literally did not fight. Okay, walked in on them. I, on the other hand, am not that person. Okay, and I have.
I get a jealous rage and tear the room up. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
I don't get jealous rage. Like I know there's been one or two times where I, walked in and not walked in on something like that. Well, actually once I did. But other than that, like, no, it's never been a jealous rage. It's usually a bitch that I was taking up from our friends for because I'm the stupid ass that has the loud mouth, like you said. And then back then, especially, I would drink and I would just be the one that thought I will handle it. I will fucking handle it. Because the very first time I did handle it, and I didn't mean to, somebody came up on me, and I handled it very well, and I didn't even think I could fight. I thought I was a preppy little girl.
And once
No,
I
you're not a
learned
preppy little girl. No. Okay, go ahead.
no, well, I was a preppy little girl, and I had a redneck come on me, but she ended up with a sweater over her head, begging for her fucking get her off of me. And
Can I ask you a question? Do you take your hunting overalls to the dry cleaners?
I don't even know what hunting overall is. So
hunting overalls. You know, camos for duck hunting.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't hunt, baby.
That's what the guys do in Alabama. I swear to God, they take their fucking camo fucking shit to the dry. It is the stupidest shit I've ever seen.
It's horrible. It's kind of like your redneck guy, but you can't put it anymore. I will agree with you on that. It's very bad. I also don't agree that it's any worse than that guy you had at your house that day.
I'm like, you stupid inbred fucking redneck. God damn it.
Kind of like that guy that you had at your house that day that kept yelling in the background.
He's a Florida city boy. He is not a redneck. They all sound like that.
Well, if he says in bowl, he needs to go back to.
Anyway. No, that's just a true Florida Southern city boy.
Oh my God. Well, let's not rationalize it. But anyway,
you're right.
I do want people to understand that T-Tank Barry is back online. I tried to say that earlier because I'm hoping it will remind me where my own brain was at. He says loud and clear from Colusa County, and our dear entertainment.
Yeah, T-Tank, please remind him because none of us know now at this point. Yeah. I'm just exhausted. The Adderall is wearing off. I'm trying not to drink, and I'm just like really.
Well, grab some meth. Go to the kitchen and grab some meth.
I'm not at your house, Ian.
Go grab some meth, Brooke. You'll be fine.
But honey, if you do want to go to sleep, do go ahead. I can easily go into monologue.
It's my birthday though, and I told you, if you want to go into monologue, and he's gonna shut up too, but I'm not fucking gonna let you go into monologue without like him shutting up.
Oh yeah, well of course if I go into monologue, I would have to ask him to leave as well.
Yeah.
He's gonna be like, "I'm sorry, Brooke, for ruining your birthday," and then I'll.
I did not ruin your birthday.
Oh God, no. Ian didn't ruin our your birthday, but honey, if you want to do this as kind of like to stay up as kind of like a thrill, like a kid staying up through the night.
Well, that's what I'm like. It's already fucking. What time is it? Like that's what I keep thinking. I'm like, God, if I what?
I mean, because we only got an hour and 10 minutes left. You may as well stay with the rest of the show, and then.
That's what I was thinking. An hour and a half.
Yeah. But an hour and 10 minutes. But I do want you to promise me that you're going to try and do something so that you can.
So here's my plan.
Provide yourself some kind of sleep shift, something like.
So I have a sleeping pill that I can take. And
so sleeping pills do work with you.
Well, it's a nerve pill. They gave me last month because of the stomach and everything. They were trying to give me something to try to fill with nerves, so they gave me Ativan.
Okay.
And so I have an Ativan that will make me sleepy, but I'm gonna take that. To see, but I want, the point is now, what's the point of taking that? I have to take care of dogs, and then I get up. I would rather go get my Mexican at 11 a.m. My son's going to be hungry. If I don't get him, it would wake me up at 12:30 or 1. I just want to get food, get it in my body, and then just have either a great afternoon and night sleep or go to bed at 6 p.m., whatever, and just sleep.
Hey, Brooke, do they have chorizo at that Mexican joint?
No, this is fast. I will record.
Oh, it's like a Taco Bell. It's like a Taco Bell.
It is okay. It's a local Taco Bell. It's the only way I can describe it. It's like a local Taco Bell, so it's not. Yeah, but that kind of it's fast food Taco Bell. Yeah, I mean it's fast food.
Taco. But honey, so promise me that you'll grab a few hours sleep and then do.
Promise
whatever.
Me you're gonna get on a plane here to fuck me, and I will.
There you go, dog.
This will happen eventually, but honey, I will take care of
I'm not promising shit. I guess you know what? Then is it nobody gonna ride a bike to fuck me? I mean, nobody's fucking me here.
I did MapQuest that trip. That's a 7-day bike ride. I did. I just out of shits and giggles.
Hey, at least you MapQuested it. Douglas didn't do shit, so I'm thinking maybe
Well, he doesn't have a bike, Anyway.
That's a good one.
Yes.
Did you guys get the picture I sent in the Skype?
Let me take a look.
I was trying to give you guys some more material to rip on me.
You sent this photo and it's not manifesting. I was wondering what that was.
Hold on, I haven't even looked yet.
It says it basically says Accept files only from
Yeah, I
people
had to
you trust.
accept, and then it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a high resolution picture. Hold on, let me give you a dumbed down version
you have
of it.
you have to accept and then hit open. I think.
Yeah. If
now it's waiting.
Yeah, it's really high resolution, so that may
It's
take
really
forever.
high.
Yeah.
I use like a 4K camera.
Is
to
this
take
your
a picture.
penis? Because like I really don't want to wait this long.
No, and I gotta apologize to Doug. I still haven't finished the Joe Ty dick pics yet. I'm still working on it.
Oh, believe me, it's not
I need
time
more
sensitive.
pictures of Joe Ty for real, because some of the dicks are bent right, some of the dicks are bent left, so I need like a bunch of pictures of Joe Ty's face of him looking in different directions, like looking down, looking up. So
I don't even know what y'all are.
if I had 10 pictures of Joe Ty's face just in different positions and angles, I could knock the picture out and make it look original.
You don't need to do it at all. It was just a joke.
Oh, there's like 100 dicks in that picture.
Yeah,
It's a stupid joke. And you know what? Joe Ty's going to be right. I'm going to look up that name. I'm going to go back and play it. And he's going to be right. That guy's going to be a billionaire. I'm going to find him. Me and Joe Ty are going to split the money. And then we're going to, I don't know, not
up and come back to reality.
Have to ride bikes anymore.
So, honey, what he's talking about is that dick pic he sent us the other day that had all those.
Not that
dicks.
picture of all the dicks, like 50.
Yes.
And I told him once.
That was the grossest thing. I swear to God, if I had not been a lesbian before, I would have been like, "Is there pussy I can eat right now?"
Yes. And
Maybe the flesh wound. Anyway,
yes.
go ahead.
Like, how can a guy look at that and not be like, I prefer to eat pussy? Like, I don't get the gay guys like that are just like, I want to suck on all these. Why not do? I mean, I guess it's just okay.
That's my go-to dick pic right there. That's my go-to
But
one.
it's just like there were so many curved, straight, right, left, a million of them. And then here's the thing. You don't get, it's just like, well, I mean, it's true with the pussy too. It's like the smell and the hair and like, oh, God. Gross.
Well, that's why you bathe in the Clorox, because, it makes those genitals smell like really good.
Don't do this, people. Do not do that, people. At any rate, so what I'd asked him to do was put Joe Ty's face on each of those dicks, and he but like he says, it would require different angles of Joe Ty's face. Don't do it. Don't bother doing it. It was just
it looks like shit if you don't have his face
if you do
right.
that, I swear to God, I'll put your fucking face on a fucking damn the nastiest breast fucking that. You know what? Actually, just the woman you fucked. That's what I'll put it on.
See that jealous? You hear that jealousy? You hear that jealous? She's so jealous.
Yes, it must be. That must be it. Yes, it's.
Look, if she didn't have a tight pussy and could suck dick, then I wouldn't fuck with her. I'll be honest with you.
Right now, I've been so jealous all night. I've been going to the refrigerator. I've eaten the entire house. And
are you eating your feelings?
The only reason I'm staying away, I'm not staying away for Taco Casa. That's after the fact I go to the grocery store and refill the fridge because I'm trying to get. I'm so jealous that I think if I get it big enough and literally draw my skin out long enough, you might fuck me.
I can see Brooke put a mask and a gun on and going to that Mexican joint and going, give me all the fucking green sauce right now. Give me the green sauce.
They don't have green. First of all, you're a stupid bitch because they don't have green sauce there. And if you knew anything about the fucking blood that they're taking from the kids, you would also know you couldn't have green sauce. Okay, so like it doesn't work that way.
She got me there. Oh God, Brooke, you're so quick. That Clemson wit is just so precise and it's so good. That Jesus.
Well, if you hadn't fucking let Nancy Pelosi get taken out by the airplanes, you had stopped that.
Oh
shit.
Yeah, we're calling
Clemson
Nancy. I got to get her phone number.
But if you hadn't let that happen, Clemson would have won. You stopped the Clemson from winning.
Yes, you jinxed them.
That was Nancy Pelosi's last revenge before her death. Fuck you, Clemson. Anyway.
Anyhow, oh my God, the two of you have me forgetting everything. I mean, honestly, I'm going blank. But when it comes...
the picture.
Yes, there was something about
the
it.
Picture
oh yes,
doesn't
you
come
said.
Up, you son of a bitch! It's still. I've been waiting 47 minutes. It's not there. You need to send something lower image.
It's So
I'm sorry,
Ian, you're
yeah.
You said this woman who.
Oh, would you get off of this? Oh my God!
You said her teeth were falling out.
No, I did not. I said old people in general who are close to dying with their teeth falling out. You might as well take advantage of it.
I wouldn't even say something about her teeth, but what I would say is I don't even remember them, but she probably
I'm talking about old people in general, not just
that
one.
Probably either had 3 teeth or dentures.
Oh my
I can't
God.
Even remember. Send the picture to prove me wrong. Send the picture, prove me wrong.
Okay.
I'm not. That's rude. I'm not going to do that. I already showed you the picture.
Can you hear me? Okay, everybody hears me. I'm 2 fucking weeks I've been asking now.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're jealous.
Anything. This is the person that will literally say, I repost shit without looking at it. Don't care if it's true or false. He doesn't give a shit. But he will send this
but
one
not of lovers
picture.
naked.
She's not naked. She wasn't naked.
She got her titty out. She got her titty out. She sent me a tit pic.
If there was
pussy
in
she's got
that
some
picture,
titty. Doug,
I'd
if you
be
love big
fucking-
tits, Jesus Christ.
You already fucking made me rethink ever
one
fucking
night,
sucking a
I
titty
just
again.
grabbed her titty and used it as a pillow and fell asleep on it. It's so big. I mean,
Look, what I will say
God.
is this has literally made me rethink ever fucking a woman
Or
again.
boob jobs?
Just
Okay,
the
never
breast.
mind.
Just the
Go
breast.
ahead, I'm sorry.
Like made me never like if I want a woman, I want small fucking breast. Okay,
Oh
is
my
what
God.
this
Well,
made me.
that's
But
because
there
you're a
was
pedophile.
nothing.
That's why.
But here's the kick. There was nothing from the waist down. You can't even see it. That's how gross this picture is. There's nothing from the waist down. Had I seen
She's so
anything from the
jealous.
waist
She's
down,
so jealous.
I would
She's
be
so jealous.
If there were balls and a dick,
She's
I'd
so
fucking
jealous.
never fucking those. And if there was fucking a pussy, I'd never fuck that again. Either way, that's what I'm asking you to send in because you know there's nothing.
Brooke, it was green
Not
screen.
a naked
It was a
picture.
green screen. It was a green screen.
Green
There's
screen.
nothing naked,
Oh
and
my
there's
God.
nothing from the
I'm
waist
taking
down.
the Aaron Bond way out of
That's
this.
what's so scary about
Or
it.
the Brandon. Oh, y'all got me last week. His name's fucking Brandon. I'm sitting there calling the motherfucker Aaron Bond. Oh
Listen
my
to him change
God.
your fucking. Listen to
Wait
him
a
change
second.
your fucking
Brandon
stories.
Young, Brendan Zoget, Sean Bond, and Aaron Tice. So there's 4 different individuals there whose names
Jesus.
you're conflating.
Who did I say how his family enters the Illuminati lair underneath their house?
This is who we talk. This is who we talk to. I mean, Douglas. This is who we're talking to.
Well, no, the video I made. The video of this is how so and so gets in the Illuminati lair underneath his house.
The video also that he made last night. The bitch that supposedly fucked him. Yeah,
No, I did not know. Anyway, I'm not. Look, yeah, y'all are terrible.
Are you
y'all
talking
are
about the
terrible.
wild palm scene?
Yeah, the wild palms thing. Yeah.
Okay. So
Did you watch that yet?
I saw bits and pieces of it, and it's just it's like surrealism. It's like a Fellini film. It's
yes.
Yeah. So I don't particularly like that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, he's got a pillow of VHS tapes, okay, with
Yes.
an alien in the middle.
I'm very proud of that.
Oh my God! It is that is disturbing, Ian. It is disturbing.
What, the pillow? The couch
Yes,
pillow is
the
the new one?
pillow's disturbing.
Well, they match the brown couch. That's why I got them because the
That's what
couch
I'm
is
trying
brown.
to say, Ian. First of all, you asked me why you got mad at me and you hung up on me one time, and I don't want you to hang up on me again. But I
Okay.
made the mistake of saying I went. Well, whatever, your trailer ass shit, and he hung the fuck up because he got mad. He
Well,
said,
I
my
was
shit's
busy.
not a
I
fucking
was
deal.
offended. I was just super busy at the time.
Well, he was super busy and hadn't slept for 4 days. I'm pretty sure.
That's not true. She's a lie. She's lying. She's
Oh,
lying.
God. I'm sorry. I keep dropping this stupid microphone. I mean, it's a great microphone, but it takes me a long while to get used to.
It's okay. Douglas hasn't slept for 2 days. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not
He
four.
got a little offended, and it's okay. I've gotten offended before. It's fine. He hung up. I took it fine, and he called back later, and the next day after he had done 24-hour fucking realm like you do, and was like, "Oh, nothing's wrong," and I'm like, "Oh, you don't remember me calling your shit trailer?" And he's like,
I said,
"Oh,
here we go."
Then he was like, I was just busy. I just had to go.
Yeah, I'm a very busy person. I'm busy right now. I'm trying to send you guys this picture of my TV that I installed on the bed
But you
frame.
can't show a picture of the bitch you fucked.
Yeah,
for
because
2 weeks.
because the TV's not real. The TV's not a real person.
You know what, dude?
Look,
you're the
let's
cool
show a
guy.
little couthness
Ordering
and let's
shit
not
from
try to talk
China.
about.
You can't take her picture and just kind of blur it out like all the girls that are hot that you say you fucking blur their picture out.
but let's put
look, I've already showed you some of the girls I've banged, and you've agreed with
I
me.
think he's agreed. Ian West we can lay that to rest for tonight because Ian West has agreed that come Wednesday or soon, he's going to show it to us on a screen share. Basically, yes.
We'll share it together as a group, and then you can talk shit about people you don't know.
Yeah,
how
and
about that? You want to do that?
That way, I want him to do that while Mark H and George West and maybe other people are here. Now, one thing I can't understand, and this is one reason that I get upset. Worry about leaving people alone. So when I left everybody alone tonight, I bizarrely enough, I do want people to know, because I don't understand why. Because I thought, it was very informative that George Knight was talking about everything he was
God,
talking
you're gonna get on me about the 1,000-year right
Wait,
bullshit.
no,
please.
Because I'm not saying 1,000-year right getting real. I was just saying.
No, I get it. No, honey, please. That's not what I meant. I said, gee, I
Hot
thought it was
Mess
real.
Express right here. Go ahead, Doug.
I am trying to be Haagen Dazs Express because I'm trying to get as fat as the bitch so you go fuck her. Like Haagen Dazs, fucking Baskin Robbins.
Look, I've been fucking her for 5 years. Okay, let's try to keep it in perspective.
That's my point. Y'all remember that shit when he shows you if he shows you the actual picture. 5 fucking years.
Oh my God. I'm afraid.
I'm proud. I'm proud.
Yes,
very proud.
But at any rate, so in our final hour, what I want you both to know, what I found shocking was, so I left you alone for a little bit of time, and I thought, gee, people would be interested in hearing, but the numbers went way down. Numbers went way down at the time. They went way back up later. They went back up, when I came back. But it was like,
they went way down because Ian West went off, and me and George were talking about boring fucking shit.
I guess, yeah, but so it's one of the reasons I'm afraid to leave. The other reason was that when I left you all alone the other day, Ian, then for some reason, and I'm fairly disappointed in all the individuals involved, the Real Tech Geek, Joe Ty, and
gosh, is this Ian West is in the 8-foot fucking 18 hours fucking?
Not even 2 sentences he couldn't get out. Oh
yeah,
my
it was
God.
that somehow the conversation turned towards sex, and it was like, and then when I came back, the 3 of you were talking about the size of your dicks and how long you last, and
what was this?
It was
when Ian said Ian, you fucking showed me when he was like, I can go 18 hours, fucking Real Tech fucking Geek. But like I was like, because he was talking about he had been in the movies, he had been on break or what the fuck ever, and then I was like, how was it? And then I know Joe Ty went, were you with your wife? Or with your girlfriends? And then he was like, well, I took care of my wife first, and then I was with my girlfriends. And then I was like, oh, you're with your girlfriends? And then I made some little bullshit comment. And then he said something about being able to go for 16 or 18 hours. And I said, that's bullshit. And then you stepped in and was like, how dare you call him bullshit?
All right, we're gonna
that's when you said,
Ian.
That's when you said, Ian, that you could match that because of what you used to do by going to the
Friday night cocktail. Yeah.
Yes, that's how the cocktail, which I offered you to marry me if you would do it. That's exactly how that came up.
My ghetto gear. Yeah, my ghetto gear. Yeah. Like I said, I did that before I had sex. So whenever I'd go downtown, I would do that first, then go downtown and start drinking, and then I'd be good.
What bitch do you think let you fuck her for 16 or 18 hours? Because you were fucked up.
I never said that.
That's what he said.
But it was kind of like you were reinforcing what the Real Tech Geek was saying by that. Yeah. But what I can't understand is not only did you take that, we're talking about, wait a second, we're talking about the Adderall, and we're talking about the Viagra, and we're talking about, what else was it?
Cocaine.
Well, that's how you keep on
and then you say, now you're telling us with all that inside your system, you went down to a bar to start drinking?
That's why I had to do it like that, because I was a heavy drinker. Well, I mean, okay, what you guys don't understand about me is I'm Ian West. I'm on the free drinks for life list at.
This is the mayor of Orlando. This is why he has a DUI and is on a bike. Okay, first of all.
I have a special card. First of all,
it's not one DUI. He had 2 DUIs within 1 month. Let's tell the truth.
Yeah, I fucked up.
But by the way, you should get that as a license plate. Get that as a license plate. DUI times 2. Yeah, DUI times 2.
Yeah, the city made me.
DUI times 2, 1 month. Like that is not. There's tons of people with 2 DUIs, but 2 DUIs in 1 month. That is
1 month. Yeah. No, I fucked up bad. Oh God, yeah, and yeah. I don't want to get that on there. That's true. That's dead. Unfortunately, that's true, Doug. Yeah, dude, I was a badass, dude. I was a badass.
Oh my God.
The second DUI was a wreck.
Like that's why I was like, why don't you have your license
fact. Like, I filed a DUI. I had a DUI, obviously, when I was 16. I've told y'all that. And then hit a parked car and got another DUI and then got that fault off. But, like,
you hit a parked car? Amateur. I hit a ditch. Anyway.
It doesn't matter what. I hit a parked Suburban, like a 1980 Suburban. If you
Well,
can
that's
imagine
pretty
how
big.
big
That's pretty big.
Yeah. It was an 85 Suburban, sitting in the curb, and I was mad and gunned it from the red light. I mean, from the stop sign. So, like,
that's Alabama soccer mom car right there. The
well, I
Suburban.
thought I was in my car, is what I thought, because I had an SUV. When I gunned it from the stop sign and took the right, my SUV wouldn't go that fast. But I was driving someone else home, and I was in their little car, and it gunned it a little too fast. But the point is, that was my 2020 experience, and I felt that, and I don't deny it to anybody. Like, there is a point where you, the point is I wasn't actually, and I will be honest with you, I wasn't drunk when I hit that car. I had a buzz.
Okay.
I was driving someone home drunk, and this is the truth.
Yeah.
And I'm not even lying about that. Here's the
You're
thing.
distracted. Okay.
No, I shouldn't be respected, because here's what I would
No,
do.
distracted.
She said
You were distracted.
You were distracted. He's covering.
I was
you.
angry as fuck because the person in the car was drunk.
That
as
would
shit
fall
and
under,
yelling.
that categorized under distracted. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I took off from the stop sign, and I definitely had a good buzz. But the point is when I hit the car, I said, fuck it. We got out of the car, and the neighbor the car that I hit was right across the street from mine, and right across the street
I
from
had
the
to
house.
stop thinking about my first feeling and think about a new feeling. Okay, go ahead.
So my feeling was, this is the neighbor that also teaches my children, and that also says that antidepressants are bad. And the first place he goes into is when he goes into a restaurant. And he told my daughter she hated him because he would go into a restaurant and he would say, he said antidepressants no one should ever take. They are the devil's enemy, even though he's a history teacher. And every restaurant he would go into, he would say, I always eye out where I am in the restaurant before I take a seat with my family, to eye out where I can get in case somebody comes in with a gun. This was back before 2020, obviously, like 2017, 2018. She was in school.
Right around the pulse time. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Whoa.
so he was he's that kind of guy. So when this neighbor, I knew, like, I just hit the car, was like, I'm not, going in his house. I'm going to go across the street to my house. And then I went in and I sat there and we're waiting on the cops. And I stupidly was with an ex that wasn't great and was like drinking vodka. And I was like, give me a shot of that. Like, I'm nervous.
What's her name?
Huh?
What's her name?
He said, what's her name?
Fuck you. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
So anyhow,
So exactly like my picture. So shut the fuck up. All right, go ahead.
Send the fucking picture. I'll send you a picture. Okay.
But by the way, T Tank Barry says 18 hours. There's tying one off, and then immediately after that we got hit by the sex bots. So I want to tell you something, honey. I am reinstating you as moderator. I am going to look for your comment here and then reinstate you. So give me a second here. I want to do this. Do me a favor, honey. Say B is in the house or Brooke is in the house. Say that, and then I can
to go back to the
reinstate
YouTube.
you. Yeah, put that in the chat room so I can reinstate you as moderator. We might as well do
Hold
that
on.
now.
Okay, B is in the house. How about this?
Yeah.
Ian.
Or Ian sucks.
Yeah, say something.
Little.
So I got to figure out my feelings while I'm driving. I think about how I felt as I took that right turn.
I said, so then I went in, I did drink some vodka, but anyway, it didn't matter. I got out of the shit. My point is, even if I had been drunk as shit, I still fucking have a DUI. You got 2 DUIs in fucking months. That's my point. I was like, well, how do you not have your DUI going yet, dude? Like, what are you doing? Like, you said it's been a year or 2. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I got 2 DUIs.
Yeah,
continues.
But what I can't understand is, okay, the cocaine combined with the Viagra, combined with the Adderall, combined with the alcohol, then to try and have sex
and the weed. You forgot to leave with the weed.
Oh, I said Ian sucks little ducks. He changed it. I mean, little dicks.
What? I don't see it. I don't see it on the coming up.
It says B right there. It says B, and then this is right above. This guy just posted. The iEntertainment guy has posted Tice.
I'm not seeing it for some reason. For some reason, I can't see it. I don't know why. I didn't block you. I certainly didn't block you, and I saw it earlier. I saw you in the chat earlier, so I know you're not.
Just say hello again.
Oh, there we are. There we are. Thank God. Okay.
Oh, I just didn't want you to see that Ian does suck little dogs. Apparently he does.
There we are. So add moderator.
That's cute.
Yes. So add moderator. Click.
I didn't put you as big ducks, baby, because I know you can't handle that.
It says B is now a moderator for your channel. You are back to being a moderator, honey. You can help me kill. You can
Great.
Help me
So Ian, just post something so I can block you.
Actually, if you scroll up, you'll see what he said. I just woke up. You scroll up, you'll see that, along with something about the woman he had sex with earlier. Let me see. I think I can find that, actually. Let me see.
I don't need to find it. I don't need to find it. I need the picture. So I'm not blocking him shit till he sends the fucking picture. That's what he fucking knows.
So
I just sent you a picture.
He says, as soon as I heard Meemaw and ceramics, I thought, and that 2 liter of soda is starting to get shaken with the cap on. What the fuck? Were you high?
No, what I'm saying is like when Brooke works herself up, it's figuratively like somebody that took a 2 liter of soda and is shaking the bottle. You know, it's like it's getting, you know, carbonated inside. That's what I meant, like comparing
Yeah,
it
and
to
it's
Brooks.
waiting to explode all over you.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. That's my point.
Yes. But
She's so quick.
What's
She's so
Meemaw and ceramics? What does that reference?
That's redneck for grandma, and then
Oh, that sucks. He did hear me say that. You know what? Did you? I did I say that online?
No, you said it earlier on the show. I just
Yeah, I
when
did.
I woke up, I turned it on. I walked into that.
Yes, I did see my Meemaw made ceramics, and he caught that. Yep.
Oh, because I
you
couldn't
didn't, Douglas.
understand.
You know what?
I'm not.
Douglas.
I don't understand that kind of language.
Ian loves me more. Ian called me mine ceramics, and you called me fucking Lana earlier. So fuck you.
See, when I was growing up, we didn't use Meemaw. We used Maw. Because, you know, that's like a whole new word
you
for...
were fucking your mama. I actually had a Meemaw, which was different from mama.
See, I didn't have a Meemaw. I had a Maw.
I know. That's what I just tried
That's
to say.
just this crazy redneck southern shit they do, but...
Oh, my God.
You
Yeah,
know.
that's, honey, I didn't understand that kind of language. It was like a foreign language to me.
It is.
My Meemaw?
It's called New
Oh
Orleans.
my God, Sammy's talking about Meemaw all the time, and so Sammy like loves me. He's like, "Oh my God, your Meemaw." He called it a long time ago. He was like, "You talked about your Meemaw," and like, I don't know, he got it, but anyway, it was a weird thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I mean, well, he's more cosmopolitan than I am in some ways.
No, Meemaw was like, I guess just being Southern, or like Ian Southern, and then and Sammy and I were raised a lot alike as far as, you know, Southern Christian, like me, or Christian. It was just Meemaw got a lot of, you know, like the only times I've talked about her, which I was surprised he got her. I've even mentioned to my mom. It's my mom's mom. That, you know, she like had a lot, like I went to church with her every Sunday.
Wow.
My mom wouldn't go, and my Meemaw would take me to my Meemaw's house, and Meemaw and I would go, and then I would come home and cook dinner that's how I learned to cook. Believe it or not, I do know how to cook. And, you know, every Sunday I would come home and we would cook Sunday dinner, and then the entire family would come over, because the rest of the family, like her other 4 kids and the grandkids, didn't go to the same church. So they would all come over for Sunday dinner. And so her and I would cook everything, like the potato salad. We would make, you know, the dressing, gravy, like everything, whatever we were cooking. And I would learn to cook from her because we went to church together. And the reason my mom wouldn't go, I won't go into that right now, but my mom didn't want to go back to the church at that point, but she wanted me to go. So she would drop me off with Meemaw and then either take us to the church, which was, Meemaw lived literally, like Ian would literally love it because he would have to ride like a quarter of a block to the church, you know, like to the gas station.
Are there a bunch of thrift stores around there?
No, well, no, actually there weren't. There was,
because I'm a thrift store whore. Like I really am.
There wasn't. It was just a church. We're in the South. It's like a church and a local pharmacy, which I think is closed now. But that was it.
So, and, honey, if you look in the screen share, I've got the screen share up, and we can see now our Mr. Ian West's bedroom. And so if you see here on the screen, making the picture larger, here we are. There's his boom boxes. He's got his stereos, and underneath his mattress, he's got a bunch of other equipment. I guess all of this gets trashed whenever it floods.
Look at that window and tell me it doesn't. Look at the window. Look at what's above it and tell me it doesn't like the trailer.
Yeah.
No, it's not my boom box. It's a widescreen TV that I installed on the bed frame.
Oh, no,
so me and the girls can start camming again.
Okay.
To make some money because we've been broke.
Okay. And so you're exploiting these young ladies.
Oh yeah. We made like $2,000 one night. It was great.
And do you
A
split
piece
this
between the three of us.
and do you split this evenly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Between the three of you?
yeah.
Was that
Yeah, we're on
before or
live
after?
cam.
Have you taken the plastic off the mattress yet?
Well, yeah, and last week I fucked up and took it off, but luckily I caught it in time. I washed the sheets real quick and it didn't bleed through, thank God. But
Oh my god. But but this is also a flat screen TV, is it not? There's one here and one here, right? Two of them?
oh yeah. I've got like five
I
TVs.
understand what we're looking at is literally a mattress that looks like almost a twin.
Yeah.
It could be a double, I guess.
It's a queen.
It's not very big. Yes.
It's a
not
queen.
It's not a queen.
How much you want to bet?
Wait, and not
How
from
much
that
you wanna bet?
angle. But you know what? Maybe from another angle, it's fine. I'll even give you a queen, even if it fucking was a queen. The entire bed, Douglas, tell me if I'm wrong, is taken up by some shit in the corner and like some speakers.
Let me look at this picture. God damn it.
So I'm pretty sure it's somebody that doesn't sleep or fuck on their bed majority of the time.
It
Like-
doesn't look very comfortable. It doesn't
Well,
look
like if I'm fucking on my bed, there's not a bunch of speakers on it.
but,
Oh yeah, those are the new KRKs. Yeah, I got some new KRKs too. Yeah, I forgot about those.
but
The same guy that can't afford a fucking damn like little sound
A
thing
license.
from the
A
90s.
license. All right.
Yeah, a license that's not from the 90s. That would be like, or that I asked you the other day, what was it? Oh, a fucking what was that thing? The radio station. What is it called?
Which one? Which radio?
The one I said you neted to listen to because I was like, oh, you need to listen.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah, that your conspiracy theory show. Yeah.
because I was like, oh, you'll like this is a conspiracy theory. Well, at least I tried to agree with him on something, but it's like a fake show, but it's
What was that? What story were you telling me about? Because I saw something about it later.
Anyway, my point is, I'll tell you later. I don't know how to find it.
Okay.
But my point is the fact that it's a fucking like $8 a month subscription. He's like, I can't afford it. I don't have a
No, I
card.
can't. That's too
And
much.
here's the thing. He says he
cuts into
orders
my
stuff
Wawa budget.
online, and he's like, I don't have a debit card. It's been on order for how long? Has it
3
been on order
months.
for?
3 months. They still. I haven't got. They.
But
They
somehow
say
you
they
bought a
send
bunch
it,
of
but they never
speakers.
send it.
You bought speakers. You bought like. Do you understand that your story is just like, and then you expect people not to believe the fact that the bitch was.
Well,
nasty?
I don't expect people to believe it.
but
just
what
look at
I
your
can't
bed.
understand is this bed doesn't have much give. It looks very
Oh
uncomfortable.
no, I built it. I built that bed. I built
that's
it
why
from.
also it
yeah.
would fall the fuck apart if anybody fucked.
No.
in
I reinforced it. Don't you see the bars from the pegs to the base?
Okay,
Do you see
so I do see this.
It's reinforced.
It's like he gave it like a miniature earthquake structure to. But still, it's hard for me to imagine like if
Those are all guitar amps underneath the bed.
Yeah, okay, but if you and a couple of girls were bouncing up and down on this, it doesn't look very
Three.
sturdy.
Also, why put it on the fucking wall like that? Like, it's not like a way to make the room look sexual at all, and or like the way the windows are in your little mini blinds. Like, why are you ordering fucking blinds from fucking China, then fucking nasty pillowcases that have the fucking like whatever the fuck that
Video
was on
cassette,
it. Like,
VHS cases on them. Video
you
cassette.
should
case.
order some fucking actual blinds and make your windows not look ghettofied.
But
Well,
that
there's
might be.
there's an oil painting that goes over that. It's just not up at the moment. There's 2 oil paintings actually.
Well, I mean, it's honestly, people are there for the bodies. They're not necessarily looking at the background. But I get what she's saying is that. But I mean, she's
Well, what
focusing.
I'm saying is,
yeah.
where is he recording it from? Because I would have it in the middle of the fucking room and have some more room to spread out.
No, I
He's
hear
got
you.
that
I hear
bed.
you. I hear you on that. And I
Yeah.
did have the bed on wheels, but it was too dangerous. You know,
It's too
one girl
dangerous.
fell
Yeah,
off.
yeah. No, I mean, but it looks dangerous as it is.
Yeah, I think
Oh no! It's sturdy. Like
It's sturdy?
that. I know. I got here. Let me take another
But there's
picture
not
with
much
that wood
bounce. There's not much bounce. I mean, this doesn't have much give to it. It's like if there's...
the mattress top you speak of. I thought you were talking about like the frame of it.
Well, no, it's all of it. The whole thing looks kind of rickety and scary.
Before I reinforced, before I reinforced the frame,
walk in and I would
it
be
was
like,
bendy.
Dahmer is here. I'm going to get eaten. I'm here getting the fuck out.
Well, no, I was gonna put a third level on the bed.
That's before you put that pillowcase on. I mean, like,
oh my god. Let me do another one.
Honestly, it's like it just doesn't look comfortable. I mean, I don't think I'd sleep comfortably on that bed alone. This is a man. This is a man that sucks blood from like other men. He's like saying, I can't even fucking deal with that. Okay. Like you understand how bad it is, Ian?
She got me there. She got me there. Anyway, I worked very hard on the bed. I was very proud. I Frankenstein 2 bed frames and turned it into one. I'm very proud. And I Loctited all the bolts. I'm proud of Ian.
Like, I've seen some other Ian's work. He's done some doors. Like,
Thank you.
Yes, he can do some things. Obviously, bedroom is not his forte.
Well, yeah, this is my first time. I've never really had to build a bed from scratch before.
Obviously your first time.
It is, yeah. I did good. It's reinforced. I did good.
You said you put 2 beds together and you came up with this?
Yeah. I had 2 bed frames, but I wanted to make storage for all the guitar amps.
This is what happens when you lose your license 10 years ago and you can't really get out except on a bike.
Thank you. I mean, Ian, this is barely above what people sleep on in prison.
Thank you.
The mattress was $180.
It's so fucking true. It's
$180 mattress.
With the window, it's about a prison.
Y'all are so bad.
Like
Here,
one prison window.
Here, look. Brooke, imagine laying in the bed and watching all that porn on this TV. Look at this.
Oh my God.
Here, let me send it to you next. Hold on.
Let me. You know what?
That's what it is. It's a TV.
Bigger than yours right now.
On your bed. Tell me how big your TV mounted on your bed frame is. Go ahead. Tell me about that.
Oh my God.
I have 2 TVs, but 2 TVs in the bedroom. But here's the thing.
Doug, you got it. Check your Facebook.
On there.
Here we are, honey. This is it. This is basically what he jacks off to when he's in bed.
No, I can't. It's not hooked up yet to jack off. Well, we got to get the live subscriptions going first. But anyway.
Oh my God. How do you sleep with all that light coming through the blinds? That light comes through.
Well, I have an oil painting. I hang up there.
I have to admit that picture's better though. I will give you that.
Well, that's the view.
That's not better. It's claustrophobic.
That's the bottle.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm picturing myself on the TV and not Ian. And
there's a camera. There's a camera that goes underneath the TV so it live stream.
I'm trying to picture Ian in the back room. And if I was just a female in the bed, I'd be like, oh, look fucking good. And then he'd come back and be like, oh, Dahmer's back.
And I'm installing a second black light above the window.
Ian, what's with the stickers? You've got stickers on this that say...
Yeah, that's my notes. Those are my notes.
The notes? What could those notes possibly tell you? That these are like...
What? You have notes? Oh my God.
That's my notes.
This is why I shouldn't talk. You fuck yourself.
A dollar bill? Is that a dollar bill up there?
Oh, these are just some stickers. Well, yeah, some of them, my notes are on there. Yeah, I see them.
What are your notes? Like go up, down, in, out. Don't let it slip out. Don't let it slip out. Don't let it slip out.
No, it's like here. I got one. Here's the. All right, here. Let me send you a picture of my current TV with the notes on it.
Oh my God.
This is here, so you can see what I'm talking about. So. Like, this is the Hillary Clinton execution.
I mean, like, are you either giving sexual things, or are you saying like this? No,
they're just for
Don't say fuck, shit, damn, because I can't put the on off button on.
There you go.
He hearted his own picture. He hearted his own picture.
Thank you.
It's so this is your notes.
Those are my notes. It's not the clearest picture. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, here, hold on. Let me give you.
Here's some more notes. This is
what does it say?
Spears' niece. Here's Britney Spears' niece. I can actually make out Britney Spears' niece.
No, but I want to see what does the word say on there?
It says, human flesh tastes good.
See, that's what I'm saying. Was there a freezer?
on.
I thought I saw a freezer next to the left of that screen.
Yeah,
Let me resend this. Hold on. Here we go.
It just gets more and more disturbing. It's like
there you go.
Yeah, it's
check that out. There you go.
Okay.
Now let me send this to Brooke. Let me send it to Brooke.
Here, honey, you can see it right
she
here.
Needs attention.
Ready
she
to
needs
have
attention.
your mind blown. What?
What?
Dude, this is serial killer shit. Look
What
at this,
is?
honey. Power, volume, AliExpress.
Oh, that's because the TVs are on the side of the button.
Yeah.
The
Look
buttons
who
are on the
she
side of the
is in
TV.
this this is Jean-Benet Ramsey.
It says, oh
Yeah,
my
look
God,
who's behind her.
John-Benet Ramsey on there, you little fucking nasty child molester.
You stupid bitch. Look who's behind her, you fucking retard. Look who's behind John-Benet
You,
Ramsey.
I guess, because there's no other pictures of the white fucking
Look who's behind. Look who's behind John-Benet Ramsey.
other than it looks like a penis that could be yours.
Look who's standing behind John-Benet Ramsey.
I
Tell
don't
me who
see
that
anyone
is.
standing behind
I see
her.
no one. Now, if you zoom in, I see a nose, and I can't tell who the fuck's nose that fucking is. But I'm telling you, it's dark
of
fucking
course.
hair like yours.
I know. She probably never made it to Clemson either. That's why you probably don't know. Do you know who that is standing with John-Benet Ramsey the day she was murdered?
Oh my, first of all, you think that picture with the fucking cutout at the top of her head is even way a picture of her like life? But that's fine. Let's pretend it is. It's totally you if we go there because look at the dark hair in the nose.
You
like,
are so
there's
fucking
no
stupid.
one else you can be like, that is
You are the stupidest. Jesus Christ. This is why
okay,
South
tell me
Carolina
what that is. You saying that's Jesus Christ right there? I mean, because
That's
Mike can say
yeah,
that too.
would you shut up so I can tell you who it is? Before you go rambling on? Because you obviously
Rambling Mike,
can't
you saying
figure
it's
out
Rambling
who
Mike?
that
Is that
fucking
who we're saying?
is. Okay.
Who is it?
Look,
Who is
it's
it?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Wait, it's a woman. You're claiming it's a woman
It's
that's
Ghislaine
behind
Maxwell. It's Ghislaine Maxwell standing behind her the
And
day
so
she
I
was
want you to
murdered.
see Ghislaine Maxwell, and then what is all this shit cut out at the top of like it's two? Like, do you see that looks like three pictures?
Yeah.
Like, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, here, let me send you another one.
This is what
Hold on, let me
serial
send you another
killers do. This is what
one.
happens.
No,
in
this is
films.
just notes.
Like,
for,
no,
like,
look at her fucking
shit.
nose. It's not even zoomed into the right thing, and then you've got a cutout of her head like she's a nun. That's
It's
a
Ghislaine
cutout.
Maxwell.
No, I'm talking about you've got a cutout of the poor child.
Jean-Benet.
Yeah, that's John. That was the
Those are
day
three
she was
that- look,
murdered.
At minimum, bitch, it's two pictures, and I'm pretty sure even there, with her
Oh my
nose
God.
going in, it's three pictures.
Why is it so stained? Why is it so stained? That disturbs me. It's stained.
Because the picture is from goddamn the 1990s.
Because
They didn't have digital cameras back then.
I have tried to make myself
You
really
fucking
look.
retards. I
Look.
swear to God.
Hey,
I swear to God.
I look fucking hot, but if I want
God.
to make myself fucking look 18
I swear to
again,
God.
I
It's like
need
talking
here's
to a
what I do.
fucking
I edit the fucking picture.
disabled
I
person.
edit the picture, and then, but if
Well, I
edit
don't
it
edit the
enough,
picture because I don't have anything to hide, bro.
No, but whoever fucking edited it, I don't give a shit if you did it or not. You buy the shit, you forward it, like you said.
Oh,
I'll
shut the
forward
fuck
you.
up.
I'll forward you off a cliff.
You're so
I'll
stupid.
forward you there. That's what
I
she
went to
said.
Clemson.
I don't
I
care
could
if
read
it's
and I
true
could
or
write
not.
my first year, and they put me in charge of 2 staplers and keeping all the pencils sharp.
I don't give a shit if it forwards you off a cliff or not. I'm going to forward it anyway because I'm your friend. I'm going to forward it. And if you go off
Look
the
at
cliff,
this
it's
guy.
fine. I don't give a shit.
He's got
And
John
by the
Benet
way,
Ramsey on his TV.
I
Who
could
has
make
John
you-
Benet Ramsey
I could
on his
make
TV?
You look like John Benet Ramsey with the way that picture is edited. Like seriously, I can give you blonde hair, make you look 4 years old. Like that.
You're so
picture is
stupid.
edited
They
and
didn't have
blurred.
digital cameras in the
But-
90s, you moron.
But what I need to ask is, I need to ask something about why, if she's in the company of Ghislaine Maxwell, why is she smiling? Why would she's smiling like she's happy. She's smiling
back in the day,
Because she's bumping her nun
Jesus.
head from the back, and apparently that nun head from the back, which is obviously
so
not
stupid.
a nun head because it's to the left
You're
and
so
right. It's not
stupid.
even
Jesus
even.
Christ.
What is that white shit on her head, bitch?
It's a bonnet from a fashion show that
Well,
the city.
bonnets, I will tell you because I've been in shows and I'm a daughter in them. They are uneven.
Oh God, you're one of
bitch.
those people.
That's why
you put your daughter in that shit.
I can assure you, my daughter would not have been a shit.
That's
that
a
had
pedo
one
ring. You fucking child trafficker. You fucking child trafficker.
Yeah, and
Kept your own daughter out. Shame on you.
I already told you.
You are. You
suck
put your
the blood
daughter
out
in
of
that
you.
shit. You
It tastes
exploit your daughter
taco
like that.
Casa.
Shame on you.
Does she
Shame
taste
on
like-
you.
Maybe she tastes like Taco Casa. Maybe. I do.
Well, her daughter doesn't seem to be any worse for the wear, and doesn't seem
And
to.
she's got a degree, and you know what she didn't do? She doesn't lean her head way to the fucking right, which is what that kid would do if the bonnet was what you're calling a like.
Oh,
do you understand when we paid for money
This is
for our kids
exhausting.
to be in this shit? No, I'm
To
saying.
pimp our kids out, we spend a lot of money on them outfits.
Well, we did, and even your job, even the bitch is fucking dead. They fucking spent money on it. You don't fucking spend money on something that looks like that, bitch.
It's.
I went up
like,
to that
look at
show
that.
boss, and I said, my daughter is perfect for that child trafficking.
I
All right,
have
go
to
ahead.
There's
admit.
not a hat on. There's not. Anyway,
It's a
Yeah,
bonnet.
Ian, I have to admit that bonnet serves the purpose of obscuring whatever is in the photograph.
it's not a bonnet. Look, no, I'm asking you, Douglas. Stop
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
You're giving him credit.
Yes.
Look at that.
Oh, God.
See how it goes to the left of her head?
It breaks my heart.
Yeah,
It
straight
breaks my
here,
heart.
And then it
And-
goes straight up.
And this is
Yeah.
why Biden got elected.
That's
And this is
not,
why Biden got
there's
elected.
not, find another
This is
child
living proof
Yeah.
of it.
It
This
is.
living
It
proof.
is odd. Whatever it is,
Find
it's
another person
weird.
Find the creator of that.
Yeah.
Find someone that made anything resembling that.
Yeah,
This
it
was
does
like
look
an
odd.
elephant that was born out of a
Yeah.
retarded elephant. Then the retarded elephant had another retarded elephant that had Down syndrome. And then
Yeah.
you cut their head off, and you put it on top, and you dyed it white.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
like
what you're
Dumbo.
fucking saying.
Dumbo ears. It's like Dumbo ears. Like,
But
like
then Dumbo had fucking at least even ears.
yes. Yeah.
Well,
What's
Brooke, if you
sticking
could
out?
invent a
What's
time
not?
machine and grab a digital camera and bring it back to Colorado in 1999 and say, hey,
What I wanna
person
do is
at this
bring-
fucking
take
beauty
fucking
pageant that
time
John
machine,
Benet Ramsey
take
got,
it
can you
back
take
to
a
when
picture
your
with
parents
this
had
camera
fucking
so I
sex
don't sound like a
and
fucking
fucking
moron
undo that
25
shit.
years later?
So it says,
Oh.
apparently the note says, ready to have your mind blown. What? This is one of the last photos taken of Jean Benet Ramsey. Look who else is in this photo. But you can't see anyone else in that photo.
Like
It-
I want to see.
It's
I want
Ghislaine
somebody to see this.
Maxwell.
I want someone to see what I'm seeing. Like this is what I hate.
This is
Douglas,
why we
this
need to
isn't
do the
fair.
feed. We got to do the
This is
visual
why we
feed.
need a live feed, Douglas. for
Douglas
real.
Dietrich live. Just joking.
No, seriously, people deserve to see this. We're arguing over shit, and then they can say their shit, and that's fine. I don't mind being argued with, but this is
Look,
This is
Brooke. Whenever I want to
unfucking
argue
believable.
with
It's
somebody to protect
unbelievable.
rapists and child killers and serial murderers and
I can't believe I,
occult
Douglas,
leaders,
fuck
yeah,
you
okay,
for
look,
making me
okay,
argue.
all right.
You deserve this fucking life, and I swear to God, not you deserve it. I deserve it. You're gonna have me back on your show. Fucking
Well, you
have
voted
this
for
shit.
it. You
Fucking
voted for
lie.
it.
This is bullshit.
You
If
voted
you
for
think-
it.
Like anybody, like fuck this. This is bullshit. Douglas, you know people need to see this. I should have to say a word. You know what I should do? I should be able to be fucking quiet for one time in my fucking life. Every time he displays a picture,
Just think,
I
if
can
you
sit
just
back
went
and
out and
mute
bought your own
and
printer
let
and
somebody
went to
else
Avery
laugh
and bought your own
their
printer
fucking
stickers,
ass off.
you
T.J.
could
Barry
put
would be
stickers
like,
on your TV
"Oh
like
my
I
God."
do too.
Here's
And then you
T.J.
wouldn't be
Barry. Do you know what
wondered
T.J.
by
Barry's
it.
saying right now? If T.J. Barry saw this fucking picture, he's like, I just got pulled over. I accidentally hit fucking 90.
Look, for $800, T-Tank Barry should have a front row fucking seat to this. But anyway.
What T-Tank Barry said was fuck. He entered that into the chat. Fuck. I had to, unhide it because, YouTube hid that. Well, in the time we have remaining, which is about, some 20 minutes, I guess. It's 11:36 hours, meaning 11 hours and 36 minutes we've been
I
on.
will say that reminds me of somebody's daughter.
Yes. All I can say is that
It's been fun.
Ian, have you ever thought that your pursuit of justice through this subject is somewhat of an unhealthy preoccupation? That maybe it's not healthy for you.
No, not really. No. Because I've already lost too many people from this. So, and fucking ironically, fucking somebody else got ritually sacrificed down here on fucking New Year's Eve too, that I knew about. I actually mentioned them in episode 1.
Okay.
So now I'm trying. It's like it's going on too long, and we got to shut the shit down.
We do need to shut down. But if they're ritually sacrificing people, are they close to you?
Oh, they are. Yeah.
But,
oh yeah.
But.
So I mean, my problem with it is two things. Like, number one, obviously ritual sacrifice that we need to do away with. But number two, if they're close to you, like, I mean, like, you've had.
Well, it's just Orlando. Orlando's the hot spot. Orlando's the hub. Orlando is the hub where all this evilness is fucking prevailing from because of this foreign corporation land called Disney World, which is where all this evil stems from.
Why do they not look for people like you speaking out against for them, and also would help the rest of the population?
Well, they have.
But how do you?
But they can't find you because you're on a bike and you're so fast.
Well, they try to run over me on the bike, and they fucking send cars down my driveway late at night to tell me hi.
Okay. So, honey, I'm doing the screen share again. Here we are. Here's some notes. And
I love you, Ian. Ian, I love you. Like, I swear to God, we should have a show because I will play off you the rest of my fucking life. There's nothing I can't play off of you.
That's true. It does. It never dies. It's like a never ending.
Thank you.
It's like a never ending source.
A never ending show.
Yes, but hey, honey. So take a look at the screen share here.
Oh my God, do I need to see another one? Is there another one?
Here's his notes. Military Tribunal 2023. Late summer, early winter. Hillary Clinton arrested November 1st, 2017.
Oh holy shit! Holy fucking shit! And then you go to waste to win?
Yes.
And pay him with? Bitch! Fuck you! What is that? First of all, and here's what I need you to do. After that picture, I want you to stand up with measuring tape and take your waist tip. Also, or I'll just do my mind. I would like your waist, hip, and dick width.
Oh, you're talking about my sizing chart.
Yeah.
You're talking about my size chart, right?
Yeah, waist width, 21 inches, 54, which would be like you are trying. Hip width. I want people to draw this, actually.
So, but wait a second. He says Hillary Clinton's dead. You're saying she died on 12/31/18. Is that what you're saying?
But what I'm trying to say is then people can be like, okay, maybe he's a crazy conspiracy theorist. We don't know. But what if she did die? And what if there really are aliens? What if there are really... Okay, then just here, if you want to know, go to the right of that.
Go to his notes. He puts all his notes on TV instead of books like everybody else, like Clemens.
So I want you to put your waist in at 21 inches. Anyone. And then the hip at 47. Just draw that out, right?
No, you guys don't understand what that is.
What is that?
That's my pant size. So when I order clothes from China, I can do the conversion real quick, and I know if they fit me or not. So I know not to order them.
Your waist is not 21 inches.
I was about to say your waist cannot be
width, the width of it.
That's what a waist
180.
Is. I mean, there's only one way a waist goes. They don't measure a waist.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, your waist cannot be 21 inches and your hips cannot be 27.
The width.
I don't get that.
The wide. Wide. Not 360. Left to right.
Legs,
not 180.
T-Tank Barry. Can you please
T-Tank Barry, I apologize. Brooks, geometry is not Brooks' strongest subject, so just bear with her on this.
But I don't understand it either. I don't understand. What's this width shit? I mean, it's like a waist
21 inches from left to right.
Yeah, like, left to right. That's width.
Okay,
and then
okay,
you go
look.
For your pant size. Just I hate that.
This is so sad I have to explain this to a woman, okay? Whenever you hold up a pair of pants...
It says pant length. I just want to... No. Shut up before you say anything. I want T-Tank Bear, anyone listening, this bothering. I want them to understand this says waist width, 21 inches.
Yeah.
54 centimeters.
Yeah.
And then it says hip width, 47 inches. 118, I believe,
centimeters, yes.
And then pant length. So then all of that makes sense to me because as far as pant width, because you measure your width in your belly, you measure your width in your hips.
Oh God.
And you measure your
Seamstress Brooke. Okay. Look, let me tell you something, okay?
Actually, my Mima, fuck you. My Mima was a fucking seamstress, so fuck you.
And
don't even fucking go there.
Apparently didn't even teach shit about it. So, okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead. I can't wait. Mima's gonna get you, bitch.
Okay. When you hold up a pair of pants, there is a front part of the pants and the back part of the pants. Am I right?
Oh
You
my
got your
God.
front,
So
you
you're
got the
saying
back.
I can say
Because
I'm a 2.
You don't just wear half a pair of
I'm
pants.
a size 2, but then I can be like, but it's
Well, that's
2
a woman's
times 2.
thing,
Is that
and that's what they
you're trying
did.
to say? 21
That's what
times
they did to
21?
make to help girls with their self-esteem when they do their size clothes. They don't feel fat. So go on. Let me hear some more of your bullshit.
Okay, you know what? No, I swear to God, I will go right now. If you fucking go on my video, I will fucking go around. I've
Show
got a
you my
fucking
meemaw and how she made my prom dress and how I did dirty up that prom mess with that little boy Derek, but still.
And show the fuck that you're just not 21 either. Fucking like, shut the fuck up.
And my meemaw's homecoming dress, I did
You
have
know
the
what?
panties ripped
You know
out
what?
of that,
Entertainment
but
Hub
Derek
says.
was fine.
Entertainment Hub says 16:32:24. That is a blimp-sized woman hourglass figure in reverse. He says.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. I'm heavy in the middle and skinny at the bottom.
21, 47, 33. I mean, there's no. So if you're saying what you're saying is, here's what you just said. So that's not real. This is what you're saying, Ann. So make it real. Like, let's be real. I need you to be real with me for a second. So you're saying 21 obviously is not your waist. Like, there's not, like, my daughter is a fucking size 1. Her waist is not a 21. Okay? I just need you to understand that. She's a size 1 and her waist is like.
You're comparing apples to oranges, Brooke. You're not doing a good job.
So what you're trying? No, I'm not.
My daughter's waist is not in a men's size formal section of standard unit of measurement.
Inches big. That'd be like, oh, my pussy is fucking. Your dick is fucking.
The Japs weigh their clothes out differently than we do. I have to convert it.
Oh my God. Well, you know what else I'll be like? Oh, apparently the black guys measure their dick inches out longer than yours because you fucking better.
I'm speechless at the ignorance. It's like, I swear to God, it's like putting somebody in a world they've never seen before, and they're just like, "What's this?"
So what you're saying is that somehow there's a different measurement system in China for?
Yes, totally. Yeah, and in men's shoes. I'm a 46 in men's shoes.
But no. Those are different. I
know you compare that to your IQ level, Brooke. But no, I'm just saying that every culture is different.
That was a hilarious. That was a good one. Oh wait a minute, that wasn't a good one.
I know, because I thought it up all by myself. Anyway.
So this is.
It's amazing, right?
This is a China inch. You're telling us about. These are China inches. Right?
So can we get a comparison to what American inches are and what this actually means?
Yeah, here. Matter of fact, I made like cliff notes on it. Actually, I did. Here, I'll send it to you.
He's doing them right now. He's writing them.
No.
Just so people understand. My understanding is that the rest of the world outside of America uses the metric system. It's kind of.
But he's saying that's my point. He's done centimeters. So he's saying he's a 54, 118, 85.
Yeah, right. But definitely the inch thing doesn't make sense. It's very strange. Even
the 54, 118, I don't think 85 makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
I know it's like algebra to you. I know.
Maybe I'm wrong on that. But 54-inch centimeter waist. 118 inch hips. I want to see this person drawn out. 85
like Entertainment Hub said, is that a blimp-sized woman hourglass figure in reverse? He said 16:32:24.
He's right. He's right about that. He is right. I'll give him that.
So you're an hourglass figure in fucking reverse, is what you're saying?
No. I got ass on me. I got some ass.
And by the way, that sex
you got a lot on you. You know what it's called? It's called what is that blimpie you order from that gas station all the time?
Wawa. How could you forget that? Shame on you.
You got a Wawa on you, baby.
I want to get married at the Wawa in West Virginia. Hold on.
God. Oh my God.
I'm trying to get the weight. I'm trying to get the clothes conversion chart out. Hold on.
No clothes conversion.
Yes, there is.
Here.
Look, I know I've never been to Japan or China where they have them smaller sizes.
Yeah, shouldn't. I'm fucking screenshotting this so you can never delete it.
Yeah.
That's fine. Well, I can send it to you. You don't have to delete it. Oh, I sent it to you. I'm not ashamed of that, dude. But anyway, so when you're buying clothes online, unlike...
Hear that, T-Tank Bear? entertainment guy. Hey, did you hear that? He's not ashamed of that, but he's ashamed of that fucking bitch. He won't send that picture.
So
no, it's because it's disrespectful.
But really, you could zoom her out like you do.
You want to see some pictures of me and Lindsay Lohan naked?
I would like to see that.
Yes, would you like to see some pictures of me and fucking let's see, I don't know. Me and you, yay, your guy. We're last week.
Kanye. Did they ever find him?
He's back. Yeah. They found him. He's alive.
Yeah, he was alive here.
He was getting some new pussy.
I have both pictures of both him and Kim and his other sister and him together, all with me.
She's lying.
Oh, yeah.
They broke up. She's lying. They broke up.
That's about as real a picture. I can give
She's
you
lying.
a picture of that. Is what you're gonna get.
So maybe this will help us. Real Tech Geek sent us this. The man with the real big dick. He sent us this. Oh
fuck, real tech. Fuck you. You haven't been man enough to come back on, and I respected you, and you haven't come back on. You've been hiding out in your little pussy ass fucking wherever the fuck you are.
Like Brooke should have been doing.
Yeah, well, I should have probably. Like you should have been doing.
I gotta get a job. I can't do this no more.
Brooke was gonna finish up here, so finish roasting.
No, I'm saying. You haven't come back on.
Keep bullshitting Real Tech. Go ahead.
I need you to come back on. Like I respect Real Tech, like I like Real Tech, honestly. And he is not.
When he's not here.
And he's been hiding out, and he's like a little pussy like you, except at least he doesn't say. I will give him this. He doesn't say I'm 54, 118, 85.
So I just put this link in that Real Tech sent us. Asian size to U.S. size conversion charts. I don't know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Real Tech. I appreciate you.
I
apologize for.
You want to be a fucking
Brooks.
man? Come the fuck on the thing. So
well, he just proved you right.
No, he didn't. Cause you know what? I think he'll prove me fucking right if he comes on and sees this. Call Real Tech right now, Douglas.
Here we go. Shake that ball.
Sure. I'll do it again. But I called him earlier and he didn't respond.
Call him.
He should still be on the call. He could actually jump on if he wanted to.
I am woman. Hear me roar.
Not answer. That's fine.
I'm gonna try.
I'll call him later. I'm gonna call him later if he doesn't fucking answer. So call him.
Okay, I'm trying and I'm pushing the done button. Here we are. And he's not coming on. It doesn't look like it. Yeah.
His wife's not gonna like that either.
With Brooke here, I wouldn't come on either. Shit, I don't blame him.
Been very sick. That's why. Hey, your wife's not gonna like it. You can fucking come on. Okay, that's fine.
Oh my god.
So me and Real Tech have been having an affair for 3 years.
Real Tech, I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry.
Well, Real Tech, the Real Tech says that his wife has her own boyfriend. He has his own girlfriend. He says that they have an understanding that they have essentially an open marriage. Essentially.
Okay, well, can he just be a fucking man and come on the show? He's not sick enough to fucking.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
Real Tech, you got more balls than I do, man, or you got more tolerance than I do.
Fuck you, man.
Yes,
bigger, but you're right. He has bigger balls than you. That's for sure. He has bigger balls than you.
Oh my god.
So Real Tech.
God bless him. God bless him.
So Real Tech.
Here, I'm gonna send y'all another picture.
Oh my god.
Here, I'm gonna send y'all another picture.
Zoom in on the picture that he sent.
Oh my god. So here we are. Screen. So I'm going to share screen here again. I'm going to share screen again. And so we're sharing screen now. And I'm taking you all to the latest pictures he sent us. So this is the latest sent to us. What is this? It says, and that moment I said, I can't do this anymore. And I'll go back to my Disney and you go back to yours. And then she texted me.
That's not what I fucking... Okay, first of all, that's some shit even Real Tech... Actually, I could even get off on that, to be honest with you. Okay, let's go back.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, let's go back on that. Go back one fucking... And let me share a fucking screen.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I don't even know how to fucking share the screen because I'm on this. So, like, share the fucking screen of the one with the sizes.
Yeah, here we are. It's there, honey. It's right in front of us. And but more than that, he says Hillary Clinton arrested, died. I mean, this is what you find...
But here's the thing. Real Tech will argue that or not argue that. It doesn't matter because people will believe it or not. I don't give a shit. Scroll over to the farthest to the right of the screen.
Here.
Zoom in on the sizes.
Yeah.
Then I need Real Tech to tell me how those are real.
Yeah, that doesn't... Yeah, Real Tech, this is pretty puzzling. 21-inch waist, 47-inch hips, That's outrageous difference. 33-inch pant length.
That's a short fucking man with wide tips and a tinier waist than my daughter.
That's crazy surgery right there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. No,
Thank you.
I don't believe that.
Okay.
Unless you have surgery. Even if you have surgery, the body can't handle that.
Maybe I got a shitty seamstress tape.
So you just randomly got a 21 with the waist and then the 38? Like, maybe I don't know shitty seamstress.
I can't believe y'all are making me grab my goddamn seamstress tape at 6 fucking a.m. God damn it.
I think he's just lying to himself. I think it's just the opposite.
Here, look, hold on. Here, let me save you guys from looking stupid. Hold on.
I fucking want one.
We're gonna look stupid.
Here,
Yeah,
hold on.
like 45 inch
Here, hold on. Here,
right now. You'll just be like a 75 inches.
God, I gotta take a fucking. I can't believe I'm taking pictures of seamstress tape at 6 a.m. Fucking Jesus. Okay, here. Okay, so here's the seamstress tape. I'm whooping it out. Now, when you go to the number, okay, what number do I have listed on there? Just name it.
I don't know because we're not on video. You live, but we're not live.
What's the inches? What's the inches? What's the
21 inches waist. 21
inch waist. Okay, 20. And what do I have it listed as?
Well, it's what do you mean?
You have your
It's centimeters.
It's centimeters. 54 centimeters. 54
Okay, thank you so much. Here, let me take a picture of this to show you, so you guys don't look stupid. Jesus Christ. Okay, here. Okay, check it out. Here it is.
I know my waist is fucking smaller than your bitch.
Oh my God!
Check
Here's what
out.
I got. This is what I got. Look at what he said. Jean Bonnet. I thought it said Ian there for a second. Jean Bonnet Ramsey, Little Miss Colorado, and who's that in the Santa? That's not you, is it?
No, you pulled that joke last week, but
I did.
Okay,
Looks like
here
it.
we go. Here, I'm taking a picture of the seamstress tape. Save you guys some dignity. There we go. All right, here's the seamstress tape. I'm gonna send this to Brooke first because she really needs to. She really needs to.
That's me fucking measuring myself. Waist. Right there.
No, I'm taking a picture of the seamstress tape that I used to measure myself with.
Okay.
I don't give a shit on the dick.
Well, then shut the fuck up about it.
You're like,
Jesus.
That's like I measured my dick with this tape.
You're like, I know I don't know how to count and convert. He said it, Clement.
Not the fucking tape. The fucking, they can have a 20-inch dick like fucking
She's so stupid. She is so fucking stupid. I swear to God. I've never heard so many 1 and 2 syllable words used in a sentence ever out of anybody.
Oh my God.
Well, hey, I'll give you 4 fucking more if you fucking want them.
Okay.